Oh? Since the beauty has given me a chance, I must promise not to touch important parts. Lin Chen touched the tip of his nose, his expression gradually becoming serious. This fairy-like woman is very strong. It was almost intuition and instinct that told Lin Chen this fact. The most important thing is that she is only in the battle soul realm, but she did not drop any attribute light balls, which proves that there is an extremely terrifying gap between the opponent and herself. Chinger, you step back. The purple-clothed woman waved her hand in an ethereal manner. The blue-clothed girl nodded obediently, and immediately looked at Lin Chen with playful eyes. How powerful my sister is, no one knows better than myself. The direction of the bottom of Zhenlong Mountain. This kid is actually going to fight with those two. The vice president walked in the air, his pupils trembled, seeing this scene. Can be said to be heart-stopping. If the other party has any losses, it is not comparable to a branch of his Tiange Academy in the wasteland. After Lao Lao arranged for all the candidates and tutors to leave, he also came to the vice president's side. Before he could speak, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Lin Chen took the lead. Bang! Boom! The ground shattered, the airwave exploded, and the purple flame swept through the sky. Lin Chen didn't plan to keep his hands this time, he kept the state of true flame purple phoenix wing and superimposed his movement technique, and the speed was several times faster than before. Violet flames filled the air, and in the intensely burning air, the boy's slightly pale palm reached out and attacked the purple-clothed woman's chest. Shameless! The blue-clothed girl saw Hao's teeth clenched, but the purple-clothed woman remained calm. Lin Chen intends to copy the previous strategy against Li Ruoyan, first disturb the other party's state of mind, and then calculate the other party by hand. Walk. The purple-clothed woman's green jade fingers lightly lifted, and a transparent wave of battle aura popped out of thin air. Sigh. Bang. All directions were instantly shattered by the fluctuations of the fighting spirit, and the violent force sent Lin Chen, who was making a high-speed surprise attack, fly away on the spot. What a powerful fighting spirit. However, it was still within my expectations. Lin Chen twisted his body in the air, and when the true flame purple phoenix wings flapped, his whole body changed into a streamer afterimage, and he came behind the woman almost instantly. Lin Chen, who shot like lightning, had a few afterimages on his 5 fingers, and attacked the purple-clothed woman's waist-length hair. Left, right, right. The purple-clothed woman turned her lotus step slightly, her body was astonishingly tactful, and the changes were endless. The perfect, slender waist. In her grasp flashed all of Lin Chen's assaults in an instant. What? Lin Chen doesn't believe in evil, and Zijintong stimulates the realm of Pingxing Zidian, his spiritual power is released to the extreme. The two are superimposed, and even the trajectories of the purple-clothed woman's hair can be accurately detected. Lin Chen slapped it at the waist with a palm, and the woman in purple seemed to have predicted Lin Chen's actions in advance, like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Under the premise that Lin Chen slapped the air with his palm, the slender jade hand held Lin Chen's collar at the back of the neck. The woman in purple spun in the air, Ying swayed, and Lin Chen fell to the ground with a bang. The ground was cracked, and it shook violent winds in all directions. Lin Chen was shaken to the point where his blood swelled with disbelief. Instead of predicting it myself, my actions were completely counterpredicted by the opponent, and they were defeated one by one. Does she have higher spiritual power than me? Or does she possess a treasure Appraising secret technique that is more powerful than Zijintong? Do I have to use the rune of slowness now? Lin Chen, who had thousands of thoughts in his heart, still did not believe in evil in the end, so he gritted his teeth. As long as you have enough strength and speed, it's useless even if you predict my actions. Blue Dragon Bloodline Liberation. The rune of slowness is Lin Chen's only trump card. The opponent has an extraordinary history. If the first time is unsuccessful, there will be no second time. Lin Chen intends to keep one hand first. Roar. A dragon roar that shocked the ages tore apart the sky, and the fierce and violent Qinglong arm appeared. This time Lin Chen decisively released 80% of his power, 400,000 tiger power. This rogue strength is really powerful, a little stronger than the mortals. My sister and I have met. The girl in Xing commented silently, from the side. The phoenix wing dragon arm is a strange combination. How can a mortal body accommodate these two completely different forces? The purple-clothed woman was startled in her heart, and Lin Chen's Qinglong arm suddenly collided. The bursting power of 400,000 tigers rolled in the Qinglong arm, destroying everything that blocked it, breaking the river and turning the sea. The destructive wind rolled up the water in the creek and sprinkled it all over the sky. The purple-clothed woman still didn't change her face, and her beautiful eyes, under the veil, turned with a noble light that surpassed everything. 100 flowers dance. The jade hand reached the front, and countless flower shadows danced and flew up. If the shadows were floating, they danced on Lin Chen's huge blue dragon arm, and the terrifying rotating and destructive force blew both Lin Chen and his blue dragon arm into the sky. What are you kidding me? I have liberated 80% of my blood, can I still remove all my power? Lin Chen, who was spinning extremely fast in the air, was turned a little dizzy, and a trace of horror appeared in his heart. The power of his palm just now has reached the level of the late stage of the Earth Fiend realm, even the powerhouses of the 7th or even 8th tier of the Earth Fiend realm can't take it in such an understatement. Lin Chen was even more unwilling. The true flame purple phoenix wings flapped, turning into an afterimage in the air, raising the blue dragon arm and slapping the sky, hitting the purple-clothed woman on the ground indiscriminately. Bang bang bang. The Qinglong arm hit the earth, veins collapsed, and the four sides were broken. It was shocking to see the vice president and the bald old man. They were shocked by Lin Chen's strength. This son's cultivation in the psychic realm was able to break out the destructive power that the masters of the ordinary evil realm did not have. At the same time, they were even more afraid that Lin Chen would hurt the woman in purple. If this hurts that ant, the whole academy will be in trouble. But under the turns of the green dragon's arms, the girl in purple didn't touch it. Lianbu dodged all the attacks leisurely, and the transparent battle aura surrounded her, bouncing off all the splashing stones. Qinglong's arm slammed wildly, and Lin Chen tried his best to use his mental power to detect the opponent's actions. After dozens of hits, there were already signs of mental exhaustion and exhaustion of qi and blood. With his current body refining strength, it is not enough to support the current Qinglong arm's full firepower for too long. Wait a minute. Intermission. Lin Chen was out of breath, retracted the azure dragon arm and true flame purple phoenix wing, and fell to the ground. He simply sat on the ground and called to stop in the middle. Hey, how can you be like this? The girl in blue stood in front of the woman in purple, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Chen. Forget it, Qinger, let him go. 75 rounds have passed, so it Doesn't matter if you take a break. After all, it's true that my cultivation is higher than his. Fair. The purple-clothed girl pulled the blue-clothed girl, the latter wanted to speak, but seeing her sister insist, she had to obediently step back. It's really possible that I won't even be able to touch her even if I go on like this. How can I touch her? Do I have to bet everything and use the 10% power of the slow rune and the Azure Dragon bloodline? Lin Chen shook his head in discouragement. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and even the fighting spirit was so strong that it was on another level. It is also in the Battle Soul realm, that Lin Chen has encountered before. As compared with this woman, the difference is simply the difference between Yinghua and Haoyue. Even using the slow rune, he is not 100% sure that he will be able to approach the opponent. Judging from the ease with which she acted just now, even if I put all the strength of my Qinglong arm in a desperate attempt, it is unlikely to break her defense and touch her. What should I do, whether it is mental strength or fighting spirit? I am not as good as her. Unless it is, I will learn the dragon supernatural powers obtained on the true Dragon Mountain, otherwise even her defense will not be broken. Lin Chen shook his head, dejectedly took out a few bunches of roasted dragon tendons left over from the space ring, and took a few bites as if to vent his dissatisfaction. Dragon tendon grass can make up for the loss of mental power, and it works faster than medicinal herbs. That is. When the girl in green clothes saw Lin Chen take out the roasted dragon tendon, her eyes lit up, and even the woman in purple clothes cast a curious look. The eyes of the two girls made Lin Chen have a thought in his heart. The plan was confirmed. Lin Chen finished eating the roasted dragon tendon in 2 bites, clapped his hands, got up and laughed. Come on, I have rested this time. There are more than 20 rounds left, and I will touch you. You can't do it, you're great, but only within this wasteland. The purple-clothed woman was ethereal and pure, her beautiful eyes under the veil flashed with autumn waves, and looked at Lin Chen indifferently. Then try it out. True flame purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen's speed was once again displayed to the extreme. The blue dragon tattoo on the left arm flickered, and the blue dragon's arm slammed out of the sky, pushing it horizontally like lightning. Is there only brute force in the end? It seems that I think highly of you. The purple-clothed woman shook her head slightly, her jade finger lightly tapped, and the transparent fluctuation of war energy released the pressure to suppress Qiangu, instantly suppressing Lin Chen's Qinglong arm. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of the wind was aroused, and an afterimage stabbed at the purple-clothed woman like lightning. Her mental power swept away a little, and she couldn't help but be slightly startled. It turned out to be a bunch of roasted dragon tendons that she was interested in. Just when her consciousness stagnated for a moment, a gray-white talisman popped out of thin air, and the talisman waved and swayed with the power of conferring demons and suppressing demons. The host activates the level 1 slow rune, which consumes 3000 rune energy. This time, Lin Chen used the maximum amount of rune energy that a level 1 characteristic rune can withstand, forcibly delaying the purple-clothed woman. At this moment, Lin Chen's speed increased by another point, and the Qinglong arm was put away between the electric light and flint. Pounce on the woman in purple. At the critical moment, the delicate body of the purple-clothed woman trembled slightly, enough to delay the effect of the slow rune in the late stage of the Earth Fiend realm, and instantly shattered. The moment Lin Chen's fingertips were about to touch her, she instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. In the next moment, the figure of the woman in purple appeared thousands of miles away, with long hair like a waterfall and an elegant smile. I really underestimate you. You must have used this secret technique when you destroyed the blood sect that day. No, sister, you were still touched by him. The girl in Xingyi beside suddenly said in shock. I saw Lin Chen, who fell to the ground, showed a smile. He raised his hand. When he spread it out, there was a strand of lilac hair. Soft and silky. The host gets a level 1 characteristic rune, charging rune. Charge runes. Consume a lot of rune energy to charge the host, which can increase the host's attack and combat power by 110% to 200%. When the system popped up the screen, Lin Chen's body was shocked. This characteristic rune has a much more direct effect than the sluggish and corrosion runes, and it directly doubles the attack power of combat skills. However, the surprise was not over yet. The strand of hair of the purple clothed woman condensed in Lin Chen's hand, and condensed a sphere of light with the attributes of purple light, which automatically merged into Lin Chen's body. Click. The cracking sound of breaking through the shackles came from Lin Chen's body. And the realm of fighting spirit increased again. The host has obtained 186,000 points of battle spirit essence. He has automatically entered the 6th level of the psychic realm. It's a terrifying amount. Just a light ball of attribute falling out of a few hairs gave me more than 180,000 battle spirit essence, which is many times stronger than the so-called genius candidates before. Lin Chen stared at the purple-clothed woman in shock. This was the first time he was not sure of his peers. There is an absolute difference in strength between the two sides. I didn't expect you to come across it. You actually used food to distract me. This trick is not a brilliant technique. The beauty in purple waved by Ninyu's hand, and the roasted dragon tendon that Lin Chen threw out was still in her hand. The method doesn't depend on high or low, as long as it is useful. Since the girl is interested in it, why not try it? Lin Chen grinned, got up and clapped the dust on his hands. The purple-clothed woman hesitated for a moment, then turned sideways and lifted the veil slightly. The beauty under the veil made Lin Chen stunned. His lips were as red as cherry blossoms, his white teeth were lightly opened, and he gently chewed the roasted dragon tendon grass. Lin Chen couldn't help sighing. A fairy is a fairy, and even eating baked gluten can be so beautiful. It has a unique taste, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, crispy and tender on the inside. It is a very unique food. This is the first time I have eaten a food with such a unique and strong personality. After tasting it carefully, the purple-clothed girl was full of praise, and the blue-clothed girl subconsciously swallowed. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing the reaction of the girl in Xingyi, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows playfully. Why, do you want to eat it too? Come on, let my brother touch it and give it to you. Bah. Rogue. You still want to molest, Miss Ben? Find a fight. Wow. Little auntie, how can you do it? Damn, it's too much to move your feet. The girl in blue clothes is not as talkative as the girl in purple clothes. And her strength is equally unfathomable. When she came up, she slammed Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't resist a few moves, so he had to hand in gluten to save the dog's life. Humph. You are acquainted. Miss Ben will not care about your attempt to molest my sister. The contented girl in blue jumped back to the girl in purple. Chinger, it's getting late, we should go. The purple-clothed woman smiled helplessly, and the blue-clothed girl reluctantly said, No, sister, how about we take this Lin Chen back and cook us this kind of food every day? Hearing this conversation, Lin Chen was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. What is the origin of this girl in Xing? When she opened her mouth, she took herself away, completely ignoring her own wishes. Treat my grandfather as a pet? Chinger, if you make trouble again, my sister will send you back in advance. The purple-clothed woman's tone was a bit serious, and the blue-clothed girl immediately retracted to her side and acted coquettishly. I said this fairy, who are you guys? What's your name? Lin Chen asked, curiously. You don't need to know. If you can surpass the cultivation level of the astral realm, you will naturally know our identity. However, we may not have a second chance to meet in this life. Hey, maybe, tell me your name and see if I can find you a second time. No comment. I traded the method of roasting gluten. I say. My sister's name is Ning Qingxian, and my name is Ning Qingxue. The method of roasting the gluten elicited a preemptive answer from the girl in Xing, who was in high spirits. The woman in purple was helpless. If it goes on like this, I still don't know how many words this girl has been told by this Lin Chen. After thinking about it, she fluttered up, carried the girl in blue and left. In the wind. Lin Chen looked at the backs of the two girls and muttered to himself. Ning Qingxian, I remember. After the two girls left, Lin Chen put away the true flame purple phoenix wings. After he broke through the spiritual power of the spiritual realm, he faintly sensed that in the previous battle, there were two eyes locked on him all the time. It must be the senior level of the academy, maybe the deputy dean. This time, I got a new characteristic rune. It doesn't matter if I expose some trump cards. Find a place to practice the newly acquired dragon supernatural powers. Motivated by Lin Chen's movement, he disappeared into the dilapidated bamboo forest. The bald old man and the vice president, who watched Lin Chen and the purple-clothed woman fight to the end, looked at each other and were amazed. I didn't expect that this little guy would dare to fight with those two girls. Could it be that he is also from that place? Ha ha ha, looking at his essence, he should not have that kind of bloodline and temperament. However, the strength of this kid is really terrifying. Just in our wasteland, it is enough to be called an unparalleled genius in the past and present. Even if you look at the whole 24 domains, he can be regarded as a top-notch existence. If this kid enters the academy, this year will be very lively. Neither the old man nor the vice principal went deep into the matter on the top of Zhenlong Mountain. After all, after seeing the banner full of mysteries, both of them believed that the treasures that once existed on the top of Zhenlong Mountain had been taken by the owner of the banner. Walk. There is less than half of the time left for the assessment, less than 4 days have passed in a flash. The Valley of the End, in front of 2 ancient stone pillars. The tutors and candidates have gathered here. The assessment is coming to an end, and today is the time to verify the results. Some candidates were whispering, and each other used each other's wealth to buy extra from candidates who had excess dragon tendon grass. The instructor ignored this action and acquiesced. But there are very few candidates who can really find more than 5 dragon tendon plants. Therefore, most of these dragon tendon grass transactions are those candidates who only found 1 or 2 dragon tendon grass in the assessment, give up the assessment, and sell them to those candidates who need it, so that they will not return empty-handed. The inspection of the dragon tendon grass will begin now. Please line up in order. Before the sun goes down today, candidates who do not reach the valley of the end will also be regarded as failed in the assessment. Mentors and elders lined up in a row, in groups of 2, and began to check the dragon tendon grass. Xia Danyang, 5 dragon tendon plants. Pass the assessment, get 50 credits, and a jade medal for students from the outer school. Lung Ming, 6 dragon tendon plants. Pass the assessment, get 60 credits, and a jade medal for students from the outer school. Candidates who passed the assessment received a student jade badge. After they were identified as masters, they were all arranged to enter the back of the 2 stone pillars. After those candidates pass through the stone pillar, they will disappear into a ripple. It's not really disappearing, but there is a huge formation behind this stone pillar, and after passing through it, you will reach the Tianga Academy that countless people dream of. From noon to the afternoon, only 8,000 candidates actually passed the assessment, which is only 1/10 of the less than 80,000 candidates who participated in the assessment at the beginning. Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan stood in the crowd and watched, but at this time they still hadn't seen Lin Chen, which made them a little nervous. Dusk is shrouded, and the results of the acceptance assessment are coming to an end. Is there no one? Then this assessment is officially over. And me. When the instructor was about to announce the result, the silver-robed boy fell from the sky. It's actually your kid. When a group of elders and mentors saw that the person who came was Lin Chen, they could not help gnashing their teeth in anger. This kid has eaten thousands of dragon tendon grass. The Academy's alchemy department suffered heavy losses. Seeing Lin Chen's arrival, Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan breathed a sigh of relief. Boy, hand over all the remaining dragon tendon grass on your body to make up for your previous losses, otherwise don't blame the elders for being rude to your boy. Several elders of the medicine refining department threatened Lin Chen in a low voice, and he raised his brows. Okay. Dare to threaten me, Lin, you Lin Chen, don't mind playing with you. Those dejected candidates who did not pass the exam saw Lin Chen, and when they saw him, they gritted their teeth with hatred. The main reason they didn't pass the assessment was Lin Chen, who took away part of the dragon tendon grass in the true dragon mountain. In fact, Lin Chen's dragon tendon grass was opened by a treasure chest he picked up by himself. The same as the attribute light ball, it didn't affect them at all. When everyone saw that the tutors and elders of the alchemy department were staring at Lin Chen, the eliminated candidates all looked at him with schadenfreude and stopped at the scene. And some of the geniuses who climbed Shenlong Mountain also stayed at the scene and waited, looking at Lin Chen with the eyes of watching a good show. And that Lu Jianqing looked at Lin Chen as if he was going to kill him. Lin Chen, candidate, please hand in the number of your dragon tendon grass. The instructor of the alchemy department said calmly. Unexpectedly, someone Lin scratched his head embarrassingly and grinned. Fortunately, I searched hard for the past few days, and finally got enough dragon tendon grass for the assessment. Lin Chen took out from his arms, took out from the bottom, and finally took out 5 dragon tendon grasses, and placed them in front of the tutors and elders. The corners of their mouths twitched fiercely. Why are there only 5? This motherfucker had eaten more than 1,000 plants before, and now there are hundreds of plants no matter how bad it is. Stinky boy, you dare to play with us. Several elders glared angrily, and Lin Chen stepped back in horror, looking frightened, like a child who made a mistake. Chong, elder, I really don't have it anymore, I only have so much dragon tendon grass on me. Ghost letter. Not to mention the elders, even the eliminated candidates rolled their eyes. You have more than 1,000 when you bake, and now there are only 5? Dare to play the old man, I'll beat you today, and then search your body. Well. The 2 elders stood up, and Lin Chen hurriedly shouted. Hey, what are you trying to do? Tianga Academy is a big bully. Don't come. Here, come over, and I'll call someone. Seeing Lin Chenwei's wonderful acting skills, the old man and the vice president laughed out loud. They knew that this kid's strength is not afraid of ordinary elders and mentors. Okay, Lin Chen boy, according to the assessment regulations, you have to hand over all the dragon tendon grass, and the academy will buy it from you in the form of credits, and the credits can buy any resources you want in the academy. Hidden dragon tendon grass, once discovered, the assessment qualification will be cancelled immediately. Old Bald came out and said with a smile. Lin Chen spread his hands. But I really don't have it anymore. If you don't believe me, I'll open the nailing ring to show you. Lin Chen lifted his spiritual imprint and handed over the only 2 nailing rings he had. Even the bald old man was stunned. Could this kid really only have 5 left? The elder of the medicine refining department rushed up and took his nailing ring, opened it directly, and released all the contents inside. I saw some bottles and jars of medicinal herbs fell out. In addition, some barbecue seasonings and some strange things, and some books. The content of the book cover is unsightly and very eye-catching. Like My Widow Sister-in-Law, 88 Hidden Poses, What to Do With It. Takes Too Long, Single Machine King Novel Collection, The Correct Position of the Wardrobe, etc. Swallowing saliva, the woman blushed. There is really no dragon tendon grass. Several elders of the medicine refining department looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, but found that Lin Chen gave them a bad smile. My heart suddenly tightened. It's over, this kid is afraid to pit them. Really not. It seems that this kid should have used up all the dragon tendon grass in order to climb the true dragon mountain. The old man said thoughtfully, and then with one hand, he took all Lin Chen's things back to him and gave it back to him. I just said I didn't lie. Lin Chen shrugged solemnly. The elders of the alchemy department looked even more old-fashioned and twitched. This kid is as smart as a fox, and he winked at them just now. He must be hiding somewhere. The treasure chests and attribute light balls that Lin Chen picked up, all the things opened in the treasure chests can be placed in the space that comes with the system. So the elders couldn't find a place on Lin Chen's body where he could hide the dragon's tendon grass. Okay, don't make things difficult for you old guys, look at what an honest child. I've shown you the nailing ring, what else do you want? The bald old Sirius criticized the elders of the medicine refining department who took the lead. Hearing the words honest child, everyone who was eliminated almost fainted. Lu Jianqing next to him was so angry that he almost clenched his teeth. The person who poured shit on his head was called an honest child? Little bastard, when you enter the academy, the old men want to fuck you. Like pinching maggots. The elders of the medicine refining department walked away in anger, and the old bald personally presented Lin Chen with a jade badge of identity. Examinee Lin Chen, who performed well in the assessment, is specifically a student of the inner courtyard. At the moment when the old man announced the result, everyone had a surely expression. Lin Chen was bewildered and placed among the 7 people on the other side. Like Lin Chen, these 7 people were exceptionally promoted to the top talents in the inner courtyard. Young Master Lin Chen, congratulations on entering the inner courtyard. I knew the big brother would definitely kill him in the inner courtyard. Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan came over and congratulated Lin Chen happily. You have to cheer up too. With your potential, it's only a matter of time. Before you enter the inner courtyard. Lin Chen smiled and nodded to the two. Among these people, it is still too early to enter the inner courtyard at the age of the two. Although the potential of the two is strong, they have not fully exploded. That, young Master Lin Chen, you have to be more careful when you enter the inner courtyard. Bihan looks at those elders. Shangguan Bihan wanted to speak with concern, while Lin Chen whistled nonchalantly. You still need to worry about me. Miss Shangguan Bihan has known me for so long. See what I have suffered a loss. Hearing Lin Chen's playful and confident tone, Shangguan Bihan covered his mouth and chuckled, charming, as if remembering what happened. When the two met for the first time, his face blushed. This time, the admission examination with different hearts has officially ended. Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan were taken away by their mentors, and they reluctantly said goodbye to Lin Chen. 8 of the students of the inner court were brought aboard the Griffin and started a long flight. In order to avoid a fight between Lu Jianqing and Lin Chen, the two were placed on the backs of 2 griffins. The old bald briefly introduced Lin Chen about the situation in the inner courtyard. The first is credits, which are the monetary resources of the entire academy, and can be used in common use between elders and tutors. They can be used to purchase medicinal pills, exercises, medicinal materials, special training venues, open classes, and tutor specialist guidance. The outer school mainly focuses on open classes and training, supplemented by team practice, and the means of earning credits are relatively simple. The competition in the inner court is quite fierce, and the tasks and complexity of earning credits are countless times higher than those in the outer court. Also, not all students of the outer college can become students of the inner college. There are only a handful of students who enter the inner courtyard every year. All of them are strong players, and some students have spent 5 years of study in the outer courtyard and left. There are more than 90,000 students in the outer courtyard, but less than 10,000 students in the inner courtyard. The students in the inner courtyard have the lowest cultivation base and are also at the 3rd level of the battle soul realm, and they are all extraordinary people, the elites of the elites, selected from the geniuses. Those who rank among the best in the inner courtyard are even common in the realm of the earth, and there are even some young tutors who have transferred from the inner courtyard to become tutors and continue to stay in the academy to teach and practice. It turns out that there are so many wonderful uses for credits. There are even special training venues. Lin Chen was full of amazement and was looking forward to this trip to the academy. He didn't know what kind of attribute light balls he would pick up. Boom! Passing through the clouds, the griffin brought Lin Chen and his party into a whole new world. It was already dark night, but after passing through the clouds, all that arrived was a beam of light. 2 sun-like dazzling light clusters hang from the sky, like the sky and the earth in the daytime, surrounded by mountains and towers. Each mountain has completely different aura attributes. In the middle of the mountains is an ancient city, vast and vast. 2 suns? No, similar to man-made suns? I rely on it, this is awesome. Lin Chen swallowed. He finally understood why Tianga Academy was called the gathering place of the strongest talents. Cultivating in this environment and background, even a pig can cultivate something different. Not to mention 1 in a million, 1 in 10 geniuses. Little fellows, your identity cards indicate which class you belong to, and now you have to rely on yourself to familiarize yourself with the inner courtyard. Remember, you can't have a private fight in the college. It just so happens that today is the college meeting, the whole college gathers, you guys. Go find each other's classes first. The old man waved his hand and sent Lin Chen and others to the bottom of the academy. Lin Chen and others were sent to the center of the city, the square in the center of the city. At this time, tens of thousands of students from the inner courtyard were gathering, and each class was equipped with a registration card. As standard, I rely on. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and the entire square had a dazzling array of attribute light balls. The strength of these inner courtyard students was basically higher than Lin Chen's, but the rank was not too different, so some of them fell more or less beside them. Attribute light ball. The number of attribute light balls, gathered by tens of thousands of students, is no more than the one that Lin Chen obtained outside Shantian City. Calm down first, no one has robbed me of these attribute light balls, and I will catch them all after they leave. Lin Chen calmed down his state of mind, and turned over his identity card. It showed, student, Lin Chen, class 66 of the inner court, credits, 5. Class 66, in the inner courtyard. Lin Chen looked around, and immediately found that the number 66 foot was marked on the edge of one side of the square. Somewhat strangely, there are only 23 students in this 66 class, which is more than double the number of students in other classes, and there are no living people within a kilometer. Seems to be specially isolated? Lin Chen silently walked to the last row of class 66 and stood up. Seeing Lin Chen come and stand, the girl in red in the back row turned her quirky eyes. Her brows are as pale as the moon, her short hair is soft, her beautiful eyes are as bright as stars, and she is lively and sunny. The girl smiled and stretched out the snow-white soft catkin to Lin Chen, and gave a friendly handshake. Hey, are you the new transfer student? Yes, under Lin Chen, dare to ask the girl? Lin Chen responded with a friendly smile and shook hands with her. My name is Yu Lin, please advise me a lot. She showed a smile, her palm was tender and warm, and Lin Chen left with a touch. Huh? Something doubt in his heart. When Lin Chen stretched out his hand, he found that a transparent cover was attached to his palm. Looking at this appearance, it is somewhat similar to the douxingxi that Lin Chen bought when he was on Earth. Someone Lin was taken aback. Get a set at this meeting? In broad daylight, what does she want to do? I'm a principled prostitute. Several male classmates next to him saw that Lin Chen dared to shake hands with this little devil, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. Could it be that this kid doesn't know that her name is the tricky queen of the Song Academy? Girl, if you want, you can. You can come to me at any time. Lin Chen was serious, and he pronounced the word Tong a bit more seriously. Lin Chen was about to put his hand back in his pocket, but found that his hand was stuck. I can't open my palms at all. Damn, I got scammed. Just when Lin Chen secretly called to be fooled, a dozen figures appeared on the stage at the head of the square. Above the podium are the elders and senior tutors in the academy. Out of the dozen or so people walked out an old man with one-word eyebrows. His old face turned with a pair of falcon-like eyes. After all the students have assembled, the old man with eyebrows. 2 days ago, a large number of elders and mentors went out due to the admission of new students, which led to an extremely vicious incident of female mentor being molested in the outer court. After mentor Suing and her husband were knocked out by a mysterious person, mentor Su was abducted to a Youth outside the outer court. Yuelin, when Mentor Su was discovered by other mentors, his clothes were messy, and a large area of King Yulin was scorched. According to our investigation, the actions of outsiders have been ruled out. The prisoner is very likely to be hidden in our inner courtyard. The words of the one-brow old man caused 1,000 waves. All the inner courtyard students at the scene looked at the people around them with surprise and doubt. The two teachers Su and their husbands are both in the second realm of the Earth Fiend realm. There are not many people in the inner courtyard who can knock them out and set fire to it. Zhang Yu, Class 66, you were working from noon to the afternoon the day before yesterday. Well. Elder Imei's sharp gaze swept to the direction of Class 66. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What's the situation? 1. Name is Class 66? Nearly 10,000 students turned their attention to Class 66, and pointed at each and every one of them as if the prisoner was in the class. Who? Hui Elder. I was in retreat in the inner courtyard to cultivate. Elder Gu can prove. A rough young man from Class 66 in the inner courtyard raised his hand in a stern voice and said hesitantly. And our teacher Lung is knowing. Although my body technique and strength are among the best in the inner court, I am still a virgin. How could I molest Miss Su? Several male students around the rough youth were laughing wildly, and some even burst into tears. Lin Chen is a little ashamed. This man is a little too upright. The one-brow elder swept the long-legged, tall, glamorous woman with snow white skin behind her. After the Lingyan woman nodded, Elder Imei asked. Class 66 Ingliang, what were you doing at the time? The first person in the front row of Class 66, the young man in white, was handsome, and he was among the dragons and phoenixes. When asked, he immediately stood up and said calmly. Back to the elders, I was practicing combat skills in the martial arts field. At the time. Although I am domineering, Instructor Zhou knows me well. When it comes to men and women, I never do anything to force others. The young man in white shrugged his shoulders and said, I like being passive. Crazy laughter all around. Class 66, Gu Feng, what about you? Elder Imei turned to a young man in red again. The young man in red is evil and handsome, with a bloody smile faintly hanging on the corner of his mouth. He sneered arrogantly. What are you doing looking at me? If I take action, the person who was molested should be Instructor Su and her husband. As soon as these words came out, the male student in Class 66 silently took a few steps back. Lin Chen wiped away a cold sweat. What class did I get into? It seems that there is no substantial progress in this matter for the time being. For the sake of Instructor Su's reputation, we have decided to award this matter in the task hall at the level of a 4th level task. If any candidates can find the culprit behind the scenes or provide relevant evidence, you can get mission rewards. The words of the one-brow old man made many students present look shocked. Level 4 quest. I heard that the highest quest in the academy is only level 6. So the rewards are probably very rich. Lin Chen touched his chin, and his eyes lit up. Then, the elders of the academy came to the stage to announce the modification of the special training venue, and when the public classes for the next month would start. The meeting was over, all the students discussed and dispersed. After a while, quite a few people, a silver-robed youth, bent back and forth in the square, stroking the ground for a while. What is this kid doing? A face I haven't seen before. Is it a freshman who has been transferred? Don't approach him. This kid is from class 66. Mom. You actually entered the 66 class as soon as you cut in, ruthless, hurry up and stay away. As soon as I heard that Lin Chen was in class 66, a large number of students in the inner courtyard seemed to have seen the god of plague, and hurriedly stayed away from Lin Chen. The host obtained 611 points of mental power, 9,442 points of fire energy, 12,488 points of battle spirit essence, 9,724 points of kung fu essence, 29974 points of blood energy. Lin Chen completely ignored the discussions around him. He picked up the attribute light ball all the way, and he was ecstatic. What is he doing? Yu Lin, who had pranked Lin Chen before, looked at him curiously. Click. Lin Chen had just picked up the attribute light ball, and the momentum of breaking through the shackles came from his body. The host has entered the 7th level realm of psychic realm. The system popped up a light screen, and Lin Chen didn't have time to see it. A pair of long, white and silky legs appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes, and the fragrance of the woman spread to the tip of his nose. Lin Chen looked up. The slender waist was wrapped in a black short skirt, and the plump mountains that were about to burst the lining of the clothes made someone subconsciously marvel at Lin. What a murderer! Hearing this, Yu Lin on the side couldn't help but turn pale. The cold and glamorous woman in black dress standing in front of Lin Chen's face was frosty for a moment, and her jade hand grabbed Lin Chen's arm like a ghost brush. When the jade hand touched Lin Chen's arm, frost spread all over, and the bone-chilling icy aura of war froze Lin Chen's entire right arm. The cold air dissipated, and Lin Chen's right arm was frozen, but his left arm shone with a faint blue light, surrounding the slender waist of the glamorous woman. Even though his arm was frozen by the icy fighting spirit, Lin Chen still said, with a smile, "This beautiful sister, it's a bit unreasonable to do it as soon as she comes up, isn't it?" Some of the inner courtyard students who hadn't left were stunned. This kid dared to molest Ling Yueqi, the deputy head of the punishment hall? Is he ignorant or bold? So that's the case. Is this your trump card? The glamorous beauty said calmly. Looking at Lin Chen, Ling Yanjia scolded with a serious look. Don't be big or small, it's called Teacher Ling Yueqi, and I am in charge of your class 66. It was the head teacher. Lin Chen suddenly realized, this is such a beautiful class teacher, who can resist this? Will you put away your salty pig's hands? Ling Yueqi looked cold, but Lin Chen laughed jokingly. Then I have to wait for the teacher to unblock me. Seeing Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi tit for tat, they didn't give in at all. Yu Lin smashes her cute little cherry mouth. She is amazed. He's not even afraid of the cold devil. As expected of him being able to enter our class, he is indeed a monster. Ling Yueqian's eyes narrowed. She just wanted to test whether this kid's strength is qualified to enter her class, but she didn't expect to limit herself as soon as she made a move. The power hidden in his left arm has the breath of a dragon. I am afraid that if I forcefully suppress him, he will also fight back. Hee, interesting. Ling Yueqi unseals the icy fighting spirit on Lin Chen's right arm. How long do you want to hug? Ling Yueqi said calmly. Lin Chen sneered, and shrugged. It's not my students' fault, it was you, the teacher, who took the shot first. Lin Chen quickly withdrew his left arm, restrained the momentum of Qinglong's arm, and returned to his harmless smile. You are reluctant to count as a seedling. I will start a special class in the classroom in 8 days. If you dare to be late, you will be responsible for The consequences. Ling Yueqi threw a cold eye at Lin Chen, and walked away with her tall and round white long legs. In the direction she left, all the inner courtyard. Students pushed away, not daring to look at her. Lin Chen, you are amazing. You are the first person to hug that devil head. And be safe. Lin jumped over and threw it over, her eyes shone with curiosity, and looked at Lin Chen's body, as if she was full of interest in him. I didn't really hug her, I was just on guard. Also, I don't want to play with you. Lin Chen waved his hand, decisively ignored Lin, and left. I finally found someone willing to talk to me. Lin moved with lotus steps, keeping up with Lin Chen's pace. Lin Chen always kept a distance of more than 3 meters from her. Seeing that this girl has been following him, Lin Chen asked, casually. Why do other students run away when they see us? You still don't know about class 66? Lin was very surprised. She stuck to Lin Chen's side with a smile like a flower, and whispered softly. Class 66 is a heterogeneous class in the entire inner courtyard. Those who can enter this class are considered to be the most troublesome and eccentric students in the academy, and they also have the top talents. It is called the class of ghosts. Lin's explanation made Lin Chen's mouth twitch slightly, feeling that he was judged to be the most troublesome type by the vice president and the old bald man. Sigh. A cloud of red dust was ignited in the void by Lin Chen's fire element fighting aura, and counterattacked on Lin's delicate body. She looked frightened. When was the 100 flowers dust she secretly used discovered? Dust can make people very itchy, and it is one of her treasures that she often tricks others without knowing it. However, there are few ways to remove it. Once infected, it needs special medicine to soak in order to remove it. Student Lin, as I said, I don't have time to play with you. Just tickle slowly. Lin Chen sneered and smiled, and directly urged the movement to shake off you. Lin. The girl was startled, stomped her feet angrily, bit her white teeth lightly, and was about to catch up with Lin Chen, when her delicate body felt numb and itchy, and her pretty face suddenly flushed with anger. Humph. Lin Chen, Miss Ben remembers you. There will always be a time to tease you. It's so itchy. Lin Chen went to the mission hall of the academy. There are a lot of missions listed on the bulletin column. Each mission has a clear level and reward, and some more dangerous missions are also team missions. Lin Chen found the task that everyone could accept as issued by the previous academy, to investigate the case of Qingyue's mentor Lin Su. Level 4 task. Reward, 30,000 credits. Every second counts. After placing the jade badge on the taskbar, to accept the task, Lin Chen left. A quarter of an hour later, Qingyuan. Lin Chen found Qingyuan according to the academy map. He was not a mindless action. He had a certain degree of confidence in finding the truth about this incident. By Xingzidian. Lin Chen activated Zijing Tong, and the scene of the world changed greatly. In the scorched half of the Green Moon Forest, the air was still filled with scorched ashes and fire attribute energy. A few figures flashed in the Qingyue forest, and students from the inner courtyard also came to investigate. Lin Chen ignored them directly, and concentrated on finding clues that were useful to him. Lin Chen, who has cultivated to the 4th level of purple gold pupils, surpasses the insight of the entire wasteland treasurer. If even he can't find any clues in Qingyuan, then the hope of detecting the whole incident is very slim. Huh? This is In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen was under a charred 1,000-year-old tree. His purple-gold eyes caught a trace of ashes scattered, and the signs of burning here were longer than anywhere else. This is where the fire started, and the original culprit was the fire that was lit here. But, strangely, there is no trace of fighting spirit left. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Generally speaking, this kind of arson would set the entire Qingyue forest on fire, and the original culprit must be a fire type fighting spirit, but he didn't find any traces of using fire-type combat aura here. Could it be that the reason for the arson is to hide people's eyes and ears? What exactly are you trying to hide? Lin Chen continued to search, in the burned edge area, which is also the central area of Qingyue Forest. He made a new discovery. There are traces of ice-type fighting spirit in this area. Under the raging fire, it is difficult for even the strongest in the heavenly astral realm to find the remaining ice-type fighting spirit, but under Lin Chen's purple-gold eyes, this ice-type battle aura extends all the way out of Qingyue Forest. Besides, the footprints of this ice-type battle aura are very petite and light, and it doesn't seem to be left by men. Lin Chen unfolded his movements and followed the end of the ice elements fighting spirit all the way. At the end of the ice elements fighting spirit, there is an ice valley, which is a special training site belonging to the academy. It has an auxiliary effect on the rapid progress of students who cultivate the fighting spirit of water and ice. There are too many students cultivating ice elements in this valley. Even if I find it, I can't tell them apart with my current purple eyes. Lin Chen frowned. This clue was lost here. Just as Lin Chen was about to lift Zijintong and was about to sit down and rest, at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He pushed aside a piece of charred deadwood on the ground, and within a piece of ashes, a pendant with bright light appeared. Lin Chen picked it up. It was a blue crystal earring. It was a hexagonal refracting crystal, very beautiful. You can't go wrong. This earring has that man's fighting spirit. It belongs to the original prisoner at the time. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Lin Chen's mouth faintly outlined a confident smile. This result is really surprising. The next day, a shocking news came out of the inner courtyard, and the college was going to hold a second meeting. It takes almost a month for the meeting to be held. This is the first time in history that it has been held twice in a row. Inner courtyard, Bayou Square. More than 8,000 students gathered in Bayou Square, and some students were unable to arrive because they were out to perform tasks or practice. The previous elder Ime, the old man who was in charge of the exam, and the deputy dean were all present in person. There are also more than 10 mentors and senior elders standing on the stage. Without knowing it, and the one standing directly in front of the mentor and elder is actually Lin Chen. Thank you very much to our vice president for convening this second court meeting temporarily. Regarding the case of Instructor Su, I have found the real culprit. Lin Chen stood on the podium, facing all the students in the school. He smiled confidently, and his words caused 1,000 waves. What nonsense, right? Even the Supreme Elder of Tiangang Realm personally took action and didn't catch the culprit. How can this wild boy come out? Hey, this kid seems to be a freshman in class 66, right? It turned out to be that ghost from class 66. Is what this kid said true? Many doubts, discussions, and contempt came from the audience. The students in class 66 also cast curious glances. This freshman just arrived yesterday, and they haven't really understood what kind of person he is. As part of the ghost class, they were also curious about the unique potential and ability of Lin Chen, who was assigned to class 66. Can you guys do it? For such an important matter, let this kid come to hold a court meeting. If the culprit is not found, wouldn't it be an oolong? On the stage, the elder Ime said to the vice president and the bald elder. Solemnly. Hey, don't worry, the one-brow old ghost, I'll tell you, treat this kid, you should never try to see him completely. Don't worry, leave it to him, he is an unprecedented young man who has climbed the top of the real Dragon Mountain. The bald old man smiled strangely, the one-brow old man turned to look at Lin Chen's back in surprise, a shock appeared in the old eyes, this young man even climbed the top of the mysterious real dragon? Today, my name Detective, Lin, will lead everyone to reshape the situation at the crime scene. Lin Chen put on his self-made sunglasses and talked and laughed. The first is arson. Everything happens with reasons and motives. At that time, when the fire was found to spread, it was already the time when the fire was at its most rapid. However, Mr. Su, who was in the Qinghua forest, did not suffer any damage due to the fire. This proves that there are other reasons for setting fires, not for the destruction of bodies. Lin Chen pushed the sunglasses and continued. Secondly, although the client Su Ying's clothes were messy when he was found, there was no direct evidence of being molested by men. In order to take care of Su's psychology, I will not expand the details here. We only need to know that no one can. It proves that there were men who molested teacher Su at that time. Talking about this, Lin Chen looked in a certain direction, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Let's go back to the most primitive and unusual place of the question, who can knock out 2 Earth Demon Masters and kidnap one person? We overturn the original idea. What if this person is a woman? Then the whole academy is again. There are multiple female students who can do that. Lin Chen can't be said to be astonishing and dying. These words made the students and elders of the inner courtyard look surprised and incredulous. Female students molested female tutors? No one dared to think of this unique and bold speculation. Could it be that? Yulin Linqian's eyes in class 66 are getting brighter and brighter, as if thinking of something or someone. Anyone can talk nonsense, but you have been talking for so long, and everything is your personal speculation. Do you have any evidence or clues to prove your speculation? I think you are just farting, trying to deceive. Credits. The 2 white-haired elders leaned on crutches, looked at each other, coldly, and sneered at Lin Chen. Haha, don't worry about the 2 elders of the medicine refining department. I just ate more than 1,000 of your dragon tendon plants. What a big thing. As for how to put on shoes for me in such a hurry. Lin Chen glanced at the 2 elders disdainfully, and the 2 of them were blushing with anger, and they were about to debate. Okay. Stop talking nonsense, student Lin Chen, come up with your exact evidence and clues, otherwise don't blame the old man for handling you according to the rules, and dare to hold a meeting privately. You are the first. The one-brow elder waved his sleeves, slightly dissatisfied. The 2 elders of the alchemy department gave Lin Chen a mocking look and stepped aside. Since I dare to stand on this stage, I will tell everyone the truth. Going back to the topic just now, how many female students are there in our academy who can knock out 2 mentors from the Earth Demon realm and kidnap mentor Su? Lin Chen reminded that all the students subconsciously thought that there were no more than 5 female students in the inner courtyard who could do this. Suddenly, the expressions of some female students changed slightly. You don't have to guess among the few people. I'll give you another definite clue. At this time, Lin Chen opened his palm, and a delicate hexagonal blue crystal earring appeared on his fingertips. All the students present could see the appearance of this earring with a little wariness. I'm a treasure appraiser. I found this thing at the crime scene using my own treasure appraising methods. I'm sure it was left by the original criminal at that time. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly locked on a certain woman in the crowd. Isn't this senior sister Su Lan's earrings? As soon as the blue earrings appeared, all the students looked in the direction of a certain class, and their eyes fell on a beautiful woman in a light blue dress. Her brows are like snow, her eyes are like jade, her figure is exquisite and graceful, her skin is like condensed fat, and she has a pair of delicate and plump beautiful scenery in front of her. The temperament is quiet and indifferent, like the hibiscus flowing out of the water and the blooming jacaranda, which is dusty and elegant. The beautiful woman's snow-white jade neck looks like an elegant swan, and there is a blue earring that is very similar to Lin Chen's hand hanging on the tip of her delicate ear. I heard that the Lan men created by senior sister Su Lan has rules for recruiting all kinds of beautiful women. I remembered. There were often rumors before, some junior sisters said that senior sister Su Lan has a habit of liking beautiful women. I also remembered it. It seems that senior sister Su Lan often instigates junior sisters not to have boyfriends, not to trust men. Numerous ups and downs of amazement and discussion echoed, even the mentors and elders couldn't help holding their breath. This senior's cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Earth Fiend realm, and her strength is one of the few who can knock out 2 mentors. Secondly, the arson is also to cover up the traces of the ice attribute battle spirit left by the senior at the scene. The elders of the heavenly astral realm found that the residual war energy is also very dangerous, isn't it? Lin Chen pushed the sunglasses and suddenly pointed at Su Lan. There is only one truth. Senior Su Lan, you are the original offender. Lin Chen was so happy, he got 30,000 credits on the 2nd day after entering the inner courtyard. Under everyone's attention, senior sister Su Lan was calm in the face of danger, raising an elegant smile. This junior's analysis and reasoning are almost perfect. Admiration. Admiration. But did the junior forget something? My earrings are pentagonal. Refracting blue crystals, not hexagonal. Senior sister Su Lan gently took off her earrings, and everyone carefully compared them. Although the 2 earrings were 90% similar, senior sister Su Lan's earrings belonged to pentagonal blue crystals, while Lin Chen took out hexagonal blue crystals. Isn't the original offender Su Lan senpai? After Lin Chen took a closer look, the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn it, isn't it? Brother Chen, I still have a day when the boat capsizes in the waves? That's not right. I've already confirmed it in advance. The attributes and characteristics of the training's fighting spirit are exactly the same as the owner of this earring. How could it be wrong? Did she change the earrings on the spot? There's no need for that, someone who knows her well. You will definitely know what her earrings look like, not to mention that there are so many mentors and elders on the scene. All kinds of possibilities flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and at this moment, the quirky girl laughed. I know who the owner of this earring is. Everyone responded, and the person who spoke was also from class 66. It's you, Lin. If I remember correctly, senior sister Su Lan should have a twin sister, Su Lan. She also wears this kind of refracting blue crystal earrings, and her Sister's earrings are pentagonal and my sister's earrings are hexagonal. I'm right. Right. Senior sister Su Lan. Lin smiled and stared at a slender figure behind Su Lan, speaking. Slowly. Su Lan's expression changed, and the beautiful woman behind her was about to leave. I remember it too. Senior sister Su Lan's twin sister, this is the earring that Su Lan is wearing. When a female student opened her mouth, several off-site tutors immediately surrounded the two girls. The woman behind Su Lan was 90% similar to her, her teeth were clenched, and her eyes glared at Lin Chen. It's not my sister, it's my sister. When he saw that the two sisters were both in the realm of evil spirits, Lin Chen suddenly realized. Su Lan, Elder Ben asked you, where were you at the time of the incident? Why did your earrings appear at the scene? One eyebrow elder asked extremely seriously. Su Lan looked flustered and hurried under his gaze, trying to justify. No, Elder Ime, it's not me. Then how do you explain this earring? The material is exactly the same as the one your sister wore. Elder Ime, don't blame Lanner, I am the main culprit in this incident. At the critical moment, Su Lan stood up, said resolutely. Wow. As soon as these words came out, all the inner courtyard students looked very wonderful. It is both shocking and surprising. It turned out to be really a good thing their sisters did. The female student kidnapped the female tutor, and if this spread out, the entire inner courtyard would be affected. Most importantly, many people looked at Lin Chen on the stage in amazement. What is the origin of this kid? He has just come to the inner courtyard for a day, and he has cracked the level 4 task that the elders are helpless. This kid actually figured out who the culprit was in just one day. As expected of a student who can be transferred to the inner courtyard, or a talent who can enter the 66 class of ghosts, it is indeed a pervert. All the students in class 66 cast different eyes on Lin Chen. Some were surprised, some were amazed, some were disdainful, some were curious, and they were very exciting. Students Su Lan and Su Lan. You have committed the crime of endangering the safety of the instructor. The Lan men you formed will be disbanded immediately. And there must be no mistake. As for the crimes of the two of you, we will decide on another day. Before the specific punishment is given, if you dare to leave the academy, the forces behind you will not be able to protect you. The elder Ime scolded the announcement of the result. Su Lan's face was pale, and Su Lan was calm. Looking at Lin Chen's eyes, there was a hint of unwillingness and resentment. This little beautiful girl is still glaring at me. If I don't commit this thing myself, won't I have nothing to do with it? Just as Lin Chen was about to roll his eyes, Elder Ime came over and announced the matter solemnly. Today, thank you Lin Chen for finding out the real culprit in this case for the inner court. Franchise award, 10,000 credits, plus task rewards, a total of 50,000 credits. The little guy climbed to the top of the real dragon during the admission assessment at a young age, and his future is limitless. Elder Ime's rare kind smile made all the inner courtyard students stunned. This kid actually climbed to the top of the true dragon mountain during the admission assessment? Because of the arrogance of the students in the inner courtyard and the news blockade, no one took the initiative to understand the admission assessment. After all, that's all about the students of the outer courtyard, and even if they can make an exception, there are not many students who can be promoted to the inner courtyard. In an instant, countless fiery eyes were projected towards Lin Chen. They are all full of fighting spirit and contempt, as well as countless doubts. Good guy, this old guy has made Brother Chen me a target of public criticism. Anyway, I'll hit one of you guys. Lin Chen sneered in his heart, and smiled on the surface. Senior, don't take it to heart. It's a trivial matter, and it's not worth mentioning. Isn't it a real dragon mountain, eating gluten and singing songs? A piece of cake? Hearing this sentence, the instructors and elders in the square all twitched at the corners of their mouths. On the way to the War Skills Pavilion, a bamboo forest trail. You even climbed the top of the real dragon, how did you do it? Lin jumped behind Lin Chen, and asked curiously with her beautiful eyes shining brightly. I said just now, eat gluten and sing and go up. Lin Chen looked at the 50,050 credits in the identity jade card and said casually, then how exactly did you get up there? What's the reason? What's on it? Lin, like a curious baby, asked Lin Chen in great trouble. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. He replied casually, and suddenly felt a strong aura around him. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and put away his identity jade card. I saw, before and after the forest path, a dozen people appeared. Is it Lin Chen? You are only at the 7th level of the psychic realm, how can he be able to reach the top of True Dragon Mountain? Gu Feng, this kid is my prey, don't interfere. You motherfucker, give me a side, I want to be the first to teach this kid how to be a man. These people are actually the proud sons of Class 66. If you guys want my autograph, please line up. Lin Chen smiled casually, relaxed and leisurely. Don't play around there, kid, the arena is only less than 5 miles away. From here, do you dare to pick one of us to compete with you? I want to see if you are really qualified, sir. The ability of the True Dragon Mountain. The blood-robed youth, Gu Feng, sneered, Class 66 has always been at odds with each other, and the infighting was fierce. Now there is another Lin Chen who has reached the top of Zhenlong Mountain. And they all target Lin Chen. No problem. Don't say pick one, even if you all go together, it's fine. What? The arrogance of Class 66 exclaimed with anger. This new student wants to turn the sky over. Not to mention a freshman, not even a single student in the academy dared to single-handedly single out all the students in Class 66 who were present. Good boy. Kind of. Let's go, see you in the arena. The two sides were on the verge of breaking out. Lin clapped her little hands and was elated. It's a good show again. The arena of Tianga Academy is built in a valley, hundreds of students practice here every day. Fighting against each other is also one of the quickest ways to break through the shackles. There are so many masters in the inner court, no one is willing to reject this kind of cultivation environment. However, there was a strange scene in today's academy arena. Stop all students. In the arena. On a large arena in the center of the arena, there was an unprecedented scene. The 66 class, known as the Ghost class, has never been united, and no one agrees with each other, but today, they have gathered on the same arena, and their opponent is only one person. Newborn Lin Chen. Hey, what lineup is this? Gu Feng, the madman from Class 66, Xiao Sanqing, the Bingxin swordsman, and the two swordsman brothers are all on the field. Isn't this freshman the same Lin Chen who broke the case of Instructor Su before? This kid is not easy. I just asked the transfer students from our class. I heard that this kid not only climbed the top of the real dragon, but also singled out hundreds of candidates, and even took more than 1,000 copies. of dragons in front of everyone. The tendon is roasted as a snack. Fuck? More than 1,000 copies of dragon tendon grass, isn't that more than 100,000 credits? Many old students who stayed in the arena to learn from each other gathered together. Class 66 is a very topical class, not to mention that most of the old students in Class 66 are taking action against a new student at the same time. Let's go together, don't care about me. I'm very casual. Lin Chen smiled and spread out his hands. The clouds were light and the wind was light. A bunch of rubbish, get out of the way. If you don't kill this kid today, I don't have a good idea. Standing in the front row, Gu Chenfeng had an angry look on his face, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. The soles of his feet trembled suddenly, the arc of blood light jumped all over his body, and several lines of blood-colored lightning swept out along the ground. Corrosive runes, Demon Earth Seal. Raising his palm over his head, the Earth-type battle aura was filled with the aura of the characteristic rune, and Lin Chen slapped the ring angrily with a palm. A mysterious engraving on the ground followed the pure power of more than 50,000 tigers to shake the entire arena, instantly engulfing the blood-colored electric light. With one move, Lin Chen overturned all 15 people in the ring into the void. He quickly swept away and picked Gu Chenfeng, who was the first to bear the brunt. Court death. Gu Chenfeng, who was overturned in the void, sneered disdainfully, and pulled out a red light war gun like lightning. How can my blood-devouring gun be so weak? This has just been shot, and Gu Chenfeng feels bad. He found that his combat aura was greatly restricted, and there was a mysterious force in his body that was eroding his combat aura, which greatly reduced the power of his combat skills. The rest of the students in Class 66 found out that they were in the same situation as Gu Chenfeng. They were shocked and quickly distanced themselves from Lin Chen. The starlight flickered, the soul was captured. Lin Chen volleyed the spear tip with both hands, and the afterimage of the spear edge spun down like a big windmill, smashing the murderous blood light. The force was like a broken bamboo, and one shot smashed Gu Chenfeng's attack. Lin Chen's spear was like a dragon, and he picked it up in the air, flying Gu Chenfeng's blood spear. While expelling the energy in his body that eroded his fighting spirit, Gu Chenfeng gritted his teeth, punched Tianqing, and beat him angrily. You are the first to leave. The soul-snatching gun swept across the sky, and more than 50,000 tiger power swept solidly on Gu Chenfeng's body, dropping more than a dozen radiant attribute light balls. The moment the attribute light ball flew out, Gu Chenfeng flew out of the ring in a volley. The old students outside the field were all holding their breaths, their eyes horrified. With Gu Chenfeng's super strength at the first level of the Earth Fiend realm. Except for a few veterans of the Earth Fiend realm who can suppress him, no one can make him withdraw in a few moves like this freshman. Tear. Lin Chen just landed, and the sound of breaking wind ripped through the airflow. A young man in a yellow robe had a stern face, and suddenly drew his sword. He was the first genius who crushed Lin Chen into their bodies to corrode the rune energy. Shenxing Jianyu. The young man drew his sword, the sword energy was rippling, and the dazzling starlight shot in the sky. Every starlight is a sword chi, with a sharp sword potential, which instantly forms hundreds of smashes, and the trajectory of the sword chi is unpredictable. These 66 class ghosts are all geniuses of the monster level, and any sword move is a transformation. Lin Chen mobilized Zijing Tong, the sword energy that seemed to be sharp and had no dead ends, but in fact there were hidden loopholes. In front of Lin Chen's spirit-level spiritual power, these sword chi that were reaching the extreme slowed down at least 10 times. Swordsmanship? I can too. The gun was stored. Lin Chen took out a green sword weapon, cremated the thunder light, the thunder clouded the fire, and the sword's edge was vertical and horizontal with arcs. Slow rune Wan Lei Qianjun sword. One sword turned into 1,000 swords. Lin Chen's sword was as fast as lightning, and everyone could only see countless thunder lines flashing past, and the starlight sword energy in the sky was chopped into fireworks. My swordsmanship has slowed down, what's going on? The young man in yellow robe changed his demeanor. His swordsmanship is fast to win, and speed is power. But at the moment Lin Chen shot, his Zhenxing Jianyu slowed down more than 10 times, as if it had been stagnant. There was no time to breathe. The thunder light slashed, and the Qingyu sword slashed at the top of the yellow-robed youth. He raised his sword and fought. His swords clashed and danced, and the stars and thunder and fire exploded. Close combat is Lin Chen's supreme field. He stabbed 7 swords in an instant, targeting the yellow-robed youths neck, eyes, heart, dantian, and other fatal points. The youth in yellow robe gritted his teeth and resisted, worthy of guarding against his 7 deadly swords. You are the second. Lin Chen turned around in a single step, swept the mountains and rivers thousands of miles with his sword, and slashed at the body of his sword in anger, and smashed the yellow-robed youth with a fierce sword. The dark red axe blade, with the momentum of splitting the mountains, came from behind Lin Chen. Sword closed, Lin Chen turned around awe-inspiringly. The ink-colored double-sided axe that suddenly appeared in his hand turned into an afterimage, splitting the river and breaking the river, and slammed into one piece with the dark red axe blade, causing a 100-meter air wave to explode. Lin Chen was unstoppable, and the ink-colored double-sided axe slashed with one pass, pressing and beating the attacking man one after another. The tiger-eyed youth, who was knocked back dozens of steps by Lin Chen, was full of disbelief in his eyes. Lin Chen's pure power was still faintly above him. Cut the soul. Dio exorcism finger. Judgment slaying the king knife. The sky-splashing combat skills bloomed into the space around Lin Chen. He drew his hammer and drew a sword. The rest of Class 66 recovered from the corruption runes, and they all swarmed up to surround Lin Chen. Just using the power of the concurrent combat skills, the entire arena rolled up a huge energy storm. Half an hour later, the storm passed. There are only a handful of people still standing on the stage. The old students in the inner courtyard, who witnessed the results suddenly felt their scalps go numb. What a joke! An old student from the inner courtyard looked shocking. So far, Lin Chen has used all kinds of combat skills, including swordsmanship, shooting, and axe skills, each of which has directly defeated every student present in Class 66. In other words, Lin Chen completely defeated everyone in the field they were familiar with. No suspense. Even though Class 66 is not the strongest class, they definitely have the highest potential and the strongest talent in their respective fields. Lin Chen brought them all down with one person. What is this concept? Above the ring, there were 2 figures standing. One is Lin Chen, and the other is Qin Xiaofeng, a well-known coward in Class 66 who has never dared to take action so far. A stream of bubble-like soft water-type war energy surged through Lin Chen's body, helping him recover from his injury. He walked slowly to Qin Xiaofeng, whose knees were weak, his teeth were chattering, and he said with difficulty, "Brother, before I admit defeat, can I ask you a question?" Seeing him so timid, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Just ask. In this world, what else can you not know? Qin Xiaofeng's question made Lin Chen's mouth draw a very coquettish smile. As long as it can be forced, there shouldn't be anything I can't do. Yu Lin, who did not participate in the battle outside the arena, lightly covered her red lips, and her eyes trembled slightly. Even the well-informed she is the first time. Lin Chen defeated 15 students in class 66 in the fields that they were good at. With one person. Does this mean that he has the talent to gather all the fields of the ghost class? This is too scary. This is not a talent at all. How old is he? Yu Lin's shock also represented the thoughts of other old students. They truly saw that an unprecedented Tianjiao was on the rise. On the ring. I surrender. Qin Xiaofeng surrendered without fighting. If someone in the class hadn't forced him to come, he wouldn't have participated in this kind of battle. Qin Xiaofeng's figure trembled and disappeared in a flash. With such a strange movement, even Lin Chen was surprised, and looked a little sideways. This person's movement might have to use the true flame purple Phoenix wings to surpass him. In terms of combat skills reserves, Lin Chen is not worried at all. The combat skills dropped by the many candidates he defeated in the admission assessment are all excellent choices. Now for Lin Chen, apart from the Qing-level combat skills, there are no other combat skills that can attract him. The host gets 30,054 points of fighting spirit essence, 41,000 points of qi and blood energy, 12,041 points of ignition energy, 15,412 points of martial art essence, and 2 bronze treasure chests. Lin Chen picked up the attribute light balls that fell on the ring, and the attribute values of each light ball were unprecedentedly high. The host opens 2 bronze-colored treasure chests and obtains, respectively, 6,000 rune energy and 8,000 spiritual energy. The host has obtained a total of 440,000 points of battle qi essence, 558,000 points of qi and blood energy, 281,000 points of kung fu essence, 11,000 points of spiritual power, 76,000 points of gold energy, and wood energy, 69,000 points, 70,000 points of water-type energy, 71,000 points of fire-type energy, and 59,000 points of earth-type energy. The host enters the 8th level of the psychic realm. The harvest this time was beyond Lin Chen's imagination. In particular, getting a lot of energy points of the 5 elements attribute has improved his Chaos 5 spirit art by 1 or 2 grades, and the strength of the battle gas has skyrocketed. The true water returning Yuan Ju stopped working, and Lin Chen's injury recovered as before. When one person singled out class 66, Lin Chen didn't have any injuries at all. On the contrary, he felt that everyone in class 66 was very strong. But the fatal flaw is also very obvious. The seemingly violent melee just now is actually the fact that everyone in class 66 is fighting alone. Not to mention cooperation, sometimes even drag each other down. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, he was thinking in his heart. If the 15 people just now can be unified into a team, the difficulty factor of the battle will increase by more than 10 times. These young talents are really scary. Wonderful, wonderful. It's really wonderful. One person singled out 15 people from class 66. This year's freshmen are really bad. At this moment, a burst of applause spread from outside the venue. 7 students dressed in luxurious robes stood at a high place overlooking Lin Chen. The one headed by him had 3 lines of purple and gold engraved on his chest, which was noble and luxurious. It's actually Song Qingheng. What a powerful mental oppression. I'm afraid. His mental power has entered the spiritual realm, right? Spiritual realm? Wouldn't it be possible to represent the college too? Participate in the medicine refining competition in the wilderness. The surrounding inner courtyard students looked at a handsome young man headed by the seven in amazement and were amazed. Although Lin Chen had never seen the clothes of these seven people, it was not ignorant that they were all students of the alchemy department. Lin Chen, right, don't be self-righteous if you have a little talent, dare to offend your tutor, let you know today, this is Tianga Academy, there are many people who are stronger than you, it's a tiger, you have to lie down, it's a dragon, you gotta get it too. A handsome young man headed by condescendingly despised Lin Chen, flicked his nails, and said calmly. He has a middle-parted bangs, a fair face, and a feminine temperament. When Lin Chen saw his first glance, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This hairstyle, this temperament, and a talent who can sing, dance, and play basketball. Who can go up and knock this bullshit freshman to the ground and let him crawl out of the arena? I, Song Qingheng, can refine 10 top-level third-order medicinal pills or 2 low-grade 4th-grade medicinal pills for him, and I will produce the medicinal materials by myself. As soon as Song Qingheng opened his mouth, the students in the inner courtyard suddenly burst into an uproar. 10 third-order top-level medicine pills or 2 fourth-order low-level medicine pills. Moreover, the alchemist produced the medicinal materials by himself, and it is no exaggeration to call this a rich and enemy country. Looking for a pharmacist to refine the designated medicine pill itself will cost a lot of money, and it is also necessary to prepare enough medicinal materials for the pharmacist. Song Qingheng's condition, no one at the scene is not moved. He dared to speak the 4th-order medicinal pill, that is to say, Song Qingheng has entered the spiritual power of the spiritual realm. A hint of surprise appeared in Yu Linlin's eyes. Seeing Yu Linlin's view, Song Qingheng immediately showed an adoring and confident smile. The latter pouted red lips and turned his head away. 15 injured students from class 66 were sitting on the break, looking at Lin Chen and the students from the medicine department in amazement. How could this guy get into trouble with the medicine department? This is the most troublesome force in the inner courtyard. Oh? Those old guys from the refining department sent their minions to mess with me so soon, no matter what, since they want to make trouble, they will make a mess. Brother Chen, I can't ask for it. Lin Chen's mouth drew a wicked smile, facing the students in the inner courtyard who were eager to move, he stepped out and announced. Looking down on life and death is my attitude towards life. Do it if you don't agree. It's my performance art. Since the seniors in the pharmacy department want to play, then today I, Lin Chen, will accompany me to the end. If there is any senior or senior sister who refuses to accept it today, I'll fight until you're finished. Lin Chen crossed his chest with his arms, and his aggressive speech, with a provocative tone, caused a huge wave from the scene. A life and death attitude towards life, a performance art that does nothing if you refuse to accept it. Interesting. New Lin Chen, I will meet you. Interesting, the freshman Lin Chen is much more mad than when I was admitted to the hospital. Hee, since everyone has spoken, let's go to the class together, and use the will battle to kill him. How can there be less of our 47th class for things like will wars? Bang bang bang. The momentum was menacing, and after images swept down from the auditorium, if you counted them carefully, there were more than 100 people There are more than 100 students in the inner courtyard, and there are many geniuses in the peak of the battle spirit realm and the earth evil realm. If a team is formed, it is enough to sweep the second-rate forces in any wasteland. Ha ha ha. Freshman Lin Chen, 80% of our class is here. If we fight with each other, we can consume you to death. I hope you won't be a tortoise. Several inner courtyard students couldn't help but raised their heads and laughed wildly, but Lin Chen sighed and shook his head. No, I am a more fair person. Everyone was stunned. This kid was more mad than anyone just now. Why is he suddenly shouting fair now? Oh, cowardly? What do you want to be fair? Song Qingheng sneered sarcastically, and shouted at Lin Chen across the air. The wheel battle is too troublesome. For the convenience of all of us, let's go together with the whole class. All the inner courtyard students who stood up were instantly dumbfounded. The whole class goes together? Is this so serious? Song Qingheng's smile gradually solidified and became cloudy and uncertain. Many people thought they heard it wrong. They are not a mess of Class 66. Under the premise that dozens of people join forces and swarm up, even the most powerful students in the inner courtyard are completely unknown to them. I see that you are not only crazy, but also lose your mind. Damn. What kind of stinky fish and shrimp are you, kid, dare to single out our class? Junior's mouth is quite crazy. I hope you can be crazy later. The old students jumped up, and more than 40 people jumped onto the ring in an instant. Lin Chen was startled, then shook his head. How come there are only more than 40 people? You are from 2 classes? Then 2 classes will come together. The discussions in the entire arena instantly quieted down, and everyone stared at Lin Chen on the ring in disbelief. Singled out 2 inner courtyard classes? This is so crazy. The students in the inner courtyard are geniuses among geniuses, and there are more than 100 people in the 2 classes at the scene. To single out all of them at the same time with one's own strength, looking at the entire inner courtyard, it is impossible for anyone to do this. The 15 students in Class 66, proud as a ghost, couldn't help but change their expressions. This is no longer a question of madness, it's just a dream. Interesting, I want to see how you singled out students from 2 classes in the inner courtyard. Song Qingheng laughed in anger and waved his hand decisively. If you get him, I will double the reward just now. Song Qingheng is rich and powerful, and a wave of hands makes all the students excited. 2 figures hidden in the dark of the arena quietly emerged, monitoring the audience. Will the old guys from the refining department make too much trouble, and that Lin Chen, who wants to single out 2 classes by himself, is this a lunatic? Forget it, let's be ready to take action at any time. The old man ordered him to take special care of this kid. The 2 whispered, and then disappeared into the dark. Brush, brush. Everyone jumped onto the ring, 2 classes, and more than a dozen old students from other classes jumped to the ring. Since you are courting death today, then no wonder the seniors are ruthless. More than a dozen old students took the lead, for fear that others would take the credit. They surrounded Lin Chen in one breath, and the distance between the 2 sides was only within a kilometer. Those old students who didn't have time to come to power are regretful. More than 100 old students are facing a new student. Isn't this a matter of hand? As long as you take the stage, you will be able to share a 3rd order medicinal pill for the last time. Seniors, are you ready? If you are not ready, prepare again. Don't say that I attacked and bullied you later. Lin Chen's relaxed and freehand laughter made everyone laugh and laugh. So who bullied whom? It's over. It's hard for me to find a young man who can play with me, is it? Going to be planted here? Lin covered her eyes directly, as if she didn't want to see the scene where Lin Chen was beaten violently. While everyone was looking forward to it, 15 people from class 66 were the first to show their shocking expressions. Blue Dragon Bloodline, 10% Strength, Liberation. Lin Chen suddenly shouted angrily, and between the blue light, a blue dragon arm was born. Boom! A violent dragon breath resurges like a giant dragon, reigning over the world. Slow rune corruption rune. 1 green, 1 white. 2 talismans that stunned the ages appeared out of the sky. The waves emitted shrouded the entire arena. The actions of more than 120 old students suddenly stagnated. At the same time as the 2 talismans flashed into the void, there was a roar of the phoenix that roared for 9 days. The fiery wave swept through the arena like a typhoon in an instant. Everyone could only see a wave of purple light and fire smashing through the air, followed by the sound of air explosions that pierced all directions one after another. Bang bang bang. The ferocious and huge Qinglong arm danced and smashed, and the entire arena was instantly shattered. Lin Chen, alone, rushed into the inner courtyard student group and swept thousands of troops. When everyone reacted, dozens of old students were beaten all over the sky like a meteor falling, and they were beaten to the audience. Lin Chen's rune of sluggishness only took 1/5 of a breath, and all the old students broke free from the shackles of the characteristic rune. But by this time it's too late. Lin Chen has reached the center of all the old students, and all of them are within the attack range of Qinglong arm. With a roll of Qinglong's arms, anger pierced through mountains and rivers, cut off rivers, and with just one wave, beat more than a dozen veterans out of the ring. 10% of the bloodline strength. At this moment, Lin Chen's left arm strength has reached 520,000 tiger strength. This pure power, if you are fighting in close quarters, even the 9th layer of the Earth Fiend realm will not dare to take it lightly. Not to mention these old students who only stay in the early stage of the Earth Fiend realm and the 9th level of the Battle Soul realm. Such a powerful pure power is matched with the speed of the true flame purple Phoenix Wing. It is easy for Lin Chen to close the battle. Grass. This kid is a devil. Rewind. Seeing Lin Chen's majestic and ferocious Qinglong arm, some old students were panicked, and they urged them to move forward, and they hated their parents for not having 2 legs. Qinglong's claw fell into the ring, and Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. The power in Qinglong's arm tumbling, like a galloping horse, overturned half of the large arena directly. Lin Chen shoved horizontally, like the hand of a devil, and slammed the raised ring floor into those old students who were trying to escape. Boom! Boom! The floor of the arena pushed a dozen old students horizontally, crushing them on the auditorium and blasting the rubble in the sky. Playing as a pig and eating a tiger. This kid hides so deeply, we are all counted by him. Lin Chen's backhand grabbed it with another palm, and the old students' defenses were as fragile as tofu, and they disintegrated instantly. The airflow collapsed, blasting air waves to form mushroom clouds. 520,000 tigers were used to destroy the rotten tree, and the last 40 people were beaten all over the sky. Their battle gas attack bombarded Lin Chen's blue dragon arm, and the indestructible defense of the dragon scales made them feel hopeless. The rest of them joined forces, and they couldn't even break the defense of the dragon scale. Roll. Cut off the galaxy with one palm, and beat more than 40 people into the sky. With 3 or 4 blows, there is no resistance or backhand strength. The sky seemed to have a colorful meteor shower. Only Lin Chen could see this heavy rain, because all the bright rays of light that fell to the ground were all attribute light balls. The battle started in less than 10 breaths, and the entire arena was full of wailing and blood. Unlike the battle in Class 66, Lin Chen was merciful to the people in the same class, and only repelled them. But for these guys, Lin Chen should beat the crippled and the wounded. There are no taboos. Some even had to lie in bed for a few months to recover from serious injuries that endangered their lives. Therefore, the attribute light balls they dropped were even higher than those dropped by Class 66 before. Second, instant kill? One freshman heads up 2 classes, 128 old students. It turned out to be a spike for freshmen. It's terrifying. In the inner courtyard, I've never seen such a ferocious and terrifying guy. Numerous old students were drooling wildly, their teeth chattering with fright, and they gasped for air. The 16 people in Class 66 who are arrogant are also convinced at this time. Lin Chen convinced them with absolute strength. This guy is really this year's freshman? He even hid so much strength in the fight with us just now. For the first time, Gu Qinfeng, who has always been lawless, showed a look of fear. If Lin Chen used the Azure Dragon arm just now, there is no doubt that the 15 people in their Class 66 class today would have to be carried away from the arena. Facing the remaining 700 or so old students, Lin Chen stepped out and shouted, "Anyone who doesn't agree, come up." In just one sentence, among the top genius academies in this wilderness, no one dares to challenge Lin Chen. Even the 2 elders who were hiding in the dark were stunned. It's no wonder that this kid can even disturb the bald old man. The old man specially ordered him to take care of this student. With this kind of aptitude, he might be able to open up a world for them in the future. There is no doubt. Even if this little brother Lin Chen is placed in the Lingzhou General College in the 24 regions, he can still have a place. Staring at Lin Chen's back, Yu Linlin's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. The strength of this wild boy is so strong? Song Qingheng was uncertain, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. And you, accept it or not? Lin Chen raised his brows. Song Qingheng took a few steps back, and sneered sternly. I'm an honorable alchemist, and I'm not on the same level as a mortal like you. Fighting and killing is not my domain. Song Qingheng raised his chest with a sense of superiority. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Since you think you are very honorable, then we will use the method of refining pharmacists to shut you up and the old people behind you. How about that? Lin Chen smiled coldly. Song Qingheng was startled. Not only Song Qingheng was stunned, even Class 66 and most of the old students were stunned in place. Is it also? Yu Linlin covered her red lips inconceivably, and her eyes became particularly eager and expectant. You and I will face off with alchemy skills. The loser will obey the winner's request, and pay the opponent 50,000 credits. How about it? Dare to accept it? Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he pressed all the 50,000 credits of his net worth. You are also a pharmacist? Interesting. Ha ha ha. I learned the handprint of alchemy at the age of 8. I became a formal alchemist at the age of 14, and I was a second-order alchemist at the age of 17. When I entered the Tianga Academy at the age of 20, it was already a third-order alchemist. Pharmacist. Boy, what qualifications do you use to compare with me? Since you want to send me credits, I'm welcome. Song Qingheng laughed wildly in the sky. Refining medicine? In the entire Tianga Academy, apart from some senior elders among the students, no one can match him. Since you are so confident, you will be in this arena at noon the next day. Prepare your own credits, and you and I will have a showdown. Okay. I will teach you personally on behalf of the master, let you see. Clearly, in the academy, who is the king? Who is the person who controls the lifeblood of the entire academy? No one who dares to offend the alchemy department will be able to go up. Climb. The bet between the two hit it off, and the old students gasped fiercely. In Tianga Academy, credit resources are particularly precious, and the price of a top green level top combat skill is only between 4,000 and 7,000 credits. The two of them got 50,000 credits in one shot. This is a huge gamble. While he is proficient in all kinds of combat skills, he can also refine medicine? Is he still a human being? Fake? Everyone in class 66 looked at each other, showing the horror of seeing the monster. There will be a good show tomorrow. Song Qingheng will fight against the freshman Lin Chen, and it's still a competition of refining medicine. Hey, Song Qingheng made trouble for Lin Chen, probably because he ate the dragon tendon grass during the entrance examination. What? Eating dragon tendon grass? This thing is worth more than 100 credits. Who would eat it directly? You don't know, this kid eats dragon tendon grass. I heard that he roasted more than 1,000 dragon tendon grass. Crazy. More than 1,000 plants? The old students talked about it with relish. Some people have left the arena, waiting for tomorrow's good show. Those old students who were beaten to death by Lin Chen could only leave under the support and arrangement of the elders who managed the arena. And Song Qingheng sneered, and walked away with the old man of the refining department beside him. However, what happened next left everyone scratching their heads. Lin Chen began to stoop to pick up on the competitive arena, a large number of attribute light balls and even several treasure chests suspended in the void were picked up by him. The host obtains 15,000 points of battle chi essence, 11,000 points of martial arts essence, 39,000 points of chi and blood energy, 947 points of spiritual power and fire energy. The host obtains a bronze treasure chest, and opens the chest to obtain 7,500 rune energy. The host opens the crystal treasure chest and obtains 150,000 points of water energy. The host opens the fine silver treasure chest and obtains the fourth order pill recipe Heavenly Soul Purple Green Pill. The host has obtained a total of 900,000 points of battle chi essence, 771,000 points of chi and blood energy, 387,000 points of kung fu essence, 16,000 points of spiritual power, 98,000 points of gold energy, and wood energy, 99,000 points, 80,000 points of water type energy, 81,000 points of fire type energy, and 91,000 points of earth type energy. The host has entered the 9th level of the psychic realm and is absorbing a large amount of fighting spirit essence. Boom! Lin Chen's whole body of battle aura was like a flower, blooming all around him, forming 5 battle aura lotus flowers with corresponding attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 kinds of energy. The entire arena was surging in an instant, and the wind was blowing. The spirit of war, transforming into a soul. He is a sign of breaking through. The realm of war. Lin exclaimed and looked at the 5 battle aura lotus flowers circling around Lin Chen in disbelief. The 5 battle chi lotuses burst out with abyss-like suction, absorbing the spiritual chi of the arena, forming a huge funnel. His fighting spirit can have 5 attributes at the same time, such a majestic fighting spirit. What level is this Lin Chen's spiritual practice? A flash of shock crossed Gu Chenfeng's eyes. His momentum to break through the battle soul realm was extremely strong, but compared to Lin Chen, it was nothing but nothing. That's not right. When he was fighting with us, he was only at the 8th level of the spirit realm. It's only been so long, and they all started to enter the battle spirit realm. Before a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen's 5 lotus flowers spun lifelikely in the air, turning into reality, brilliant and prosperous. Included in Lin Chen's dantian. At this time, the sea of air suspended in Lin Chen's dantian had all condensed into a refracting crystal, similar to a crystal. Is this the realm of fighting spirit? The fighting spirit becomes real, and it can be transformed into real objects to fight. Lin Chen felt his fighting spirit cultivation level. He found that it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The same combat skills, the current Lin Chen released again, may be nearly 100 times stronger than himself in the psychic realm. All of this is due to the breakthrough of the breakthrough realm and mental method, and now Lin Chen's 5 spirits of chaos has truly entered the realm of great achievement. The host has entered the realm of the soul of war. At this time, the light screen of the system popped up. Lin Chen's information was listed. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Battle Soul Realm, First Layer. Ultimate Strength, 68,500 Tiger Forces. Chi and Blood Energy, 3.592 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 1.894 million points. Mental Strength, 67,200 points. The Essence of the Exercises, 752,000 points. Mind Magic, Chaos 5 Spirit Art, 55%. Practice Exercises, Tianling Huadanju, 8 Desolate Mysterious Fire, True. Water Returning Yuanju, 37%, for King Seal of Fighting Demons, Taisher. Bible, 5%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 8%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Blood, 761 points, Zijintong Blood, 10,000 points. Characteristic Rune, Slow Rune Level 1, Corruption Rune Level 1, Charge Rune Level 1, Rune Power 15,000. The energy of each element, 331,000 points of fire, 288,000 points of earth, 290,000 points of wood, 280,000 points of gold, and 454,000 points of water. System, I'm going to use 2/3 of the power to cultivate the Taisher. Bible. Consumes 500,000 points of cultivation technique essence, and is integrating the Taisher Bible. A large amount of spiritual memories poured into Lin Chen's mind, and his control of spiritual power and cultivation methods have reached a higher level. At the same time, he discovered that the Taisher Bible is not simply a training guide for spiritual power, but also includes defense methods and attacking secrets related to spiritual power. Lin Chen, who was merging the Taisher Bible, was sitting cross-legged on the ring, and everyone was at a loss. This boy was very energetic for a while, and then he was silent again. Acting completely unpredictable. Several hours have passed, and it is equivalent to a night in the outside world, but in Tianga Academy, there is no distinction between day and night. And it is in a state of extreme day. Lin Chen's practice proficiency soared again, and this time his proficiency in the Taisher Bible reached 20%. Motivating his mental power, Lin Chen read the formula, and a snow-white flying sword was suspended in front of him. The spiritual flying sword formed by the condensed spiritual power can be used as one of my attack methods. Lin Chen is very satisfied with this harvest, and his overall strength has risen several times. After Lin Chen put away the spirit flying sword, he consumed another 80,000 points of martial arts and soul fusion with the newly obtained fourth order pill recipe Tian Soul Ziqing pill. Lin Chen stayed in the ring like this until the time agreed with Song Qingheng. The whole arena gathered more and more people, and there were more than 3,000 old students alone. This kind of top-level alchemy test is hard to come by, and you may not be able to see it once in the inner courtyard for 2 or 3 years. 90% of the instructors and elders of the medicine refining department were present. Old man Qing, it's rare, even you are here. A kind-hearted old man is sitting in the auditorium of the arena with crutches. This is a competition held by my direct disciple, why don't I come? The old man in green shirt next to him stroked his beard and smiled. When he looked at Lin Chen, there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. I heard that this Lin Chen has done some big things in the assessment to provoke an old guy like you? Another gray-shirted old man spoke up, and the old man sitting in front of them didn't dare to breathe. Leng Yanting, Qinghuan, Tian Xian. The 3 supreme elders in charge of the medicine refining department were shocked by the medicine refining competition. Of the 2 students, Lin Chen opened his eyes, stood up and looked around. It's all here. Seeing several elders and tutors from the alchemy department who appeared in the assessment a few days ago, Lin Chen's mouth showed an expected smile. By the way, how many trump cards does this kid hide? He knows treasures, counts masters, and refines medicine? The vice president, who was entrenched in the sky above the arena, held the investigation materials about Lin Chen in his hand, and was amazed. This son's spiritual power is deep and introverted, and it seems to be more inscrutable than Song Qingheng. Ha ha ha, now those old guys are on the iron plate. The old man sipped a sip of fine wine by the side, sat on the cloud, and looked at the bottom of the arena playfully. Today Song Qingheng, dressed in a white robe, with bright eyebrows and a graceful appearance, attracted the eyes of many young students. Seemingly feeling his admiration from the sidelines, Song Qingheng confidently patted a red-clothed girl in the auditorium on the chest and smiled determinedly. Lin, I will show you this time. I, Song Qingheng, are the man worthy of you. Lin, who was outside the field, rolled his eyes immediately, then waved his little pink fist strangely, and shouted with a smile, Brother Lin Chen. Come on. Kill that narcissist. Seeing that the woman he admired actually cheered Lin Chen up, Song Qingheng gritted his teeth. He sneered, and with a wave of his palm, there was a huge purple light pill furnace. Even Elder Qingxiao's Xiang pill furnace has been taken out. It seems that Song Qingheng is planning to do his best this time. By the way, does that freshman know how to make alchemy? As soon as the purple light pill stove came out, the eyes of some old students were solemn, while the students of the alchemy department looked envious. Lin Chen randomly took out an ordinary second-order alchemy furnace from the nailing ring, which almost made everyone in class 66 laugh out loud. Is this kid playing with us? Ghost knows, there is an elder witness today. If he loses, he has to hand over 50,000 credits obediently. This rare gathering of the entire class of class 66, those who did not Participate in the battle with Lin Chen last time are also curious, is this new student really as terrible as the legend? Above the arena, there are instructors from the alchemy department present. In this medicine refining test, you will prepare your own pill recipe. Materials. Refining time, 5 days. Based on the efficacy of the pills. Refined by both parties, the one with the higher grade or quality will win. The loser will meet one of the other's requirements. And pay 50,000 credits. The gray-shirt instructor standing in the middle of the ring glanced at the two of them, both sides nodded, and the instructor immediately announced, if there is no problem between the two sides, then start immediately. Boom. The moment he shouted, a hurricane of spirit erupted throughout the ring, and it was clearly audible in the arena. Song Qingheng's eyes and hands were quick, and he called out more than 40 third-order medicinal materials and 3 fourth-order heaven and earth treasures from the nailing ring. Heaven and earth Xianhuang, Qianku and Do Ling. The 10 fingers change rapidly, and the spiritual power is transformed into countless spiritual finds, which are shrouded in many heaven and earth treasures. Clang. Song Qingheng patted the top of the alchemy furnace with both hands. The spiritual power condensed by the alchemy fingerprints pushed into the alchemy furnace, and the medicinal materials began to fly into the alchemy furnace one by one. With the catalysis of mental power, one after another battle Qi Dan Yin, just right to tear the root bark of Qing Ling Qimen and Shui Ling Hua, and then remove the energy of the colorful impurities, all in one go. In the alchemy furnace, the most essential parts of the medicinal materials are preserved, and no energy is wasted or spilled. Sure enough, it is old man Qing's Do Ling Qing soul seal. This skillful technique already has the taste of a master alchemist. Elder Shan Tian, one of the 3 elders sitting in the back row, gave a rare approval. Many alchemy instructors felt ashamed, marveled, and even applauded. Elder Qinghuan nodded with great satisfaction. This is something that his own disciple gave him a face. Song Qingheng's alchemy skills are already very close to the level of some real 4th-order alchemy masters. I don't know what kind of alchemy fingerprints that kid will make, old man. Qing's Do Ling Qing soul seal is at the top of the green rank, and the Xiang pill stove also has a lot of bonuses for alchemy. Not to mention the students, even the instructors of the academy can outperform Qingheng's alchemists. The Supreme Elder Tian Xian and Ling Yanting felt that Lin Chen had to overcome Song Qingheng's difficulties this time. Whether it is experience, spiritual realm, alchemy fingerprints, and alchemy furnace, Song Qingheng wins. The 4 corners of the 10 fingers are folded in half, and the hands form a seal. The blue light and battle Qi Dan seal penetrates into the 4th order medicinal materials in the alchemy furnace, the inside of the Tiangu blood pair. On the premise of not destroying a trace of energy, Song Qingheng shouted loudly, and the fingerprints suddenly accelerated. 3 layers of Qingguang pill seals surround the Tiangu blood pair, and start to fuse it with 10 kinds of ready-made medicinal materials. Condensing spirit into liquid. Come out. The handprints changed again. Song Qingheng instantly formed more than a dozen handprints, and the essence energy in the medicinal materials began to blend together, turning into a fist-sized energy essence. Song Qingheng's alchemy handprints are flowing and flowing, making people unable to take their eyes off. On the other side, the people in class 66 and a few old students were staring at Lin Chen. He has already lost a beat in the alchemy furnace, the realm of spiritual power has not been known, and the most important alchemy fingerprints have not been revealed. Everyone wanted to see what cards Lin Chen had against Song Qingheng when he walked to Song Qingheng's side, showing a bright smile, very coquettish. Seeing Lin Chen's bright smile, the hearts of all the tutors and elders who participated in the examination and invigilation suddenly tightened. Oh shit! This kid is going to do it again. When the gluten was roasted in the crater and the results of the examination were accepted that day, this kid smiled as coquettishly as now. I saw, Lin Chen set up the grill and mobilized more than 100 dragon tendon plants from the system, placed it not far from Song Qingheng, and began to make a fire and cut out the ingredients. Dragon tendon grass? Sure enough, this kid still has it, damn it. Your kid was really dishonest in the assessment, dared to play the old man. Qinghuan's anger didn't come out, and he stood up from the audience angrily, shouting at Lin Chen. Elder, how can you talk like that? It's been a few days since the assessment. Maybe I bought these dragon tendons, or maybe I collected them myself. Lin Chen smiled cheaply, and even put a bunch of roasted gluten in front of his nose, took a sip, tsk, and exclaimed, fragrant, really? Fragrant? Damn, you dare to provoke this old man. Qinghuan glared angrily, his blue veins exposed. The elders who checked the results of Lin Chen's assessment with Elder Qinghuan that day were also full of fighting spirit, and their anger might erupt at any time. Lin Chen seemed to be doing it on purpose, and tasted the baked gluten in front of their faces, and saw some old students have numb scalps. Old man Qing, it's possible that you want to ruin your disciples' alchemy test. It's not time for the assessment, and you didn't catch his evidence on the spot. Everything is in vain, and now it's up to you. The trouble is yourself. Leng Yanting said lightly, and with a pull on Qinghuan's old face, he sat back under his anger. Many old students have read the mystery. What is this operation? Roasted dragon tendon grass in Song Qingheng's alchemy competition? Looks like it's true that little brother Lin Chen ate more than 1,000 roasted dragon tendons when he was admitted to the hospital, according to the rumors. How did he take so many dragon tendons away under the elder's review? Yu Linlin's curiosity about Lin Chen has skyrocketed. Song Qingheng was so excited by the smell of roasted dragon tendon grass that he almost lost his mind and fell short. Do you want to use the roasted dragon tendon grass to distract me? You are really a savage. Let me take the place of the master and teach you a waste. Song Qingheng kept his mind and continued to concoct alchemy. He can calm down, but some old students can't calm down. Lin Chen. Do you know the etiquette? You dare to speak madly like this and be disrespectful to Elder Qinghuan. Senior Qingheng, come on. Abolish this guy with bad morals. Yes, Senior Song. Come on, get his 50,000 credits and show him some color. Some old students shouted excitedly in the audience. Among them, there are many old students who want to curry favor with Elder Qinghuan and others. The Supreme Elder of the Alchemy Department controls the lifeline resources of the Academy, and can gain their appreciation and goodwill, and in the future, they can also gain many benefits in terms of medicinal pill resources. For a time, the entire audience set off a round of momentum and waves of condemning Lin Chen. With the cheers of everyone, Song Qingheng sneered arrogantly as if he was honored. Lin Chen, do you see it? This is the background of my alchemy department. Maybe you are a pharmacist, but you are definitely not my opponent. You surrender now, give your 50,000 credits to me. The master kneels down and admits his mistake. Maybe my master is magnanimous and can let go of the past. If not, you are courting death yourself. Song Qingheng warned Lin Chen in an almost alms-giving tone, and everyone in Class 66 saw it. They were all curious. With Lin Chen's attitude and behavior, he would never let others humiliate him like this. How would he refute this situation? Under everyone's attention, Lin Chen slowly ate the roasted gluten, and then, Senior Song Qingheng, you are about to gather together, come on. Come on. Come on. What surprised everyone was that Lin Chen cheered Song Qingheng while waving his gluten? What is this operation? There are still people cheering for their opponents? Big brother. Uncle. Find out the situation. This is you trying to compete with others. Are you cheering for others? So is it that you, Lin Chen Piao, are you, or is it that your 50,000 credits are rotten? The next scene made everyone stunned, and no one understood it. That's right, it's starting to gather spirits. First, pull out the essence of Tying Guksueli, and then shrink the other herbs together. Successful gathering of spirits. Quickly remove the final form of the medicinal materials. Use the third-order fierce beast core to drive the energy of all the third-order medicinal materials to condense pills, and finally, integrate the essence of the fourth-order medicinal materials. This Lin Chen even gave Song Qingheng on-site guidance. And he shouted so hard that his neck was red, and he looked so hard. If it weren't for him standing on the stage, who would have thought that he was Song Qingheng's opponent in the alchemy competition? The most tingling thing is that the tutors and elders of the alchemy department, and even Song Qingheng can see that some of Lin Chen's instructions on alchemy are still correct. All the students in Class 66 couldn't turn their heads. They are called the class of ghosts, and they have never done anything bizarre. Or bizarre. But compared with someone from Talon today, that's a fart. What's the matter? I'm a goddamn eye-opener today. This is not only a strange flower, this is simply a famous flower in the strange flower world. I take it. I really take it. Cow. Ha ha ha. Even if this Lin Chen loses the game today, I will call him Big Brother. All the geniuses in Class 66 gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. On the other hand, Lin Chen, he didn't have nothing to do to guide Song Qingheng in refining medicine. The higher Song Qingheng's speed and efficiency in refining medicine, the more spiritual attribute light balls he drops. So far, he has dropped 9 psychic attribute light balls. Lin Chen took all the orders, and his spiritual attributes soared by 9,000 points. This speed is hundreds of times faster than cultivating the Taisher Bible. With this income and the speed at which this attribute improves, how could he not work hard? Lin Chen even wanted to dance a cheerleading dance for Song Qingheng on the spot. The guidance he gave me turned out to be correct? Song Qingheng himself was even more dumbfounded. What was going on? Do your opponents guide you? Cheer yourself up? Does this imply that his level of alchemy is higher than his own? The old students have not been relieved by Lin Chen's series of actions. He took out another violin. At this moment, someone Lin laughed. He has such a coquettish smile. Saw with waves. At this moment, the old students were shocked. Grass. What does he want to do? Friends who haven't sent flowers before, please send a wave of flowers to Senior Song Qingheng. For those who haven't applauded, please give Senior Song a warm applause. In order to celebrate Senior Song Qingheng's success in refining the fourth-order medicinal pill, I, Lin, ask for it. Dedicate a song to the seniors. To express my admiration for the seniors like a surging river. A crazy thought flashed across everyone's mind. Neuropathy. How invincible, how lonely, how invincible, how empty. The violin was pulled, the high-pitched and loud voice resounded throughout the arena, and the corners of everyone's mouth twitched fiercely. Alone in the peak, the cold wind blows constantly. My loneliness, who can understand me? Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy must be crazy. Many old students are dumbfounded. How can there be such a person in this world? It's okay to cheer for your opponent. Why don't you even play a song for him? It seems that the old bald and the others have misunderstood this time. This Lin Chen, that's all. Elder Ling Yanting in the back row of the stage shook his head and laughed, and was about to get up in disappointment. Hee, things are not that simple. Old Ting, you are also confused. The old man in the gray shirt, Tian Xian's eyes flashed brightly, and he looked at Lin Chen with great interest. Huh? This kid seems not right. Look again, look again. Ling Yanting seemed to notice something and immediately sat back. Maybe he doesn't care about the 50,000 credits at all? After all, this kid can even eat more than 1,000 dragon tendon plants. That's the only way to explain it. Half of the time for alchemy has passed, and he has not used anything except an alchemy furnace. Ha ha ha, I guess he saw how powerful Senior Song Qingheng's alchemy skills are, and he thinks he has no chance of winning. Song Qingheng himself was dumbfounded. He thought that Lin Chen wanted to do a mental attack or something, so scared that he was ready to call the elder at any time to prevent Lin Chen from making trouble. But I didn't expect that he really just played a tune in an ordinary way. Invincible is so lonely, it sounds so good. Yu Linlin looked at Lin Chen admiringly, her eyes flashed with unprecedented strong emotion. Maybe it's the girl's intuition, she probably knows what kind of person the boy on stage is. As long as the competition is not over, no one knows what he will do. My loneliness, endless loneliness. At the end of the song, the audience really began to applaud. I don't know whether to applaud for Lin Chen or Song Qingheng. Invincible is so lonely, this song really matches Senior Song Qingheng. Since the senior entered the academy, there is no one who is invincible in alchemy, and he really deserves the word invincible. Hey, Lin Chen, since you have already recognized the gap between yourself and Senior Song Qingheng, you might as well admit defeat. Some old students clamored, even Song Qingheng himself enjoyed it very much, and said comfortably in his heart, well, this kid doesn't look so annoying. This song fits my identity, I like it. Hey, people laugh at me too crazy, I can't see through laughing at others. What a bunch of muggles. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed, seeing that Song Qingheng was still wearing a very useful smirk. Lin Chen jokingly raised his eyebrows and said, You laugh, you are talking about you muggle. What did you say? Song Qingheng returned to his original state in a second, staring at Lin Chen gloomily, and sure enough, he still hates this guy. Just do it to death. Lin Chen picked up the last spiritual attribute light ball dropped by Song Qingheng, absorbed it, and walked to his alchemy furnace. With a single move, dozens of heavenly and earthly treasures appeared. Lin Chen took a photo from the air, and put more than a dozen third-order medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. Putting his hands together, Lin Chen's mental power suddenly exploded. The afterimages continued. Lin Chen's hands quickly formed seals, 4 fingers docked, and hundreds of Dan seals were introduced into the alchemy furnace. The War Chi Pill seal, which spirals around all the medicinal materials, is like a spiritual spring, scouring the many medicinal materials put into the alchemy furnace again and again. At the same time as the handprint was established, Lin Chen swiped his fingertips, and the Zhangqi Danin successfully removed the stem bark. Impurities of some medicinal materials, which was handy and easy to put away. This is? What a skilled technique. How could a young man have such a skill? What is the origin of this little bastard? The three supreme elders of the alchemy department lost their voices at the same time. The instructors of the alchemy department were also dignified and horrified. Until Lin Chen took action, no one thought he could compete with Song Qingheng. Hey, Xiaoying, why are they surprised? Yu Linlin approached a girl from the medicine refining department and asked curiously. Although the girl was afraid of Yu Linlin, she still explained it seriously. It's the familiarity of the alchemy handprint. This new alchemy handprint has reached the level of perfection. It takes at least dozens or hundreds of years to soak in a kind of alchemy handprint to achieve this state. At this time, Lin Chen, the system showed that his mental power attribute had reached 81,200 points. As far as the spiritual realm is concerned, it is already the peak of the mid-stage spiritual realm. Song Qingheng and Lin Chen are not of the same order of magnitude. Lin Chen began to invest in two kinds of fourth-order heaven and earth treasures at the same time, and the handprint changed again, and his spiritual power skyrocketed, which was several grades higher than before. An obscure and esoteric War Qi Dan seal was injected into Lin Chen's second order alchemy furnace with fiery temperature, and the temperature suddenly rose. Along with the temperature, there are also the expressions of three supreme elders. The top green rank? No, far more than that. Is it the green rank? Elder Qinghuan's old face shook violently a few times. Fortunately, when I participated in the assessment, I collected a lot of heaven and earth treasures. Otherwise, I would really be a chef who can't cook without rice. However, this heavenly soul purple green pill-s recipe is just right. Lin Chen secretly rejoiced. He originally planned to have only 1/4 order pill, and its quality might not be as good as Song Qingheng's pill. However, as long as the newly obtained Tian Soul Ziqing pill is successfully refined, it will surely crush the opponent. The abnormality that Lin Chen flashed past in the ring can only be noticed by the few pharmacists on the scene. His alchemy fingerprints are unpredictable, sometimes as fast as lightning, and sometimes switch the attributes of battle energy. Everyone is dazzled. How old is he? How can he have such a high level of proficiency in a kind of alchemy handprint? My blue soul fighting spirit seal has reached the level. It is today after 10 years of silence, and he can actually perform alchemy in the process of handprinting. You can freely switch the refining order of medicinal materials, and can you melt dozens of medicinal materials at the same time? Song Qingheng, who had already started to enter the step of condensing pills, couldn't help shaking his palms, his eyes flickering, and he kept thinking. The gap between alchemy is not so easy to narrow. Even if your alchemy handprints have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, but at most they are not. High-level green rank, plus your alchemy furnace and my Xiang alchemy furnace have heaven and earth treasures. I think how are you going to fight me for this final result? After confirming that Lin Chen's alchemy handprint rank did not exceed his own, Song Qingheng breathed a sigh of relief. But the three supreme elders above the auditorium are different. They are all the top alchemists in the wasteland, and they have faintly touched the threshold of the fifth-order pharmacist. It is impossible for Lin Chen to notice the sudden change of the alchemy handprint. You can't go wrong. The alchemy handprint that this kid just converted in the middle is definitely not the mental coercion that ordinary green-level top-level handprints can release. But it's impossible. A hairy boy who was not even 18 years old, not to mention how he got this alchemy handprint. How could he succeed in cultivating the blue-level handprint so easily? Each alchemy mudra needs to be manipulated with completely different mental power and combat energy. Unless you cultivate both alchemy mudras to the extreme, you will switch between alchemy without authorization, and you will be injured in the light of backlash, and the spirit will be damaged in the worst sexual mental harm. Lin Yanting and Tian Xian glanced at each other, and both saw each other's shock and difficulty in self-confidence. Elder Qinghuan was as gloomy as a pool of stagnant water, and fierce thoughts ran through his heart. Qing-level alchemy handprints, I don't have such a collection in the entire academy. I don't believe that a wild boy can come up with this kind of heritage. Maybe he just used some special secret method to temporarily improve his spiritual power. Front row of the audience. I didn't expect him to actually be able to make alchemy. Perhaps in our class, he is the strongest existence ever. Yu Linlin stared at Lin Chen expectantly, the splendor in her beautiful eyes became stronger and stronger. Time passed. Lin Chen refined the fourth-order medicinal pill with Heavenly Spirit transformation pill, without the slightest difficulty, not even a single mistake. 2/3 of the test time has passed. Lin Chen is entering the step of condensing pills. More and more old students gathered in the arena, starting to reach more than 6,000 people, and most of them came to see the results directly. When entering the step of condensing pills, there is almost a 90% chance that the pills will be successfully refined. At this time, people with discerning eyes can already see it, just from the level of alchemy skills. Lin Chen has already completely defeated Song Qingheng. It is also the refining of fourth-order medicinal herbs. The former uses the green rank top-level alchemy fingerprints and the fourth-order high-quality alchemy furnace, while the latter only uses the green-level intermediate handprints and the second-order alchemy furnace. This gap is already a high judgment. This Lin Chen is a genius. If it weren't for the limited resources, I'm afraid he would have surpassed Song Qingheng. How old is he? Now he is still a freshman. In the future, it will only be a matter of 2 or 3 years for him to surpass Song Qingheng. Well, this kid is not bad. Even if he loses the test, I plan to accept him as a disciple. Many instructors of the alchemy department were very optimistic about Lin Chen. When the arena was 100 feet high in the sky condensed into a small piece of Dansha cloud. A strong fragrance of elixir lingered in the arena. Song Qingheng slapped the elixir stove, and an elixir shone with light blue brilliance soared into the sky. This is the Dan Yun when the fourth-order medicinal pill was born. The students of the alchemy department stared at the Dan Yun above Song Qingheng's head with enthusiasm and admiration. This is the ultimate goal of their hard work when they enter the pharmacy department of the academy. Ha ha ha. My Yunqing Wind Spirit Pill has been successfully refined, and its rank is low level of the 4th rank. It can greatly improve the martial arts of the wind attribute warriors, and there is a certain chance to help the wind attribute warriors from the battle. The 9th level of the soul realm has broken through to the realm of the earth. Song Qingheng held high his Yunling Fengxing Dan. The wind was blowing, the Dan cloud was shrouded. At this moment, he seemed to be the protagonist of the audience. When the old students and mentors heard the effect of Yunling Fengxing pill, they were both amazed, and many fanatical eyes were cast over it. It can help wind-type warriors to improve their cultivation, and also has the effect of breaking through the bottleneck of the earthly evil realm. Even if everyone is a genius among geniuses, it is not easy to break through the bottleneck between the battle soul realm and the earth fiend realm. How? Many talented warriors have spent their entire lives, but they are just an earth fiend realm warrior. Therefore, this medicinal pill is sold in the damn pavilion of the academy, and the low price will not be lower than 30,000 credits at least. Elder Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. A gratified smile appeared on the old face. Fortunately, this kid didn't lose the old man's face. Senior Qingheng is invincible. Senior Qingheng is the strongest. The students of the alchemy department were scrambling to be the first to shout with a blushing aura. Lin Chen, see if you don't see it, how can you make a Yunling Fengxing pill that surpasses me with your broken alchemy furnace? Quickly kneel down and apologize to the master. Song Qingheng smiled arrogantly and domineeringly. He didn't know that Lin Chen's sentence was like a thunderbolt. Noisy. Shut your dog's mouth, do you really think you are invincible? Lin Chen's words shocked him instantly. He slowly got up, stood in front of the pill furnace, his hands changed, forming the last pill refining fingerprint. 8 wilderness profound fire, 4-layer fire quenching. Boom. On Lin Chen's second-order alchemy furnace, 4 layers of orange-red marks suddenly appeared. Each red seal is like the seal of the gods, the spiritual coercion of the sky. Swept the arena, and it exudes pure energy that purifies the spiritual energy of the world, and pours into the pill furnace with a fiery frenzy. What is this? What a powerful Danine, imposing and powerful, it suppressed my spiritual power. I've never seen such a domineering pill seal. What rank is this? The domineering power of the orange-red emblem made the sky rumbling with thunder, and the powerful mental pressure made many old students feel chest tightness and dizzy. Song Qingheng looked at the domineering 4-layered pill immortal in disbelief. How could he have such a terrifying pill-making hand imprint? When the 4-layered elixir appeared, the complexion of the bald old man and the 3 supreme elders who were suspended in the sky suddenly changed greatly. This kind of power must be the handprint of green-level alchemy. You can't go wrong. Ling Yanting was shocked. No matter how strong the green-level alchemy handprint was, it was impossible to create such a terrifying aura. Ning Dan was born. The 4-layered pill seal trembled slightly and merged into the pill furnace. The violent and hot fire-type battle aura instantly filled the alchemy furnace, and the entire elixir that was about to be formed was fully sublimated. Chi-chi-ka-ka. The scorching and powerful high temperature caused cracks in the alchemy furnace. Not good. I want to fry the furnace. This kid's alchemy handprint is too violent, and his second-order alchemy furnace can't stand it at all. Elder Shantian exclaimed in surprise, while Elder Qinghuan showed a wicked smile. Lin Chen, God will not help you, this time. Boom. A huge explosion swept through the arena, and the energy in the alchemy furnace exploded instantly. The rolling heat wave hit the audience stage. Done. The same thought floated in everyone's heart, the most critical moment of becoming a pill. The furnace was actually fried. Its power is strong enough to instantly destroy the medicine pill. Seeing Lin Chen frying the furnace, Song Qingheng couldn't stop the ecstasy in his heart, and laughed wildly up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, did you see that you are doing a lot of evil, and even God won't let you go? In this competition, I am the winner, eh? Before Song Qingheng could finish laughing, his laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes widened and his eyes were dull. An orange-red elixir was suspended in the void, and the sky was filled with purple and blue elixir clouds. Its scope was more than 10 times that of Song Qingheng's Yongxingfeng Lingdan. Ziqing Danyun almost shrouded the entire arena. The elixir fell slowly, and a longan-sized purple and green elixir rolled into Lin Chen's palm. The energy fluctuations that spilled out a little bit gave the countless Earth Fiend Realm warriors a taste of breaking through the shackles. Tell them intuitively. As long as they take that pill, they will definitely be able to go further. Ha ha ha, I knew that you little guy is not simple. Tell me, what is your name? For this medicine pill. At this time, the old man's light-hearted laughter came from the sky, and the bald old figure passed through Lin Chen's Dan cloud, stepped into the air, and said with a smile. Lin Chen raised the Ziqing pill in his hand and said word by word. 4th level intermediate, Tian Sol Ziqing pill. The medicinal properties are mild and long-lasting. It can be taken in both the battle soul and the earth Fiend realm. Those in the battle soul realm can break through 2 or 3 realms. It can also be used to break through the bottleneck of the earth fiend realm. It is suitable for martial artists of all attributes. Those who take it below the 7th level of the earth demon realm have a 90% chance of breaking through a realm. Lin Chen's simple introduction caused a storm among all the students and tutors of the alchemy department. This heavenly soul purple-green pill, if placed in the pill pavilion, it can sell for at least 150,000 credits, and possibly even higher. This is an elixir that can make the 6th level powerhouse of the earth fiend realm break through the realm. And there are no attribute restrictions, and the efficacy value is not much less than that of the 4th order advanced medicinal pills. Not to mention the ability to soar 2 to 3 realms within the realm of battle soul. Not to mention the attractiveness to the students, but also to the tutors and elders. Compared with Lin Chen's Tianchen Ziqing pill, Song Qingheng's Yongxingfeng Lingdan has many limitations. And breaking through the realm is only a certain probability, compared to the 90% probability of Tianchen Zikingdan. It is simply a piece of shit. Not worth mentioning. Qing level alchemy handprint. Tianshou Ziqing Dan. How is it possible? How can he have such a powerful background? Song Qingheng lost his soul, his teeth chattered, and it was difficult to accept this subversive reality. What a celestial soul purple-green pill. 3 elders, do you think you need to test the pill? Elder Bald glanced at Lin Chen with great admiration, and then asked the 3 supreme elders of the medicine refining department. This medicinal pill is of high quality. Danxiang has pure war energy fluctuations, and it has a great impact on the realm of the earth. It was refined under the eyes of this old man. Naturally, there is no problem. I don't need to test the pill. Elder Shantian nodded and praised with great satisfaction. He cast a kind look at Lin Chen. I don't need to test pills. This pill is natural, and it brings out the medicinal properties of all the medicinal materials. If it weren't for the limitation of materials, I'm afraid it would be able to reach the 4th order advanced grade. Even the old man can't compare. This kid is better, young and promising. Ling Yanting exclaimed, causing all the old people of the refining department to feel the scalp tingle. Even one of the 3 great elders of the medicine refining department thinks he can't be better than Lin Chen? What does that mean? This means that a true master of medicine refining is on the rise. Haha, it seems that the result has been decided. In this medicine refining competition, the winner is Lin Chen. The old man bald announced the result in person. Song Qinghing was stunned and sluggish, and the Yongxing Feng Ling Dan in his hand fell and rolled to the ground. Starting today, the strongest alchemy student of Tiange Academy has been replaced, and that is Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his hand slowly. The entire auditorium was boiling. There are more sighs. No one could have imagined that this time Lin Chen would crush Song Qinghing to death with such a powerful and terrifying force. According to the rules, the loser will meet one of the requirements of the winner, as well as pay 50,000 credits. At this time, the referee elder stood up and returned the 2 identity jade cards in his hand to Lin Chen and Song Qinghing respectively. Lin Chen's identity jade card shows that he has 100,000 credits. On the other hand, Song Qinghing's identity jade card has less than 10,000 credits left, which is quite miserable. Meimu stared at Lin Chen, and Yu Linlin looked at the young man in a daze. From the beginning to the end, he did not show any pride or joy, as if all this was the result of course. Not only Yu Linlin, but also the students in class 66 noticed Lin Chen's calmness. They remembered Lin Chen's previous song. How lonely is invincible, how empty is invincible. Alone in the peak, the cold wind blows constantly, my loneliness, who can understand me? Other people laugh at me too crazy, I laugh at others can't see through. It turns out that he is the real invincible. Gu Chenfeng admired it for the first time and looked at Lin Chen almost frantically. At this time, on the ring. Winner, Lin Chen. Please make your request. The referee elder asked. Lin Chen stood up. Since Senior Bald is here today, I will make a very simple request. I hope that Senior Song Qinghing will not be tempted by an elder to trouble me again. If he wants to come, let him come by himself. Comparing the battle chi, cultivation base or refining medicine, I, Lin Chen, will accompany you to the end. At the end of the speech, Lin Chen almost made it clear that he looked at the elder Qinghuan in the back row of the competitive audience, and there was a faint and domineering smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Lin Chen dared to challenge the authority of the Supreme Elder of the Medicine Refining Department in person, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Good. 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 What a Lin Chen, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. Elder Qinghuan was trembling with anger, his old and dry face was shaking constantly, and there was a hint of hideousness. He smashed the seat with his palm and left with a flick of his sleeve. This palm shocked many people. The eyes that looked at Lin Chen were full of shock and admiration, and even gave a thumbs up in secret. This is almost the first student of Tiange Academy who dares to challenge the Supreme Elder of the Medicine Refining Department. And a freshman who has been admitted to the hospital for less than 6 days? It's really fierce. Even the old man Qinghuan dared to offend him. He really is a guy with a hard waist. The bald old TSK Tut is amazed, the old students also relish it. The credits were also obtained. Lin Chen put away his identity jade card and Tiansol Zickingden, and left the arena gracefully. When everyone in class 66 saw that Yu Linlin was following Lin Chen's back, they quickly followed. Tiange Academy, Gongfa Pavilion. The top floor of the Gongfa Pavilion, Lin Chen was browsing through a large number of Gongfa and combat skill catalogs by himself. The purpose of his trip here is to choose a defensive combat skill. He has no shortage of attack methods, and in terms of movement speed, he also has true flame purple phoenix wings. Moreover, the speed of the true flame purple phoenix wing will also become faster as his body refinement level grows. Similar secret techniques for healing and recovery. I have mysterious secret Techniques such as true water returning Yuanju. As long as the water system battle energy is sufficient, and you don't suffer heavy damage in a short period of time, you will not have to worry about your life. The only downside is the defense. Lin Chen is currently only relying on the strength of the flesh shell and the real water to return to the original art to save his life, and he is lacking a strong defensive combat skill. A defensive combat technique that can resist some powerful attacks so as to avoid continuous fatal damage. Holy Shield, a low-level defensive combat skill of the green level, a large-scale defense skill, is developed by condensing the fighting spirit. Cultivation requirements, above the battle soul realm. Dark Abyss Body, green level low-level defensive combat skills, absorbs. Dark Attribute Combat Aura, can absorb the power of diverting attacks. Cultivation requirements, combat spirit level or above, Dark Attribute Combat Aura. The 10th level of Fire, the low-level defensive combat skills of the green class. Lin Chen looked and looked, but he couldn't find one that was more suitable for him. The defensive combat skills above the green rank were as strong as Tiange Academy, and only 5 or 6 kinds were included. None of them was suitable for Lin Chen, so that he could quickly cultivate successfully. Although my combat aura cultivation base has become much stronger, it still belongs to my shortcoming. The defense condensed by the combat aura is fine in the face of the first level of the Earth Demon realm, but it is dwarfed by the more powerful powerhouses. Walking past the counter, Lin Chen casually looked at the area of boutique green rank combat skills. At this sight, Lin Chen suddenly found that in the area of green level combat skills, there was a light similar to the attribute light ball. What is this? Lin Chen walked to the source of the light, and on the bookcase in the corner, he saw a volume of combat skills. King Kong Fighting Body, the green level top defensive combat skill, can absorb the spiritual energy of the gold system and increase the solid cohesion of the fighting spirit. In this volume of combat skills sealed in the counter, there is a treasure chest with a slightly primitive light. But due to the seal on the counter, Lin Chen couldn't directly touch this treasure chest or this volume of combat skills. There may be some powerful combat skills in this treasure chest. Anyway, it is a top-level green-level combat skill. Even if it doesn't, I can't lose much. After making up his mind, Lin Chen called the elders of the Gongfa Pavilion and spent 8,500 credits to buy the top green-level King Kong Fighting Body. You can take it back and transcribe a copy. Remember, don't spread it out. You must return it to the Gongfa Pavilion within 1 month, otherwise you will know the consequences. The elders of the Gongfa Pavilion untied the seal of war on the counter for Lin Chen. The moment Lin Chen picked up the King Kong battle body, he grabbed the treasure box suspended on it. The host opens the bronze treasure chest and obtains green level intermediate defense combat skills, Tiangang Battle Chi. Absorbs the spiritual energy of the gold system, incorporates it into the body, and operates with special meridians, quenching the metallic fighting energy, and forming a strong golden astral barrier to protect the body. The more the gold type aura is absorbed, the stronger the defense. Youth Intermediate. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This rank completely exceeded his expectations. System, I want to learn Tiangang Battle Chi. Consumes 50,000 points of martial arts essence, is integrating the cultivation memory of Tiangang Battle Chi for the host. Lin Chen's mind poured into the cultivation method of Tiangang Battle Chi. And he suddenly realized This Tiangang fighting chi is a defensive combat skill, to be cultivated based on this top green level King Kong fighting body. The stronger the gold-type spiritual energy absorbed, the stronger the tempered metallic combat energy defense. I found a treasure this time, and this Tiangang battle chi is just right. It's just right for me. Pick up a few more gold-type energy attribute light balls, and you can raise your defense all at once. Lin Chen spent another 30,000 kung fu techniques to learn the cultivation method of King Kong fighting body, and immediately began to run the meridian route of Tiangang fighting chi. Lin Chen himself has 280,000 gold energy attributes, which makes his metallic combat aura more than 10 times stronger than that of a martial artist of the same level. Boom! Lin Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the top floor of the Gongfa pavilion, stimulated the energy in the meridians, and his metallic battle aura transformed into heavenly astral battle aura, and all over his body, golden astral energy swirled like a dragon wandering, all invincible. This defensive power can at least withstand the full-scale attack of the third level of the Earth Fiend realm. Lin Chen was ecstatic. The power of this Tiangang battle chi far exceeded his expectations. With the addition of the true water returning origin art, there are only a handful of people who can threaten his life in the Earth's shade. Of course, with the exception of a heaven-defying existence like Ning Qingxian. It's a good harvest this time. I still have more than 90,000 credits. It's cool. I can buy some more to supplement my combat power. Lin Chen put King Kong fighting body back to its original position and walked to the terrace. Just as he was about to leave, a counter in the corner exuded a faint glow, attracting Lin Chen's attention. Huh, is this? Lin Chen approached the counter in the corner and took a closer look. An ancient book full of dust was placed inside the counter, and a powerful seal of fighting spirit isolated the outside world. There is also a brief description of this item in front of the counter. The incomplete combat skill 9 techniques of God's desolation has been personally identified by the vice president, and it is suspected to be in ancient combat skill. Buy carefully. Price, 140,000 credits. What was attracted by Lin Chen was not the 9 techniques of divine desolation, but the rays of light that were hidden in the 9 techniques of divine desolation, which were suspected to be attributable light balls. This situation is exactly the same as that Tiangang battle chi. It's a pity. This battle spirit seal can only be unsealed by purchasing this combat skill. And now I can't get so many credits. Lin Chen sighed very regretfully. There must be a mystery hidden in this practice. But now I can't directly touch this technique, and I can't know the secret inside. I'll buy it when I save up enough credits next time. Anyway, this thing shouldn't be able to escape. Lin Chen didn't feel distressed, only he could see the light of this suspected attribute light ball. This opportunity belongs only to him, no one else can take it away. After investigating again, Lin Chen then left the Gongfa pavilion. Walking on the avenue of the academy, he lowered his head and pondered. The remaining credits are to buy some medicine refining materials, or save up to buying 9 secrets of God's desolation. While Lin Chen was still hesitating, he climbed over a mountain and reached another pavilion in the academy. At this moment, he found that the southeast direction was shining with golden light. This is the attribute light ball. The golden radiance sprinkled in the sky, and Lin Chen was stunned. How many attribute light balls are needed to condense such a dazzling brilliance? The wind, thunder, and fire moved, and Lin Chen turned into a flash of fire and stepped on it. In less than a quarter of an hour, a quiet and elegant mansion slowly came into Lin Chen's eyes. The mansion is elegant and serene, full of fragrance. There are many pavilions standing, and from time to time there are women's voices and frolics. This is actually the girls' dormitory in the inner courtyard? Lin Chen was startled. Inside this mansion is a girls' dormitory specially refined in the inner courtyard. The most important thing is that there are a dazzling array of golden light balls scattered inside. All are light balls of gold energy. Lin Chen couldn't help but swallowed. If you get all these attribute light balls, your defense will probably have to be a few grades stronger. But the key is how to get in. This girl's dormitory is in the inner courtyard. No girl who can enter the inner courtyard is easy to mess with. Lin Chen was sitting on the grass in distress, with the treasure in front of him, but he couldn't move it. Isn't it like watching action romance movies for hours and finally discovering that there is no toilet paper? System, is there any way I can take it away without getting close to the attribute light ball? After thinking hard to no avail, Lin Chen asked the system. The system answers the host. The host can try to run the exercises of the corresponding attribute to try to pull the attribute light ball. If there are no obstructions on the way, the effect is best, such as clothes and buildings. Running the exercises of the corresponding attributes? Lin Chen was stagnant for a moment, and then immediately started to try. The metallic battle Qi in his Dan Tian runs the meridian route of Tian Gang battle. Qi. A layer of light gold coating lingered on the surface of Lin Chen's skin. The coating seemed to be weak, but in fact it was indestructible. Under the cover of purple gold pupils, Lin Chen clearly saw that the attribute light balls in the girls' dormitory were about to move, and even a dozen attribute light balls had already begun to roll in his direction. Lin Chen looked forward to watching the attribute light ball rolling towards him, but it seemed that the suction was still not enough. It's still not attractive enough. Should I take off my clothes? Lin Chen was hesitating. A loud shout made him quickly put away the Tian Gang fighting spirit. Finally found you. Hello, everyone. Brother Lin Chen is here. I saw, halfway up the hillside, a group of people came. Lin Chen took a closer look and found that they were all students of class 66. Brother Lin Chen, I found you. A young man in white ran in front of Lin Chen, panting and exhausted. Apparently, he took a lot of effort to find Lin Chen. What are you calling me, big brother? I seem to be younger than all of you? Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Which song did this sing? No. Your strength is superior to all of us, and the freshman assessment is on the top of the real dragon. On the second day of admission, you broke the major case of Mr. Su, and even one person singled out 2 classes, 100 old students, in addition to defeating Song Qingheng, the strongest old student in the alchemy department. He even dared to fight against the elders of the alchemy department. The young man in white, Ying Liang said excitedly. His tone became more and more excited. Yes, in terms of talent, strength, wisdom, talent and potential, you are above all of us. We are willing to serve you as the eldest brother and the monitor of class 66. The blood robe was rolled up, and Gu Chenfeng stood up and said in a sincere tone. Lin Chen was startled. Looking at the 21 people in class 66, almost the whole class was there, and everyone looked at themselves with expectant eyes. In terms of talent, Lin Chen is younger than any of them, yet he has climbed the top of the real dragon. The background is endless. In terms of strength, Lin Chen defeated them head-on in their respective areas of expertise. In terms of guts, he dares to challenge Song Qingheng and the supreme elder of the medicine refining department. In terms of wisdom, he only took 1 day to find the prisoner who kidnapped Mr. Su, and he was astonished. On the way of doing things, he does not stick to any form, unique. Eat the precious dragon tendon as a snack, even cheer, or even guide your opponents on the way to refining medicine. In the history of Tianga Academy, no one is more suitable to be called the monitor of the class of ghosts. I don't want dash. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled casually. Anyway, all of you guys must be troublesome. If you want to be your squad leader, don't I have nothing to do? After all, Lin Chen unbuttoned his shirt in front of everyone in class 66, leaving only a pair of mini shorts. This scene saw everyone in class 66 stunned. A few timid girls couldn't help covering their faces and didn't dare to look at them. What is this? If you refuse, just refuse. What are you taking off your pants? In public? The sun shines on the young man's streamlined muscles and his body with hidden explosive power. Lin Chen, in front of everyone in class 66, is running Tiangong's fighting spirit. Come here. All attribute light balls. Lin Chen snorted excitedly. He stepped forward and sprinted. Lin Chen actually started to run naked around the girls' dormitory in the inner courtyard. This time, Tiangong's fighting spirit was running again. All the golden attribute light balls rolled towards him rapidly, and more attribute light balls gathered on him. But in the eyes of others at this moment, this is not the case at all. This is so simple, a streaker who only takes off his shorts. And why is it? Surrounded by the girls' dormitory? Should we go? Brother Lin Chen is afraid that his brain is not really sick. Why did he take off his clothes and run around the girls' dormitory? Crazy? The boys in class 66 swallowed their saliva, the corners of their mouths twitching wildly. The few girls were all blushing and peeking at Lin Chen from time to time. The host obtains 6,715 points of gold energy, 4,769 points of gold energy, and 7,981 points of gold energy. The light screen of the system popped up in front of Lin Chen's eyes. The soaring attribute values rushed up like a rocket. Ha ha ha. Cool. Cool. Seeing the rising speed of this gold-type energy, Lin Chen couldn't help laughing happily in the sky. Seeing Lin Chen's unrestrained laughter, everyone felt their scalps numb even more. Streaking to the girls' dormitory and laughing so happily. Crazy, crazy. Crazy. Must be crazy. No. Brother Lin Chen would not do such a meaningless thing. Suddenly, Ying Liang's eyes flickered from class 66 and he clapped his hands violently. Think about it. We can see through his climb to the top of the real dragon. Roasting dragon tendon grass, refining medicine and playing the qin. I'm afraid this time will definitely be different. Ying Liang's eyes burst out with intense excitement and anticipation. You mean, Brother Lin Chen is testing us? Gu Chenfeng slapped his thigh and clapped his hands in awe. That's right. This is the largest female dormitory in the academy. Which boy usually dares to approach here? Brother Lin Chen's move is not just going against the road, maybe it's a test of whether our will to follow him is firm enough. Ying Liang clenched his palm tightly. All the boys were shocked and stared at Lin Chen's back. The admiration in their hearts was particularly strong. Brothers, we are class 66 of the geniuses, how can we let Brother Lin Chen look down on us? If we were pure men from class 66 today, I would go with Brother Lin Chen and run naked to the girls' dormitory. Ying Liang took the lead and shattered his clothes with his palm, leaving only a pair of crotch pants. Follow Brother Lin Chen, streaking to the girls' dormitory together. The boys in class 66 collectively exploded their shirts. They all took off their clothes and trousers, catching up with Lin Chen's back. Lin supported her forehead. Where did this bunch of idiots come from? Why did Miss Ben form a class with them? The morning light sprinkled down. A group of young people headed by Lin Chen chased after me. They were naked, with only one pair of shorts left, sprinting around the entire girls' dormitory. Chasing after the teenagers, there are also a group of people running out of the girls' dormitory one after another, the murderous female students. This scene fell thousands of miles away, and the old man sat cross-legged in the sky. The old man shook his head and sighed. It's great to be young. This feeling of wanton burning youth is tense and exciting. The deputy dean next to him was speechless for a while, holding his forehead. What's burning youth? Is your old guy also in the water? How can these good children become perverts? Tianga Academy, Lingyu Mountain Peak, a magnificent classroom. Ling Yueqi was dressed in an ice blue short skirt, as cold and icy as a blooming snow-capped lotus. The lotus moved, and she walked into the classroom, habitually. What we're going to explain today is the cooperation between mental methods and actual combat skills. All of you must be prepared for actual combat today. The voice fell, and the entire classroom fell silent. Ling Yueqi looked up and saw that there was not even a ghost in the entire classroom. The whole class is not there? Dare to miss the old ladies' class. I want to see who leads the way. Time returned to half a day before Ling Yueqi arrived in the classroom. The white jade steps outside the mission hall of the academy. A group of teenagers in messy clothes collapsed on the side of the road panting. Lin Chen took the lead. Although he was sweating profusely, the excitement in his eyes was exceptionally high. This time, the gold-type energy attribute value obtained in the girls' dormitory has reached more than 390,000 in one breath, which is higher than the gold-type energy I accumulated before. Seeing the gold energy point, 675,000 in his attribute frame, Lin Chen smiled gratified. Absorbing so many gold-type energy attribute light balls, his defensive power will no longer be a shortcoming, and will even become one of his strongest cards. But with whom, if they hadn't helped me stop many female students in the inner courtyard, I wouldn't have been able to absorb all the attribute light balls so smoothly. Lin Chen looked at the people in class 66, how to say they also helped him. And then he smiled softly. Thank you. By the way, why did you follow me just now? Ying Liang from class 66 paused for a moment, nodded seriously and said, Isn't eldest brother trying to test us just now? How could we back down? Isn't it just a streaking girls' dormitory? Do it. Lin Chen Quanghan, I rely on. When did I test you? This brain circuit is simply wonderful. Well, hard enough. I like your attitude. I was testing you just now. However, this is only the first test. Being stared at by the boys in class 66 with anticipation and admiration, Lin Chen bite the bullet and respond to them. So, you are willing to be our squad leader? Ying Liang was overjoyed. Before they could cheer, Lin Chen immediately changed the conversation. No, I have a second test. If you pass the second test, it's fine to be your squad leader. As soon as Lin Chen raised his hand, all the boys were in awe. Even the girls who just arrived looked at him curiously. Is there a second test? Lin Chen, who had no move for a while, smiled awkwardly, and pointed to the mission hall. This second test is right up there. Everyone's eyes lit up. Is brother Lin Chen going to arrange any difficult tasks for them? Everyone followed Lin Chen into the mission hall, more than 100 students in. The hall could not help showing shocking expressions when they saw that almost the entire class of Class 66 had a collective activity for the first time. It's Lin Chen and those evildoers from Class 66. Damn it, when did Gu Chenfeng follow behind others so obediently? Today is the sun coming out from the west? Could it be that this Lin Chen has included everyone in Class 66? I can't rule out this possibility. This kid is a monster. Even the elder Qinghuan Taisheng dares to say provocations. It's just lawless. Seeing the unruly ghosts and talents in the past, all of them follow Lin Chen's lead. The old students can't help but make way for them. No one dares to stop them, domineering sideways. Isn't this little friend Lin Chen? Come here. I don't know which mission you want to take this time. The elder who managed the task hall greeted Lin Chen in person and did not dare to neglect. With Lin Chen's identity as a fourth-order pharmacist, it is enough to be on an equal footing with these elders. Not to mention his temper. That even Elder Qinghuan dared to offend. This? Lin Chen hesitated. He really didn't think about what task he was going to take. Just after streaking around the girls' dormitory with the whole class, he just wanted to find a mission to go out to avoid the limelight before returning. Looking at the bulletin board, after glancing at the top position, Lin Chen found a high-level task marked with the word group task. Level 6 mission, assist the Sunset Empire to defeat the Tiando dynasty. Credit reward, 900,000 points. Attention! This mission must be performed by a team, and it requires a team of 15 or more students from the inner courtyard to perform together. To accept it, Lin Chen saw the top taskbar, slapped the table and pointed to the taskbar, and said to everyone in Class 66, I am going to take over the task of assisting the Sunset Empire against the Tiando dynasty. This is the second test I will give you. If you are afraid, it is too late to regret it now. After these words were released, the entire mission hall fell into a dead silence. Needle drop can be heard. He actually wanted to take that level 6 mission? That was appointed by the vice president, the most difficult and trusted task that the college has received in the past century. Its mortality rate is extremely high, unless the top 50 old students from the inner hospital team up with more than 15 people to complete it. Everyone in Class 66 was also stunned in place. They never thought that Lin Chen would take on this task. What's wrong? If you don't have the guts, forget it. I won't force it. I didn't intend to be your squad leader. Lin Chen jokingly smiled, just when he thought they were about to give up. I agree. I am willing to accept this task. Yu Linlin moved her lotus step lightly, smiling like a flower. Her slender jade hand and Lin Chen patted on the table together. I accept it too. How can I, Gu Chenfeng, lose to a woman? I accept it too. I entered Tianga Academy in order to do something earth-shattering, and meeting brother Lin Chen is my chance. Since everyone is so excited, then I accept it too. Yu Linlin's participation was like lighting a fire in the crowd. Everyone in the class actually participated. Even Qin Xiaofeng, who has always been timid as a mouse, participated. Good guy, since you are not cowardly, then I am afraid of ghosts. Anyway, I would have had a lot of credits. Lin Chen smiled evilly, and slapped the palm of his hand on the table. How about it, Elder? Our number has reached the target. Is there any problem? Not to mention the elders who manage the mission hall, even the old students, are terrified. This guy is not kidding. He really wants to take on this mission. And still bring the entire 66 class together? The elders remembered the old man's instructions to try their best to meet this kid's requirements. Seeing that Lin Chen and the people in class 66 were aggressive, if they refused, they would have to lift this place up. Well, that's fine. Since you insist on taking it, then this task will be assigned to you, class 66. But you must remember that this task is extremely dangerous. If you can't complete it, remember to save your life in any situation. Premise. The elder advised that the identity jade badges worn by everyone in class 66 lighted up at the same time. It showed that the 6th level mission had been accepted. Lin Chen was about to take everyone away when he suddenly saw 2 graceful figures sitting in the corner of the mission hall. Lin Chen was startled. These 2 women were the twin sisters of Su Lan and Su Lan, who had kidnapped teacher Su. Elder, why are the 2 of them here? Lin Chen asked in doubt. The elder gave a wry smile. We are waiting for teacher Ling Yueqi to come back. They are her direct disciples. We weak elders are not qualified to deal with them. Hearing this news, the corner of Lin's mouth twitched. These 2 girls turned out to be Ling Yueqi's direct disciples? Just Ling Yueqi's temper. If she comes back, she must not rip off her skin. Hey, little brother Lin Chen, I know what you are worried about. It's not as good as us. Lin leaned against Lin Chen's ear with a smile, spit out Feng Lan lightly, and offered a plan to Lin Chen. After listening to someone Lin, he suddenly realized a wicked smile formed on the corner of his mouth, and then he patted his chest and said seriously, Elder, leave this matter to me. Lin Chen walked up to the 2 daughters, said solemnly, I have already mentioned your affairs with the old man and the vice president. They said, for your punishment, the best result is to make up for your faults. You will follow me to carry out this task this time and obey my orders. As long as the task is completed, you will be able to make up for what you have done before, and write it off. The serious Lin Chen said it was very rigorous and convincing, making Lin cover his mouth and snicker. We don't believe your nonsense. I have to wait for the master to come back. Su Lanqiu stared at Lin Chen slightly, and said angrily, Oh? The old man and the vice president have already told me that if you are not obedient, then they will deal with you in person. Then see if your master Ling Yueqi's arm can be twisted past the thigh. Lin Chen grinned wickedly. Su Lan clenched her teeth and fell into thought. Forget it, Tu is an old senior who has something to do with the general hospital, since he has spoken. Let's not embarrass the master, sister, let's go for a walk. What's more, with our strength, we don't dare to forgive him. What about us? Sister Su Lan happily agreed, holding her sister, Su Lan's soft weeds, and stood up. Well, that's called a smart person. Sister Su Lan is called a big-chested and brainless person. Someone Lin shrugged and smiled. You shameless person. What right do you have to say about me? Su Lanqiu's eyes were slightly red, and the angry mountains trembled, feeling very aggrieved. Hey, I won't tease you anymore. Elder, that's all, let's go first. Lin Chen took the 2 daughters of the Su family and class 66, and left the mission hall under the stunned eyes of the elders and students. Half a day later, Tianlong Mountains. The group led by Lin Chen rode on the 5 griffins purchased from the inner courtyard and landed in one of the outer courtyards. What is brother Lin Chen doing in the outer courtyard? Seeing Lin Chen jumping from the back of the griffin into the outer courtyard, Qin Xiaofeng said suspiciously. After a while, a young man in green clothes and a graceful and beautiful woman appeared with Lin Chen. It was actually Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan. These two are my friends and our main helpers in this operation. They are my classmates. Lin Chen and people from class 66, Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan introduced each other. I have seen all the seniors, and the seniors, Shangguan Bihan. Please give me more advice. Hello, senior, my name is Bai Juanhao. The two greeted politely, and Lin Chen led them to the griffin. Everyone in class 66 kept looking at the two of them with suspicion. Although they were convinced of Lin Chen, it was difficult for their peers to get their approval, and their attitude towards others was still somewhat arrogant. Brother Lin Chen, what's the use of calling the two students from the outer courtyard? Our mission this time is the most difficult level 6 mission in the college. Even Qin Xiaofeng questioned the two of them, and Lin Chen smiled with a wave of his hand. Okay, everyone, don't make random guesses, calm down your mentality. What I can tell you is that the abilities of the two of them are no worse than those of everyone here, or even better. Lin Chen calmed the crowd with one sentence, and then he told Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan all the ins and outs of the level 6 mission. The two were shocked and admired when they learned that he had taken on such a dangerous mission. More, or eager to try the excitement. Because I can finally fight side by side with Lin Chen this time. The other side. When Lin Chen took class 66, Shangguan Bihan, Bai Juanhao and others just flew out of the inner courtyard. Tianga Academy, the old hall of the inner principal. Damn, bald old man. Get out of here for my mother. The door of the elders' hall was smashed on the spot. Ling Yueqi's face was frosty, her brow was full of evil spirits, and she walked into the elders' hall. The elders who were in the meeting were very frightened. The person was Ling Yueqi, who dared not to speak out. Ling Yueqi, what are you making a fuss about? The bald old figure appeared in the hall like a ghost. He shook his head helplessly. What am I making a fuss about? Don't you ask yourself first? What kind of thing did you bring back? In the first stage of the assessment, you insulted the female teacher. During the assessment, more than 1,000 dragon tendon plants were burned. The second day after entering the inner courtyard, my disciples disband the sect that they had worked so hard to set up, and also take class 66 to collectively truce? Ling Yueqi's plain hand angrily slapped on the conference table and smashed it to pieces. Forget it, but just now you took all the bastards from class 66 to the girls' dormitory in the inner courtyard to run naked? What the hell? What kind of weirdness did you recruit for the old lady? Seeing Ling Yueqi's furious appearance, none of the elders in the audience dared to say a word. They were silent. The old bald shook his head helplessly, trying to explain. An elder suddenly broke into the conference hall with a panicked look. Old man, that freshman Lin Chen took 21 people from class 66 to pick up the only 6th level mission in the academy. What? Almost all the elders and Ling Yueqi had the same reaction. Seeing that Ling Yueqi was also there, the elder swallowed and obeyed. There are also 2 disciples of Ling Yueqi's mentor, Su Lan and Su Lan's 2 daughters, who were also taken away by him. Lin Chen's discussion was over, looking at the two sisters of the Su family, who were standing on the other side of the lion hippocampus. He couldn't help but asked Yu Lin in a low voice, curiously. By the way, why did the two sisters kidnap Teacher Su? Are they really only interested in the same sex? Yu Lin blinked strangely, approached Lin Chen's ear deliberately, and spit out Fan Lan. It seems that because of their childhood experiences, both of their sisters hate men very much. Moreover, her younger sister, Su Lan, has a strange hobby that likes to observe and touch beautiful women's bodies. What? Strange fetish for stroking women's bodies. Someone Lin was so tickled by Yu Lin that he covered his ears and said in amazement. It's a pity. If this hobby is exclusively for men, I will definitely go out and cure her brother Chen. 2 days later, Lin Chen and others sat on the lion hippogriff and crossed the mountains and rivers of 100,000 miles all the way. They crossed the Styx River in the barren land and reached the territory of the Sunset Empire on the edge of the barren land. The mountains and rivers here are rich, the cities are numerous, and the vitality and liveliness are very full. However, at this time, the Sunset Empire was shrouded in a shadow. The new king of the Tiando dynasty ascends the throne, fights the quartet and conquers the Sunset Empire. Although the resources of the Sunset Empire are rich, the Tiando dynasty has conquered the 2 countries in the quartet, and now its military strength is about 4 times that of the Sunset Empire, and the gap between the 2 sides is huge. The day of the destruction of the country is at stake. Sunset Empire, Fortress of the Sun. Dusk shrouded the entire fierce Sun Fortress, and the 30,000 soldiers of the Sunset Empire, where Anza was here, fell into a lifeless atmosphere. Inside the fortress, General Camp. A group of generals surrounded the broken and incomplete meeting plan, and fell into a deadly and depressing atmosphere. At this time, a veteran was the first to speak. General, let's withdraw. The soldiers have just experienced a big battle. The vanguard of the Tiando dynasty is about to arrive. The spies initially estimate that there will be 50,000 troops. We can't stop it now. Yes, abandon the Liang fortress and retreat to the rear to retain the troops. We can regroup and fight again. The veteran generals appealed together, but the general in the center of the battalion frowned and shook his head in veto. Retreat is the territory of my Sunset Empire. When the beasts of the Tiando dynasty invaded our country, I don't know how many people will suffer. As frontier warriors, what is the need for us to have a face? You are not allowed to retreat, you must defend Liang Fortress. This decision made many veterans sigh deeply. The odds of winning the battle were slim, morale was decimated before the battle began. Boom! The earth shook, and the mighty momentum of the galloping horses came from the outside world, and the soldiers in the general camp were shocked. The army has arrived. The soldiers opened the camp tent, and spies came to report immediately. General Song, the vanguard army of the Tiando dynasty, has reached within 1,000 miles. The soldiers sighed in their hearts, and were determined to live and die. Just as the general was about to give his last order, the sky of the fortress swept through several roaring winds and rolled up a hurricane. A group of young figures descended from the sky, scaring the surrounding soldiers to quickly alert. He Fangxiao. Dare to break into my base camp of Liang Fortress. General Song gave a deep drink, and the airflow collapsed. When you see someone coming, you can't help but be taken aback. Hello, all generals. We are students of Tiange Academy, and we are here to assist you in our academy's entrustment from your sunset empire. Ying Liang from class 66 came out first, smiled, and clasped his fists, and took out his identity jade card, by the way. Students of Tiange Academy? Speaking of which, His Majesty did say that Tiange Academy was entrusted. General Song looked at the crowd thoughtfully. Although this group of young people are quite impressive in strength and style, after all, they have never seen disciples of major sects, and remain skeptical of their actual combat ability and experience. Ying Liang nodded seriously. You are General Song Shan. We hope that you can mobilize soldiers to assist us in our journey to the battlefield. Don't talk nonsense with them. The army is overwhelming, they won't trust us. Now. Lin Chen walked out from behind Ying Liang and interrupted him directly. There is a batch of medicinal pills in this nailing ring, you can quickly distribute it to the soldiers and soldiers above the psychic realm in the army, and hurry up to recover. The army outside will be handed over to us. Throwing a nailing ring at General Song Shan, Lin Chen turned around and left. Everyone in class 66 quickly followed. Brother Lin Chen, we should bring the soldiers with a better chance of winning, right? Their eyes are full of distrust and doubts. There is no time to gain there. Trust at this point in time, and now only we can win this tough battle with our own strength to make them listen to us. With the crowd jumped to the high wall of the fortress, the General Song Shan followed closely behind. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he could see clearly after urging Zijing Tong's first step. On the vast plain road, the army was less than 600 miles away from the fortress. Leading the army is the 10,000 cavalry sprinting. At the back are 40,000 soldiers and soldiers organized into an orderly army. And dozens of domesticated flying beasts are flying towards this side. Lin Chen directly ignored that General Song Shan jumped down from the 100-meter-high city wall. With the Soul Reaper gun in hand, the wind scrolls angrily. Lin Chen wears a silver robe and makes a sound of hunting. While observing the army with his purple-gold pupils, Shen shouted. I took the lead and disrupted their formation from the center. At that time, Ying Liang, Chen Feng, Zhang Yu, Yu 3, and 10 people took the opportunity to fight head-on. Qin Xiaofeng, when all of us attack, you are responsible for disrupting the lineup of the opposing cavalry team. Yan Haitang, Lu Liner, Yu Lin Lin, and the Su family sisters, Yu 5. Girls are in charge of the sky battle and shoot down all the flying beasts on the opposite side. Then give full support to the boys. Everyone remember, listen to Shangguan Bihan's signal, and when you need to evacuate, you must not hesitate. Don't let me down, let me see the strength of your class 66 teaming up. Lin Chen took the lead alone. The boys in class 66 stood outside the fortress, facing the wind. All the students in class 66, male or female, are all excited at this moment. 26 against 50,000. Every soldier of the enemy is above the Qi refinement realm, under the rush of 10,000 people. Even the strongest warriors in the battle soul realm will be overwhelmed by the sea of attacks, and there is no chance of survival. Su Lan and the Su Lan sisters looked at Lin Chen in amazement. 26 people played against 50,000 elite soldiers. Is this arrogance, or is it really powerful? General Song Shan looked at the group of young people in shock. They were only in their early 20s. Some are not yet over 20, and only 1/3 of them have reached the Earth Demon realm. Although this kind of strength is not bad, it is not enough to face an army of 50,000. General, there is no soldier outside the Liang fortress? Is there any fraud? The general in front of the cavalry said cautiously. It doesn't matter. Liang Fortress has no extra troops. I am attacking the 4 sides of the Sunset Empire. It is impossible for them to divide their forces to support them and destroy them in one go. As long as we conquer the Sunset Empire, brothers, if there are women and women, we must resources are resources, and which girl you want to sleep with is a matter of words. The general who took the lead laughed loudly with determination to win, and with a wave of his hand, the speed of all the cavalrymen increased by 1.500 miles, 400 miles, 300 miles. Thousands of horses galloping, iron hooves galloping. When the earth shook, a chilling air swept the sky straight to Shaohan. When the army was only less than barely away from Liang Fortress, Lin Chen suddenly burst out. Everyone, come with me. True flame purple phoenix wings rage in the sky, Lin Chen is alone, rushing into the sky. The 10 people headed by Ying Liang, Gu Qinfeng, and by Juanhao each showed each other's cards and tricks. Something is coming, everyone be careful. The soldiers who rode the flying beast shouted, a purple flame meteor streaked across the sky, tore through the airflow and cut through the sky. Lin Chen rushed in front of the flying beasts in the front row within a few breaths. What is this? Bang bang bang. The soldiers sitting on the flying beasts didn't have time to see what the purple flame meteor was. The sky exploded with air waves, tearing and crushing a few second-order goshawks. The purple flame meteor crashed directly behind the cavalry team. Hundreds of Jiao horses were so frightened that they stopped back and forth, their hooves flying backwards. The huge G-shock generated when it landed sent more than 100 people flying. Who is coming? A general shouted in shock. The halberd in his hand suddenly swung into the dust and sand in the sky. A man who surrounds your army of 50,000. When the boy's sneer sounded, the afterimage of the gun wind ripped apart the halberd light, swept the 8 wastes, and flew hundreds of jiao jiao. Put away the true flame purple phoenix wings. Lin Chen entered the back row of the cavalry alone. Charging rune, demon fighting earth seal. The earth-based fighting spirit erupted. Lin Chen charged the rune for the first time to cast the earth-covering seal in the seal of the 4 demon kings, and slapped it on the ground with a palm. Bang! Boom! The palm shattered in all directions, the earth's crust collapsed, and thousands of air waves were shaken, causing the airflow to burst, and the gust of wind swept through, directly isolating the soldiers of the cavalry team from the army in the back row. What a terrible young man! Standing on the city wall, General Song Shan and a group of veterans took a deep breath when they saw the scene. With just one move, the formation of the cavalry brigade and the infantry forward was cut off. The soul-snatching gun flashed in his hand, and Lin Chen angrily provoked dozens of cavalry with one shot, causing everyone to turn their backs. The spear turned again, and the pure force of nearly 70,000 tigers smashed down, shaking up 100 tons of gravel. The gun shadows of the fire-type war spirit are blooming all over the sky, stabbing past with rolling heat waves. Lin Chen rushed up, the ground cracked, and turned the Soul Reaper gun with both hands. From the left and right sides of him, the afterimages formed like wheels, spinning. With huge energy, all the generals who tried to approach him were blasted away, and some were shattered and died on the spot. Only Lin Chen entered the army alone. If he entered a land of no one could stop him. On the other side, the front row of the cavalry was also hit like never before. The red light shone across the battlefield, and every time it passed, a Shocking blood hole was pierced between the horse and the soldiers as fast as lightning. With a red gun in hand, Gu Chenfeng rushed into the front of the cavalry brigade with a dozen boys from Class 66. The fist light flashed, the sword was vertical and horizontal, and the sword shadow crossed the sky like a slash, and a fierce battle broke out in front of the army. Roar! Bai Juanhao burst out with a dragon roar, pure power climbed steadily, and faint blue dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Pure power was about to catch up with the current Lin Chen. He blasted out with one punch, blasting 10 directions, and the air flow collapsed. It blasted away several Jiao horses like air bombs. Its strength is so strong that many people in Class 66 look at it. The 13 boys in Class 66, plus, Bai Juanhao, even if the cultivation base is still at the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm, but everyone's frontal combat strength is at the level of the Earth Soul Realm. They come together, back to back, cover each other, fight each other. Everyone did not appear to go deep into the enemy's army and fight alone. Moreover, the mental methods they cultivate are not ordinary things, and the fighting stamina and explosive power are comparable to those of ordinary powerhouses. For a while, the entire cavalry army was blocked, and there were even signs of breaking in. Watch the battle in the sky again, after the dozens of goshawks domesticated by the Tiando dynasty were disrupted by Lin Chen's sudden attack. The rain of flowers blooming in the sky is like a meteor chasing the moon. Every drop of flower rain is an arrow that shoots down at a very high speed, with a terrifying penetrating force of fighting spirit. Xinghai arrow. A small, exquisite, and beautiful woman standing on the back of the griffin pulls a long bow. Her long hair is fluttering and her style is charming. Her slender jade hands have turned into afterimages, and the arrows that are flashing with stars are shot out of her hands. Each arrow shot accurately hit all the goshawks and pierced their wings. Yan Haitang, the super genius of Class 66, known as Xinghua Spyling, a talented female archer that is one in millions. Let me down. By Wu Sanzhou. Standing beside Yan Haitang, the girl in the yellow skirt let out a coquettish smile, the jade fingers flicked, and the faint dust turned into a light wind and swept past. Ah! It hurts. What is this? My meridians are about to be broken, the mist is poisonous. When all the taming generals who were driving the goshawk were blown by the light wind, their faces instantly turned blue, and when they screamed, they foamed at the mouth and fell from the back of the goshawk. Lu Liner, a talented female poison master from Class 66, has a talent and insight that has never been seen in the history of poison. Her poison, even the elders of the academy were terrified. Let's go down to support them. The full-bodied Zhu Linlin jumped up and fell from 1,000 feet in the air with a smile. For this scene, except for Shangguan Bihan, all the female students were used to it and flew to the low altitude with the lion hippogriff. Falling to a height of less than 100 meters from the ground, the light blue light suddenly unfolded and turned into light and bright blue wings. Qingguang's wings are as thin as cicada's wings, and their appearance is picturesque. Yu Linlin is like Lin Chen, and he can fly in the void before the sky. The plain hands overlapped together, the sapphire ring between Yu Linlin's fingers shone out 2 huge blue beams of more than 10 meters, turning the horses of the cavalry teams that were about to surround the boys. Yu Linlin, the strongest caster of the younger generation in the wasteland, with a prominent family background, a lot of auxiliary treasures, and infinite heritage. Everyone be careful. The other side has strange soldiers hidden in our team. The two generals of the Earth Demon realm suddenly shouted, as soon as their voices fell, a figure flashed across the cavalry team like a ghost. Wherever the ghosts passed, all the Jiao horses were knocked to the ground, and some soldiers didn't know what happened at all. Even the generals of the Earth Fiend realm only saw an extremely vague afterimage flashing by, and they couldn't catch the trace at all. The speed of the movement is so fast that everyone is terrified. Ladies and gentlemen, the enemy has set up soldiers from the southeast to kill you. Please retreat to the northwest quickly, and don't fall into the encirclement. Shangguan Bihan's transmission sounded throughout the audience. All the boys received it and quickly changed the direction of the battle. There were fierce fights, and the boys of Class 66, who were just about to fall into the encirclement, immediately received rapid support from the girls. They began to enter the cavalry regiment and disperse the entire army. It is impossible to attack Liang Fortress at all. 1,000 miles of frost. The two Sulan sisters joined forces to spread the icy battle from a high altitude. A cold blade swept across the army, and the bone-chilling fighting spirit swept through, freezing thousands of soldiers into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Help the boys in Class 66 open up a road. They are at the 3rd and 2nd levels of the Earth Fiend realm, and if the two women join forces, the ordinary 5th grade Earth Fiend realm may not be their opponents. As long as they want to evacuate, there are almost no opponents who can threaten them on this battlefield. We're fine here in the front row. You Lin and Yan Haitang, go and help. Brother Lin Chen, Ying Liang and Gu Chenfeng fought side by side and shouted loudly. Yu Lin and Yan Haitang on the back of the lion hippogriff exchanged glances. The two sides reached an agreement and flew forward. However, when the two women officially flew to the other end of the cavalry regiment, the scene in front of them shocked the two women in place. The 40,000-strong army is located on the entire Fortress Avenue. Their momentum is more terrifying than the cavalry regiment. And the center of the storm is Lin Chen alone. Even the Sulan sisters couldn't help but look sideways. Lin Chen holds the spear with one hand. The spear technique is unpredictable. The time is fast and the time is heavy, and the one-handed mark of the fighting spirit is launched, and the spear is swept in all directions. Even if 5 or 6 soldiers from the Earth Demon realm joined forces to launch a mad attack on Lin Chen around him, it would have no effect at all. All the attacks of the Earth Demon realm were blocked by the golden aura surrounding him, let alone causing damage. He couldn't even delay his progress. The ground kept shaking, the energy storm of the explosion continued, and the soldiers were beaten all over the sky. Lin Chen was invincible, looked down at the world, and entered the rear of the army with a diameter. A whole army of 40,000 people was killed by Lin Chen, who broke into the army alone. One person rushes through the gate, 10,000 people are invincible. Good, so strong, he is so powerful. Tianpa Lingling Yan Haitang was deeply shocked by Lin Chen's power, and she was not present when the boys in the class challenged Lin Chen last time. This is the first time she has seen Lin Chen's strength. These 40,000 soldiers are not ordinary people. They are all elites who have experienced life and death battles. Ordinary Chi-refining realms can't single out any of them. This kind of strength is also among the best in the inner courtyard. It is estimated that only the top 20 monsters can do it. Su Lanqian's eyes shrank. He is just a minor student now. What's the matter? Junior sister Haitang is fascinated by brother Lin Chen. Yu Lin didn't know when to fly to her side, hiding her mouth and snickering. Yan Haitang rolled her eyes at her, and then said seriously. Brother Lin Chen's battle trajectory is unpredictable. If we help him without authorization, it will be counterproductive. This is not a suitable time for support. Yu Linlin nodded in agreement, and suggested, why don't we go and defeat the generals of the Earth Demon realm and let them cause less trouble and obstacles to the boys? Well, that's it. The two women turned to the general who aimed at the land evil realm, and Lin Chen went deep into the enemy army alone. Monster, monster. This kid is invulnerable to fire and water. Isn't this invincible? How can we fight like this? Yeah, no wonder that group of veterans from Songshan dared to fight with us. And then retreated decisively after they were defeated. It turns out that Liang Fortress has such a trump card hidden in it. We were careless. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong this kid is, he is still a person. His defense is strong because of his defensive combat skills. Don't retreat. As long as he runs out of fighting spirit, the moment we cut off other people's heads. That's right. As long as we defeat this kid, Liang Fortress will be ours. The first prince will greatly reward us for merits and positions. The fusion of blood and fire, the sound of killing is earth-shattering, the roars of the soldiers and their attacks hit like a storm. Then see who can hold on first. Lin Chen was trapped in layers and layers of trouble. He was not chaotic in the face of danger, and he was overbearing. The dragon power erupted in an instant, fighting back while enduring their attack. In Lin Chen's line of sight, anyone above the battle soul realm will drop a few attribute light balls more or less as long as they are repelled or disabled by him. He ignored these attribute light balls and let them flow into his body. Soul capture. Lin Chen held the gun in both hands, and when he stabbed awe-inspiringly, he turned into 100 guns with one shot, with a fierce momentum and a flash of anger. Pure power blessing, more destructive power. A single move that pierced through the combined attacks of many battle soul realm and earth demon realm, and knocked them back. Lin Chen continued to chase, letting many battle gas attacks bombard him. The spear tip was raised high, and Lin Chen angrily smashed it on the top of the head of a land demon. At the same time that the opponent's head broke blood, the attribute light ball flew out and merged into Lin Chen's body. Click. Lin Chen didn't have time to look at the value of this attribute light ball. His Soul Reaper spear burst into a crisp cracking sound, splitting into 2 pieces. The Soul Reaper gun is only a tier 3 top-level weapon, and it is not easy to persist until now. Then use other combat skills. He casually slapped and wounded 2 soldiers. Lin Chen grabbed the knife and started with both knives. The murderous aura of his whole body became sharp and killing. Lin Chen jumped up, the blade turned, he raised the knife and slashed down, slicing the heavy earth-based battle chi knife marks, slashing back several soldiers, and cutting their armor and battle chi defense into 2 pieces. Lin Chen's 5 spirits of chaos are rapidly depleting, and Lin Chen, who is urging super strong combat skills and maintaining high-strength defenses one after another, can't bear it even if he is an intermediate-level young master. The sky was bloody, and Lin Chen entered the middle section of the 40,000-strong army. The knife was broken, and Lin Chen didn't use the knife. And his fists dominated the world. With his hands into fists, Lin Chen waved them into afterimages and punched out violently. The legs were swept out like a knife and plow, and the fierce wind was like a knife, sawing and shattering some psychic soldiers near Lin Chen. Ling Kong turned around and raised his legs to the top of his head, like a battle axe slashing down, shattering the entire ground and setting off many soldiers. The fist wind that he beat out violently with both hands sent the soldiers flying around, and they retreated in blood. Lin Chen's whole body is like a sophisticated killing machine. At this time, his fighting spirit was almost exhausted, and even if he cooperated with the medicinal pill, the recovery speed could not keep up with the consumption speed. However, with the defense and pure power of the flesh shell with his few remaining metallic fighting spirits, Lin Chen was still able to fight a bloody path in the army. It's not the way to go on like this. If the Heavenly Gang war is lifted, I will instantly become the target of all the soldiers. Even if I can use my mental power to dodge, I can't avoid all attacks all the time. There will be flaws in the long battle. Lin Chen lowered his Tiangang fighting spirit by 2 levels and began to try to run the true water Guiyuanju. If an attack breaks through his defense, the true water Guiyuanju will immediately heal the injury. Lin Chen fought to the point when his pure power began to fall into exhaustion. He broke through the shackles with a brand new fighting spirit, as if a new life poured into his body. His true water returning Yuanju healed the injury in one breath. My battle chi cultivation base has broken through to the 2nd level of the battle spirit realm. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He formed a seal with one hand and released 2 moves in a row, the 4 demon fighting seals. A large number of attribute light balls dropped in the battle just now were absorbed by Lin Chen. Many of them are the essence of fighting spirit, making Lin Chen break through the boundaries. The battle chi has broken through to the 2nd level of the battle spirit realm. My Tiangang battle chi can maintain the strongest defense for a while. And it's time to decide the outcome. Lin Chen, who once again used Tiangong's fighting spirit with all his strength, just made many battle spirit realms so he didn't dare to approach it. The top of his head began to faintly entangle the momentum of the rolling blue dragon. The strength of his left arm soared, and the blue dragon arm was born. Blue dragon bloodline liberation, 70% power. Qinglong's arms rolled up in anger, sweeping across the 8 wastelands, with a suffocating spirit. Get out of here! Lin Chen suddenly burst out. The huge blue dragon claws dominated the sky and smashed the ley lines with one palm, causing Li Guangfeng to be shaken, and thousands of soldiers were crushed and killed or injured. 2 violent tornadoes swept to the periphery with the slap of the Qinglong arm. As the center, all the soldiers hanging on the last nerve finally collapsed at this moment. So brutal. This young man is simply not human. The power and momentum of the Qinglong arm caused a deadly deterrent, and finally a large number of soldiers began to abandon their helmets and flee, their faces full of fear. Whoever wants to fight with that monster will fight. You can't even attack, you can't attack. The other party can kill them countless lives by clapping their hands. This kind of battle is only a blind battle. Who can stand it? The war continued until dawn, when the dawn's rays once again fell upon the fortress of the sun. Those veterans who witnessed history on the city walls stared dumbfounded at the young people on the battlefield. All of them are still alive and well, full of awe, and in high spirits. His eyes are full of joyful fighting spirit and arrogant domineering. Apart from thousands of corpses and thousands of defeated soldiers crawling on the ground with serious injuries, there is no longer any soldier who still has the will to fight on the entire road of the Fortress of the Sun. The most important thing is the silver-robed boy who is farthest in front of Liang Fortress. He was the one who cut off the cavalry regiment and dragged the 40,000 army Win this war. It turned out to be a victory. We survived. God descends to the earth. The talented people in the academy are like gods. Descended from the earth. Save me from the sunset. Tiange Academy is mighty. Strong applause and cheers broke out in the fortress, and countless soldiers cried with joy, and their eyes rekindled hope for tomorrow. I didn't expect him to actually do it. The two Sulan sisters stared at Lin Chen's back in amazement. This junior may be the best student in the history of Tiange Academy. Not to mention the veterans and soldiers on the city wall, even everyone in Class 66 turned to Lin Chen's back with admiration and amazement. The squad leader and the big brother, they've made up their minds. 26 students fought back against 50,000 elite soldiers, without any casualties. This kind of thing can only be described as a miracle. Without Lin Chen's help, even if Class 66 could unite, plus the Sulan sisters, with their background, it would not be impossible to defeat an army of 50,000. But if this is the case, the whole class will inevitably pay a heavy price. The death toll will reach at least 1/3. It is not difficult to defeat the 50,000 army, but the task of saving the Sunset Empire is not to defeat the 50,000 army. Therefore, repelling the 50,000 army without casualties is Lin Chen's most ideal goal. Veteran Song Shan, I have met all the talents of the Tiange Academy. I disrespected you yesterday afternoon, so please don't take offense. Song Shan sincerely apologized to Lin Chen and others for the first time, but Lin Chen ignored him and said seriously to everyone in Class 66. Everyone hurry up and rest, tonight we are going to raid the second fortress occupied by the Tiando dynasty overnight. Lin Chenyu wasn't astonished and died endlessly, but he actually wanted to take the initiative to fight again. No way. Benefactor, after the fortress in front has been occupied by the Tiando dynasty, a heavy army has been arranged to guard it, and there are at least 100,000 troops. Song Shan ignored Lin Chen's attitude and hurriedly persuaded him. It's not easy to see a glimmer of hope, but I can't let this master rush to death. Are you crazy? That's an army of 100,000. And they are still in the fortress. Easy to defend and difficult to attack. Sulan couldn't help but stand up and question Lin Chen, breaking into Qingyang Fortress is not like the previous battle. Lin Chen glanced at Sulan and said indifferently, I will be responsible for all students and even soldiers for this action. You. I thought you were a bit of a skill, but I didn't expect you to be a megalomaniac. Sulan was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her sister, Sulan, gave Lin Chen a white look, and then comforted her sister. If you want to win, just listen to me. Otherwise, I'll take people away right now. Now, hurry up and gather all the psychic soldiers who are still capable of fighting for me. Lin Chen's attitude was not allowed to be questioned by Song Shan, and the evil spirit between his eyebrows even made him forget that the boy in front of him was just a student. After Song Shan left, Bai Juanhao said worriedly, Brother, will this happen? Don't worry, your eldest brother will never be able to predict his next step. When he does things, we just follow him to kill the enemy. Lin chuckled lightly. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, looking at the direction the army was evacuating, with a mysterious smile. No one could fathom what he was thinking. Night, Sun Fortress. The battle was won, and the morale in the fortress soared. Inside the general's camp, a dignified and awe-inspiring woman with short hair nodded to Lin Chen, who was sitting on the first place. Everything is ready. I have taught the soldiers 3 practical basic formations in total, the yellow sand turntable formation, the green wood formation, and the trapped dragon formation. They are used for assault, siege, and defense, respectively. The sassy and beautiful short-haired woman was the only student in class 66 who had not been on the battlefield before. She was the youngest formation master in the wasteland. She was proficient in dozens of formations. It is equivalent to the height reached by Song Qingheng in the field of alchemy. Xiang Qinghong, the genius formation master of this year's Tiange Academy. How many psychic soldiers can fight? Lin Chen nodded and then asked. After the recovery of the pills we issued, there are a total of 3,200 psychic soldiers who can exert their combat power. Very good. If this battle is successful, count your contribution as the greatest, and you will be credited with a lot of credits when you complete the task. Lin Chen clapped the table and stood up, looked around the audience, and smiled boldly. Which veteran is still willing to break into the Qingyang fortress with me? The success of this battle is the first battle of the Sunset Empire's counterattack victory against the Tiando dynasty. A simple sentence shocked all the veterans in the general camp. They have fought in their entire lives, and they have never seen such a ridiculous decision. 3,200 people against 100,000 people? It's basically no different from dying. If you hadn't seen Lin Chen's astonishing power, everyone would have thought he was a lunatic. But this crazy decision ignited the fire in the hearts of all the soldiers present. I would have been willing to make a modest contribution. I'm going to. My life has long been planned to be explained here. If I can invest in the counterattack, I will do it. 15 generals from the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm and 3 of the 1st level of the Earth Fiend Realm volunteered to fight, not even General Song Shan. General Song Shan will stay here and garrison the fortress, and the rest will follow me. Before Song Shan could say or refute, Lin Chen waved his hand, followed by everyone in class 66. The former had no choice but to smile bitterly and followed. After the previous battle, Lin Chen obtained a large number of light balls with the essence of battle energy, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of the 2nd level of battle spirit. As soon as they left the general camp, 3,200 elite soldiers were lined up neatly and waited outside the camp for a long time. All fighters, everyone has seen the results of today's battle, so I won't say more nonsense. This time, when we broke into Qingyang Fortress, everyone must have the determination to die. If anyone wants to quit now, it's too late. Lin Chen sighed. All the soldiers stood still, the perseverance and fighting intent in their eyes had already explained their position. Very well, this is the answer I want. After a quarter of an hour, the whole army will set off. Lin Chen waved his hand. Under the night sky, a neat team like a lone wolf set off from the Liang fortress. Yan Haitang, Yu Lin and other women sat on the lion griffin beast and cooperated with Shangguan Bihan's purple-gold pupils to survey the location and screen the advance route for the army. Unlike before, the team of 3,200 elite soldiers is not a large army. Lin Chen took the entire army according to the route explored by Shangguan Bihan, bypassed the road to Qingyang Fortress, and sneaked into the side valley. In the crisscrossing complex valley route, Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan took only one day to lead all the soldiers to the valley on the south side of Qingyang Fortress. The valley was only less than 50 miles away from the fortress checkpoint. Because the mists in many valleys do not disperse all the year round, there are almost no human beings, and it is difficult to find a way out in the Ordinary evil realm, therefore, there is no sentry placed by the Tiandou dynasty to monitor it. But the fog in the valley is nothing to Lin Chen and Shangguan Bihan. I am afraid that no one except the powerhouses outside the Tiangang realm can know that such a team in the Sunset Empire has reached within 50 miles of their army. The terrain of Qingyang Fortress is located at the junction of many valleys, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The whole army rests. 2 hours later, when it is late at night, we will go straight to Huanglong and take the Qingyang Fortress in one go. As soon as Lin Chen raised his hand, all the soldiers dismounted from their horses and rested. But in reality, no one's heart can really calm down. This battle will be about the counterattack of the Sunset Empire. The entire large army is marching at the fastest speed, and the original remnants of the defeated party have not returned at this time. Linren, how do you plan to attack? A veteran approached Lin Chen and asked very nervously. You don't need to know my battle plan. You just need to wait for my order and go in. We will clear the way for all of you. Lin Chen smiled domineeringly, his courage shocked the hearts of the people. And everyone admired them, so they didn't dare to have any more doubts. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Everyone, it's time. As usual, I'll break the fortress gate. The other boys will take the lead with me. Yan Haitang will cover Lu Liner and act as planned. The whole army is waiting for Bihan's attack instructions, and Qin Xiaofeng is in charge of paralyzing their air defense. Combat power. Lin Chen's words were concise and to the point, and Qin Xiaofeng, who was beside him, complained and muttered. Why do I do these sneak attacks on other people every time? Lin Chen glanced at him and smiled jokingly, you can do it if you don't want to. Let's switch positions. You come to break the city gate, and I will destroy their air defense, how about it? No. It's all up to Big Brother's arrangement. The assignment was completed, Lin Chen gave an order, and all the boys in Class 66 rushed out of the mountainside, jumped down, and attacked the city gate to the west at the fastest speed. A purple flame meteor streaked across the sky, and when the sound of breaking wind sounded, the scouts on the city wall of Qingyang Fortress hadn't reacted yet, and the majestic and ferocious Qinglong breath swept across the sky. The liberation of Qinglong bloodline 80% power. The Qinglong arm was born, and Lin Chen slammed the entire fortress gate with one palm. Hundreds of thousands of tigers were rushing like dragons and tigers. The fortress gate was smashed into pieces, and even the city wall collapsed in a corner. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The sentries guarding the fortress walls hurriedly blew their horns of vigilance. But Lin Chen ignored it completely, the true flame purple phoenix wings flapped extremely fast, flew into the fortress, and the Qinglong arms fluttered and smashed violently, smashing all the large lethal weapons such as a large number of catapults and crossbow locomotives into pieces. Lin Chen felt like he was in a no-man's land, going all the way from the fortress level, everything in sight was destroyed, and a large number of soldiers who were resting were instantly submerged by the collapsed buildings. Follow brother Lin Chen, rush. Bai Juanhao took the lead, and all the boys from Class 66 sprinted into the fortress. Lin Chen opened the way for them, and the speed of the attack was almost overwhelming. This wave of offensive came too suddenly. Qingyang Fortress was just in the stage of taking over and resting, and the battle preparations had not been adjusted at all. It's time for me to appear. Lu Liner let out a coquettish laugh, and the lion hippogriff spread its wings and flew high into the sky. Lu Liner entered the fortress less than 10 breaths, and was quickly discovered by many soldiers. Be careful. The enemy's offensive and airstrikes. Knock down that griffin. The troops guarding Qingyang Fortress were very sufficient, even if Lin Chen and the boys from Class 66 cut a bloody path. There are still many masters and veterans who responded quickly. They took the lead in targeting Lu Liner. Fire arrows. The colorful light of war was blooming in the fortress, and a large number of arrows in full bloom came like a hurricane, completely submerging Lu Liner and the lion hippogriff beast she was driving. The two daughters of the Su Lan sisters stood on the back of the griffin, their fingertips dancing, and the icy mist filled the sky, suddenly forming a black shield of ice, protecting both the griffin and Lu Liner. The flame swept the sky, and the heat waves of war that ripped through the air rolled in, annihilating all the arrows that tried to get close to Lu Liner and burning them into nothingness. The phantom of the lion hippocampus appeared again on the horizon, and there was a beautiful figure standing on it, holding a long bow, as beautiful as a painting. It's Yan Haitang. She quickly turned the longbow in her hand, and shot out arrows again and again to intercept all attempts to get close to Lu Liner. Haitang and two senior sisters, thank you. Lu Liner giggled and a faint smile appeared on her delicate and fair cheeks. As soon as the jade hand was scattered, a storm-like cyan hurricane began to blow from the sky of Qingyang Fortress. This hurricane contained a pungent, fishy smell. What is this? My fighting spirit is running so slowly. This gust of wind is poisonous. Quick! Go to the camp to get the antidote. Ah! It's so hot. The fighting spirit in my body seems to be about to burn. Save me, save me! Lu Liner, who crossed the horizon, still had a confident and stern smile on the corner of her mouth. My poison is not so easy to solve. If it weren't for the increase in the number of poisoned people and the dilution of the poison, you wouldn't even have a chance to scream. Lu Liner threw the poison from a high altitude, and with Yan Haitang's cover, she almost quickly poisoned a quarter of the soldiers. On the mountainside, all the soldiers stand on horseback and wait. Shangguan Bihan stood on the back of the griffin, urging Zijintong to observe the situation in Qingyang Fortress. Everyone has taken the antidote, and now you can go. All obstacles are cleared. Shangguan Bihan gave an order, and 3,200 soldiers roared in unison, riding their horses and galloping with great momentum. The usual fighting strength of these soldiers hides a rage against the Tiando dynasty, but now it has really erupted. All of them are determined to die, and they are many times more fierce than usual. Coupled with Lu Liner's poisonous fog, the battle was almost one-sided. The soldiers almost fell with their swords, killing the quartet. Moreover, all the elites selected this time are the elites of the psychic realm, and they have learned Xiang Qinghong's 3 basic formations: attacking and defending together, in an orderly manner, and directly smashing Huanglong into the Qingyang Fortress. The smoothness and shattering potential of this battle brought tears to the eyes of the veterans who participated in the battle, and their blood boiled. According to this offensive, they might really be able to take down Qingyang Fortress. Lin Chen and the boys from Class 66 took the lead. They entered the camp in the center of the fortress. Those soldiers who have been poisoned and attacked are no longer a concern for them, and they can be handed over to the soldiers behind. What they have to do is the powerhouse is hidden here. Qingyang Fortress, the 3rd fortress-level giant gate. I didn't expect that the Sunset Empire would hide such a trump card. It's elusive. If it weren't for Master Jin's arrival, maybe we would really be defeated here. Go ahead. Leave them behind. When Master Jin arrives, everyone will die. On the city wall of the third fortress, 10 figures suddenly appeared. They were the masters of the Earth Demon realm, guarding the Qingyang fortress. Interesting, finally there are a few who can fight. Gu Chenfeng swept away more than a dozen people with one shot, showing a warlike smile, and the soles of his feet rose into the air. Earth Demon realm, it's time to test your combat power. Bai Juanhao roared into the sky, and the dragon roared into the sky. His skin, cheeks, and gradually showed the lines and outlines of dragon scales. A pair of Ling Rant's divine eyes turned into blue dragon pupils, and his pure power exceeded 90,000 tigers. The geniuses of Class 66 showed their supernatural powers. Lin Chen was unimpeded, and broke through the third fortress gate alone. When he just blasted through the giant gate of the fortress, he suddenly discovered that tens of thousands of soldiers had gathered here, and all of them were regrouped, with a terrifying momentum. Brother Lin Chen, it's not good. I don't know why, the soft muscle-burning qi powder I prepared has no effect on the soldiers behind. At this time, Lu Linner's exclamation came from the sky. Before Lin Chen could ask the reason, the low and heroic sound of war drums roared, and there were faint mental fluctuations in the air, and the non-stop sound of strings began to be heard. The strings cooperate with the war drums to form an impassioned war song, which is shocking and haunting. The war song inspires the blood and murderous heart hidden in the heart. It has the effect of hypnosis and strong psychological suggestion. For a character of Lin Chen's level, this song is nothing. But for the assembled tens of thousands of soldiers, it was like an unprecedented cardiotonic injection into their bodies. All of them are like dragons and tigers, their blue veins are exposed, and their fighting spirit is boiling. It's amazing. What kind of technique is this? It actually increases the fighting spirit and meat shell strength of all the soldiers by 1 or 2 grades. Lin Chen urged Zijintong to inspect the strength of the soldiers, and could not help but take a breath of air. This kind of feeling is like burning one's own vitality in exchange for combat power. Heaven Dao's sons, drive the invaders away. We are the strongest civilization and origin in this wasteland. The Dao of heaven is still there, and we can achieve the sky. The deep middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded, and the tune of the song was suddenly raised a notch. The battle of the sky is still there, and the blue sky is achieved. The remaining tens of thousands of soldiers suddenly burst into earth. Shattering anger, they rushed towards Lin Chen without any fear at all. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, his fists were like dragons, his fists were like raging waves, and the fist wind pierced all directions, beating violently among the crowd of soldiers rushing from the sky. But the effect this time was completely different from before. Lin Chen couldn't stop the march of the army at all, on the contrary, he was overwhelmed and retreated again and again. The soldiers in the front row were smashed, and they couldn't stop their steps. The soldiers seemed to have lost their fear, only the killing intent and fearless anger rushed to their hearts. Not good. The situation has changed, everyone evacuates. Lin Chen shouted loudly. The boys who were battling with the Earth Demon realm suddenly looked shocked, stopped the battle in front of them, and evacuated at full speed. A surprise attack on the fortress we just occupied. How can you easily evacuate? Several veterans of the Earth Demon realm grinned, chasing frantically. Gu Chenfeng and Bai Juanhao were entangled and couldn't escape at all. Star Arrow Storm. Holy Blue Shield. Ice Spirit Sword Chi. Viper Spirit 7 is absolutely poisonous. The girls in the sky shot awe-inspiringly, to help everyone evacuate, Lin launched the defense, for the boys. Sisters Yan Haitang and Su Lan blocked the offensive of the underworld demons. Lu Liner's poisonous gas attack touched the two earth demons, and their arms were corroded into bones. Lin Chen unfolded his true flame purple phoenix wings and evacuate with everyone. The city gate on the south side of Qingyang Fortress, the soldiers who were about to go in saw a large number of troops rushing out of the fortress. Everyone, the plan has changed, evacuate according to the original route. Shangguan Bihan transmitted the voice from a high altitude. Everyone looked at each other and understood. Without saying a word, they immediately turned their heads. Nearly 50,000 horses rushed out of the Qingyang fortress. Lin Chen and his party fled, but those earthly demons were like maggots on the tarsal bones. No matter how scattered, they could not be dispersed. No, go on like this. Everyone will be drowned by the army before they leave the fortress. Lin Chen urged Zijintong to look at the situation of the entire Qingyang fortress in an instant. According to the current situation, let alone Class 66, even the soldiers will be overtaken by more than 50,000 horses that were beaten like chicken blood. And then it will really be a desperate battle. Someone must stay behind, otherwise no one will be able to leave. Yu Lin snorted, Bai Juanhao said nothing, and immediately turned to look at Lin Chen. Brother, let me stay and break the post. You leave a fart and run for me. Lin Chen couldn't help laughing and scolding. This kid is quite affectionate. Enough. Everyone, don't hesitate, run at full speed. No matter what happens, don't look back. Lin Chen Jinyan slapped his purple phoenix wings and flew to the front of everyone, suddenly bursting out. The next moment, his hands changed rapidly. Charging rune, for Demon King Seal. Demon Gold Meteor Seal. Fire King Seal, Earth Covering Seal, Skywood Seal. This is Lin Chen's first use of the charging rune. Lin Chen instantly displayed the seal of the 4 demon fighting kings. The sea Dao Xintian Divine Seal appeared out of the sky, the power of the blessing of the rechargeable runes, the attack power of each move of the demon fighting seal was no less than that of the blue-level combat skills. Bang bang bang. The great seal of Xintian was crushed right in front of the army, and the offensive was so strong that it temporarily delayed their progress. Relying on combat skills alone, even with the blessing of rechargeable runes, Lin Chen can't stop the current army unless his cultivation reaches the realm of evil. However, his trump card is another, more terrifying existence. Slow rune. After sacrificing the seal of the 4 demon kings, Lin Chen sacrificed another gray-white talisman to block all the chasing earth demon realm for a breath. What kind of combat skill is this? Damn it, my fighting spirit doesn't work. This kid has a lot of tricks, get him first. Many people in the shattered realm looked horrified, and when they were stalemate in place, Lin Chen angrily released the blue dragon arm. Liberation of Qinglong bloodline, 10% power. The trump card that has been hidden in the snow for so long, it's time for me to see how powerful it is. The corner of his mouth outlines a domineering and awe-inspiring smile. Lin Chen's azure dragon's left arm rolls with the fierce dragon breath that rushes away, like azure dragon claws, transforming into countless dragon teeth, dragon blades, and dragon breath. Blue dragon, split soul, claw. Lin Chen's blue dragon arm swept out. The dragon claws tore out the dragon-breathing light blade that filled the sky, and the dragon-breathing storm was as large as 100 feet, dancing and sweeping, and it swept across thousands of troops. This is the dragon's supernatural power that Lin Chen absorbed longways. Awakening in Jinlong Mountain. It is also his strongest killer so far. The powerhouses of the Earth Demon realm who came in pursuit were all horrified. A brat in the Battle Soul realm can actually break out an attack. That is unattainable even at the pinnacle of the Earth Demon realm. The powerhouses of the Earth-Shattered realm hurriedly launched the defensive. The battle gas, and the dragon breath storm was like a bunch of tornadoes. With a flashing infinite light blade in the center, cutting the void, and running through the entire army. Lin Chen's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and with a single move, Qinglong's arm took the attribute light balls and a treasure box that fell out. The host obtains 28,000 battle spirit essence, 34,000 battle spirit essence, 31,000 battle spirit essence, and 31,000 battle spirit energy. The host obtains the bronze treasure chest. After opening it, he obtains green level intermediate temperament secret technique. The system popped up a screen, and Lin Chen hurriedly glanced at it. After he performed this move, his body quickly retreated, and the aura of the blue dragon in his left arm became quite weak, and his strength was not half as strong as before. When the storm slowly faded away, a crack that was more than 1,000 meters long was revealed, surrounded by cracks like a knife and axe, which was shocking. The entire army was dyed into a river of blood by Lin Chen's move. At least nearly 8,000 soldiers died here. In addition, there were 5 other people who were seriously injured in the Earth Demon realm. 2 fell on the spot. This kind of record, even the 9th level of the earthly evil realm, is difficult to achieve in one move. Looking at the soldiers of the Sunset Empire, they have long since disappeared. Damn it, Sunset Empire, I wrote down this account. High in the sky behind the army, a golden-robed man sitting on the back of a goshawk looked uncertainly at the back of Lin Chen's departure outside the fortress. Ha ha ha, happy. It's so damn happy. Since the Tiando dynasty attacked, I have never fought such a happy battle. The soldiers on the way back into the valley were enjoying themselves. This time, only 100 people were injured, and only 7 of the brothers who were really damaged in the attack. On the other hand, in the Qingyang fortress, at least more than 10,000 soldiers were lost. In addition to Lin Chen's last Qinglong soul-splitting claw, the number of dead soldiers reached more than 20,000, and there were not a few soldiers who lost combat effectiveness. Now it is estimated that there are fewer than 60,000 soldiers in Qingyang fortress who can fight. Compared with the loss of this record, it is simply unseen in the ages. However, at this time, Lin Chen, who was sitting on the lion hippogriff, fell into contemplation and solemnity. Brother Lin Chen, you are too powerful. We won this battle so beautifully. And now the strength of Qingyang fortress is not much different from Liang fortress. Qin Xiaofeng waved his fist excitedly. Because of his excellent movement skills, he was one of the few people who witnessed Lin Chen using the Azure Dragon's soul-splitting claw before he evacuated, and his admiration for Lin Chen reached an unprecedented peak. What kind of tactics did he use at the time? Su Lan stared at Lin Chen solemnly. Just with Lin Chen's move just now, if its power is placed among the students in the inner courtyard, almost no one can take it. With this move alone, Lin Chen is enough to be the strongest in the inner courtyard. A freshman who has just been admitted to the hospital for less than half a month is the strongest in the shoulder inner hospital? Hardly anyone could have imagined this. No, we haven't won yet. In this regard, Lin Chen shook his head very dissatisfiedly. He made everyone look over in disbelief. The record of 7 casualties was exchanged for more than 20,000 opponents, and another 20,000 people were also lost in combat. With this result, you are still not satisfied? I came here with the belief of winning Qingyang Fortress at first, but I didn't expect such a big change. We have too little damage and we can only say that we didn't lose, but it's definitely not a win. In Lin Chen's eyes, there is a sharp edge and domineering, the definition of winning and losing is not the moment that decides the loser, but the moment that decides the winner. Lin Chen's courage made everyone in Class 66 feel a little ashamed. For those who were still complacent just now. Look at brother Lin Chen, this harsh self-requirement is one of his powerful proofs. You're worried, is that last tune right? Xiang Qinghong said suddenly. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. In the end, the song that turned the tide appeared in the fortress, which stimulated the vitality of the soldiers. Even Lu Liner's special poison powder was ineffective against the soldiers. If this song appears in the war, it will form a crucial victory or defeat factor. As far as I know, there is a kind of side path in the world, the spiritual power can be integrated into the path of rhythm, the master can control the power of nature, call the wind and rain, control the beast, or temporarily enhance the strength of the martial artist. What that person just used should be, that's the method. Xiang Qinghong pondered for a moment, then said seriously. Incorporating mental power into the rhythm, thereby controlling and stimulating the vitality of the human body, more than doubling the combat power of the soldiers. I didn't expect this method to be so effective on the battlefield. This is a big trouble. Lin Chen rubbed his temples. If this problem is not resolved, it will be a tough battle the next time the other party comes to the door. Even if you can win, you have to pay a heavy price. Hey! That's not right, we can treat others in the same way. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of the Shenin secret score he had just picked up, and slapped his thigh, and had a plan in his heart. At dusk the next day, the soldiers returned to the Fortress of the Sun. Seeing the soldiers returning, General Song Shan hurriedly inquired about the news. When he learned the result of the battle, he was equally shocked and ecstatic. And after Lin Chen returned to the fortress, he slammed into the camp, looking for Yu Linlin from time to time, and Xiang Qinghong from time to time. Everyone didn't know what he was doing until the next morning, when everyone saw what Lin Chen and Yu Linlin were tinkering with at the same time. They were all stunned. What was placed in the barracks was a giant war drum. There were also flutes, lutes, and the eru specially made by Lin Chen. This? Brother Lin Chen, are you going to compete with each other by the way of rhythm? Gu Chenfeng understood it, but he couldn't help but stare at the musical instrument that Lin Chen tinkered with, amazed again and again. However, even eldest brother, you are good at mentally manipulating the rhythm, but in this regard, the music itself can't fall on the other side. Right? Bai Juanhao said doubtfully. Xiang Qinghong agreed and agreed. Yes, if the quality of the tune is lower than that of the other party, the effect will be difficult to overwhelm the other party. What sounded in Qingyang Fortress that day seemed to be the general commander of the Tian Dou dynasty. Created, the style is majestic and lofty, and there is an unyielding will to death, and the single round tune itself can surpass it in the wilderness, and there are only a handful of them. In this regard, Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Hey, don't worry about the music, I have made a decision. Now our first task is to get familiar with these instruments. Lin Chen snickered in his heart, talking about the music? You are comparable to the rich cultural heritage of my Dawaxia. I can take any one of them and it's not worth it. 2 days, in a flash. During this time, all the soldiers in Liang Fortress recovered their fighting ability and were ready to go. And the geniuses in Class 66 are under the tutelage of Lin Chen, and everyone has mastered at least one musical instrument. In addition, Xiang Qinghong taught many soldiers different basic formations, which doubled their combat power. Early morning on the 4th day of evacuating Qingyang Fortress, a crowd of dark crowds began to emerge from the east together with the dawn. Yellow sand fills the sky, the Black Army is surging forward, like a huge wave. In the black sky, trying to devour everything. Lin people, the army has arrived. General Song Shan stood on the city wall, his voice trembling. Open the door to meet the enemy. Lin Chen's speech was unexpected every time, and all the veterans looked at him suspiciously. The defense of the fortress is strong. If you choose a defensive battle, you can minimize the damage. But if you open the door to meet the enemy, you will take the initiative to give up this advantage. Does this confuse everyone? How can the lives of soldiers be a joke? Don't think how many troops can be blocked by the city wall of this fortress. When the general order on the opposite side sounds, the soldiers of the other side are not afraid of life and death. There are so many, it is impossible to exert any strength in the formation that Qinghong taught you. And it will only turn into a mess. Lin Chen woke up the dreamer with a single word, and everyone suddenly realized, and they were afraid for a while. Indeed, after learning the formation, the soldiers have formed different small groups. The flexibility and coordination of the formation can only be fully displayed in the wide terrain. The mystery of the formation method, everyone has fully experienced it. In the Battle of Qingyang Fortress, the reason why everyone's losses were so small, most of the credit was due to the power of its formation. Lin people are very right, we are short-sighted. General Song Shan clenched his fists, ashamed. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and smiled casually. Don't worry, I won't joke about the soldiers' lives. Inform the entire army. Open the fortress gates. We'll fight the goddamn Heaven Dao dynasty. Lin Chen ordered. The entire Liang fortress was mighty, the giant gate opened, and thousands of horses rushed. The nearly 50,000 soldiers of the Liang fortress attacked, and the momentum was not weak. Bang bang bang. The sound of the war drums is earth-shattering, and the exciting strings reverberate between heaven and earth. This familiar and awesome melody seems to carry a piece of honor and history. Just the sound of the strings, there is a sense of sight in front of the historical interpretation. It is the general command of the Tiandou dynasty. The battle of the sky is still there, the blue sky is achieved. Nearly 70,000 soldiers of the Tiandou dynasty attacked like an overwhelming force, and the momentum was shocking. Some recruits with less experience were so frightened that their legs became weak. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, and the killing momentum that is not afraid of life and death is becoming more and more heavy. The number has increased. It seems that they took back the defeated prisoners and returned to the battlefield. Shangguan Bihan frowned slightly and saw a third-order goshawk flying in the distance. The golden-robed middle-aged man standing above the goshawk and a young man in a dragon robe arrogantly overlooked the crowd of lion hippocampus. A group of wild dogs from nowhere, no matter what your origins are, today I will show you the power of my Heaven Dao dynasty's general order. This Liang fortress, my Heaven Dao dynasty is bound to win. The youth in the dragon robe transmits a voice from a distance, and his sneer is full of contempt. Even the third prince of the Heaven Dao dynasty is here. He is at the second level of the Earth Fiend realm at a young age. He really is a monster. When General Song Shan looked into the distance, he took a breath of air. I hope your general order will not let us down. Today, Master, your Heaven Dao dynasty has accepted the gift of this package. Lin Chen folded his arms around his chest and smiled confidently. Standing on the city wall, he opened the curtain above the city wall with one hand. Pipa, war drum, eru, flute, and the super-large swana hanging on the city wall. I want to see what waves you can make. The middle-aged man in the golden robe laughed in anger, his goshawk lowered his height, and his fingertips suddenly plucked the strings. Soldiers, it's time to dedicate your life to the dynasty. Let's make history. Roar. The entire army of the dynasty, with 20,000 iron cavalry, charged aggressively. The earth-shattering aura alone is enough to shock ordinary people to death. At this time, the distance between the two armies is less than 70 miles. At this moment, everyone in Class 66 looked at Lin Chen from afar. Wait for his instructions. The wind was blowing, Lin Chen was wearing a silver robe, and his face was full of domineering and arrogance. He shouted, Muster! Holding double sticks, Bai Juanhao and Gu Chenfeng suddenly jumped to the front of the war drum, and the war drum was banged. The drum sound was like a surging river. The distance between the two armies is less than 50 miles. Lin Chen waved his hand and shouted again. Passing. The graceful shadows of Yu Linlin and Yen Haitang landed beside. The exquisite jade silk pipa, slender jade fingers plucked the strings, and the strings sounded like meteors breaking through clouds. The distance between the two armies is less than 30 miles. The wind was like a knife, and the killing sound shook the sky. The sound of the war drums became more and more exciting, in the eyes of the soldiers of the Sunset Empire. A monstrous fighting spirit began to burn. The fighting spirit was soaring to the sky, and Lin Chen suddenly burst out. Flute. Ying Liang and Xiang Qinghong played the flute at the same time, and the rhythm of the dance flute ignited the top rhythm for the ups and downs of the whole piece. At this moment, the distance between the two armies is less than 10 miles. Lin Chen jumped up and stood alone in front of Swana. He took a breath, swallowed mountains and rivers, and suddenly blew a super large swana that was more than 50 meters long. In an instant, the moment the two armies met, the momentum suddenly reversed. The war drums shook the sky, the flutes were blaring in the air, the strings were like waves, and the snorts were roaring. I am proud of myself, man is self-improvement. Kill. An unprecedented shocking situation merged from the body of 50,000 soldiers and broke out suddenly. The momentum is like a galaxy, like a bright moon, like a scorching sun. Like 10,000 volcanoes, ignited in an instant. An invincible supreme spirit arises from the hearts of every soldier. Stronger, more aggressive, and more domineering than Tiando's soldiers. 50,000 people seem to be connected into countless small groups, almost at the same time. They spread out in their respective directions in an instant, forming one by one mysterious and exquisite formations, fanning out in a fan shape, and instantly surrounded and fought back. Bang! Boom! It was an almost instantaneous collision, as if the Earth's surface was reversed, and the sky was falling apart. The soldiers of the Sunset Empire seized the dominance in an instant and fought back with a more terrifying momentum. The feeling of this scene, it is as if the momentum gathered by the Tiando soldiers is compared to a huge wave overturning the sea, and the soldiers of the Sunset Empire are the arrogant waves of the sky that overlap with the arrogance, immediately backhand it and drown all of them. Sword, light, sword and shadow, fighting spirit soars into the sky. The soldiers of the Sunset Empire are brave and intrepid, and inside their fiery bodies, they have an extremely calm and warm heart. Compared with the Tiando soldiers who only know how to not fear life and death, regardless of pain, and only know how to rush forward, the soldiers of the Sunset Empire have become more powerful, shrewd, and more skilled. The light of the sword flashed wildly. The three soldiers of the Sunset Empire cut off each other's body in the middle, like a consonance. They stepped back and quickly turned around. They exchanged positions with the three people behind them, and when their comrades in arms were exhausted, they suddenly switched their positions, urging the war to cut through waves of sword energy, sweep all the chasing enemies. This kind of cooperation, as if every group is formed into one, it is natural and seamless. The front line of Tiando collapsed instantly. The sky and the earth are galloping, and the situation is changing. Gu Qinfeng and Bai Juanhao beat the drums, sweating like rain. Lin Chen's arrogance dominates the mountains and rivers, and the Swanas whistle is a minute longer. The drums are louder, and the offensive of the soldiers in the setting sun has changed again, especially fierce. Like a dragon crossing the river, how can a dragon be an enemy of a dragon? What kind of song is this? It's so majestic, profound, and vast. The third prince and Master Jean were horrified at the same time. They were instantly confused. This song combines several mysterious musical instruments, and each combination is natural and has a tendency to be amazing. Like a tiger with wings, it is unstoppable. The earth shook and the iron hooves turned upside down. The storm destroys the sky, fills the sky. Countless Tiando soldiers fell under the siege and attack and defense of the soldiers of the Sunset Empire. The soldiers of the Sunset Empire advanced and retreated as one, switching their playstyles in turn, and everyone seemed to be possessed by the king of war. Under the calm and fierce expression, there is a burning fighting spirit. Like a stormy wave. Falling back, falling back. No parrying power. The 70,000-strong army was in chaos in an instant, and the stumps were beaten, blood flowed into rivers. The 20,000 iron knights of the division of tigers and wolves were slashed to the ground in a short period of time, and the survivors either barely parried or were overwhelmed by waves of offensive, with no bones left. Boom! An aura of killing the sky erupted in several positions on the battlefield. It was the soldiers of the 9-layer Battle Soul Realm and the Earth Demon Realm who launched a fierce rush. Now only the generals above the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm can destroy and disrupt the battle formation formed by the soldiers of the Sunset Empire, and they will be the key to the outcome of this game. Children of the Sunset, let these invaders know our courage. General Song Shan led a group of generals into the chaotic area of the battlefield, and the high-end combat power of the two sides began to clash. Fire attack, burn these bastards to death. The third prince shouted in response, and the archers behind the Tiando soldiers mobilized the flames of battle. They all pulled their bows together, shooting a rain of arrows in the sky. The wind is shocking. Open! The fire attack on the opposite side had not yet had time to reach the area where the two armies were fighting, and the fierce winds of war were roaring. In the sky, thousands of soldiers stood in a row in an S formation, and the converging Gust of war gust turned their fire back in an instant. The rain of arrows fell, and the sea of fire suddenly descended. The soldiers of the Tiando dynasty suddenly fell into the sea of fire, and the screams and wailing of the sky resounded throughout the field, and the mental stimulation effect of general order began to be greatly weakened. In order to resist the fire, the soldiers consumed a lot of fighting gas. The fire borrows the wind, and the soldiers who are proficient in the water-based fighting spirit are too late to put out the fire, and the fire is intensified by the strong wind in the sky. It's our turn. Ying Liang took the 8 boys from class 66 and suddenly rushed out from the side of the Tiando army. Taking advantage of the fire attack, the Sunset Empire launched a siege. All the lineups formed a half-moon-shaped lineup to surround the area outside the fire. One came out to kill one, and the outcome of the battlefield was now known. It's over, it's over. Our army has been defeated. Seeing that the effective general orders was lost, the man in the golden robe was horrified, and wanted to fly away with the goshawk. You are the main characters, how could it be possible for you to leave so easily? Sister Yu Lin and Su Lan were driving the griffin and appeared not far from the man in the golden robe and the third prince. Not good. Your Highness, hurry up. The complexion of the man in the golden robe changed slightly, he gave a cold drink. Isn't it just 3 girls, what are you afraid of? I brought this prince down and brought them back to be the harem. The third prince smiled domineeringly, he took the goshawk under his crotch and charged towards the 3 daughters on his own initiative. However, he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. The battle continued until dusk, the sun went down, the sky was full of wolves. On the road of the Sun Fortress, many soldiers abandoned their armor, or simply surrendered. The third prince and the golden-robed man were pressed to the ground and looked at Lin Chen in horror. This is still a prince. It seems to be a great gift, Lu Liner, give him something good. Keep him in the fortress, maybe it will be useful in the future. Lin Chen looked at the 2 of them playfully, and the man in the golden robe gritted his teeth fiercely. He looked up resolutely, asked earnestly. I know that falling into your hands is a dead end, but before you die, can you tell me where and what is the name of the amazing battle song that you all played on the battlefield? Everyone looked at each other, and all looked at Lin Chen. He took a deep breath, his eyes showed admiration and a little nostalgia, and his voice carried a bit of pride. This song comes from my distant hometown. The song is called The Waves of Pride. The song is intended to encourage men to work hard, protect the mountains and rivers, and protect the homeland. Only when there is a country can there be a home. The golden-robed man's eyes shone brightly, he muttered to himself, pride. 10,000 waves. Unexpectedly, there are so many songs in the world that turn corruption into magic. It would be great if you could play it yourself. The man in the golden robe was full of regrets, but Lin Chen laughed without thinking. If you want to learn, I will teach you. He was shocked and looked at Lin Chen in shock. Aren't you going to kill me? If you are willing to take our specially made poison, not only will I not kill you, but I will make peace with you, and I can also teach you this, the waves of pride, because even if you know this song, you can also get a better one. Lin Chen smiled confidently, the man in the golden robe bowed with trembling all over his body. Dare to ask your name? Lin Chen. Your Majesty Lin Chen, under Jin Shao, I would like to help you. Life and death are meaningless, but I ask you to sing The Waves of Arrogance. If you Want to kill or cut after the incident, please listen to your honor. Seeing Jin Shao worship on the spot, everyone in class 66 was amazed and looked at Lin Chen with longing. The war has just begun, and Lin Chen will naturally not let go of Jin Shao, who can be transformed into combat power. After dealing with these two people, this war officially ended, as a result of the complete victory of Liang Fortress, with the astonishing results of losing more than 8,000 people and wounding more than 10,000 people. They won the opponents nearly 70,000 elite soldiers. After the battle, the soldiers fell into a state of mental exhaustion, and some even fell asleep, making it difficult for even the deserters of the other side to chase. Because Lin Chen's The Waves of Pride is countless times better than general command, it will not weaken the vitality of soldiers, but it will stimulate his own potential with spiritual power. In other words, the mental exhaustion will be extremely serious. This kind of mental wear and tear often takes days to make up for, so this whole card can only be used for life and death. After that, Lin Chen took a few people to attack Huanglong and fully recaptured Qingyang Fortress. 5 days after the Battle of Sun Fortress. On the edge of the city wall of Qingyang Fortress, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the edge of the city wall, turning on the system while cultivating. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, War Soul Realm Triple. Ultimate Strength, 75,000 Tiger Power. Qi and Blood Energy, 4.092 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 3.984 million points. Mental Strength, 71,200 points. The Essence of the Exercises, 122,000 points. Mind Method, Chaos 5 Spirit Art, 75%. Practice Exercises, Tianling Huadanju, 8 Desolate Xuanhua, True Water. Returning Yuanju, 41%, Tiangang Fighting Qi, Taisher Bible, 9%. 9. Techniques of God's Desolation, 50%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 10%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Blood, 761 points, Zijintong Blood, 10,000 points. Trait Runes, Slow Rune Level 1, Corruption Rune Level 1, Charge Rune Level 1. Rune Power 5800. The energy of each element, Fire 392,000, Earth 311,000, Wood 326,000, Gold 722,000, Water 486,000. There have been 2 wars. I have benefited a lot from breaking through to the 3rd level of the Battle Soul Realm. It is the body refining power that has begun to fall into a bottleneck. Lin Chen turned off the system light screen, exhaled full of energy, opened his eyes, and looked into the distance. Lin Chen was about to get up. A beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. From 1,000 miles away from Qingyang Fortress. That is? Lin Chen's eyes froze. This light has fluctuations similar to rune energy. Could it be that a new rune was born? What is the direction? Zijintong opened to the highest realm. Lin Chen could probably detect that the direction of the beam of light was more than 7,000 miles away. Brother, the Qingyang Fortress has been settled. Because we resisted the Tiando soldiers here, the other fortresses of the Sunset Empire barely resisted Tiando's offensive. General Song Shan suggested that we return to the empire, discuss with the princes a step-by-step approach. Ying Liang, General Song Shan, and others came to the city wall, unexpectedly. Lin Chen just asked a question. General Song Shan, what area is more than 7,000 miles east of Qingyang Fortress? More than 7,000 miles, it seems that it has passed the fortress of the Tiando dynasty, which is almost the capital of the dynasty. Song Shan didn't think too much, he opened his mouth and said. The location of the capital of the Tiandou dynasty? Okay, Ying Liang, please. Prepare yourself. Next, we will head to the capital of the Tiandou dynasty. Lin Chen's remarks this time almost scared everyone to death. Heading to the capital of the Tiandou dynasty? There are hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers stationed there, and the security is extremely tight. Although the dynasties and empires in the world do not have enough background to give birth to the heavenly astral realm, there are many strong people in the earthly demon realm. The masters are like clouds, no matter how strong Lin Chen is. Without the strength of the heavenly astral realm, there is only one word of death if you break in. Seeing everyone's frightened expressions like seeing a ghost, Lin Chen laughed and explained quickly. Don't worry, I'm not so arrogant to take you to one-on-one with the entire dynasty. I'm going to mix in with you to do something. Hearing this sentence, everyone's heart was put down. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he immediately lifted it up. Get in there and do something? If this is a case where the whereabouts are revealed. Thinking of being besieged by all the masters of the dynasty, the taste and sourness, the corners of everyone's mouth suddenly twitched. It's no different from hitting it. Okay, I like doing things the most. Lin applauded and clapped his hands for fear that the world would not be in chaos, and said with a smile. Lin, why are you going to the Tiandou dynasty? Now that the two countries are at war, the capital of the Tiandou dynasty is heavily guarded. And ordinary caravans have to pass many inspections if they want to enter. Song Shan hurriedly persuaded. Lin Chen shook his head and waved his hand, smiling. General Song Shan, don't ask so much. I have made up my mind. I have decided to hand over the matter of returning to the empire to Xiang Qinghong. The way of battle formation she sold to your empire will help you better. Victory on the front lines. Lin Chen turned to look at everyone in class 66, and smiled jokingly. If any of you are afraid, stay here, or go back to the Sunset Empire. Who's afraid? I'm not. I'm one for this operation. Isn't it a Heavenly dynasty? It doesn't even have a heavenly astral realm. So deal with him. Big Brother is going, and Jun Hao will naturally be there. Everyone in class 66 was excited. They hit it off with Lin Chen. What about you? Lin Chen turned to look at the two daughters of the Sulan sisters. Isn't it just to go to the Tiandou dynasty, to make a foray? There is nothing to dare. The older sister, Sulan, who has always been frost-faced, unexpectedly gave Lin Chen a smile this time. Seeing her sister agree, Sulan also nodded. In this battle, except for Xiang Qinghong, the formation master, everyone agreed to go to the Tiandou dynasty with Lin Chen. Hey, since the people of Lin decided to go, I will not be reluctant, Lao Song. If the people of Lin arrive in the Tiandou dynasty, if there is a chance to see our seventh princess, I also implore the benefactor to try to bring her back. General Song Shan said sincerely. Lin Chen was puzzled. The seventh princess? The seventh princess is the most favored princess of the late emperor. The first prince of the Tiandou dynasty had proposed to marry the Sunset Empire and nominated the seventh princess to propose marriage to the seventh princess. Because she was afraid of Tiandou's military strength, the princess offered to marry Tiandou's the eldest prince, but I didn't expect that they would start a war and break the contract in a short period of time, and the seventh princess is currently trapped in the capital of the dynasty. Song Shan sighed deeply. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and comforted, "Don't worry, as long as there is a chance, I will take action to pull your seventh princess back." Shangguan Bihan, next to him, seemed to be hesitating to speak, but finally shook his head slightly and smiled sweetly. "Let's go, act immediately tonight." 3 days later, the capital of the Tiando dynasty, Duwangqing. The dynasty was at war everywhere. At this time, Dawang city was heavily guarded, and several psychic soldiers were strictly checking the city gate. "What kind of things are these trucks pulling? Why are they so varied? Where did your caravan come from, and which chamber of commerce did you register with?" A psychic soldier with a strong back was interrogating the goods in the carriage. He questioned in a serious tone. The little old man with the 8-character beard immediately apologized and laughed. "This uncle soldier, we are the 66 caravan from the single machine chamber of commerce. The goods here are all grass-mud horses from Mare Gobi. For example, there are grass-mud horse meat and grass-mud horse skin. These are all high-quality meat products. And the raw materials of clothing products." The little old man stuffed a few shining orbs into the soldier's waist. The latter's eyes lit up. He calmly accepted it, then coughed and said in an official tone, "Where did your standalone business association come from? I've never heard of it." "Small chamber of commerce, it was established recently. People of your identity must have never heard of it. How about you, Mr. Bing, get some more grass and mud horse meat and go back to reward a few brothers?" The old man with the 8-character mustache smiled. The latter said solemnly, "No. The investigation has been strict recently. How can the brothers accept your things? If you do this, I will be really angry." "Master, don't, calm down, calm down." The little old man carried more than a dozen golden tickets in his palm, and patted the official master on the shoulder. The latter nodded in satisfaction. "Well, you little old man, you look like an honest person. Open the city gate." "Hey." "Thank you, sir. You can come and play here in Malgobi when you are free. I will definitely entertain you." The little old man let out a ha-ha and took his caravan into the city. Just after the caravan left, the official master came back to his senses and muttered to himself in doubt, "I'm Malgobi? Pfft. Brother Lin Chen, did you just want to die of laughing at us? Look at the stupidity of the officers and soldiers. I almost couldn't help it." After entering the city, everyone in class 66 took off their disguise and burst into laughter. "Okay, stop laughing, you guys settle down first. I'll go out and investigate. I can't act rashly before I come back." Lin Chen still maintained the appearance of a little old man, with a strong body, and escaped into the many alleys in the capital. Zijin Tong moved slightly. Lin Chen avoided many eyeliners and sneaked into the outer area of the imperial city. He followed the direction of the rise of the rune energy beam all the way, bypassing the outer area of the imperial city. After going around the outside area for a long time, Lin Chen finally locked the destination, which was in an imperial mausoleum on the edge of the imperial city. The imperial mausoleum was dead, and there weren't many experts stationed there. Therefore, it was easy for Lin Chen to sneak in now. The area where this rune energy is located is at the bottom of the emperor's tomb under the entire emperor's mausoleum. It's not difficult to enter with my cultivation, but the problem is that the sound of entering is not ordinary. The warriors patrolling here are also not here. Few, rash actions are easy to be discovered. After observing the situation of the entire imperial mausoleum, Lin Chen exited the outer area of the imperial city and returned to the capital. You must think of a foolproof strategy. You must safely open the imperial tomb to take away the rune energy, but not let anyone find it. And leave the imperial city safely. Lin Chen was walking on the street, while he was contemplating, a few figures walked out from a luxury restaurant. Hee, uniquely, the eldest prince's ascension to the throne is imminent. If you can't come up with a few more decent plans, be careful of your head. After all, the eldest prince has liked pompous activities since he was a child. This is the most important event in our entire dynasty. What a grand day. Several senior eunuchs joked with their orchid fingers. They left with a flick of the dust. Only the father-in-law Li and his people stood there, frowning. Suddenly, seeing this scene, the financial management has a plan. He kept the image of a stooped little old man with a mustache and walked over, clasping his fists and smiling. This eunuch Li is a businessman from the standalone Chamber of Commerce, Lao Lin. When he entered the city this time, Xingqiu had a big gift and didn't know how to give it to the eldest prince, and he happened to meet eunuch Li, which is really a number of days. Lin Chen's enthusiasm suddenly made eunuch Li feel vigilant. He frowned and asked in a sharp voice, "I haven't heard of the Chamber of Commerce? Who are you, and what gift do you want to give to the eldest prince?" Let me tell you, the eldest prince is not an ordinary person, and will be moved by you vulgar businessmen. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Lin Chen took out a long bar, similar to a wooden stick, from the nailing ring and lit the lead. A bunch of purple flames shot into the sky, suddenly exploded, and splendid fireworks bloomed, attracting countless passers-by to stop and watch. That's the big gift you're talking about? Do you plan to let this father in law show the eldest prince this kind of thing to coax children? Eunuch Li retracted his gaze and said disdainfully, "Hey, eunuch Li, don't worry. This is a trial version. This thing is called fireworks. It is a special ornament of our Chamber of Commerce. If eunuch Li needs it, we can make it bigger than just now, and 100 times, 1,000 times brighter. Fireworks, when the time comes, thousands of fireworks will rise into the sky, spread all over the dynasty, and celebrate the day of registration for the eldest prince. Wouldn't it be beautiful?" Lin Chen's remarks made eunuch Li a little moved this time. Can it be 100 times or 1,000 times bigger? Yes. Besides, I have one more thing to give to the eldest prince. Lin Chen called out another oil paper lamp in the nailing ring, lit the fuel primer on the base. The fire burned, the paper lantern slowly expanded, and began to lift off into the sky. This object is called Kongming Lantern. In our hometown, there are customs of flying Kongming lanterns to pray for blessings, make wishes, and pray for peace. It is the second kind of gift specially prepared by our single machine Chamber of Commerce for the eldest prince. On the night of the enthronement, fireworks are combined with 10,000 Kongming lanterns, and the Kongming lanterns are hung at the place. The congratulations to the eldest prince and the dynasty are filled with congratulations, and they are lit together and lifted into the sky. What do you think of that scene, eunuch Li? Lin Chen's seductive remarks suddenly made eunuch Li's eyes sparkle. Perfect. Simply perfect. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth outlined a conspiracy successful arc, and then he laughed. Eunuch Li, our requirements are not too high. I hope you can introduce these 2 things to the eldest prince in the name of our Chamber of Commerce. After all, we are only a small chamber of commerce. What we lack right now is popularity. Lin Chen's typical businessman's face made Eunuch Li further trust his identity. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well, yes. I will report these 2 things to the eldest prince in the name of your Chamber of Commerce. You go back and start preparing the materials. There are less than 7 days before the eldest prince ascends the throne. I want you to prepare more Kongming lanterns and fireworks. The better, I will report to the eldest prince later." The 2 hit it off. Lin Chen successfully won the trust of Eunuch Li, and even obtained the identity token to enter and leave the imperial city at will. Haha, the plan works. Lin Chen, who got the imperial city jade order, the corners of his mouth rose wildly. At noon, Lin Chen turned back to the inn where everyone settled. When they learned that Lin Chen had obtained the qualification to enter the imperial city overnight, everyone almost thought that Lin Chen had his inner partner in this Chando dynasty. Lin Chen purchased materials for making fireworks and Kongming lanterns overnight. First, he made a few samples with everyone, and expanded the Kongming lanterns and fireworks several times. Late at night, Lin Chen took the whole class into the imperial city disguised as the previous caravan. The imperial city was heavily guarded. Just to enter the outer area of the imperial city, Eunuch Li had to come out to greet him in person. "How's it going?" After Eunuch Li, who came out to greet him, dismissed the guard, he nervously rubbed his hands and asked cautiously, "Eunuch Li, don't worry, I have already revised the model according to your previous requirements. After you have read it tonight, if you are satisfied, you can mass-produce it tomorrow." Lin Chen, disguised as a profiteer little old man, smiled, followed Eunuch Li into the palace and walked all the way to the mansion of the eldest prince. Along the way, there were no less than 10 warriors from the Earth Demon realm that Lin Chen and others saw. But although there are a lot of masters in the imperial city, everyone in Class 66 is not extraordinary. These lineups not only didn't scare them, but gave them a new and exciting feeling. "Okay, leave your things to me. You alone do not have the qualifications and identity to enter the first prince's mansion." Eunuch Li said frankly that Lin Chen remained calm, and only gave the prepared model Kongming lantern and fireworks to Eunuch Li first. Lin Chen and others were arranged to wait behind the door. Eunuch Li entered the mansion in person. That Qin Xiaofeng couldn't help but muttered disgust in a low voice. "Cut, isn't he just a secular prince? What's so amazing?" This royal grown-up has been familiar with the emperor's mind since he was a child. He is cautious and decisive, and it is normal not to let strangers like us approach their mansion. Lin Chen smiled casually and said indifferently. After a while, Eunuch Li came out of the mansion full of joy and smiled happily. "Very good, Lao Lin, you just follow these 2 templates. The first prince has personally ordered that 30,000 fireworks and 10,000 Kongming lanterns will be ordered for you. If there are not enough producers, then you can come to me and pay the full cost. Come out from our royal family." Hearing this news, Lin Chen almost slapped his thigh. Done. Next is his home. Eunuch Li, all these are all right. Now there is another problem. We need a place with a wider field of vision to fully appreciate the visual feast brought by fireworks and Kongming lanterns. Lin Chen suggested with a smile, "When I came in with my father-in-law, just Now, I saw an area outside the training grounds of the Praetorian Guards, which was very ideal. There should be a complete view of the fireworks. What does father-in-law Li think? Well, it is indeed the most empty place in the imperial city. Well, then I'll decide where it is. I'll go back and tell the first prince. This is the down payment that the first prince gave you. You have to do it well. Eunuch Li was very elated at this time, and smiled and handed Lin Chen a ring of accepting spirits. If he planned this event, he would be a capable confidant beside the eldest prince in the future. A great career is at hand. Lin Chen took the nailing ring, and quietly crossed a smile. The place he proposed to pick just now was the open area closest to the imperial tomb. After obtaining permission and approval, Lin Chen and others began to act thoroughly. Their residences were arranged in the imperial city, and Eunuch Li arranged for thousands of strong men to give Lin Chen a full effort to make Kongming lanterns and a large number of fireworks. Lin Chen was also in the dark, quietly carrying out his own plan. At the same time, he also inquired, when the eldest prince ascended the throne and became the emperor, the seventh princess of the Sunset Empire would also be present. As a result, a serial plan quietly started from Lin Chen's plan, although everyone in Class 66 was completely unaware. They maintained absolute trust in Lin Chen and were always waiting for his orders. 6 days, in a flash. This day, the quartet, numerous dignitaries, and even other high officials of the empire who were friends with the Tiando dynasty arrived at the imperial city. The imperial city, which had always been dead silent, was instantly lively. The dynasty began to hold an unprecedented feast to entertain everyone. Lin Chen's fireworks show was arranged to entertain many guests and VIPs at night. In the afternoon, Lin Chen Kai began to officially confess his plan to everyone. The whole class who learned about Lin Chen's overall plan was stunned. I've been called a genius since I was a child. I only found out when I met Brother Lin Chen today that I'm no different from an idiot. Ying Liang was amazed. The admiration for Lin Chen in his heart was hard to describe in words. Brother Chen, I'm in love with you. Gu Chenfeng looked at Lin Chen seriously. Even Su Lan, who had always been prejudiced against Lin Chen, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration after hearing his plan. And her sister Su Lan was even more amazed after hearing the plan. This is simply an astonishing thought. Not only do you have to enter the underground of the emperor's mausoleum under their noses when these forces are visiting the Tiando dynasty, but you also need to rescue the seventh princess of the Sunset Empire while saving the seventh princess of the Sunset Empire. All of us take it with us. Yu Linlin's eyes were shining brightly, and she looked at Lin Chen all over her body, her face flushed with excitement, and she was extremely curious. How the hell does your brain grow? Everyone who learned of this idea and plan looked at Lin Chen with a look at monsters. This is no longer pure talent and strength against the sky, and even this IQ, all of them together are afraid that they are not as good as Lin Chen. Half. Shangguan Bihan stayed quietly beside Lin Chen, watching him tenderly like water, and being able to act with him might be the biggest surprise the world gave him. Hey, I'm actually a very low-key person, but this operation is still a bit troublesome. I can only use this last resort to make a high profile. Lin Chen pretended to be lofty, shook his head like a sigh, and shrugged his shoulders. Everyone seemed to be beating him up. Night is coming, the feast is coming to an end. Before the start of the plan, Lin Chen secretly looked at the situation around the imperial city. Tonight, there are 200,000 elite soldiers stationed in the Imperial City just for the deployment of troops. This lineup, unless it is a strong Tiangang realm, entering the Imperial City or escaping without authorization is only a dead end. Guards training ground, uniquely pointed at the orchid flower and asked Lin Chen and the others anxiously, "How is it? Are you ready?" This time the guests can't go wrong. Uniquely can rest assured that everything is in order, and I only owe the distinguished guests. Lin Chen smiled lightly, and urged Zi Jintong to look at everyone calmly. The entire class of Class 66 was distributed in various positions. As soon as there was a situation, they could act immediately. "Okay. You go to prepare now. In a quarter of an hour, as long as all the distinguished guests arrive at the Ziyue Tower, you will follow the original plan." Uniquely held the fan in relief and nodded in satisfaction. Lin Chen smiled and nodded and left. At this moment, a bustling and lively atmosphere began to come from outside the training ground. Brother Chu is so arrogant and domineering. Only when the new king ascends the throne, he has already pacified the two countries, he is really the future real dragon and emperor. A group of high officials, surrounded by front and back, boarded the Ziyue Tower. The young man in the dragon robe in the center of the crowd said with a smile, "You are too polite. I also have the blessings of my ancestors to clear away the remaining party that threatens Tiando, and seek a peaceful and contented life for the people of this dynasty." Although the tone of the youth in the dragon robe is very polite, it is not the case for the executives of other empires. But it is with a sword and a smile. The implication is that if they do not submit to the Tiando dynasty, then they are the remaining party that threatens the Tiando dynasty. The young man in the dragon robe is the new king who is newly enthroned, the eldest prince of the Heavenly Dao Empire, Chu Hunsheng. That is, the Heavenly Dao dynasty was born in accordance with the will of God. If it can eliminate those law-violating elements, it is also due to luck. Some of the people who were slapping the horse immediately smiled, some people who remained neutral second-rate sectarian forces cast a contemptuous look. Hundreds of VIPs gradually ascended the Ziyue Tower. Lin Chen could see at a glance that the center of the crowd was the new king of the Tiando dynasty, the eldest prince himself. Being less than 27 years old, he is already at the third level of the earth fiend realm. This kind of talent is also considered a superior talent in the inner courtyard of Tianga Academy. There is also the eloquence that even some geniuses in the inner courtyard have never possessed. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, just as he was about to execute the next move, his eyes suddenly fixed on a shadow beside the eldest prince. The beauty's long dress is like snow, cold and arrogant, out of the world. Like the snow lotus blooming on the top of the snow-capped mountains, only the helplessness and struggle between the eyebrows reveal the beauty of the beauty. At the moment, this woman, Lin Chen, is no stranger. She is the seventh princess of the Sunset Empire? Isn't she from the Nangong family? The Lingyan beauty standing beside Chu Hunsheng is the super-strong treasure appraiser that Lin Chen met at the treasure appraising conference before Nangong Yuyan. If this Nangong Yuyan wasn't for Lin Chen's help to the Shangguan family, she might be the first treasure appraiser in this wasteland. Amazing, this seventh princess is still someone I know. Lin Chen laughed in his heart, then he disappeared in the dark, and everyone in the branch cooperated with Lin Chen and started to act. On the Purple Moon Tower. The night is very beautiful tonight. Brother Chu gave up waiting for me to be a song to the moon, but he wants to tell us all a beautiful scene in the world. I don't know where this gift is. The gentleman in Xing from a second-rate sect smiled friendly towards Chu Hansheng. Hee, it will be revealed later. Eunuch Li, are you ready? Chu Hansheng smiled lightly and said to Eunuch Li. Go back to your highness, you can start in half a quarter of an hour. Eunuch Li said respectfully. All the guests looked around curiously. There was nothing nearby except the open area. Just as everyone was talking and looking forward to it, a thunderous explosion resounded through the entire palace. Bang! What's that sound? Don't panic, all the guests, please look over there. Chu Hansheng said with a smile, his finger pointed to the beam of fireworks rising into the sky in the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum. Boom! Clap clap clap. The huge beam exploded, scattering countless bright fireworks, and the crackling burning scattered. So beautiful! Numerous female VIPs exclaimed sincerely. The male VIPs have not yet had time to savor it, and beams of light rose into the sky, and the deafening explosion spread throughout the entire palace. The fireworks in full bloom are colorful and dazzling, like a colorful galaxy floating in the sky. What is this? So beautiful. Nangong Yuyan, who had been depressed since entering the imperial city, still couldn't help exclaiming at this moment, her beautiful eyes flashing with a splendid splendor of hope. Do you like it, Yuyan? This thing is called fireworks. But it's one of the gifts I specially prepared for you. Seeing the wind, Chu Hansheng took the opportunity to win a wave of goodwill from Nangong Yuyan, who cast a disdainful look at her. She was somewhat clear about who this Chu Hansheng was. However, it is undeniable that this firework is really beautiful. When everyone is silent in the beauty and splendor of the fireworks, the direction of the Imperial Mausoleum. Bang! And the explosion of the huge fireworks, and the sound of the ground shaking and breaking. At a certain edge of the Imperial Mausoleum, Lin Chen punched through the surface of the Imperial Mausoleum and swept to the ground. Such a huge momentum, in normal times, has long attracted the investigation of the guards. But this time is different. Lin Chen specially changed the design of the fireworks to dozens of times more than the usual amount of gunpowder, and increased the sound of the explosion and the height of the fireworks by 100 times. This causes the ground to vibrate and a loud noise when every firework is fired. At this time, he used his momentum to cover it up, relying only on his own fists. He easily opened up a road to the underground of the Emperor's mausoleum. Not to mention the distinguished guests, even the patrolling guards were silent for a while in the splendor and beauty of the fireworks. The underground of the Imperial Mausoleum is less than 2,000 meters. After Lin Chen sneaked in, he found that this was a huge tomb. It was buried with the royal family of all dynasties and a large number of funerary objects. In addition, when Lin Chen urged Zijintong, he also discovered many dangerous secrets. This tomb is quite dangerous. If you can't come in through the normal passage, you may set foot anywhere and trigger several organs. Lin Chen casually settled in the passage of the tomb, walked to the deeper part of the passage in a leisurely manner. These organs are quite dangerous for the Earth Fiend realm, and they are designed with sophisticated technology used in the Heavenly Dao. But for Lin Chen, who has purple gold pupils, it is completely useless. Around this passage, there are all buried royal tombstones, and Lin Chen picked up a few gray attribute light balls. By the way, the host gets 1500 rune energy, 2800 rune energy, 2150 rune energy. To Lin Chen's surprise, all the gray attribute light balls scattered on the royal tombstones are rune energy attributes. Good guy, I just walked for 10 minutes and found nearly 10,000 rune energy points. I don't know what other treasures are waiting for me at the source of the rune energy beam. Lin Chen rubbed his hands excitedly and walked lightly to avoid the many traps hidden in the passage. In some places, he even needed to use the true flame purple phoenix wings to pass safely. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the end of the passage. The end point is an empty tomb with a height of more than 100 feet, with many tombstones standing. The names and identities of the barriers are clearly recorded on it. Lin Chen also finally found the rune energy beam that rose into the sky. It was in front of a crystal tombstone in the center of the tomb. This ball of light, the size of a fist, is white, and the rune energy fluctuations and light it releases are as bright as a sun. My dear, this must have tens of thousands of rune energy. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, and was about to step forward to take this attribute light ball. Tear. The sound of the breaking wind roared, the dark afterimage stabbed like a lightning bolt, stabbing at the back of Lin Chen's head. He was on one side of the figure. He easily escaped the shadow, only rubbing the tip of his hair, and there was no danger. Something sneaks up on this handsome guy. I don't seem to feel the breath of life. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, not in a hurry to get the attribute light ball. His eyes narrowed, staring at the rapidly spinning black shadow in the void. It was a pitch-black spear more than half a zhang long, with 2 half-moon blades on the left and right sides, and the spear tip was pitch-black and sharp. The whole gun exudes a dark and sinister aura, and the fierce and brutal aura makes Lin Chen have a sense of sight when facing an ancient monster. 5th-tier soldiers? No, 4th tier? Not right. How could a 4th tier weapon move on its own to attack me? Lin Chen urged Zijintong to look up and down this weird gun, but he couldn't tell its rank for a while. It just so happens that my Soul Reaper gun is broken. If I lack a handy war gun, it's you. Lin Chen grinned. The rechargeable runes were activated, and the seal of the 4 demon fighting kings was quickly formed. The pitch-black gun spun around and stabbed in awe. There was a dragon-like hissing, and the sharpness of the evil spirit burst out. Even Lin Chen had to take it seriously. 4 demon king seals, 4 seals in one. Lin Chen sighed suddenly, and the fighting spirit in his dantian trembled. Suddenly, sending out 4 fierce fighting spirits of 4 attributes, Lin Chen slapped the pitch-black war gun head-on with one palm. A huge 4-color battle seal of more than 10 meters was like a god's seal, and it bombarded the pitch-black war gun from the front. Chi-chi. Boom. Under the superposition of the rechargeable runes, the power of this blow was terrifying, shaking the entire tomb to shudder. The ground is constantly shaking, causing the crust to change. If it weren't for the huge fireworks outside, this blow would be enough to alarm everyone outside. However, when the sharp tearing sound resounded, the strongest attack of Lin Chen's battle gas attack was torn apart alive. The pitch-black war gun turned into a black lightning bolt. Lin Chen was caught off guard, and suddenly urged the Tiangang war chi to form a barrier of war energy in front of him. Clang. Sigh. Kaka. Lin Chen's figure was blasted 100 meters away, and Tiangang's fighting spirit was smashed into a large number of cracks on the front by the pitch black war gun. A little edge also scratched Lin Chen's arms and cheeks. The pitch-black guns are aggressive, attacking again. Yes, so strong? Lin Chen, who was running the true water returning Yuan art to adjust his breath and recover, saw that the situation was not good. A slow rune was quickly shot, and the pitch-black gun was torn apart after half a breath of delay. It's not just a gun, just surrender to me obediently. The blue light on his left arm flickered. Lin Chen liberated the blood of the blue dragon, and the huge blue dragon arm was born. Because of the last release of the Azure Dragon's soul-splitting claw, the current Azure Dragon arm has less than 400,000 tiger strength. But Lin Chen couldn't care too much. After the Qinglong arm was released, he beat him violently, and it was a messed hammer against the pitch-black war gun. The violent tiger force hammered the entire tomb to collapse and shake, and Lin Chen beat the pitch-black guns hundreds of times in a row. After a long battle, it fell to the ground like a breathing thread, and kept shaking violently, but finally it was difficult to fly up to attack Lin Chen again. Lin Chen was panting, and the dragon scales on Qinglong's arm were also covered in blood at the moment, and running the true water returning Yuanju temporarily stopped the injury. Putting away the Qinglong arm, Lin Chen walked over and looked at the pitch-black gun, cursing. This thing is more difficult to deal with than an 8th-level earth demon. Realm, grandmas, what kind of weapon is this? Picking up the pitch-black war gun, the gun body is branded with 2 simple characters, Black Abyss. Just then, a sudden vision. Roar. A dragon roar burst out from the war gun, and the majestic dragon's might was enough to shake the spiritual warriors in the mid-spiritual realm into idiots. However, after Lin Chen picked up many spiritual attribute light balls, his spiritual realm was close to the late stage of spiritual realm. In addition, Lin Chen's Qinglong arm is pregnant with pure dragon breath, and he was not instantly frightened by this sudden dragon's might, but instantly turned against the army. Taisher Ling Hood. A spiritual shroud turned between Lin Chen's spiritual platform and the sound of dragon whistling could not penetrate Lin Chen's spiritual defense, and quickly turned back into the battle gun, trembling slightly, and no longer felt any hostility. Submissive to me? Fortunately, Brother Chen, I have the spiritual defense method of the Taisher Bible, otherwise I will have to be swayed by it in the end. Lin Chen picked up the Black Abyss spear and played with it for a round. Curiously, he could feel a spirit-like will resided in the battle spear. But this will is too weak, it can only be regarded as a consciousness and cannot be embodied. Boom. At this time, the entire imperial mausoleum began to vibrate violently. Not good. It's going to collapse here. Lin Chen secretly screamed that it was not good. His Qinglong arm and Heiyuan spear were slammed hundreds of times. No matter how good the building materials here, they could not withstand such an offensive. A stride rushed up to take away the dazzling white attribute light ball, and the system light screen popped up in front of Lin Chen's eyes. The host gained 60,000 rune energy. The 60,000 points of rune energy frightened Lin Chen for a moment, and he didn't care too much. After he put away the Black Abyss gun, he unfolded the true flame purple phoenix wings and quickly escaped from the Imperial Mausoleum. Inside the Imperial Mausoleum, a fissure at the edge. Lin Chen changed back to his previous disguise, put on a human skin mask, and returned to the appearance of the little old man before. The first time he came out, he just found some gravel and plugged the passage. He opened up. Zijintong looked around and made sure that no one found him. He breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the practice ground calmly. At this time, the fireworks were still spraying, covering up the sound of the collapse of the entire underground Imperial Mausoleum, making Lin Chen feel at ease. After all, Chu Hunsheng ordered more than 30,000 fireworks, and Lin Chen specially added a few thousand more, for fear that it would not be enough. According to this time, there should be half the time. It's time for my Kongming lantern to go into battle. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he looked to the other side of the practice ground, whether he could rescue Nangong Yuyan this time and escape with the whole class. It all depends on this Kongming lantern. As long as there is a little mistake, Class 66 will face the masters of the entire Heaven Dao dynasty. The time to watch the fireworks seemed to pass very fast, and when all the distinguished guests saw that the fireworks were about to end, it was already very late at night. Time flies so fast, the fireworks are really unfinished. Some young and beautiful female VIPs clapped their hands and laughed, and there was a lingering aftertaste in their laughter. The fireworks are only the first round, then please enjoy the second round. Eunuch Li. Chu Hunxing was about to wave his hand and instruct Eunuch Li when a hurried figure broke into the Ziyue Tower. The last will meet His Majesty. The armored figure knelt down on one knee, looking a little panicked and flustered, hesitating to say anything. When he saw who was coming, Chu Hunxing stopped his instructions to Eunuch Li, and said to the soldier indifferently, "Come on, everyone here is my distinguished guests, there is nothing that can't be said. Reporting to your Majesty, when we sent envoys to hand over the Liang fortress, we found that not only did my Tiando soldiers fail to capture the Liang fortress, but even the Qingyang fortress that was captured before was recaptured by the Sunset Empire." As soon as this statement came out, the four were shocked. All the distinguished guests looked at the soldier in amazement and doubt. They are closely watching the battles of the Tiando dynasty, otherwise they would not come here to befriend the Tiando dynasty. I even sent Mr. Jin Shao, plus 150,000 elite soldiers. How did they retake Qingyang fortress? Chu Huanxing city was very deep, and at this moment, instead of getting angry, he asked calmly. It's just that deep murderous intent flashed across those sharp eyes from time to time. It's a strange army hidden by the Sunset Empire. This strange army is quite terrifying. The 50,000 vanguard troops arranged in Qingyang fortress were annihilated by these people in one fell swoop, and the leader was a young man named Lin Chen. The moment she heard the name of Lin Chen, Nangong Yuyan, who was beside her, was struck by lightning. Her eyes shone with incredible light and turned to the general. In front of all the guests, the general, who came to report briefly explained the deeds of Lin Chen and his party. The expressions of all the guests became more and more exciting. Especially when I heard that Lin Chen's group led more than 3,000 elite soldiers to the Qingyang fortress, and they used the song 8,000 Waves of Pride to assist the Sunset Empire to repel the elite soldiers of the Tiando dynasty. There are so many strange people in the world. I didn't expect such a big change in the first battle of the Sunset Empire. It seems that it is time to re-evaluate the relationship with the Tiando dynasty. The Sunset Empire has such amazing people. Even if the Tiando dynasty wants to take them down, they will have to pay a heavy price. Nangong Yuyan finished listening to the deeds of Class 66, she lightly covered her cherry lips, and her always cold and arrogant face showed an unbelievable flush of excitement. After Chu Hunxing heard this, his handsome face was filled with a faint grim expression. But in the end, he endured it. He even nodded lightly and waved. It's just a young man, nothing to worry about. When I go to the battlefield in the future, I will fight against this person with my own hands. The corners of Nangong Yuyan's mouth rose slightly. She had a general understanding between Chu Hunxing and Lin Chen. The latter's level of evildoer was by no means comparable to Chu Hunxing. Okay, uniquely, let's continue. After rejecting the reporting officer, Chu Hunsheng waved his hand and smiled indifferently. Seeing his light-hearted appearance, many VIPs were amazed. This Chu Hunsheng is also a ruthless man. Under such a situation, he can still be so calm, as expected to be able to kill a bloody path among the many princes, the man who ascended the throne of the Heavenly Dao dynasty. Old slave obeys. Uniquely respectfully led the way, then he waved his hand and said loudly, "Lao Lin, light up the Kongming lantern." At this time all the VIPs looked at the situation and saw that under the night sky, under the entire training ground, there were batches of oil paper lamps hidden. Lin Chen, shrewd little old man in disguise, jumped out and laughed loudly. The villain has seen all the princes. This Kongming lantern belongs to the lamp of prayer, and the lighting of the Kongming lantern is a symbol of praying to the sky and making a wish. According to the regulations, it should be the person with the deepest source of blessings at the scene, that is, His Majesty, who is cherishing the fortune of the country, be the first to light the Kongming lantern. At this time a minister immediately scolded, "A bold mortal, how dare you not kneel when you see your majesty? Are you despising the imperial prestige of my Heavenly Dao dynasty?" In this regard, someone Lin smiled calmly, "This minister has misunderstood the villain, the rules in our hometown. This Kongming lantern prays to the sky. Naturally the sky is the greatest. When praying, only kneeling to the sky can count. It represents sincerity." The minister was about to speak. Chu Hunsheng smiled and raised his hand with great interest. "Liao Gaochen, it doesn't matter. Since we have chosen this Kongming lantern, we must respect its customs and regulations, otherwise it is meaningless. Isn't it? Let me personally light this Kongming lantern." "Your Majesty is wise. The villain has specially prepared the largest Kongming lantern for His Majesty." Lin Chen clasped his fists and smiled, then Chu Hunsheng turned around and stretched out his hand. He said sincerely, "Yu Yan, go down with me to light this Kongming lantern and pray to the sky. How about it? When I swept through the 8 wastelands and conquered the wasteland, I will surely allow you to be beautiful, and your mother will honor the world." Chu Hunsheng's confession, Nangong Yuyan, frowned. But she was curious that the Kongming lantern did not take Chu Hunsheng's hand, but jumped down from the Ziyue tower alone. Chu Hunsheng was not angry, but shook his head and laughed. Nangong Yuyan was the top treasure appraiser in the wasteland, and she played a pivotal role in their Heavenly Dao dynasty. She could only treat this woman with tenderness, not toughness. Leaping into the air, Chu Hunsheng jumped into the practice ground. "This beautiful lady, Your Majesty, please." Lin Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, and brought the two to the biggest Kongming lantern. Chu Hunsheng stimulated the fire with the fighting spirit, flicked his fingertips, and ignited the Kongming lantern headed by him. The flames burned, and the Kongming lantern headed by it quickly expanded to a huge size of 10 feet, and began to lift off quickly. The banner of Tiando Shenwei, Unify the Wasteland, hangs on the Kongming lantern. Under the firelight of the Kongming lantern, it looks domineering and majestic. Your Majesty has personally lit the Kongming lantern and caught fire. Lin Chen gave an order. Many Kongming lanterns began to be lit one after another, and they began to lift off quickly. All the distinguished guests stared at the many Kongming lanterns that were lifted into the sky, and they were amazed. Thousands of Kongming lanterns were ignited and lifted into the sky, flying high in the palace, illuminating the entire imperial city. It appeared dimly lit, flickering in the sky, and beautiful. Well, this Kongming lantern is very good, and I will make one for our empire. When I go back. A lamp that prays to the sky, this is not bad. Many VIPs praised him and decided to win over this businessman and get them a batch of Kongming lanterns. At this moment, Nangong Yuyan's beautiful pupils shrank suddenly. Among the many Kongming lanterns, there is a large ball that has not yet been lifted into the air, and there is also an oversized basket and several ladders placed under the ball. At this time, next to the large ball, there were several people who urged the fighting spirit to tighten it with thick ropes. Chu Hunching asked suspiciously, "What is that? Is it also a Kongming lantern? Why doesn't it look like it?" "That is a surprise gift I prepared for your majesty." "Your majesty, please see this." Lin Chen walked over with a smile and handed Chu Hunching a scroll of jade. Chu Hunching opened the jade file. Several large characters were engraved on it. Chu Hunching read it out subconsciously. A group of single-player kings are handsome? What is this? Boom. Before Chu Hunching finished speaking, Lin Chen suddenly burst out. At the moment when the disguise is torn off, the whole body is full of tiger power and gallops. Lin Chen slapped Chu Hunching's face at close range, making a sonic boom and hissing throughout the practice ground. This palm is also a signal for the action of all Class 66. All of a sudden, no one thought that this little old man from the Chamber of Commerce would actually show murderous minions to Chu Hunching in the Imperial City, and even in front of everyone's eyes. And he even hid his strength. Chu Hunching's reaction speed was extremely fast. A backhand punch suddenly collided with Lin Chen's palm. Boom! Combining the 4 seals of the fighting demons and the 4 seals in one, the Battle Chi handprint suddenly exploded, setting off a billowing energy storm. The two retreat at the same time. Before being shaken back, Lin Chen stretched out his palm and grabbed Nangong Yuyan. It was at this moment, the people of Class 66 loosened the ropes, and the hot air balloon hidden in the Kongming lantern suddenly lifted into the sky. "Everyone go up immediately." Lin Chen let out a loud shout, and Class 66 and even the 2 sisters Bai Juanhao, Shangguan Bihan, and Su Lan rushed into the hot air balloon basket. The hot air balloon took off at a very fast speed, and it rose to a height of tens of meters in a blink of an eye. This moment happened so fast. No one could react at all. Compared with the well-prepared Class 66, many VIPs and experts in the realm of the earth were still admiring the beautiful scenery of Kongming lanterns just a moment ago. "Lin Chen, it's actually you?" Nangong Yuyan lost her voice in shock, and when all the VIPs heard the name, they couldn't help being shocked. "Lin Chen? Isn't this the leader of the Sunset Empire mysterious soldier group? Who in the world can think of it?" In an important period of war between these two countries, this Lin Chen dared to break into the Tiando dynasty? He also chose the time when Chu Hunching ascended the throne and sneaked in? Could he be the powerhouse of the heavenly astral realm? The VIPs looked at the past subconsciously, when they found that Lin Chen only had the cultivation level of the battle soul realm. All the VIPs took a few breaths of air conditioning. It's actually just a young man in the battle soul realm. With the strength of the battle soul realm alone, he dared to go deep into the Heaven Dao dynasty alone. Such daring, he was simply a monster. This kind of act against the sky, let alone action, the people present didn't even dare to think about it. "You are actually Lin Chen? Dare to infiltrate my dynasty, you are courting death." Frightened and angry, Chu Hunching suddenly swept away an afterimage. His whole body was boiling with fighting energy, and he shot in rage. The azure light on his left arm flickered. Lin Chen spread out his azure dragon arm and slapped it angrily, once again shocking Chu Hunching, who was in the third level of the Earth Demon realm. Yu Lin Lin. Lin Chen shouted loudly. Yu Lin Lin flapped Qingguang's thin wings behind her back and swept past Lin Chen's side. She picked up Nangong Yuan and flew quickly in the direction of the huge hot air balloon of dozens of meters. At this time, the large hot air balloon has been lifted to an altitude of more than 400 meters. Knock them down for me. Chu Hunching roared almost madly. If Lin Chen escaped with Nangong Yuan in front of messengers from various countries and sectarian powerhouses, it would be a real shame, to the point of irreversible. Is it true that no one in my Heaven Dao dynasty is invincible? The 5 figures suddenly rose into the air. All of them were experts at the 7th level of the Earth Fiend realm. The one headed by him is the peak of the 8th level, and he is only one step away from the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm. The expressions of everyone in Class 66 changed. If these 5 people shot, even a height of more than 400 meters would be knocked down. Slow rune. Lin Chen let out a deep drink. His hand suddenly shot out 2 gray-white runes, and his rune energy dropped sharply by 15,000 points in an instant. The gray-white runes fell from the sky, and the world was sealed as a demon. Delay the 5 masters of the late stage of the Earth Evil, in midair. Their faces were horrified. What kind of secret method is this? It can actually make their fighting spirit run as slow as a snail. The 5 people without the support of fighting spirit are like living targets. True flame purple phoenix wings swept across the sky. Lin Chen's blue dragon arm swept across the sky, crushing the airflow with 390,000 tiger strength, and suddenly swept the 5 people down. At this point, the hot air balloon has reached a height of 500 meters. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of warlike rays of light converged into an invariable offensive to bombard the hot air balloon in the sky. The rain of arrows in the sky suddenly shot in the direction of the hot air balloon. Binglin profound crystal shield. Led by the 2 daughters of the Su Lan sisters, they held on to the soft ladder hanging outside the basket with one hand, and unfurled cold ice shields with one hand. Immediately afterwards, everyone in Class 66 was full of enthusiasm, and all their trump cards came out. They launched a super powerful defense of war and joined forces to block the attack of war from the sky. The momentum of the collision between the 2 sides was so shocking that hundreds of Kongming lanterns fell from the sky, and the hot air balloon was crumbling. Chu Hunching slapped his palms angrily. The violent and fierce palms turned into blood-colored blades and slashed. Tian Gang's fighting spirit tightly guarded Lin Chen. Because of the height, the power failed to shake Lin Chen, but instead used as offensive to push him to a higher altitude. Everyone at the scene looked at Lin Chen, who jumped into the hot air balloon basket in stunned eyes. It was useless to let the experts of the Heaven Dao dynasty attack the Earth Demon realm. When the height continues to rise to more than 1,000 meters, even those masters in the late stage of the Earth Fiend realm can't reach it. How about it, First Prince, Great Sand Sculpture? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Your brother Chen's gift makes you feel full. Lin Chen's arrogant laughter shook the wind and thunder, resounding throughout the imperial city. No one could have imagined that today, the day when the new king of Chu Hunching ascended the throne, there would be such a big joke. This Lin Chen is only a dozen people. He doesn't even have a 4th level Earth Fiend realm. Not only did he infiltrate the heavily guarded Heaven Dao dynasty, but he even took the new king's appointed unmarried concubine away in front of everyone's eyes. The world is so strange. This son is astonished. 8 days ago, the Qingyang fortress was destroyed. And 8 days later, he came to the dynasty in a haunted manner. He actually evacuated the imperial city in front of so many experts of the earth fiend realm. We are afraid that a legend will rise in our wasteland. Character. Gazing above the night sky where the hot air balloons disappeared, the hundreds of VIPs were in awe and shock, but fucking shocked. Some VIPs couldn't even believe it, and looked at the messy scene with a dazed expression. Don't hurry to find the flying beasts, to catch up with these bastards. You idiots. For the first time, Chu Hunsheng showed a frantic roar. Many experts in the shaman state did not dare to say much, and quickly dispatched, to deploy flying beasts, to chase Lin Chen and others. But people with discerning eyes know that the hot air balloon rises extremely fast, and when the flying beasts are deployed, Lin Chen and others are estimated to have already flown away from the imperial city. Where can these Kongming lanterns be found in the sky? Sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Crime deserves 10,000 deaths. Lin Chen, I remember you. You dare to let me suffer such a shame. Even if I fight against the whole dynasty, I will kill you. Chu Hunsheng roared like a concubine. His eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast. The morning sun is pouring down, and it is actually dawn at this time. Look, what is that? Many VIPs exclaimed. All of them looked away. I saw the sky sprinkled by the morning sun, the red clouds drifted by, and it was beautiful. What's even more surprising is that in the direction where Lin Chen and others left, the slowly drifting red clouds in the sky actually formed a piece. The red clouds and clouds gathered together and gradually outlined the word show. It's a show character. Show. Tianxiao? At this time, the imperial city was completely chaotic. Many warriors in the divine realm and battle soul realm were anxious like ants on a hot pot, scurrying around and doing nothing. In the imperial city where heavy troops are guarded, Lin Chen almost completed a feat that shocked the world. In front of the eyes of all the masters in the imperial city, not only did he take the entire class of 66 to leave safely, but he also took away the 7th princess of the Sunset Empire. Many young talents from the sect who visited the Tiando dynasty looked at Lin Chen's departure direction with adoration and amazement. The morning light reflects the whole world and floats on the large hot air balloon in the sky, whether it is the boys hanging on the ladder or the girls sitting in the baskets. They all burst into laughter. It worked. We really did it. Cool. It's so fucking cool. After I left the family and entered the academy in my life, I have never done such an exciting thing. Damn, I fought a 50,000 strong army in Liang Fortress alone, and broke into Qingyang Fortress. I turned the tide of the battle with arrogance, and now I have robbed the concubine of the new king of the dynasty in front of 200,000 troops and 100 people. It's so much fun to hang out with brother Lin Chen. The boys are called Shuang Lianlian, and the girls are flushed with excitement. They are the objects of key protection in each other's clans and forces. How can they experience such a riotous dynasty and thrilling action? Dawn sprinkled down, and Nangong Yuyan had a dreamlike feeling until now. Lin Chen's behavior on the night of Chu Huansheng's ascension to the throne can only be described in 4 words: the gods descended to earth. She stared at Lin Chen, who was flying beside the hot air balloon. The morning light sprinkled on the boy's face, and his slightly upward confident smile had an incredible charm. Nangong Yuyan's tone trembled slightly and said incredulously. How did you do it? Lin Chen and everyone looked at each other and smiled. Shangguan Bihan smiled and explained the ins and outs to her. Regarding Lin Chen's entry into Tiange Academy and helping the Sunset Empire, Nangong Yuyan couldn't calm down for a long time. Although Shangguan Bihan said it, she can still feel the thrill and excitement of Lin Chen when he brought Class 66 against the hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers of the dynasty. Miss Shangguan Bihan, I'm sorry to you for my rashness before, thank you, and everyone for saving the Sunset Empire. As arrogant as Nangong Yuyan, she also put down her previous figure at this time and solemnly apologized to Shangguan Bihan. Speaking of which, aren't you a member of the Nangong family? Why have you become the princess of the Sunset Empire again? Lin Chen asked with great interest. With a slender jade finger, Nangong Yuyan briefly described her life experience. My Nangong family was originally a branch of the Sunset Empire. I was brought into the Nangong family to train me since I was a child. It wasn't until recently when the relationship between the two countries became tense that I rushed back to the empire. That Chu Huncheng saw my talent and treasure, appraising and thought, imprison me in the Heaven Dao dynasty for his Heaven Dao use. If it wasn't for this, I would have long ago. Talking about the end, Nangong Yuyan's cheeks blushed, she whispered softly as if dodging Lin Chen's eyes, I have already signed up for Tiange Academy. Lin Chen suddenly realized, it turns out that the Sunset Empire and the Nangong family still have such a relationship. Brother Lin Chen, how does your brain grow? We have never seen these Kong Ming lanterns, hot air balloons, and that fireworks. You actually made them in a few days and used them to help us all. They all escaped. Compared with you, the name of our genius is simply not worth mentioning. Lu Liner waved her little pink fist excitedly, her beautiful eyes glittering with admiration and staring at Lin Chen. These are just the wisdom of my ancestors. I just rushed forward with an idea. Besides, there are many peers who are powerful like monsters in this world, and I don't dare to call myself a genius. Lin Chen's remarks were a sigh from the heart, and in the eyes of everyone, it was both shame and admiration. Brother Lin Chen has achieved such a level of humility, look at his bearing, his courage, and his consciousness. The hot air balloon fluttered with the wind, it floated for a whole day. Perhaps because the hot air balloon had long since floated away, the pursuers of the Tiando dynasty did not come after him. It wasn't until late at night, the hot air balloon began to descend slowly. Late at night, the hot air balloon fell into a surging river. Before falling into the river, Lin Chen took everyone to jump out of the hot air balloon. Although it was late at night, when everyone fell on the riverside, they saw bright lights outside the riverside, and the noise of human voices could be heard faintly. This is the Tongling River. It is the lifeblood of the Tiando dynasty, and it is an important border area dedicated to transporting medicinal pills and grains. Nangong Yuyan, who was familiar with the Tiando dynasty, immediately exclaimed, and Lin Chen's eyes lit up when she heard it. You mean, this is where they store grain and transport medicine pills? Looking at the tent lights that were lit up not far away, Lin Chen's mouth twitched into a smirk. Well, I understand, Brother Lin Chen, we all know how to act. Before waiting for Lin Chen's order, Gu Qinfeng patted Lin Chen's shoulder with an unspoken smirk. Tongling River, Nanjiang Gate. Many soldiers are still carrying a lot of food and grass. There are more than a dozen boxes of low-level healing medicine, which are the main combat resources on the battlefield. Because the amount of food and grass is too large, it cannot be carried by the nailing ring. On the huge warship stood the powerhouses of the Earth's Shade realm, guarding the surrounding situation. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang bang. What's the situation? Several generals of the Earth Demon realm looked around in panic, but before they could react, a whole warship was lifted up in an instant. The huge blue dragon arm was born, and at the moment when the warship was overturned, it punched through the iron plate of the warship. The fire-based war atmosphere entrained a rolling heat wave, a rain of arrows bloomed in the sky, and several warships connected by iron cables quickly ignited a monstrous fire. There is an enemy attack. Come and put out the fire. Several young figures rushed to the deck to stop all the warriors in the Earth Demon realm. A fire prepared the food and grass of the Tongling River, and burned all the medicinal herbs to ashes. The vital frontline strategic resources of the Tiando dynasty were completely burned to destruction. This night, the many battle fronts of the Tiando dynasty began to gradually fall into a state of paralysis. 4 days later, the capital of the Sunset Empire. Inside the imperial city, all the ministers and even the Emperor of the Sunset Empire stood at the gate of the imperial city, personally welcoming the upcoming geniuses of the Tianga Academy. The excitement on everyone's faces were uncontrollable, and they were about to see the world-shattering genius who saved their Sunset Empire and created all kinds of miracles, Lin Chen. Sunset Empire Imperial City. A large number of people and ministers waited for the evening, but still did not see the arrival of the legendary young man. Just in the middle of the night, there was a deafening loud noise near the Imperial City, and fireworks shot up into the sky. Bang! 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 The fireworks blooming in the sky are colorful, they are dazzling, attracting the attention of all the people. Just when the people's eyes were on the fireworks, a few figures jumped down from the sky above the Imperial City and landed in front of the Emperor. This, Yenner. You're finally back. The Emperor of the Sunset Empire looked at his daughter excitedly, a gentle smile appeared on Nangong Yuyan's always glamorous cheeks. Father, I'm fine. Your Majesty, this is the Lin N person that Wei Chen reported to you before. Song Shan next to him excitedly introduced to the Emperor, seeing several young figures behind Nangong Yuyan. The Emperor stepped forward quickly, held Lin Chen's hand and said excitedly, "You are from Lin. Thank you for bringing your little girl back and for bringing hope of rebirth to my Sunset Empire." The Emperor was grateful and wanted to kneel down to thank Lin Chen directly. The ministers and princes behind him hurriedly knelt down. Lin Chen hugged him and said with a chuckle, "Your Majesty is the king of the Sunset Empire. How can you easily kneel down? The boy is just doing things according to the rules." Then, Lin Chen looked at Xiang Qinghong next to Song Shan, and she smiled knowingly. "Brother Lin Chen, rest assured, I have taught the soldiers of the Sunset Empire 8 different basic formations to help them be more sophisticated in killing soldiers on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Sunset Empire are even more powerful, and now they have fully regained the front line, turning defeat into victory." Hearing this result, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you really didn't disappoint me. When we brought the 7th princess back, we destroyed the lifeline of the Tiando dynasty and the food and forage storage in Tongling River. If the other party wants to regroup, it won't take a few years or 10 years. Recovery is no more rallying." Hearing this, the people of the Sunset Empire appeared ecstatic at the same time. In this way, when the Tiando dynasty recovers, their Sunset Empire will have Enough time to cultivate their strength. This war is officially over. Sunset Empire gets the best results with minimal casualties. Time waits for no one, Your Majesty, please give us the jade card entrusted by the task, and we must hurry up and return to the academy. Lin Chen smiled at the emperor and said, the latter was surprised, this is their great benefactor, at least they have to stay for more than 10 days too. Let them do their best, right? Your Majesty, I know everyone's thoughts, but we need to return to the academy as soon as possible. I hope Your Majesty will understand. Seeing that Lin Chen had made up his mind, the emperor shook his head. Regretfully, took out a jade token from Nailing's ring, and crushed the jade token. The identity jade tokens of everyone in class 66 lit up, indicating mission completed 4 characters. This is the confirmation method of the client. If the students of the college complete the task, crushing the jade card is the confirmation of the completion of the task. Qinghong, let's go. Lin Chen unfolded the true flame purple phoenix wings, and took Xiang Qinghong and the 3 people beside him, and swept into the sky. Lin people, good luck. This night, the people of the Sunset Empire had never seen the legendary boy until now, and they were attracted by the beautiful fireworks. But his deeds will forever be remembered in the history of the Sunset Empire. The wind was dancing, the 3-headed lion hippocampus was carrying everyone back to the direction of Tiange Academy. At this time, there were as many as 9 people who fell into the state of cultivation on the back of the griffin. In this battle of the Tiando dynasty, everyone in class 66 has benefited a lot. Repeatedly approaching the limit of battle and almost desperate escape from life and death has greatly tempered their minds and fighting spirit. Cultivation base, and it has become an opportunity for them to break through the realm. Even, some people have begun to touch the bottleneck of the earth evil realm. Lin Chen's fighting spirit, the most important thing is his 5 spirits of chaos, has climbed to the realm of 100% perfection. His 5 attributes of fighting spirit have reached the pinnacle of a true youth level middle level mentality. Su Lan and the 2 daughters of the Su Lan sisters looked at Lin Chen, who was standing in front of the griffin, and their beautiful eyes were a little lost. Through all the previous incredible actions and miraculous turnarounds, they had already fully felt his incredibleness. What's even more amazing is that they don't hate Lin Chen as much as they hate other boys. They stay with him, but they always have a feeling of anticipation. Taking a panoramic view of the eyes of the 2 sisters and daughters, Shangguan Bihan sighed softly and muttered like a girl. There are so many opponents. Tiange Academy, Arena. Today's arena is in full swing, bringing together almost all the students in the inner courtyard. Even 90% of the students from the outer courtyard are here. Generally speaking, if it's not a big deal, it's rare to call students from the outer court into the inner court. The 30 young figures standing in the middle of the arena shocked almost all the inner courtyard students. Some of them stood with their swords in their backs. Their swords were like 10,000 swords hanging in the sky, and their sharp edge swept the audience. Some are full of chi and blood, violent and brutal, like ancient beasts descending on the arena. Some stand with guns. There is even more murderous aura, and a look can make the old students of the earthly evil realm fall into the endless spiritual storm. It seems that this year's Wasteland branch is not very good. It's nothing more than some crooked melons and cracked dates. I really don't understand why the places to participate in the general court's assessment are given to these wastes. The 2 young people headed by them shook their heads and laughed. Some of the Vigorous inner courtyard elders stood up abruptly and shouted angrily. "Who the hell are you calling trash?" A young man in white with a fan smiled Yin and Yang. "Don't worry about getting angry, I'm not targeting you alone. I mean everyone. Here, they're all trash." Boom. The violent war hurricane raged from the audience, and many old students in the inner courtyard were completely angered. The two sides are arrogant, and there is a tendency to immediately start a fight if they disagree. "Brother Feng, is there anything wrong with this move? You openly indulge your students to insult our students. Could it be that you have forgotten the rules of the academy?" The bald old man sitting on the podium said to the two middle-aged men in green shirts with a smile. "What's wrong? This can be considered an insult. My students are just stating the facts. Their reputation is made by themselves. If they have the strength, how can the students in our college humiliate them?" A man in a blue shirt sneered with his sleeves. He snapped his fingernails and continued. "Hurry up, the number of places in the general hospital's assessment is very precious, not all wild dogs that are recruited halfway can go." The arrogant attitude of the man in the blue shirt made even the old face of the vice president, who has always been light-hearted, shake violently a few times. At this time, the old bald stood up slowly and announced loudly, "Everything is quiet. These 10 friends are students from Tianga branch of Tianyu, and they should be regarded as the seniors and seniors of your little brat." The old bald stood up slowly and announced loudly, "Everything is quiet. These 10 friends are students from Tianga branch of Tianyu, and they should be regarded as the seniors and seniors of your little brat." The next moment, the old man's tone changed suddenly. "But my academy has not been humiliated and will not fight back. This competition is an important matter of going to the General Academy to participate in the assessment. Who of you beat these bastards to the ground? I will directly give him 20 credits, plus 1 a variety of arbitrarily selected youth-level combat skills, as well as a quota to participate in the General Academy assessment." The old man's words shocked the audience. 200,000 credits, plus green-level combat skills. Few of the top 30 seniors have this kind of background. The most important thing is Tianga Academy's examination quota. Many old students who have been silent for many years have begun to gear up at this time. Their fighting spirit is running, and they are eager to try. Lingzhou is divided into 24 regions, and the wasteland is located downstream. At this time, the Tianga branch in Tianyu is the strongest branch under the main hospital. They are in charge of the number of places to be admitted to the General Academy. Almost 50% of the places to be admitted to the General Academy are occupied by them. The remaining 50% is allocated by 23 branches. The outstanding warriors and cultivation resources of Tianyu are countless times higher than those of the wasteland. The characters carefully selected and cultivated from it are even more monsters among geniuses. The rules of this team competition are very simple. If you form a 10-person team, if you can beat any of them, you will get 5 places in the General Hospital assessment. During the battle, although the elders stopped it, the sword has no eyes. The old man still wants to remind you, if you don't have a cultivation level above the earthly demon realm, don't challenge them easily. Bald foreigners are hot and cold, and at a critical moment, they are still concerned about the hot blood of the student union in their inner courtyard. Team match of 10. Many old students looked at each other, and the previous opponents also had a sense of trust in each other at this time. It is precisely because they are opponents that they understand each other, so I want to form a team together and fight against these arrogant guys. Since no one is leading the charge, let's go play with them first. In the arena, a few blue-clothed figures suddenly appeared, as well as two sword-carrying youths in white shirts like jade. It's the top 27 and 29 Tianzi Xuanjian, and the seniors of the Blue Shadow Sword Sect. Some old students are looking forward to seeing the combat power of these 10 people is ranked in the inner courtyard. Just these things? Ling Yu, Qing Feng, Xiao Qi, the three of you will take care of them. When there were only 3 people sent by the other party, many old students were suddenly angry. 3 to 10? This is obviously looking down on them. At the Tianga Academy, the previous team competitions that have participated in the assessment of the General Academy were held in full swing. 3 days later, when Lin Chen was about to send Bai Juanhao and Shangguan Bihan back to the outer courtyard, he suddenly found that the entire outer courtyard was basically empty except for some tutors. How is this going? Lin Chen, who was sitting on the back of the lion hippogriff, was stunned. With so many students in the outer courtyard, how could he suddenly disappear? Out of thin air? I remembered. It's about the assessment of the General Hospital. Recently, the number of people selected by the 24 branches decided to participate in the assessment. As the old student who stayed in the academy for the longest time, Su Lan immediately exclaimed. The main hospital assessment? I heard that the strongest branch of Tianyu is responsible for the assessment. Isn't this the case that everyone in the inner courtyard is watching the battle between our college and the guys from the Tianyu branch? Gu Chenfeng's eyes lit up, his eyes were full of fighting intent. After he followed Lin Chen to make trouble in the Heavenly Dao dynasty, his cultivation base had already broken through the second level of the earthly demon realm, and he always wanted to test his current combat power. Then go back to the inner courtyard and have a look. Lin Chen was very interested, and drove the lion hippogriff to fly back to the inner courtyard. Inner courtyard, arena. The audience in the audience, whether old or new from the outer courtyard, still had unbelievable shock in their eyes. The 10 old students who fell in the arena, howling, screaming, unconscious, and looking extremely miserable. All of them are the top 25 strong people in the inner courtyard, and they are a team of the strongest students in the college. They are still beaten by the students from Tianyu branch. After 3 days, Tianga Academy, which is based on the peak of the wilderness, competed in a 10-person team competition, but no team was able to win. The most terrifying thing is that the other party still has 10 people with the highest cultivation base who have not shot, and only 20 people have knocked down the elite students in the entire inner courtyard. See clearly that we are not weak. Wild dogs like you are not qualified to participate in the assessment of the General Institute. Even if they do, it is a waste of places. A purple-clothed youth from Tianyu raised his middle finger to everyone, jokingly laughing. Both the old students in the inner courtyard and the freshmen in the outer courtyard stood up angrily, and there was a tendency to go to war if they disagreed. It seems that you guys want to fight in groups. At this time, Ling Tianyu, the strongest student in Tianyu, who had been silent and never made a sound, who was sitting cross-legged beside the arena, spoke up. His eyes were tightly closed, and his whole body was full of dragon energy. With the roar of an ancient heavenly dragon, the azure war gun that has been suppressing the ground faintly burst out with the momentum of tearing the sky, responding to the master's fighting intent. Unprecedented earth evil aura swept through like a hurricane, suppressing every student on the scene. In their hearts, in an instant, an afterimage of an ancient Qinglong appeared, slaughtering them aggressively. 90% of the students were so frightened that they sat back on their seats. One person controls thousands of people. This scene, even all the elders were shocked. The potential contained in this young man has exceeded the scope of their common sense knowledge in the wilderness. Unexpectedly, the old people in Tianyu branch can still recruit such monsters as disciples. No wonder they dare to come here aggressively, threatening to use the team competition to challenge the fair distribution of the general hospital. Lung Yuakikian, who was sitting on the podium, narrowed her eyes. She was as strong as her. She had to admit that this son's strength was not the same as the young talents present here. Just when everyone was in despair, on the other side of the arena, a group of figures stepped into the arena with a lively frolic. Wow, it's so lively today. Are you all welcoming us back from completing the Level 6 mission? The ugly person is still cultivating, and the handsome person has completed the most difficult task of the academy and returned. It's your uncle, calm down. The girl in red on the stage is not bad, I give 87 points, because there is another 13 I didn't see. Hey, the seniors from Tianyu branch on stage, can you and also give advice to some of our junior brothers and sisters? The tense atmosphere was disintegrated in an instant, and everyone looked at it, only to see 21 students from class 66 slowly entering the arena. These bastards are back? Ling Yueqi stood up suddenly, a trace of doubt and shock flashed in her eyes. She is the most aware of the situation of class 66. At this time, the whole class has not only broken through the bottleneck collectively, but also has an atmosphere of common hatred and one heart, like one unit. Is this still the class 66 I know? The guys from class 66? Didn't they do the most difficult commissioned mission in the history of the academy? Why did they come back so quickly? Strange. You see how strange their atmosphere is. I have never seen their class so harmonious. All of them have broken through the realm, and several others have broken through to the realm of the earth. Seeing that everyone from class 66 came back strong, the vice president's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. What was the result of your mission when you went out? And what about Lin Chen, who took you out? If there is still a chance of defeating Tianyu branch, it is Lin Chen, who fought against Ning Qingxian before. Oh, Vice President, don't worry. The task has been completed. As for our squad leader Lin Chen, he will go to the Gongfa Pavilion first, and he will be there later. Gu Chenfeng shrugged, and his words caused 1,000 waves. Their class 66 actually completed the most difficult task in the academy's history in such a short period of time. From Gu Chenfeng's mouth, they also heard a name they had never thought of. They actually called Lin Chen squad leader? Could it be that this class, which is classified as class 66 of ghost talents, can still have an existence that unifies all of them? Hey, seniors on the field, do you still have the physical strength to have another game with us? I haven't experienced the brilliant tricks of your Tianyu branch yet. Gu Chenfeng kicked over the scoreboard in the arena with one kick, overflowing with rage and a savage smile. Along with Gu Chenfeng, there are Ying Liang, Yan Haitang, Lu Liner, Yu Lin and other students from the evil realm. Almost all the old students in the inner courtyard were stunned. The problem geniuses of class 66 are still fighting together? Just when everyone in class 66 and the people from Tianyu branch were on the verge of breaking out, in the Gongfa Pavilion on the other side. Lin Chen submitted the task, when he received a huge sum of 900,000 credits. He rushed to the Gongfa Pavilion non-stop. The 900,000 credits belonged to Class 66, Lin Chen only took part of it personally, and the rest was reserved for everyone. The third floor of the Gongfa Pavilion, when Lin Chen arrived, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the 9 techniques of God's Desolation was still there. Elder, I want to buy this 9 Secrets of Divine Desolation. Huh? Isn't your kid Lin Chen? Did you really complete the most difficult task of level 6? The elder who guarded the Gongfa Pavilion smiled rarely while taking Lin Chen's identity jade card. 140,000 credits were deducted. The boy is just lucky. Lin Chen casually prevaricates and expects to pick up the 9 techniques of God's Desolation that has been unsealed. This thing is not something that all martial artists can cultivate. You can exchange this exercise, but it depends on your luck. Before the elder's words were finished, the old eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Lin Chen in shock. I saw Lin Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground after he took over the 9 techniques of divine desolation, as if he had completely entered the state of cultivation. Good boy. Sure enough, he is the little guy favored by the vice president. He can even decipher ancient cultivation techniques such as the 9 techniques of divine desolation. It's amazing. The elder exclaimed and retreated silently. When he left, he specially opened a barrier of war for Lin Chen to isolate the momentum of the outside world and let him practice with peace of mind. The host obtains combat skills, 9 techniques of divine desolation. Rank. The top of the green rank. When Lin Chen got the 9 techniques of divine desolation, when he took away the hidden attribute light ball in it, the light screen of the system popped up one after another. The host obtains the method of mind, 9 tribulations of creation. Grade unknown. The system prompts the host, 9 tribulations of creation is the incomplete part of 5 spirits of chaos, which belongs to the advanced mental method, and the host can directly practice. The Tiandao pickup system has detected the latest version, update time, 4 hours. The updated content includes, more advanced attribute light balls, can be detected, the second-level characteristic rune function of the open optimized version, the opening of the bloodline upgrade system, and the update of the types of attribute light balls that can be obtained. The amount of information popped up by the system this time made Lin Chen stunned. The hidden practice 9 tribulations of creation in the 9 techniques of divine desolation is actually in the same vein as his own practice. System, I want to integrate 9 techniques of divine desolation and 9 tribulations of creation. Consuming 780,000 Kung Fu technique and soul, and is integrating the target Kung Fu technique for the host, 9 techniques of divine desolation and 9 tribulations of creation. A large amount of memories poured into Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness. If his spiritual power was different from ordinary people, this huge amount of memory would be enough to break through the spiritual consciousness. The system prompts the host, it has entered the automatic update state, and the system enters the update state for 6 hours. During the update period, all functions of the system are temporarily turned off. When Lin Chen was concentrating on the fusion of the 2 major exercises, the difference between the 9 tribulations of creation and the 5 spirit art lies in the split and transformation of the fighting spirit. The 5 spirits art is to create 5 types of battle energy from the martial Artists Dan Tianqi, and the 9 tribulations art of creation is to further sublimate the 5 battle energy attributes. In addition to sublimating the battle aura attribute itself, Lin Chen will also gain 4 other completely different attributes battle aura. By the time he leaves the border, he will have 9 types of fighting spirit attributes. Boom! An air wave that overturned the river and the sea exploded with Lin Chen as the center. The battle chi barrier left by the elders of the Gongfa Pavilion is dotted with faint ripples, and Lin Chen's cultivation base has broken through to the 4th level of the battle soul realm. The 5 attributes of his Dan Tianqi Si changed into 5 cyclones of different colors and began to blend frantically, deriving new battle chi attributes, and helping Lin Chen's cultivation to a higher level. On the other side, the center of the arena, the fighting spirit soars into the sky, like a raging storm. The fighting spirit swirls through the audience. On the competitive arena, the figures are crisscrossed and cannot be captured by the naked eye at all, and all the freshmen can almost only see blurry afterimages passing through the void. The afterimages of blue light cut through the sky like blades and slashed at 2 Chanyu Academy students. They sacrificed their swords and waved their swords to block, but were forced to retreat again and again by the afterimages of blue light. These people's offensives are continuous, wave after wave, and they cooperate with each other. Let's not separate, but gather together. The young man in white robe, standing with his sword in his arms, suddenly drank coldly, and the other 7 students around him gathered together at the same time, back to cover. I'm waiting for you to get together. Yu Lin, who was dancing in the sky, smiled quirkily and playfully, meeting the eyes of the other people. Her plain hand shook the silver bell. Silver string absolutely locked. The filaments shining with silver brilliance are dozens of meters long, and they are turned up in midair. They envelope the 8 Chanyu Academy students in an arc shape. Heavenly demon goo poison. The light blue poisonous line that is like a dazzling sky shoots on the ring. It is almost too hard to catch with the naked eye, and the eyes are dazzled. Form an offensive of 1 outside and 1 inside with the silver silk string. The combined attack of Yu Lin and Lu Liner made the students outside the field dazzled and dazzled. What a powerful battle gas toxin, even the defenses of the shattered realm like me can quickly corrode. Go all out. Break their defenses. The 8 students of Chanyu Academy turned violent like a torrent of war, and when they were about to burst out, ice tides dozens of feet high were startled. On their left and right sides. Elder sister. The younger sister, Su Lan, scolded from the side. Su Lan's shadow appeared in the sky. Her fair-skinned jade hand was pushed out into the air. 2 groups of faint cold energy poured into her younger sister's ice tide, and the 2 rows of towering ice war energy condensed into a giant palm of more than 10 feet, and slapped angrily at the position of the 8 people. Down. Ice sky palm. Bang bang bang. The ice-cold giant palm was filled with rolling cold air. The aggressive continuous shooting continued, and waves of cold air were rolled up, and even the audience felt a chilling chill. The momentum of the sisters joining forces is terrifying. The ring is shaking. Chanyu Academy and others, who were corroded by Lu Liner's toxins, weakened their battle chi defense and were briefly controlled by Yu Lin within a limited range, exerting the cold attack power of the Su Lan sisters and the 2 daughters to the limit. Yan Haitang was in an excellent position right in front of the 8 people. The positions of the 8 people were blocked, and only the front could escape, and her arrows were already aimed there. Bailey, where's the soul? Sh. The arrows shot at extreme speed, wave after wave, like lightning swept away. All penetrated like a cold tide. The icy storm soared into the sky, and with such a seamless offensive and cooperation, even Ling Yueqi was sighing slightly. Haven't these little guys always been at odds? How come after following that? Lin Chen, this battle is a natural fit, like one. The 5 women stood together, sweating profusely. This battle was also a battle that was approaching the limit for them. The opponents are also from the Tiange branch, and their mentality, cultivation, and even combat skills are almost the same as, or even higher than theirs. I don't know what happened to the boy and Yan Haitang. Yulin Linqian's eyes swept to the other side. The blood spear was like a dragon, and Gu Chenfeng and Ying Liang, the domineering swordsman, swarmed up to deal with a star-robed boy. The star-robed youth is the 5th layer cultivation base of the Earth Demon realm. The strongest in this team is the only peerless genius in the swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is endless, and every sword is mixed with peaked swordsmanship. As soon as he makes a move, he has already displayed 5 top level green level swordsmanship, which is superb. Resist the offensive of Gu Chenfeng and Ying Liang head-on. A sword forced the 2 back, and the star-robed boy turned his sword, like a dragon. He stabbed Zhang Yu behind him, a sword pierced through his left shoulder. Zhang Yu vomited blood and flew upside down, and the whole person fell out of the ring like a kite with a broken string. Outside, Zhang Yu, Gu Chenfeng and Ying Liang were drinking at the same time. Is this your strength? It doesn't seem to be any different from the rubbish in front of you. Why don't you hurry up and tell your scumbag Lin Chen to get out and see if he can take a few swords from this young master? The star-robed youth was condescending, despising the 2 of them, and said disdainfully, "You are not allowed to insult our elder brother." Gu Chenfeng shouted furiously, and the blood spear stabbed into the air. The star-robed boy pulled his sword to block, and the serpent-like sword slashed into Gu Chenfeng's arm along the body of the spear, and Gu Chenfeng was swept up in the air. That shrunken turtle named Lin Chen, get out. Are you just a piece of shit? Calling your little brother to be a striker? Gu Chenfeng fell heavily on the ground, the star-robed boy shouted, and the Tianjiao people in the Tianyu branch burst into laughter. Even the girls in class 66 felt angry. Their faces were frosty, but because they blocked the 8 students on the opposite side, they could not have any chance to help the boys. All the students in the Wasteland branch were furious and gritted their teeth. The rest of class 66, who didn't participate in the war, were even more stunned. If there was no mentor to stop them, they might rush up at any time to fight with the gang of Tianyu branch. I just heard that person from class 66 brag about how strong this Lin Chen is. And how strong his relationship is. It's a 10,000-year-old tortoise. The 2 shook their heads and laughed while holding the hot tea feather crowns. The black-robed strong man beside them sneered disdainfully. This Lin Chen is really his mother-in-law's grandson. His brother is beaten so much that he can be a tortoise. Being a brother with a group of wild dogs in the barbarian land, he is a lowly species. Isn't it right to be a tortoise in front of us? Lying on the bench, the blue-clothed young man with his hands resting on the back of his head didn't even look at the battle in the ring, and smiled relaxedly. Hearing the conversation in the seating area of Tianyu branch, the remaining boys in class 66 burst out with violent fighting spirit, killing intent to the sky. Damn it. Bullying is too much. Let's go up and kill these bastards. This group of shit-mouthed guys, shit. Dare to scold squad leader Lin Chen. I fought with them. 7 or 8 elders next to him saw this scene. they hurriedly stopped them. What are you doing? If you fight them in the past, the battle in the arena will be stopped. Do you want to let your classmates' efforts go to waste? An elder calmly and rationally calmed everyone in class 66. Their eyes were red, and for the sake of everyone in the ring, they just swallowed this breath. Temporarily. The purple clothes were like fluttering clouds, and a glamorous and arrogant girl raised her eyebrows slightly, witnessing the scene where class 66 was about to run wild, and sneered indifferently, "Untouchables are untouchables. Vulgar, arrogant, and unreasonable." This sentence fell into the ears of many old and new students in the inner courtyard. Everyone who heard it was trembling with anger. These people from Tanyu, one is arrogant, domineering, and has a high self-esteem. The words he spoke were extremely vicious. When the smell of gunpowder is full under the ring, the battle above the ring is even more intense. This person is handed over to you, Aofei. With the fighting spirit surging, Qin Xiaofeng, who turned his hand and slapped his palm, unfolded his movement, and handed the last person from the Tianyu branch to another person in the class alone. Dare to insult Brother Lin Chen, I will kill you. Qin Xiaofeng's eyes swept towards the star-robed youth, full of killing intent and madness. Forget it, let's end it. Sun Luo changes. The star-robed boy was tired of pulling the sword's edge, and stabbed dozens of swords in an instant. To deal with things like you don't need the big brother to take action. The Kirin furious saber. Ying Liang, who was ready to go, shouted loudly, with a single sword in his hand. He suddenly pulled out a majestic sword like a flaming unicorn, swallowing mountains and rivers, reaching a length of more than 10 meters. 3 flashes of blood shadows. When Ying Liang slashed the opponent's swordsmanship, Gu Chenfeng, who was seriously injured, turned his palm again, and the blood spear danced in circles. The spear technique was like a gleam of light, piercing the airflow. 3 spiral-like spear lights penetrated like lightning, piercing the air. Huanglong. Both of them brought out their strongest attack. A super powerful combat skill that ranks in the blue ranks. But so, seeing Ying Liang and Gu Chenfeng's Jedi counterattack, the star-robed boy sneered. He waved his arm furiously, his sword shook, and strangled hundreds of meteor like sword chi, like a new moon rising, piercing the spear and sword chi, shocking the universe. The aftertaste of sword energy like broken stars scattered out and stabbed the 2 of them. Ying Liang vomited blood and retreated, flying backwards. Gu Chenfeng's blood gun let go, and if he was hit hard, the corners of his mouth bleed, and there was a sound of bones breaking from his chest. But it's weird. The star-robed youth had just performed 2 ultimate moves. And just when he was exhausted, a ghostly figure appeared strangely in front of the star-robed youth. It's Qin Xiaofeng, the strongest in class 66. Qin Xiaofeng holds a golden dagger. He stabbed the star-robed boy's chest fiercely. What, there's another piece of junk? The star-robed youth's face changed slightly, and the sword edge suddenly provoked and slashed towards Qin Xiaofeng's arm. I thought that this sword could force Qin Xiaofeng back, but I didn't expect that Qin Xiaofeng, who has always been known for his timidity, did not back down this time. Even the vice president and other college seniors stood up in shock. Dare to scold Brother Lin Chen's shit, I'll kill you. Puff. The flowing edge of the dagger pierced the defense of the star-robed boy, and pierced the chest of the star-robed boy alive. But at the same time, Qin Xiaofeng's arm was also cut off by the star-robed boy with a sword, and blood spilled into the sky. Breeze. Moonstar. Everyone in Tianyu branch and inner court was shocked. No one thought that Qin Xiaofeng would fight for his life in this way. Qin Xiaofeng's expression was ferocious and mad, and he didn't care if his arm was cut off. The dagger wanted to stab the star-robed boy's heart again. Enough. We admit defeat in this battle. A powerful and unparalleled fighting spirit shot into the arena, restraining the mad Qin Xiaofeng. Hearing the word admit defeat, the last Tianjiao from the Tianyu branch, who was still struggling to persevere, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The elders of the Tianyu branch walked into the arena in person. They helped their own students, and ran the battle qi treatment. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Quick! The elders and mentors of the alchemy department helped Xiaofeng save his arm. The people in class 66 immediately gathered around. They were extremely concerned about Qin Xiaofeng, and the two tutors from the medicine refining department rushed to the stage immediately. This scene completely made all the old students in the inner courtyard stunned. Actually won. The 8 people from class 66 cooperated with the Su Lan sisters and the 2 daughters, and they actually won the Tianyu branch Tianjiao, who even the top 20 senior students in the inner courtyard could not defeat. Senior sister is mighty. Senior is invincible. Damn. Well stabbed. Why didn't you stab this bastard to death? What a pity. The entire outer courtyard burst into cheers and applause. This is the only victory in the past 3 days. The elder actually admitted defeat? We lost to these lowly barbarian pariahs? The geniuses of the Tianyu branch, who were very relaxed at that moment, suddenly stood up at this moment, as if they suddenly had a shit-like expression when they were tasting delicious food. Confused, shocked, different. Only the old students in the inner courtyard, in addition to shock and ecstasy, when they all looked at each other, more as unbelievable. What shocked the seniors the most was not the victory of class 66, but what happened to them in this short half-month period to make the troubled geniuses of class 66 become so tacit and cooperative. The reputation of class 66 is so bad that no one knows about it in the entire inner courtyard. They often fought with each other. If Ling Yueqi hadn't taken over the class, no one would have been able to hold them down. Not to mention let them play team games. In the previous class competition, the record of class 66 was appalling, and there was not a single victory. It was because class 66 never acted in groups. There was even a joke about classmates fighting each other in the class team competition. Could it be that it's Lin Chen? Several elders looked at each other and swallowed their throats unconsciously. It's definitely Lin Chen. It's him who unified the 66 class of this ghost class. Yes, this kid is too evil. It's terrible. How did he do it? Even if he really unified class 66, how did he make the team's combat cooperation and tacit understanding have such a qualitative leap in such a short period of time? Even the bald old man sitting on the podium had his eyes glowing. If class 66 can unite as one, there is no doubt that it will be the strongest class in the entire academy. After careful rescue by the elders and mentors of the alchemy department, Qin Xiaofeng's arm was successfully saved. The star-robed boy's sword did not stimulate too much fighting spirit, so that the vitality in the arm was not completely lost, but at least it took more than half a year of careful recuperation to restore it to its original state. Unexpectedly, there are guys who can defeat our academy in this barbarian land. Quietly, if it wasn't for junior brother Yueshing and the others who fought with those guys several times before, even if the loss of fighting spirit is supplemented by the elders, there is still a loss of spirit and consciousness. Or else it's just those wild dogs. Enough. Lin Tianyu of Tianyu branch spoke indifferently, interrupting everyone's discussion. Those guys just now are not ordinary people. Even if they don't experience the previous battle, Yu Xing and others may not be their opponents. I have to admit that there are still a few decent guys in this branch. When the elders and mentors of the alchemy department helped Qin Xiafeng to keep his arms, 10 figures walked out of the entrance of the arena, slowly. They're finally back. The vice president sitting on the podium was relieved, and the light of hope flashed again in his eyes. These little guys have never let us down. It seems that maybe we can get 10 places this time. The old bald smiled, looking at the 10 students in his family. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. When I saw these 10 people, the eyes of many old students in the inner courtyard lit up, and their morale soared. It's Senior Xiang Ding Tian. The strongest in the inner courtyard is back. There is also the second-ranked Sister Ziyue, and the fourth-ranked Senior Lei Xiao. The whole arena began to boil. The top 10 powerhouses in this inner courtyard have all returned. The real highlight, now is the time to start. Oh? There are a few who look a little bit like sitting in the seating area of the Tianyu branch, the cynical blue-clothed young man, with his legs crossed and his hands resting on the back of his head, laughed jokingly. Several juniors and juniors from class 66, thank you for your hard work. I didn't expect to see you together one day, leave it to us next. The 10-person-headed youth in my gave a hearty smile to the class of 66 and walked into the arena. The cynical blue-clothed son looked at Lin Tianyu and raised his brows. Senior Tianyu, do you want me to lead the team this time? Well, they'll leave it to you, and if you lose, you know the result. Lin Tianyu just finished speaking, but his eyes suddenly turned and looked in a certain direction. His eyes narrowed. Is it an illusion? Give it to me. The blue-clothed boy was full of confidence, stepped on the soles of his feet in the air, and stood on the ring with the other 9 students. With a hook of his finger, he was arrogant and domineering. He provoked Xiang Ding Tian. Are you the most powerful scraps in this group of pariahs? Come up and lead to death. This domineering and arrogant attitude suddenly startled all the students who already had the fire of counterattack in their hearts. Senior Xiang Ding Tian. Let them know the true strength of our academy. Senior Xiang Ding Tian is the pinnacle master of the 6th level of the Earth Fiend realm, and he is a martial arts genius who has only encountered once in 1,000 years in the wasteland. He has cultivated several green level combat skills, and he is definitely more powerful than you. Grandma, I can't wait to see Senior Xiang Ding Tian and all the seniors and seniors beating up these bastards. The crowd was enthusiastic. After the previous Jedi counterattack in class 66, everyone realized that these guys are not invincible. Isn't the most powerful one coming out? It seems that we are really underestimated. Xiang Ding Tian casually glanced at Lin Tianyu, who didn't even look at him. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body flowing like a giant dragon, lurking and waiting. Just because of you crooked melons and jujubes, I don't need Senior Tianyu to take action in person. The blue-clothed boy stretched out his thumb and slowly pointed down. Extremely arrogant. Just when the two sides were on the verge of fire, even the elders were ready to start the game at any time. The boy's chuckle resounded throughout the arena. Is this the seniors from Tianyu branch? They don't look as good as the dog's eye. Keep. Everyone looked at them in response. A silver-robed boy appeared casually. When I saw the silver-robed youth, the bodies of many mentors and elders were shocked. When the 66 class all saw the silver-robed boy, their eyes were filled with unprecedented enthusiasm and fighting spirit. He walked down the arena slowly, and when he passed Qin Xiaofeng's position, he flicked his finger, and a drop of water-type energy melted into Qin Xiaofeng's wound, making his painful expression instantly calm down. How dare you beat Xiaofeng like this? The young man seemed to be calm, but the murderous intent in his eyes made those who approached him within 100 meters feel a bone-chilling coldness. Boom! The thunder that was about to tear the sky exploded from the arena, causing many students from the outer courtyard to look up at the sky and wonder, how can there be thunder in this clear sky? Some old students with powerful cultivations have their pupils shrunk. Staring at the silver-robed boy, he said slowly while puffing his air. No, the thunder came from within him. What kind of onion are you? Dare to be presumptuous in front of senior brother Lin Chen. The girl dressed in purple and cloud gauze stood in front of Lin Chen, looking arrogant, questioning the boy. The silver-robed youth converged on his killing intent, turned around, shrugged, and laughed jokingly. Who am I? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I say it. Bah! In these 24 areas, no one can scare Auntie by name unknown. Junior, sign up. The girl in purple sneered, she laughed in anger. Here, the top 10 handsome young men from District B of Guangshui City. Standalone province, known as Devo Guild British. As soon as the voice fell, the audience was silent for a moment. Senior, why is his name so strange? A pure-minded girl from the outer court asked suspiciously, the senior sister. Next to her blushed and whispered something in her ear. The girl's face suddenly turned crimson like a glow. This moment, she has grown. You dare to tease Miss Ben? The purple-clothed woman became angry, her silver teeth nibbled. Ignoring the woman in purple, Lin Chen walked towards the seniors. Several seniors and sisters are the hallmarks of our academy. You can't use a knife to kill a chicken. Just let my junior do it for me. The silver robe was rolled up, and someone Lin politely took out a few couchettes and benches from the nailing ring, and beckoned a few senior sisters to sit next to them. Let me tell these guys from Tianyu that to deal with mad dogs like them, you don't need the top 10 of the Wasteland branch to take action in person, and give me a new student, which is more than enough. Who are you calling a mad dog? The purple-clothed woman's face was frosty, murderous. Whoever calls my dog is whoever. The corner of Lin's mouth was slightly lifted, and the other party was speechless with a single sentence. Ling Tianyu stared at him, a trace of doubt and cruelty flashed across his deep pupils. He walked slowly onto the ring. He was only 7 centimeters away from the blue-cloaked boy who led the team. The two face each other. Generally speaking, the distance is either to fight or to kiss. The tutors and the students in the outer courtyard could not help but take a deep breath of air. These words, it is clear that it is a heads-up. Lin Chen singled out 10 opponents? These are the top geniuses from the strongest branch. This kid is not even at the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm now, so what can he do to single out this group of top geniuses? Battle Soul Realm 9th layer? The bald old man and the deputy dean trembled almost at the same time, and the old eyes were full of incredible. When this kid took the entrance exam, he was not at the psychic realm. It's only been more than a month. How did he soar to the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm? Some old students in the inner courtyard also found clues. Battle Soul Realm. 9th layer? Didn't this kid just break through the Battle Soul Realm last month? Even if he can refine the 4th order medicinal herbs, it is impossible to have such a speed. Boy, you are very dangling. I hate people who are more mad than me. The blue veins on the blue-clothed son's face were exposed. Lin Chen smiled casually. No, you just hate people who are more handsome than you. Brush. The shadow of the blue-clothed son's legs turned into a blade and slashed over. Bang. The sonic boom in an instant ripped apart the airflow and exploded throughout the arena. A shocking crack split open in the entire arena in an instant, and a violent tornado was rolled up. So fast. The top 10 seniors and sisters in the inner courtyard all had the same thoughts in their hearts. There were also a few people with cold sweat on their foreheads. Hey, a few elders. He made a move without authorization, so I can take it as his approval of my one-on-one suggestion, right? Amidst the smoke and dust, Lin Chen's shoulders were swirling with a golden light of war, and the slender whip legs of the blue-clothed boy were blocked in midair by the golden light of war. What kind of defensive combat skill is this, so strong? The blue-clothed son narrowed his eyes, turned in the air, and withdrew his legs. In his heart, the contempt for Lin Chen has been restrained a lot, and there is no room for mistakes in this battle. No. Junior, your strength is extraordinary, but it would be too reckless to single out them. After reacting, Xiang Dingtian hurriedly stopped Lin Chen, and everyone in Class 66 rushed out and volunteered. Squad leader, let's do these bastards with you. Yes, brother Lin Chen. They were scolding us, and you just know. We also have to fight. How can you let you fight alone? Lin Chen waved his hand without looking back. It's enough for the seniors to drink tea and sing songs. And you, no one is allowed to shoot. I will step on the arrogance of these mad dogs. I will beat their pride. I will take the one from Class 66. This share and this share of our entire academy, all of which will be returned. Lin Chen rarely showed a smile like the one that killed Liao Jianhua that day. I will torture them all to regret coming here. Seeing that Lin Chen's voice is not loud, but he has an irresistible dominance. In this case, Lin Chen, a freshman. In this team competition, you will represent Class 66, and you will be responsible for any consequences arising therefrom. The vice president saw Lin Chen's determination at this time, so he simply fulfilled him and spoke for Lin Chen through voice transmission. All the elders are in place quickly. If any accident occurs, the game will be suspended immediately. Thank you, Vice President, for making it happen. Lin Chen took a deep breath and clenched his fists in thanks. Are you Lin Chen? The blue-clothed son exclaimed. The 9 people next to him looked at him in amazement. At this moment, a light screen popped up in front of Lin Chen's eyes. 100% loading is complete, and the 2.0 version of the Tiandao pickup system has been updated. Content of this update: open the level 2 characteristic rune system, and greatly optimize the rune energy consumed by the use of characteristic runes. Open the bloodline upgrade system, and the host bloodline can be upgraded to a higher level. Open attribute value enhancement function. The types of attribute light balls available to the host are increased, and even those with higher cultivation can still obtain attribute light balls from the opponent. The updated version 2.0 of the Tiandao pickup system immediately popped up Lin Chen's status bar. Tian Dao Pickup System version 2.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, 9th level of Battle Soul Realm. Ultimate Strength, 81,000 Tiger Strength. Qi and Blood Energy, 4.912 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 12.51 million points. Mental Strength, 79,200 points. The Essence of the Exercises, 281,000 points. Mind Method, 9 Tribulations of Creation, 5%. Practice Exercises, Tianling Huadan, 8 Desolate Xuanhua, True Water. Returning Yuan Ju, 85%, Tian Gang Fighting Qi, 65%, Taisher Bible, 9%. Shenhuang Jiu Ju, 33%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 15%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Blood, 761 points, Zijintong Blood, 10,000 points. Feature Runes, Slow Rune Level 1, Upgradable, Corruption Rune Level 1. Upgradable, Charge Rune Level 1, Upgradable. Rune Power, 62,000 points. The energy of each element, 992,000 points of fire, 815,000 points of earth, 911,000 points of wood, 1,312,000 points of gold, and 1,187,000 points of water. Lightning 500,000 points, wind 500,000 points, light 0 points, dark 0 points. It came just right. Lin Chen was full of rage, and smiled evilly. He stepped out one step, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains, and the situation in the entire arena suddenly changed. Boom! The wind and thunder roared together. Lin Chen was bathed in the thunder and fire, and the afterimages of the flames danced wildly, making the elders hurriedly unfold the barrier of the fighting spirit, protect the auditorium. What kind of exercise is this? The elders of the Tianyu branch, the bald old man and others stared at Lin Chen. A battle spirit realm can actually evoke such a terrifying aura. The purple phoenix wings of the real flame unfolded into a splendid purple flame, and there was a flash of thunder and lightning flashing vertically and horizontally between the billowing burning. What is that? The phoenix wing of the advanced orcs. How could such a peerless treasure be obtained by a boy at the 9th level of the Battle Soul Realm? How did he subdue that phoenix wing? The elders of the Tianyu branch are well informed, seeing Lin Chen's true flame purple phoenix wings. The shock in their hearts is even more like a stormy sea. Interesting. Look at how powerful your practice is, or my heavenly demon art is even better. The blue-clothed son laughed in anger. He was full of fighting spirit, and his cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the earth fiend realm. His hands quickly formed seals, pushed the void horizontally, and shot out a vicious snake-like evil spirit between his 5 fingers, constantly hovering around Lin Chen. Heavenly prisoner. 10 fingers clenched angrily, 20 feet of suffocation strangled the space around Lin Chen in an instant, trying to smash him into blood. Xiang Dingtian's pupils trembled. Just to resist this move, even he had to go all out. This blue-cloaked son, named Lan Yin, is the 10th super expert in the Tianyu branch. The heavenly demon Ju that he cultivated was inherited from ancient times. It has the unparalleled power of moving mountains and seas with one breath, and the unparalleled power of blood-staining the rivers and mountains. It is the most powerful mental method that extraordinary people can cultivate. Boom! The golden battle aura seemed to be transformed into a golden ocean. Transformed into a golden barrier, forcibly resisting the strangulation of the evil spirits. It's now. Fight to the death and destroy this kid. He can only defend himself. When Lan Ying gave an order, the other 9 Tianjiao showed no mercy, and swarmed up. They launched a fierce attack. "What are you showing off there, pariah of the wasteland?" The 2 black-robed youths grinned, flanked Lin Chen from left to right, and took the lead. True tiger split mountain fist. The 2 rose into the air, their hands were violently crushed out, their fists exploded, and the turbulent void caused an explosion of air waves. These 2 people are the arrogance of body refinement. Each punch is like a 1,000-inch force shattering mountains and rivers, and the pure strength has reached 300,000 tigers. This series of violent beatings continued. Even the 6th, and even the 7th, Earth Demon realm was seriously injured or even killed. One by one, the arrogant sons from the Tianyu branch took action one after another. The situation is changing, as if the end is coming. Defan lay in palm. The palm of the wind whistled, the battle chi condensed into a thunder light. Jumping, and the big palm print of the battle chi bathed in the electric light was like the wrath of the heavens, suppressing it from above Lin Chen's head. Fire fingers. A beam of fire light is embellished and bright, and in the process of spiral shooting out, it continues to expand, changing into the blazing giant finger of broken starfall. I want to shake Lin Chen's Tiangang fighting spirit head. On. Prison whisper sword 7 swords return to 1. 7 phantom swords and shadows are scattered all around Lin Chen, piercing through in the shape of a pin. The sharpness released by each sword shadow made the teachers of the Earth Shade realm tremble. Songlong captures and kills the claw. A phantom shadow of a blue dragon swept through the sky for 9 days. Entrenched in the void, and the dragon's claws stretched out to meet Lin Chen's celestial fighting spirit. Map of the rivers and mountains, handed down through the ages. Several beams of light containing the divine radiance of the Buddha opened up. A piece of heaven and earth, from the space directly below Lin Chen, they slammed upwards, causing the space to have faint ripples. Jiuyangli fire palm. The 2 overlapping Lihua energy palms spirally attacked, such as the strongest strike shot by the ancient Flame King, shining through the ages. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal, the thunder is rolling, the fire is shining in the sky, and the dragon's roar splits the sky. Many ultra-high-quality battle gas attacks turned into wild waves, pushing mountains and rivers across the 4 seas, sweeping 8 wastelands and 10 regions, and bombarding Lin Chen's Tiangang battle chi. The entire arena was crumbling, gusts of wind raged, and bursts of blasting energy storms raised chaotic mushroom clouds. The deputy dean appeared in the void in person, and with a single move, a wall of war light enveloped the quartet, completely isolated the auditorium from the arena. All the students and even the tutors were watching the arena in the center with trembling hearts. They were attacked in turn by such a powerful force. I am afraid that even the 9th layer of the Earth Demon realm would have to fall on the spot. The strength of these 10 people is more than several times stronger than the 10 people defeated by Class 66 before. However, before the storm dissipated, the boys' cold drink resounded through the sky. System, upgrade the slow rune. System, upgrade the slow rune. The host chooses to upgrade the slow rune, consumes 50,000 points of rune energy, and the slow rune is upgraded to a level 2 characteristic rune, which consumes less rune energy and has a stronger effect. The moment the system's light screen popped up, the golden light of the sky suddenly exploded. Bang! The golden battle aura that bloomed in the sky swept through all the energy storms. Lin Chen, who suffered so many bombardments, was unscathed. Lin Chen's original Tian Gang battle aura could resist the full-scale attack of the 6th level of the Earth Fiend realm. Now that he has practiced the 9 tribulations of creation mental method, the energy of the gold element has reached more than 1 million points, and its defense power is already at the peak of the Earth evil. Between the lights and flint, at this moment before everyone could react, Lin Chen's palms lifted up. A gray-white talisman that shocked the universe fell from the sky and crashed into the bodies of 10 people. The slow rune entered the body, and all the geniuses of the Tianyu branch who shot were numb. At this time, their whole body's fighting spirit was running slowly like a snail. Tear. True flame purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen's figure pulled out a purple flame afterimage from the void. How is this possible? Lanin was shocked and was about to step back. Lin Chen's speed was several times faster than Qin Xiaofeng before, and he appeared in front of Lanin in an instant. Wait a moment. Before he could finish speaking, the hand knife, which was beating violently and thunderously, suddenly slashed down, severing Lan Yin's arm like lightning. A dozen orbs of attribute light suddenly rolled out from where Lan Yin's arm broke. Sigh. A violent red flame burned where the arm was broken, causing Lan Yinjing to scream in pain. Lin Chen punched him violently, hitting his handsome and twisted face head-on. His facial features were smashed into blood. Since your mouth is so good, shut up for the rest of your life. Ling Kong whipped his leg, and Lin Chen kicked Lan Yin, who didn't know if he was alive or dead. Ziyan flashed and came to the purple-clothed woman who opened her mouth and scolded Lin Chen before. Don't want. She was terrified, and Lin Chen's demeanor was indifferent and crazy. Completely without the banter and cynicism before. The 5 fingers cut through the airflow, whistling and screaming. Lin Chen slapped her face with a slap. Clap. Without the defense of fighting spirit, Lin Chen's tiger power of more than 80,000 directly smashed a silver tooth of the purple-clothed woman, clenched a fist with one hand, and smashed the woman's dantian with one punch. Puff. A lot of attribute light balls fell out of the woman's abolished dantian, all over the ground. The fierce fighting spirit of the wind attribute swept through the void like a wind. Lin Chen whipped his legs like a knife, turned around and twitched. The moment when the true flame purple phoenix wings flapped, his figure teleported more than 1,000 meters, and he kicked the leg. The head of the famous body-refining Tianjiao was corpse on the spot. When the body-refining Tianjiao died, a mysterious cyan bronze treasure chest jumped out. It was suspended in the void. Lin Chen grabbed the opponent's corpse with one hand, and used his steel hardened flesh like a hammer, and smashed it violently. All the other geniuses, none of them could escape, were beaten all over the sky by Lin Chen. All this happened in less than 2 seconds. When everyone was shocked that Lin Chen's defense was so strong, they never thought that Lin Chen would be able to instantly destroy many geniuses in Tianyu branch with such a terrifying offensive. Damn, grass. What are you doing? Stop him. The elder of Tianyu branch, who had reacted while sitting on the podium, immediately jumped into a rage. Wait a minute. It's still a game, you can't enter. The deputy dean calmly stopped the elders of the Tianyu branch who wanted to break into the arena. When the corner of his eyes aimed at Lin Chen, his heart was full of joy and wonder. Is this kid playing too hard? However, I like it. We admit defeat, admit defeat. Let your students stop. Several elders shouted in mourning. The vice principal hadn't had time to lift the blockade. Bang! Lan Yin was thrown into the rest area of Zhong Tianjiao in Tianyu branch. and a shocking crack appeared along the way. The smoke was raging. When everyone was stunned, Lin Chen had already walked in front of Ling Tianyu. Stand still. The distance between the two of them is less than 10 centimeters. Close at hand. Ling Tianyu's demeanor was extremely gloomy, under the eyebrows of his flying swords, a strange blue light flashed across his dark eyes. The corners of the thinned lips revealed a hideous grin that clenched his teeth tightly. Ling Tianyu spoke indifferently. You dare to touch the people of my Tianyu? Before Ling Tianyu could finish speaking, he immediately screamed in pain. The soles of his feet under his soft leather boots were directly flattened into leather cakes by Lin Chen's foot. Are you pretending to be your size? Lin Chen glared at him, suddenly raised his left hand to make a fist. Thunder and fire entangled in the fist, and the Qinglong tattoo flashed a faint blue light. Without revealing the Qinglong arm, it suddenly erupted with over 300,000 tiger power. A punch hit Ling Tianyu's right face violently. Bang! Ling Tianyu was beaten violently with one punch, and he was sent flying to the auditorium, crushing a 100-meter-long crack all the way to the auditorium. The 9 Tianjiao standing next to Ling Tianyu couldn't help being stunned on the spot. Mouth slightly opened, no reaction at all. What happened? There Ling Tianyu was actually beaten up? Everyone is dumbfounded. Shocked. Totally amazed. The arrogances who were still open-mouthed and closed-mouthed pariahs a moment ago are lying on the ring like a dead dog and passed out. They were either twitching, wailing, or dying on the spot, and some people were beaten to the point of urinating. Lin Chen not only endured the attack of the 10 peerless geniuses, but also killed them with lightning and flint. All crippled, killed, crippled. All this happens in just 2 breaths. The most shocking thing is that after Lin Chen beat these 10 Tianjiao, he went straight to the sidelines and punched the strongest Ling Tianyu in the Fiaxianyu branch. Yu Lin and other girls from class 66 trembled softly covering their red lips. Only the admiration and almost crazy worship of the girl remained in their beautiful eyes. Whether it is a student from the outer courtyard or an old student from the inner courtyard, whether it is male or female classmates or mentors and elders, at this time there is only one thought in everyone's heart. Too domineering. Crazy. So fucking cool. All the old students understand. Why did class 66 suddenly unite together? Especially if they meet Lin Chen, they have to obey. Brother Nyobi. Brother Lin Chen is #1 in the world. So handsome. Squad leader, I just love you to death. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Earth-shattering shouts and applause came like overwhelming, not to mention the students, even the tutor and all the elders couldn't help shouting, waving their fists excitedly. Lin Chen's series of operations is so relieved. There is no doubt, Lin Chen will become the strongest, most condescending and craziest student in the history of the Wasteland branch. Ah. My Einer, my Chang'in, you are the pillars of the future Tianyu. Wuqing, why is your dantian broken? No. As a teacher, I am looking forward to the day when you become a heavenly astral realm. Little beast, you dare to touch the people of my Tianyu Academy, the old man can't spare you. Give me death. The elders of Tianyu College stepped forward to investigate the situation of their disciples and students, and they all wailed and roared. As if they were going crazy, they locked Lin Chen in an instant. Murderous. If you want to break the rules, then come here. Do you think our academy is easy to mess with? In the face of several peaks of the Earth Fiend realm and 2 elders of the Heavenly Astral realm, Lin Chen did not show any timidity, but instead gave a majestic snort. At this moment, all students and mentor elders stood up almost at the same time. As long as the elders of Tianyu branch dare to act, everyone will stand. On Lin Chen's side, Ling Yueqi stood in front of everyone in class 66, with her slender and round jade legs, and a cold-killing intent appeared on her glamorous cheeks. What are you doing? These are the seniors of the Tianyu branch. One by one, they want to rebel. The old man came from the air, seemingly teaching everyone in the academy a lesson, but in fact he was standing beside Lin Chen for the first time. Okay, old bald man, stop playing these little tricks. At this moment, the blonde old man who had been sitting quietly on the podium spoke slowly. He is immortal, unremarkable, and his eyes are as deep as the stars and the sea, as if he can see through the world. This old man is the top powerhouse from Lingzhou General Hospital. He will not favor any one party, the peak powerhouse who truly presides over justice. The blonde old man gave Lin Chen a deep look, and then said indifferently, according to the regulations, this boy Lin Chen did not violate the rules. He defeated the second team of your Tianyu branch, quota Ying Lao, but he killed 3 of my branch disciples, abolished 3 and seriously injured 4. How should this account be calculated? The 2 heavenly astral elders shouted unwillingly. Before the blonde old man could speak, Lin Chen immediately took over. Just let you hit the people in our academy. If I hit them, there will be problems? The 2 elders are very calculated, otherwise you simply don't take the assessment in the future, and directly take all the quotas for the general academy assessment back to your branch. Got it. Lin Chen sneered. The 2 elders had a gloomy expression. They didn't expect this hairy boy to be so fierce. There is no need to argue. It is stipulated in the competition that even if there is an elder referee, one's destiny is to live and die. Although this little friend's methods are a bit cruel, but under the premise of 1 on 10. This is a necessary method to ensure victory. If you are afraid of failure, then it's better to give up cultivating martial arts sooner or later. The expressions of the elders from the Tianyu branch changed slightly. These words sounded fair, but they did not mention the fact that Lin Chen had attacked Ling Tianyu just now. In fact, they were on Lin Chen's side. Could it be, did the potential in this Lin Chen make this great man from the General Hospital feel compassion? This senior from the General Hospital, what should he do about his sneak attack on me? A low drink with fury sounded slowly. Everyone looked at the sound, only to see Ling Tianyu's clothes cracked, revealing the faint mysterious lines on his chest. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. On Ling Tianyu's body, he felt a pure aura that was completely similar to his own Qinglong arm. It is the breath of the ancient Qinglong. My punches are too few. You bastards didn't think about the consequences when they scolded our academy, so why should I worry about it? That's how I am. The craziest dog in the mad dog group will not be spared. Lin Chen is tit for tat, not giving in at all. Since the 2 of you are already inseparable, then both sides will rest for 6 hours, and each will send a team to finish the last game. The blonde old man was obviously going to lean on Lin Chen's side, this time. Even the 3 heavenly astral elders from the Tianyu branch had a bad attack. For the General Hospital, it is more beneficial to discover the more outstanding young people. Obviously, the potential that Lin Chen has shown so far has made the blonde old man feel compassion. After 6 hours, I will destroy you with my own hands. Ling Tianyu wiped Lin Chen's neck, revealing a brutal and violent sneer. This guy seems to have some relationship with the ancient Qinglong in his body. Lin Chen didn't care about Ling Tianyu's provocation, the blue dragon breath. Hidden in his body was perhaps second only to Bai Juanhao. The latter's current bloodline power has not been fully triggered, so it is too weak compared to it. Regardless of everyone's suspicious gaze, Lin Chen jumped into the ring and picked up a large number of attribute light balls that fell just now. The host obtained 820,000 points of battle chi essence, 120,000 points of thunder-type energy, 180,000 points of wind-type energy, 13,000 points of rune energy, 940,000 points of chi and blood energy, and 550,000 points of kung fu essence. After this update, if Lin Chen attacks someone with a higher cultivation base, he is also likely to drop the attribute light ball of rune energy. At this moment, Lin Chen's attribute value surged like never before. That's right, Cyclonus. It's not just the battle between Lin Chen and Lan Yin and others, there is also the attribute light ball left by Class 66 and the first team when they fought, which is also taken by Lin Chen at this moment. Lin Chen, who was picking up the attribute light ball, had two blue light treasure chests floating in front of him. Lin Chen licked his lips and grabbed it. The host opens the blue patterned treasure chest and obtains the green level intermediate combat skill, Daffin laying palm. The host opens the blue patterned treasure chest and obtains the low level body refining combat skill of the blue rank, Xian Python split heart fist. He didn't even care to see what was in those treasure chests. Lin Chen was picking it up from the other side of the ring again. The host has obtained 280,000 points of martial art essence, 580,000 points of fire-type energy, 770,000 points of battle spirit essence, and 470,000 points of gold-type energy. The host gains 12,000 points of mental power, 210,000 points of water-type energy, 310,000 points of wood-type energy, 990,000 points of chi and blood energy, and 610,000 points of battle chi essence. The attribute light ball is dazzling, and Lin Chen's attribute value has not soared so fast at this moment. At first, everyone who saw Lin Chen grabbing at the air was still confused. But some people who had dealt with Lin Chen found that Lin Chen's breath began to rise rapidly, the pupils trembled suddenly, the lips trembled, death. Staring at Lin Chen. This is? The blonde old man in the main hospital's eyes lit up, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. As if to spy on all his secrets. His pure power is rising rapidly. His spiritual power is constantly breaking through. His fighting spirit cultivation base breaks through the shackles. The increasingly powerful aura brought everyone back to their senses. They stared at Lin Chen in shock. What's going on? You can break through the cultivation base by touching the air? What kind of cultivation method is this? Yan Haitong's eyes flashed with a look of memory, and whispered softly. Do you remember when the squad leader fought before? He seems to be messing around like this. Shangguan Bihan could see Lin Chen's scene. She showed a gentle smile like water, and she sighed faintly like a girl in a chaotic relationship. It goes on like this, I can't even catch up with his back. Seeing Lin Chen's climbing cultivation in all aspects, everyone has a feeling of numbness in their scalps. What the hell is going on here? Is there actually such a cultivation method in this world? Boom. Lin Chen's body erupted with the strongest fighting spirit that was rushing towards Xiaohan. The sky was falling, and the ground was surging with golden lotuses. On the top of his head, there are cyclones of 9 colors gathered, as if it can swallow the world, a purple flame phoenix and a blue dragon afterimage. Dance and scream in the 9-color cyclone. Squad leader, he has broken through the realm. Lu Linner's cherry lips trembled, looking at the young man's back. She was crazy for a while. Body quenching, chi refining, psychic, battle spirit, earth evil, heavenly. Gang. The martial artist quenches the body and absorbs the gas, which is the chi. Refining realm. Zhan Qi transforms into shape, and initially contains spirituality. It is a psychic realm. The fighting spirit is condensed into the entity, and the spirit is gathered into the spirit. It is the battle spirit realm. The fighting spirit connects the heavens and the earth, and it takes shape. It is the realm of earth evil. The fighting spirit is integrated into the heaven and the earth, walking in the air, for the heavenly realm. At this time, Lin Chen picked up all the attribute light balls left on the competitive arena, and obtained a large amount of essential attribute values. A battle aura. When Lin Chen, who was sitting on the ring with his eyes closed, released his fighting spirit, he had a warm intimacy. Is this the realm of the evil spirits, the fighting spirit and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth create a familiar intimacy, like becoming a part of this world? Lin Chen looked at himself, and in his dantian, a 9-color battle spirit was suspended. This 9-color battle spirit was formed by Lin Chen's changes and condensed after he practiced 9 tribulations of creation. This method of mind travels through the sky and the earth, as if created by the sun and the moon. Lin Chen only achieved a progress of 5%, and he flew from the 3rd level of the battle soul to the 9th level of the battle soul. At this moment, the 9-colored battle soul was floating with a faint light circle, representing the cultivation of the 1st layer earth demon realm. My spiritual power has also reached the late stage of the spiritual realm. And the meat shell power has reached 280,000 tiger power, which is very good. The harvest of this battle is very good. Lin Chen carefully looked at his current strength and was very satisfied. Just look at the situation of his own body in Lin Chen, the older generation of powerhouses on the other side can't sit still at all. What those experts in the heavenly astral realm didn't understand was that they had seen a lot of other cultivation methods. But the more slanted the sword is, the more it corresponds to the cultivation of a field. But what's the matter with this kid? His body refinement, spirit, fighting spirit, and all aspects are all growing rapidly until he breaks through to the realm of evil. Is there still such a heaven-defying exercise in the world that can cultivate these 3 fields at the same time? Evil, monster. Where did you attract such a monster from the wasteland? In our wasteland, we are going to raise a peerless powerhouse. And his mysterious trick just now can actually make the battle spirit of the Tianjiao branch of the Tianyu branch extremely slow, and one move will determine the outcome. The elders of the Wasteland branch were frantic with excitement. The vice president and the bald old man stared at Lin Chen frantically. This son must be kept in their Wasteland branch. This is their chance to surpass other branches. The blond old man stared at Lin Chen. His eyes were deep, flashing memories. Sitting on the podium, he suddenly opened his mouth and muttered to himself. In ancient times, my human race had great powers of sages and sages, guarding the eternal sacred fire of heaven and earth. In the records of those sages and great powers, there used to be such a legend. Legend, in this world, when the yin and yang of heaven and earth first opened, the human race world just appeared. The ancient times earlier than the ancient times, there used to be a race of creatures above the heaven and the Earth, they seem to come from other time and space, and occasionally some unique creatures enter the human world, and when they play in the human world, they fall in love with mortals, and give birth to descendants with their bloodlines, which are left behind in the mortal world, and we will be called descendants of gods. The blond old man's muttering shocked the elders on the stage. At this moment, Ling Yueqi, with her arms folded over her chest, took over the conversation and spoke calmly. It is said that the descendants of the gods left behind in the mortal world have cultivation physiques and talents that defy the common sense of heaven, have unimaginable peerless supernatural powers, and are born with supernatural powers that are beyond the ability of mortal spirits. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the State. In front of the descendants of the gods, the talent is only the difference between Yinghua and Haoyue. Could this kid be a descendant of God? Old Bald stared at Lin Chen in amazement. After all, this little guy is someone who dares to attack Ning Qingxian. No one can know that in the current history of the human race, there are no detailed records and descriptions of the descendants of the gods, and no one has seen with their own eyes what kind of peerless magical powers they will possess. But what this old man can be sure of is that this son has the potential contained in it will not be lower than those of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The blond old man nodded with certainty, and looked at Lin Chen with more admiration and kindness in his eyes. The bald old man and the vice president looked at each other with ecstasy in their hearts. If this kid is really a descendant of God, let alone a branch in the wasteland, even if it is placed in the main courtyard, it can be regarded as the glory of this sun. Just when all the experts in the heavenly astral realm didn't understand Lin Chen's situation, he took out an item again, causing many old students in the inner courtyard to take a deep breath. Especially Song Qingheng, who had competed with Lin Chen at the beginning, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What Lin Chen took out was the Tian Soul Ziqing pill that was refined in the competition with Song Qingheng when he was refining pills. Fourth-order medicinal pills, Tianshou Ziqing Dan, can make the user break through the cultivation realm, the battle spirit realm, and break through 2 to 3 realms. The earth demon realm is below the 7th level. There is a 90% chance of breaking through a realm. This monster, he still wants to break through another realm. Song Qingheng's eyelids shook violently a few times. He sighed deeply. It would be impossible to catch up with this monster in this life. Tian Soul Ziqing Dan entered the entrance. Lin Chen chewed his stomach, and a gentle and majestic energy dispersed along with the chewing of the medicinal pill. This kid, does he want to break through to another realm after entering the realm of the earth? Sitting in the Tianyu branch in the rest area, the young man in brocade clothes and jade robes, still childish, flashed a trace of violence from time to time between his brows. In front of us, there is no difference between the first and second levels of the earth demon realm. Even if he forms a team with other pariahs, there is only one way to die. The young man next to him is wearing a feather crown, girdle around his waist, and a single sword on his back. His eyes are as sharp as eagles. I haven't seen any guy who provoked Senior Ling Tianyu and still lives safely. He attacked Senior Ling Tianyu once. Doesn't he really think he can fight against us? Senior Ling Tianyu's current expression is to kill someone. Maybe he will see his true strength after a long absence. A pair of twin sisters with picturesque snow skirts and delicate facial features giggled and giggled. Hey, I'm very interested in him, can you leave him for me? A young man in white looked at Lin Chen up and down and was amazed. In the face of these few people, the top 10 old students in the inner courtyard are full of solemnity. Even fear. These 10 people are the top 10 world-shattering geniuses from the Tianyu branch. They all have potential and strength that is not inferior to that of Lin just now, or even surpassed. Every one of them, placed in the wasteland, belongs to the authoritative and unparalleled characters of the ages. A team of 10 of them made a move, even Lin Chen and the top 10 students in the inner courtyard were completely unknown. Only everyone in class 66 has always believed in Lin Chen. If Lin Chen heard the conversation between the Tianganging and the elders, he would probably laugh out loud. The meridians of the whole body circulated the rays of light of 9 colors and 10 colors. Lin Chen incorporated all the energy that sneaked into the meridians into the 9-color battle spirit of Dantian, and a brand new aperture was reborn around the 9-color battle spirit. The second level of the Earth Evil Realm, the promotion is successful. From being admitted to the hospital to today, it took less than 2 months to step into the second level of the Earth Demon Realm. This little guy is really shocking. Instructor Li Ruolian, who was sitting in the back row of the audience, said. In amazement, he was still a young man in the psychic realm on the day he was admitted to the hospital for assessment, and in just 2 months, he had already soared into the sky and rose against the sky. The time is just right. Lin Chen stood up and patted the dust on his body. When Xiang Ding Tian and the others were about to speak, Lin Chen took the lead and laughed. Seniors, leave it to me at this time. I said, the freshmen of our wasteland branch can bring down their mad dogs. Wow. There was an uproar among all the freshmen. Still single. Lin Chen's fight against the strongest team in Tianyu branch. This time was still a heads up? Stop talking nonsense, change the arena. I will pick 10 of you one-on-one. And one of you 10 groups will pick me one. You choose by yourself. Lin Chen jumped to the second arena. He hooked his fingers at all Tianjiao of Tianyu branch and joked. Do you think that you can single out us when you enter the second level of the Earth Demon Realm? It's too naive. Little brother, you think we are that? Lanin. 2 charming figures jumped into the ring, standing in front of Lin Chen. The cultivation of these 2 women alone is already above the 6th level of the Earth Fiend realm. Ling Meyer. Tianyu branch Shuangjiao, a fellow practitioner, has an extremely charming mind. The battle can be captivating, and even women cannot escape the influence of their seductive power. If there is a moment of distraction in the battle, it may be the time of victory or defeat. Maybe people think that they can win 10 in the battle soul realm, and it's not a problem after the Earth Demon realm, isn't it? Yuguan Youth carried a single sword on his back and sneered. Tang Luo, the strongest sword Dao Tianjiao in Tianyu branch. Don't kill him, I'll have to study how his meat shell is made up later. The white-clothed youth Yuguan Lunji, with a graceful demeanor, always stared at Lin Chen with a curious look. Xiao Qianqi, the top Tianjiao, ranked 7th in Tianyu branch. He is good at mental arithmetic and deduction, his organs are exhausted, and ghosts and spirits are unpredictable. The sickle cut off the airflow, and one was pale, the blood-robed youth, with the black sickle stood silently in the field. Although he looks weak, the murderous aura between his brows is the strongest among everyone present. Yin Shuexiao, the 6th-ranked assassin Tianjiao in Tianyu branch, kills people like hemp, and drinks blood. It is said that he was born in the evil sect. Because of his potential, he was admitted to the Tianyu branch. I hope your defensive combat skills just now can withstand my full beating. There was a hideous scar on his face, and a young man in brocade clasped his chest with his arms, and his whole body released a fierce aura like a horned dragon. This person can blow a small tornado even with one breath, and the fleshy shell is strong, like a human-shaped beast. Zhen Tianyang, Tianyu branch's strongest body-refining Tianjiao, with a pure strength of 450,000 tigers. It is said that he also practiced a rather unique piece of body training. The defensive and destructive power of pure power is extremely tyrannical. He was so arrogant just now, he really wanted to see his mental breakdown. I hope Senior Ling Tianyu likes it. The long goose yellow dresses are blooming like autumn chrysanthemums, and the two beautiful women of Xiajiabiyu are slim and slender, softly playing the piano. Although they are only the 4th level cultivation of the earth demon realm, the appearance of the two girls makes even the pupils of individual teachers shrink slightly. Shen Qingxuang and Shen Lingyu. I don't need Senior Ling Tianyu to appear, I only need 3 swords to break everything. The youth in green clothes is arrogant and arrogant, like a peerless swordsman, who stands proudly at the peak, holding a 3-foot green blade in his hand. The afterimages of the sword light in the sky fall on his side like fallen leaves. The strongest swordsman in the Tianyu branch, Xingfeng, the 7th level cultivation of the earth demon realm. Proficient in 3 green level swordsmanship, a true kendo wizard. Lin Chen, I'll let you live, you can't die. You don't even have a chance to surrender. In the end, that Ling Tianyu was suffocating, with a gloomy expression, and locked on Lin Chen. Ling Tianyu, the strongest student of Tianyu Academy in history, born in an ancient family suspected to have dragon bloodline, the 8th level of Earth Fiend realm, one of the pinnacles of the younger generation of Tianyu. These 10 people, no matter who they are, let alone in the wasteland, in the heavenly realm, they belong to the supreme arrogance of the famous party. It is not uncommon for the younger generation to be able to outperform them one-on-one, but, among the peers, to find a person who can pick 10 of them. Absolutely no one can do it. At least, for now, the entire 24 domains does not exist. Unless it is a character outside the 24 domains. Lin Chen, since you are going to fight, the Academy will fully support you. Let it go, it doesn't matter if you fail, you have done enough for the Academy. The vice president gave a sharp shout. Lin Chen was allowed to pick 10 against the almost impossible request. If the little guy Lin Chen can defeat these guys here, it is equivalent to becoming the first person of the younger generation in the 24 regions. Ling Yueqi said word by word, she was as cold and stern as she was, and she was full of expectations and solemnity at this time, and she was even ready to break into the arena at any time. The current Lin Chen is too important to the desolate branch, and he cannot tolerate any mistakes. The vice president himself parachuted into the air, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, blocked the space in the ring and the auditorium so that everyone could witness the battle safely. Let me try your power. Lin Chen's expression instantly became solemn, and he grabbed it with one hand. Boom! The dark dragon-like edge is like an abyss that cuts across the center of the arena. The sharp aura of killing and slashing makes everyone's heart skip a beat. The battle spear is more than half a zhang long, with 2 half-moon blades on the left and right sides. The spear tip is deep and pitch black, and the whole battle spear exudes a sinister aura. This gun, there's a lingering sense of crisis. Ling Tianyu's azure war spear trembled slightly, as if it was encountering a natural enemy. Sigh. A flame of purple flames rolled up, and when the true flame purple phoenix Wings unfolded, Lin Chen only had an afterimage left in place. It's so fast. I don't know how many times faster than Qin Xiafeng's speed. Seeing this scene, everyone's morale in Class 66 is boosted. The black light was like a shadow, and the Heiyuan spear was raised above his head. Lin Chen burst out with a dazzling golden light of war. The fighting spirit spreads all over the black abyss gun, spinning out the edge of tearing the void. Dai me. The black abyss pierced the sky and smashed towards the center of the 10 people. The spear blade pulled a golden light from the void, pierced the sky, and chopped the waves. The target of Lin Chen's shot was actually aimed at the strongest Ling Tianyu. Jing Guangbi training is dozens of feet long, sharp and chaotic, swallowing mountains and rivers. Just the aftertaste of the sharp edge will split the entire arena in half. Just like you, it's not even Senior Ling Tianyu's turn to deal with you. Tang Luo sneered. A dragon-toothed sword was held in his hand, and his body was destroyed like a knife, volleyed to Lin Chen. Cut the moon. The dragon-tooth war saber flows with a faint and cold light, and a blade of white aurora flashes out. The speed is extremely fast, the airflow seems to be cut in half, and the space is distorted faintly. The top 10 disciples in the inner courtyard were in a cold sweat, and they didn't even see when Tang Luo drew his sword. The strongest swordsman in the Tianyu branch is well-deserved. Jingguang Pailian crashed down. What everyone didn't expect was that Tang Luo's lure shot only slightly blocked Lin Chen's offensive. Bang! The afterglow of the sword chi was twisted into broken beams by the golden light, and Tang Luo lost his voice. So strong? Sword of life and death. Between the electric light and flint, Xingfeng held a sword in his hand, and the bright sword inlaid with star jade pulled out a long river-like sword. Light, flowing with the death breath of life and death, and shook Lin Chen head on. Chi bang! The energy storm instantly exploded in the space between the three, rolling up countless rubble and debris. Tang Luo and Xingfeng were knocked back by more than 100 meters. Lin Chen defeated two and gained the upper hand. Boom. However, the other party is 10 people. Offensive changes can only happen in an instant. In the energy storm, a fiery storm was pierced, and the center of the storm was the black abyss gun. Like an arrow from a string, it shoots towards Ling Tianyu. The moment the Heiyuan spear was thrown out, the blood shadows appeared, like a ghost walking in the void, staying behind Lin Chen elusively. It is the killer of Tianyu branch, Yin Shuexiao. The large blood-colored sickle appeared like a ghost, and the sickle was placed on Lin Chen's neck, and it suddenly cut. Most of the tutors and a few old students in the inner courtyard were immediately shocked. This is enough to kill Lin Chen. Clang! The sickle blade swept across Lin Chen's neck, making a harsh sound of gold and iron colliding. It's not the feel of cutting into meat and bones. Yin Shuexiao's pale, paper-like face crossed a trace of doubt. The light of Zijintong was as bright as the stars in the night sky, and Lin Chen's neck had already unfolded the heavenly gang war chi to protect the vital points. The moment he turned around in the air, there was still a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The palms of both hands are condensed with the world-shattering fighting spirit. Charging rune 4 seals in 1. Defan Lei Yin Palm. The sound of thunder rolled, as if Tianwei was furious. For crystal light. Energy fingerprints are entwined with the might of the world, and the two big blue-level combat skills are instantly slapped on Yin Shuexia's chest. Accompanied by the flame storm, caused by the black abyss spear piercing the void at the same time, Yin Shuexiao vomited blood and retreated violently. the rolling thunder sound, mixed with mental attacks, piercing his eardrums, and Lin Chen slammed the arrogant killer out of the ring with one palm. This is Xiaoxinglei's Dafen Leiyin palm. How is this possible? This kid can also be a big fan of Leiyin palm? The people outside the Tianyu branch suddenly exclaimed in surprise, stunned. How could Lin Chen know Xiaoxinglei's unique combat skills from Tianyu branch, and his speed was faster, more skilled and stronger than the latter? In the firestorm, Heiyuan's spear was shot and returned. Lin Chen grasped it back, only to see Zhen Tianyang and Xiao Qianqi standing beside Ling Tianyu. How can you let you touch our king as soon as you come up? Xiao Qianqi held a fan with a light smile, and Zhen Tianyang had a solemn expression on his face. This kid can defeat Xing Feng and Tang Luo head-on. Could it be that the combat skills he uses are high-level green? I'm afraid it's more than that. Even if it is a high-level green-level combat technique, the exercises he cultivates are of extraordinary quality. Shen Qingshuang looked dignified, looked at her sister Shen Lingyu, and the two girls nodded. Oh? Lin Chen stood in the air, his eyes narrowed. I saw the two women swaying softly, and two exquisite and delicate jade bone fans appeared. When the jade bone fan appeared, the two women read the formula and waved, and the mental storm swept through like a turbulent, like a tsunami, and opened up. A monstrous hurricane. Let's take cover. Come on. The two women snorted coldly. The sword and sword flashed past. Xing Feng and Tang Luo were located directly below Lin Chen. Not good. It's a mental attack. It's a superior mental attack technique. I don't know if this kid can survive. The talent of the two girls in the Tianyu branch is not trivial. The jade fan in their hands is probably made of the unique snake bone of the phantom snake. It is used for spiritual attacks, and the effect is even more powerful. The bald old man and the elders secretly screamed badly in their hearts. Sun Luo Wan Jian. Share a sword. The blood light sword Qi and the dark blue sword light opened like a peacock. And the sword lights wandered in the void and intertwined with the sharp sword Qi, pushing towards Lin Chenqiu. A means of mental attack? It's not just you. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth sneered. Before the war, his purple-golden pupils had already initially spied on the opponent's areas and trump cards. While reciting the obscure formula, a snow-white spiritual lightsaber danced and slashed, tearing apart the spiritual storm of the two girls. Taisher Ling sword. As if the thunder god was angry, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and the majestic spiritual power condensed into 10 swords, piercing the void, making the two women's faces pale, and being pierced by the spiritual swords. The pretty face was instantly pale, and the throat was pierced. Sweet, spit out a mouthful of blood. The 9 secrets of God's desolation. Thunder burst. Charged runes are superimposed. Grasping the Heiyuan spear and swooping down from the void, Lin Chen suddenly burst into a drink. The thunderous fighting spirit, like a thundering dragon, stabbed and crushed it, and penetrated the sword light that came from the joint strangulation. Boom! The thunder and lightning flashed the sword light and the sword light. The two quickly retreated in fear, blasting the crack of nearly 100 feet in the arena. A stream of air ripped apart, like a human-shaped savage beast rolling over. Zhen Tianyang rushed into the sky, his whole body burst with energy, and the flesh shell erupted with a thunderous sound like a mountain torrent and tsunami, hitting Lin Chen sideways. Bang bang bang. The airflow exploded and was torn apart by the huge pure force. This Zhenqinyang Shihui's special body training method. The power of each punch is like a knife twisted, and the lethality is far more than 450,000 tigers. The Heiyuan spear danced and turned. Lin Chen took all the bombardment from the opponent and was about to shoot back, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. Clanged tearing. The blood-blade sickle hidden in the void is blocked by Tiangong's fighting aura. It's in Shuexiao. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and the skin of his whole body was covered with shocking cracks, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Becoming brutal and ferocious, he began to show his true nature. Blood-colored fighting spirit lingered, swinging his scythe at extreme speed and attacking Lin Chen desperately. Two swords and swords slashed again, and Xing Feng Tang Luo pinched Lin Chen from left to right. Even more surprising is the former. All the arrogances of the arrogant group attacked wildly. Lin Chen's marksmanship opened up and he fought the arrogant attack of the four arrogant. Arrogance alone, without losing the slightest. In terms of mentality, even if Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation only reached 5% of the realm, he was not inferior to the top geniuses in Tianyu. And he was even better than him. In terms of combat skills, his newly acquired 9 techniques of divine desolation ranks at the top of the green rank. The combat skills of this rank are among the best in the entire 24 domains. Coupled with the Heiyuan spear that Lin Chen obtained from the emperor's tomb of the Tian-Do dynasty, the power far exceeds that of the ordinary 4th order top soldiers, making Lin Chen's combat power superimposed and unstoppable. What's more, Lin Chen also has a trick charging rune that can enhance the power of his combat skills. The current Lin Chen has the real strength to confront this group of top geniuses. Dragon Fist. Zhen Tianyang condensed all his strength, punched angrily, and smashed Lin Chen's chest. Yin Shuexiao flew away with one shot. Xing Feng and Tang Luo were repelled when the spear turned, and Lin Chen smashed it out with a backhand punch. Xian Python heart-splitting fist. Bang! The fists of the two slammed together, and Lin Chen used another unique technique of the Tianyu branch, shocking all the people in the Tianyu branch. Zhen Tianyang bleeds from the corner of his mouth, and was punched away. His pure strength and body-refining combat skills are higher than Lin Chen's, but Lin Chen has Tian Gang's fighting spirit to protect his body, so he can't hurt him at all. On the other hand, Lin Chen, but the more he fights, the more courageous he is, and he can fight against the meat shell with himself unscrupulously every time. Grab the attribute light ball dropped from Zhen Tianyang's body, and the system light screen pops up. The host gains 370,000 points of qi and blood energy. Obtaining the attribute light ball again, Lin Chen became more and more brave. And he had not yet pursued the 3. Lin Chen suddenly felt a dizziness in his brain, and there were water snake waists wriggling countless snow-white skins in front of him, and many beautiful women, Qiguagua, walked towards Lin Chen. Bliss music score. Ling Meier and Sister Ling Meier moved while stroking the qin, their slender fingers plucked the strings quickly, and the sound of the violin seemed pervasive. Not only did it interfere with Lin Chen's fighting spirit, but even his spiritual consciousness was affected. Several battle spirits rose into the sky, the qi rolled into the 8 barons and shattered the arena. When the two sisters played the piano, the fighting spirit of Tang Luo, Xing Feng and others suddenly skyrocketed. He briefly broke through the existing realm and entered a higher level of the earthly evil realm. Have their cultivation base broken through? Not good. These two girls are really powerful. The Meigong mentality cannot only seriously interfere with the opponent, but also temporarily break through The fighting spirit for one's own side. Boom. The sword light like a long river of sunset came from across the void, and the snow-white and bright sword chi circled around like a tornado, strangling Lin Chen from the front. Zhen Tianyang descended from the sky, his fist style was domineering and fierce, and he slammed into Lin Chen's Tianling cover angrily. The two streams of light swept across like a blade, and the soul-shattering mental power set off a monstrous wind. The ground was cracked, permeated with the breath of death. More than a dozen claws like ghost hands caught Lin Chen's heavenly fighting spirit, and the edge of the sickle flashed by. Tianjiao's offensive launched almost instantly, seamless, like one. This kind of cooperation is not even able to achieve such a perfect cooperation that even Class 66, who are very familiar with each other after experiencing the trials of life and death. Rune of slowness. Activate. A gray-white talisman that has frightened the ages appeared like a horizontal push into the void. The flow of battle energy within a few hundred meters became extremely slow. If you want to temporarily increase your combat power by secret methods, it's not that simple. Get rid of 3 first. True flame purple phoenix wings rolled. Lin Chen's whole body was covered with aura of war, and he forcibly rushed out of the many encircling circles. The spears slammed into the air, picked up Xingfeng and Tang Luo's arms, broke on the spot, and the blood rushed. A lot of attribute light balls fell out. When the two of them didn't even have time to let out a scream, Lin Chen turned his palm, the whole Heiyuan gun spirally stabbed out, and the sharp-edged golden light stabbed out at an extreme speed, colliding with Zhen Tianyang's fist in the front. Sigh. Flesh and blood flew. Zhen Tianyang, whose bones were shattered and his arms were smashed, turned pale with fright, his expression ferocious. Suddenly, Lin Chen's demeanor suddenly changed, and his expression became extremely dignified. Roar. Long Xiao shook the sky for 9 days, tore apart the sky, and shattered everything in the arena. The harsh sound waves even affected the audience outside the arena a little. This is the battle air barrier that the vice president personally launched. What kind of creature makes the sound waves so terrifying? It's just waiting for you to finish using that secret technique. Next, the outcome is decided. Xiao Qianqi, who was lurking in the dark, outlined the confidence of Zhizhou in his grasp. The previous series of combination attacks against Lin Chen were all based on his prejudgment. The reason why Ling Tianyu didn't make a move was because he was waiting for Lin Chen to use that trick to stun the whole team. That was the only tricky part that Xiao Qianqi thought he couldn't see through in the previous game. Now that this trump card has been played, he will not have a second time at least in a short period of time. Clang clang. In the pile of rubble in the ring, which has long been broken into pieces, too. After images are so fast that the scalp is tingling. The 2 battle spears, one blue and one black, are like 2 giant dragons that have recovered their lives, hoarse with each other as their masters fight fiercely. What the hell is that? Several instructors of the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm sighed slightly. They vaguely saw that Ling Tianyu still had 2 sapphire-like horns growing on his head, and his skin had developed dark blue dragon scales, which did not look like a human at all. Is he too? Bai Juanhao, who was outside the field, was shocked. As a person of Qinglong blood, he had already felt Ling Tianyu's abnormality. The center of the arena. The violent and turbulent aftertaste of war smashed everything that came close, and the wind swept through the clouds. Yin Shuexiao's always indifferent eyes fluctuated a little, and he said Senior Ling Tianyu and Lin Chen got into a fight, let's not do it without authorization. The spear stars are embellished, the azure war spear came out grandly, piercing the airflow with one shot, and the aftertaste of the edge swept across Lin Chen's hair. The black abyss is like a dragon, the spear body is separated from the opponent's spear tip, and Lin Chen's arms are shocked. Pure power erupts like 10,000 horses galloping, the fire element's battle gas burns all over the world, and you turn around and take a shot. The blue dragon roared, the gun body rotated, the majestic and fierce fighting spirit like a mountain and sea was suppressed with the fierce dragon breath. And several shots were fired to sweep out Lin Chen's black abyss gun. The shock made Lin Chen's arm go numb, the Heiyuan gun almost fell out of hand. Bang! The ground beneath Ling Tianyu's feet shattered in an instant, his figure leaped into the air, his battle spear raised above his head, and smashed down angrily. Ka. Lin Chen was smashed into the ground with a shot, and his heavenly gang war chi burst for the first time, the corners of his mouth bleed, and there was a creaking sound from his arm. 500,000? No, the pure power of close to 600,000 tiger strength, coupled with his pure dragon's breath and the cultivation of the 8th level peak of the Earth Fiend realm, can even break through my heavenly astral battle chi. Lin Chen, who was smashed into the ground for nearly 100 meters, licked the blood on the corner of his mouth, showing an inexplicable smile. Lin Chen is waiting for this moment. Ling Tianyu, who was condescending, looked down at Lin Chen in the crack. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. When the smoke and dust dispersed, tens of thousands of people present clearly saw his posture, and some freshmen with less experience were frightened by his appearance and their legs were weak. Ling Tianyu's head has 2 horns, the shape is like jade, the skin is green. Scales, the palms are scale claws, the eyes are like vertical pupils, too. Barbs are derived from the sides of the shoulders, and the whole body seems to be covered with an armor made of dragon scales. Such a posture is no different from Bai Juanhao, who fully activates the Qinglong bloodline. Ling Tianyu's breath was as heavy as an ox, he was like a giant dragon, swallowing clouds and mist, exhaling a training-like breath between his nose and mouth, and after taking a long breath, he sneered. Did you see clearly? Waste dog, this is the gap between you and me. Even a few Tianjiao from the Tianyu branch looked at Ling Tianyu with a look of surprise. In the academy, they had hardly seen Ling Tianyu go all out, they only knew that his background was inextricably linked to the Dragon Clan. He is also a member of the Qinglong bloodline. As far as the bloodline strength so far, he is stronger than me and has entered a high-speed growth period. Outside the court, Bai Juanhao's eyes were solemn, he couldn't help worrying about Lin Chen. He was also a member of the Qinglong bloodline, and he knew very well how terrible a boost this bloodline would bring. Whether it is defensive power, attack power, or vitality, the strength of the Qinglong bloodline person is comparable to the real Qinglong cub, and even the real ancient Qinglong. With the unique combat skills and exercises of the human race, the double cultivation of the 2 fields, no one can imagine how far Ling Tianyu's future will go. Lin Chen's Tiangang fighting spirit has withstood the previous attacks by Tianjiao in turn without breaking the defense. The confrontation between Ling Tianyu was broken by him in just a few breaths, which shows how terrible he is. I didn't expect it to be a human race with a mixture of dragon blood, and the potential is no small matter. Even some old monsters who have been stagnant in the land of the earth for more than 100 years are probably not the opponents of this Ling Tianyu. There are still a few students from the Tianyu branch next to them. Eyeing the tiger, can this kid really not survive this level? Ling Yueqi's eyes flashed sharply, and she was close to the ring. She was ready to rescue Lin Chen at any time. Unexpectedly, just when everyone was worried about Lin Chen's laughter came from the crack. Ha ha ha. Waste dog? If you are really so confident, why don't you dare to come up and fight with me at the beginning, but listen to other people's commands and cooperate and wait for the ladder to strike? If you are really so powerful, why did you remove the Qinglong bloodline as soon as you came up? Restrictions against me. Bang! The spear swept away the 8 wastes. Lin Chen crushed countless gravel with one shot, walked out of the crack, and blew up in a silver robe, hunting. The corner of his mouth still had the same light smile as before. Ling Tianyu's facial muscles shook violently a few times, as if the clown who had seen through his tricks became more and more hideous. Lin Chen glanced at Qiao Qianqi. He smiled and said, "This old man, you should be very proud now, right? Do you think you have calculated me? What I'm waiting for is when you release this mad dog to liberate the blood of Qinglong." Before Qiao Qianqi could come back to his senses, Lin Chen's left arm flashed with blue light, and the blue dragon tattoo was shining brightly. It shone in the arena. The old bald slapped his thigh, jumped up suddenly, and laughed and scolded excitedly. His grandma's, how could I forget that this kid has this skill? It's hidden too deep. This little guy is also a person with the blood of Qinglong. Hearing this, the elders of the Tianyu branch looked astonished and stunned. This Lin Chen actually has the blood of the Qinglong? How could this noble bloodline, which is not one among the billions, appear in the barren land of this barbarian land? If they knew that there was another Qinglong bloodline person by Juanhao who was not inferior to Ling Tianyu in the Wasteland branch, I am afraid the expression on his face would be even more exciting. Roar! The Qinglong arm was born in the sky, like an angry Qinglong born. This palm pushes the rivers and mountains horizontally and runs through Ling Tianyu. Yulong Shenshao. Ling Tianyu's demeanor changed, and the war spear in his hand was furiously released, condensing a path of gods that penetrated the void, and stabbed Lin Chen's Qinglong claws with one shot. When the two forces collided, a mushroom cloud exploded in the center of the arena and slowly lifted into the air. Rumble, the whole arena is crumbling. After experiencing the qi and blood energy attribute light balls picked up in the previous 2 battles, Lin Chen's pure power has reached 430,000 tiger power. The growth is extremely rapid, and the pure power of fully exerting the Qinglong arm has exceeded 700,000 tiger power. In an instant, the power burst out, and Lin Chen's attack has a pure power of nearly 750,000 tigers, and the combat power of a single round of pure power has surpassed many of the 9th levels of the evil realm. Both of them belong to the Qinglong bloodline, and they are comparable to large beasts in terms of pure power. Bang bang bang. The spear flashed randomly, the airflow collapsed, crushing the air in all directions and blasting waves of air. Lin Chen wields the Qinglong arm that is full of battle spirit in the sky with all his strength. The Tenjianglong Qinglong arm resembles a ferocious dragon, turning into afterimages all over the sky, slapping, smashing, sweeping, swinging, grabbing, tearing, and smashing with brute force, and fighting Ling Tianyu head on. Peace. The host activates level 1 corruption rune, consumes 2,800 rune energy. The host activates level 1 corruption rune, consumes 3,450 rune energy. The dragon's scales were broken, and the blood was raging. The two fought for their lives, and neither of them retreated. Lin Chen has the real water to return to the Yuan formula, and the protracted battle is not empty at all. On the other hand, Ling Tianyu, for some reason, the more he fights, the weaker he is, and finally he was blasted by Lin Chen with a palm, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen took a few steps back. At this moment, his Qinglong arm split into a shocking crack, and the true water returning Yuan Ju quickly healed the injury. His Tiangang fighting spirit could not completely resist Xiaoling Tianyu's desperate struggle. Not good. Senior Tianyu is injured. Shen Qingshuang's face changed slightly. Qiao Qianqi's demeanor was extremely gloomy. I didn't expect Lin Chen to hide such a trump card in addition to that secret technique. Let's go together and help Senior Tianyu besiege him. Qiao Qianqi decided to drink coldly, personally led the team, and killed Lin Chen with Yin Shuexiao and sister Ling Meyer. However, Lin Chen, who was surrounded by enemies from all sides, showed a cheerful laugh that the plan was completed. He grabbed it with one hand, and the two cyan attribute light balls that fell on the ground were absorbed into his body. The host obtains the blood of the Qinglong, 150 points. The host obtains the Qinglong bloodline, 180 points. Lin Chen's azure dragon arm instantly recovered from his injuries, and his strength was even better. Qinglong's arm shook, pure power rushing like mountains and rivers, sweeping away Liuhe, Qiao Qianqi, and others who tried to approach Lin Chen were injured by a wave of arms, and their expressions were full of horror. His power has risen to a new level in an instant. How is this possible? Qiao Qianqi was shocked and lost his voice, and Lin Chen's behavior, beyond common sense this time and again really made him unable to calculate it. The Qinglong arm rolled up, and Lin Chen picked up all the attribute light balls that Ling Tianyu had dropped earlier. There was a low sound of cooing from the Qinglong arm, and his power rose rapidly again. I already knew that he is a Qinglong bloodline. Do you think you guys still have such a trump card? Lin Chen walked leisurely, the cyan light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The wind is blowing, the situation is changing. He slowly approached everyone in the Tianyu branch, and Qiao Qianqi's face became more and more ugly. Lin Chen, either you die or I die today. Burn my Qinglong bloodline. Ling Tianyu, who fell to the side, stood up resolutely, roaring hysterically. Don't. Tianyu, don't burn blood. Don't be impulsive. The two heavenly astral elders from the heavenly branch were panicked and shouted. If the power of blood is used excessively, it will affect the future growth potential and development. The impact of this is fatal to a heavenly chosen. However, as soon as Ling Tianyu finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. His demeanor was like a constipated old woman, and he stammered at Lin Chen. You, what have you done to me? Bang! Lin Chen slapped his backhand, Qinglong's arm slapped down angrily, and slapped him into a pile of meat sauce on the spot. From Lin Chen's point of view, that is a burst of attribute light balls and a suspended blue pattern treasure chest. He smiled lightly. I've hit so many corrosive runes, and I still want to work hard and burn the blood of the azure dragon. I'm still burning my calories. The audience fell into silence, death silence. Ling Tianyu is actually dead. And he was beaten to death by Lin Chen, and even the powerhouses in the heavenly astral realm were too late to rescue. We surrender, we surrender. Qiao Qianqi shouted with horror on his face. Lin Chen's azure dragon arm strength soared by more than one level. Even Ling Tianyu couldn't stop it. They went up to seek death. The opponents surrendered. Lin Chen didn't bother to pursue them. He easily picked up the dazzling array of attribute light balls on the ground, and his Qinglong bloodline rose again. What surprised Lin Chen was that the white ring that had been lurking in his dantian for a long time was now throbbing with the improvement of the Qinglong bloodline, like a new consciousness that had obtained the source of life. After absorbing all the Qinglong blood in a blink of an eye, Lin Chen's Qinglong arm's ultimate strength rose to 980,000 tiger strength, before it stopped. Just then, a sudden vision, breaking the silence. No, no. Tianyu, you bastard dared to kill Tianyu. The old man roared the entire arena with a hoarse and miserable roar. The white light seemed to be slashed, and wherever it passed, the war distorted the space. Bang! The vice president waved his sleeve robe, shattered the white light, and said indifferently, "What? Are you trying to go back on your word? Just now, Ling Tianyu wanted to work hard, and the students of our college are just instinctive defense. What a joke. Do you know how precious Tianyu's life is? Can it be compared to the cheap life of a wild dog here?" The other Tian gang realm elder shouted gloomily and angrily. He stood up abruptly, and the atmosphere in the audience became tense. "You bastard immortal, let's try again with a fucking mouthful of a stray dog?" Unexpectedly, Lin Chen scolded. His eyes flashed with a bright light like a star, domineering, fierce, and contemptuous of the world. His blue dragon's left arm spun and flowed with the beautiful and beautiful blue dragon breath, pure and aloof, like a blue dragon reviving in anger. He was about to be born. The eyelids of the other two heavenly astral elders shook violently a few times, and the two looked at each other and saw each other's shock. At this moment, they actually smelled a hint of danger in Lin Chen's left arm. If the dragon breath in Lin Chen's left arm was allowed to erupt, maybe it would threaten them who are in the heavenly astral realm? With Lin Chen's current 980,000 tiger-powered Qinglong arm, he used his only dragon supernatural power. Its power is definitely a killer for the heavenly astral realm. Damn, it's too cunning. This Lin Chen actually hides a more powerful trump card. Zhen Tianyang hugged his broken arm, and for the first time there was a look of fear towards Lin Chen in his eyes. On the premise of beheading Senior Ling Tianyu with 10 of us as opponents, how can you still have reservations? Shen Lingyu's delicate body trembled lightly. It was full of fear and anxiety. This is too perverted. I, Chia Qianqi, are convinced of losing to such a person. Chia Qianqi glanced at Lin Chen, and then looked at Xing Feng and others, who were seriously injured. Only awe and jealousy remained for Lin Chen in his heart. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The great power from the General Hospital finally spoke. "Okay, your Tianyu branch doesn't need to be entangled. Ling Tianyu, who is just a mere one, will die if he dies. It's his own fault. He gave up the opportunity to abstain and save his life. No one can blame the wasteland branch for him." The tone of the blond old man was a little sullen. Immediately the elders of the Tianyu branch were silent. Ling Tianyu may be a real arrogance in the 24 areas, but the blonde old man is a powerful man in the general courtyard. His vision is many times higher than everyone on the scene. He has seen too many short-lived geniuses in this life. How many people can really become peak powerhouses? But what really frustrated him was Lin Chen. When Lin Chen revealed the Qinglong bloodline, he was destined to not be the descendant of gods guessed by the blonde old man. The stronger the bloodline, Gene inheritance, the more arrogant and domineering it was, and it was impossible to accommodate the existence of the second bloodline in the body. Therefore, although Lin Chen has many secret techniques that even he has not seen through, he is not the descendant of God that he guessed at the beginning. The blond old man waved his hand indifferently. For the number of places in this assessment, the Wasteland branch won 3 rounds. According to your previous requirements, they have 15 places to participate in the assessment of the General Academy after 4 months. After these words, cheers erupted in the barren branch. Those cheers lingering in the ears are like countless slaps on the faces of the students, elders, and tutors of the Tianyu branch. When they first arrived here, they swore that as long as any team could win a game, they would get 5 places. Unexpectedly, not only did they kill a class 66, but also Lin Chen's, singled out all of them and thought proud geniuses. According to the normal assessment, the Wasteland branch will only have 3 chances to challenge. Before Class 66 and Lin Chen return, they would have already lost. They really lost their wives and lost their soldiers. They also pulled their old faces to the ground and rubbed them frantically. The blond old man walked in the air and came to the center of the broken arena. He showed a rare trace of kindness towards Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Little guy, your strength and temperament are good. This old man is looking forward to your participation in the General Court's assessment in 4 months." Lin Chen nodded. He put away Qinglong's arm and clenched his fists, neither humble nor arrogant. The junior has seen the senior. Well, don't be arrogant or impetuous. It's very good. The places for your assessment will be allocated by your branch. I hope you will be more fully prepared in the next time. There are many people in the main hospital who are better than you are now. The monster of times, I hope you can gain a firm foothold in the general hospital. You can understand what this old man means. Junior understands. It's enough to defeat this Ling Tianyu. Lin Chen can't be complacent, but he has seen that there are many young people in the world who are as terrifying as monsters. The blond old man kindly instructed, and went away in a virtuous manner. When he left, he shook his head and laughed. He muttered to himself in a voice that he could hear. The old man is really confused. How can the descendants of the gods be encountered so easily? Otherwise, they would not be called legends. After the blond old man left, only a group of elders, students, and mentors from Tianyu branch remained. Boy, this matter is not that simple. Tianyu's identity is no trivial matter. Even if we can't touch you, the strong dragons will not let you go. You who are sensible are now in the Tianyu branch with us. Maybe you can still get one live. A Tiangang realm elder with 8 characters beard warned Lin Chen viciously and resentfully. Then let them come. This little brother is mine, and there are few dragons in Lingzhou that I don't know. At this moment, an ethereal and graceful voice is like the sound of heaven, as if people's hearts are purified. All the powerhouses in the heavenly astral realm suddenly froze. They looked up to the sky. From the void, just above the arena, the beauty of the beautiful woman floats leisurely like a cloud of pure and flawless white smoke. The beautiful woman fell by Lin Chen's side. Her graceful appearance was as frightening as a giant, graceful as a dragon, under the white clouds and gauze. Her skin was as creamy and smooth as jade. Her red lips were adorned with jade, her teeth were exposed, and her beautiful eyes were flowing with blue waves. Nice. The beauty has no extra decorations, and she wears a long white dress like a cloud of smoke, but the first time everyone sees her, it is as dusty, elegant, and ethereal as seeing the 9 heavens soon descending into the world. Sister by rune, how do you know I'm here? Lin Chen said with a smile. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. By rune's temperament was more elegant than the last time he parted, presumably because his cultivation has been restored. Brother Lin Chen, the xingyu on your body will naturally allow me to find you. However, why not use the xingyu I gave you? You have encountered many disasters along the way. What, why don't you miss your sister? By rune nodded gracefully, with a smile at the corner of her mouth. There was a bit of a woman's teasing in her laughter. What kind of disasters are those? Someone in Lin, solved them easily. 1. Of by rune's favors can't be used so easily. I have to keep it later and slowly figure out how to use it. Lin Chen shrugged and smiled. Seeing that Lin Chen was able to talk and laugh with this fairy-like beauty, and joked freely, the boys in class 66 admired them so much that they were all in awe. The squad leader is the squad leader. It's so conspicuous, even this kind of fairy can get it. I serve, I really serve. Damn. How can you talk? The dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Our squad leader is such a handsome and literate person. Can that be called smack? That's called flirting. You can get it. Can you use words? Go back and do another set. The inner courtyard will be simulated for 5 years. Who can withstand this? The girls looked complicated, and even thought of Luz in their hearts. Ling Yuichi's expression froze. She was a little surprised and shocked. It was her? Isn't she poisoned? How could she appear here? An elder from Tianyu branch noticed that by rune was unusual, and clenched his fists solemnly and cautiously. Dare to ask your excellency? You don't deserve to know my name. You just need to know that this little guy is my target, and no one is allowed to touch it. Under by rune's ethereal and elegant voice, there was an indifference that rejected people thousands of miles away, which made several other heavenly gang realm elders stand out with anger and scolded abruptly. Your excellency is only a heavenly astral realm, but don't just know how to talk big. When we report back to the dragon power behind Tianyu, even you can't eat it. After listening, Lin Chen laughed angrily and stood beside by rune. Ha ha ha. The weak eat the strong, it is only right and right. You are not farting here, and the strong dragons will come when they want to come. Young master, I am not so cowardly. As for you, the assessment has ended. We have also won the quota. Get out now. Mad dogs like you are not welcome in our desolate branch. Lin Chen's domineering side leaked, happy and grudge, in front of everyone. He didn't leave any face to everyone in Tianyu branch. His arrogant personality infected the students in the audience, and the crowd shouted with Lin Chen passionately. Get out! Get out! Get out! The denunciation in the sky made the teachers and elders turn blue, and their lips trembled. In the past, when they arrived at any branch, the other party had to treat all of them politely. When have they suffered such an insult? Get out of here. A group of mad dogs who bite when they see anyone. I'm more than enough to deal with you as a freshman. How dare you stay here? Shamelessly? Lin Chen sneered endlessly, for the guys in Tianyu branch who thought they were born superior and didn't even treat others as human beings. Lin Chen didn't intend to treat them as human beings. Okay. What a wasteland branch, what a Lin Chen. We remember this account. Don't think that you will be fine if you have the heavenly astral realm covering you. If your kid falls into our hands one day, otherwise we will definitely ask you, you can't live, you can't die. After a few harsh words, the elders of the heavenly astral realm took their tutors and students and quickly left the arena. The reason why the old man and the vice president did not prevent Lin Chen from offending the Tianyu branch is because both parties know that the most important thing now is whether Lin Chen can pass the assessment of the general hospital. As long as they pass the assessment of the general hospital, the Tianyu branch does not dare to take their wasteland branch, and the branch that can provide new blood to the general hospital is often valued. On the contrary, if Lin Chen fails, they will also face retaliation from the Tianyu branch. Brother Lin Chen, elder sister has something to do with you. Before waiting for the vice president and others to speak, under everyone's stunned and envious eyes, Bai Ruoyan took the initiative to take Lin Chen's hand and flew him away from the arena. This girl has a lot of history. The vice president stroked his beard and smiled, staring at the direction Bai Ruoyan left, showing a look of memory. Okay, little guys, this is the end of the team competition for the General Academy's assessment quota. I hope you all go back to practice diligently and become the pillars of our academy as soon as possible. The old man waved his hand in high spirits. This team competition has already achieved results beyond his imagination. Almost all the tutors and elders are happy. Let's go back to practice too. The boys in class 66 laughed. However, an icy cold air slowly rose from behind them, causing the whole class to shudder. You guys, do you think you're proud of completing the most difficult task in the academy? You dare to skip my class. I think you're tired of living. Ling Yueqi's whole body is full of the cold fighting spirit of the 9 days of freezing, and she shows a smile like an iceberg melting. 100 flowers are in full bloom. However, in the eyes of class 66 people, this smile is simply the smile of death. Every time Ling Yueqi smiles at them, that's when the whole class will suffer. After a while, the screams of class 66 echoed throughout the arena, and many freshmen from the outer courtyard silently said to themselves, even if they entered the inner courtyard, they would never enter class 66. 3 hours later, all the boys in class 66, except for some of the wounded, were beaten with bruises and staggered back to their student dormitory. It hurts to death, this which is really ruthless. It's us who have drifted away, and have been with the monitor Lin Chen for more than a month. We almost forgot that we missed this devil's class. Hey, it would be great if squad leader Lin Chen got the witch too, at least. We don't have to live so hard in the inner courtyard. The boys went back to their student dormitory with a lot of grief. Behind the boys, there were sisters Su Lan and Su Lan who wanted to thank Lin Chen, and Yu Lin and Lu who planned to invite Lin Chen on a new mission. As soon as everyone walked up to the second floor, there was a faint sound of gasping in conversation between the boy and the woman, which shocked many people. They immediately stopped, turned their fighting spirit, and pricked up their ears. Why is your speed slowing down? Hurry up. Sister Ruoyan, I really can't do it. You let me rest for a while. I really can't figure it out. No, time is precious right now. You have to do it if you can't. Hurry up. So numb. Sister Ruoyan, who can withstand such high demands as you? But time is running out. If we don't hurry up, we will miss the golden opportunity. What the fuck? A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Not a drop left? All the boys in class 66 were instantly petrified. When the girls who followed up heard this ambiguous conversation, their faces burned, and they were full of shame and anger. Listening to this voice, it must be their squad leader Lin Chen and the fairy in white just now. My mother, Monitor Lin Chen, is too fierce, isn't it? They brought the fairy back to the dormitory. She's a beauty at the heavenly astral level. It's too fierce. Squad leader Lin Chen is really my idol. I dare to do such a thing. You know the shit. Brother Lin Chen, if you want to have fun, you need to end it. Ying Liang, you are very arrogant. I could see the size of the boys. Before you Lin could react, Su Lan and sisters Su Lan were already standing at the door of Lin Chen's dormitory. Their cheeks burned, and they decisively kicked open Lin Chen's dormitory door. Lin Chen. We misread you. We thought you were different from other men, but I didn't expect you to be an unchanging person. The two girls are worthy of being twin sisters. The moment they kicked the door, even the tone and accusation were exactly the same. Lin moved slowly and quickly followed, while the boys quietly stuck out the dog's head from the crack of the door, trying to take a look at the situation in the room. To everyone's surprise, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan sat cross-legged on the bed. Lin Chen was behind and Bai Ruoyan was in front. I saw Lin Chen put his hands on the back of Bai Ruoyan's show, except for his sweaty head. Their clothes were neat and tidy, and there was no picture that was not suitable for children at all. Huh? So it's everyone in the academy. Hello, my name is Bai Ruoyan. Bai Ruoyan smiled. She was ethereal, and her conversation was elegant and generous, and there was nothing wrong with her. Bai. Senior Bai Ruoyan. You were with Lin Chen just now. Su Lan was so impatient, she couldn't help but ask her. Qian Mei glanced at Lin Chen angrily from time to time. Brother Lin Chen, he was detoxifying me just now. The beauty's beautiful eyes rarely flashed a hint of playfulness, she said in a calm tone. It's just expelling poison? The girls looked surprised, the boys even stuck their heads out, perhaps because Bai Ruoyan didn't look like a powerhouse in the heavenly astral realm. So they didn't have any grudges against each other, and subconsciously blurted out the doubts in their hearts. Senior Bai Ruoyan, Brother Lin Chen said just now that he can't figure out a single drop. Of course it's the toxin attached to my body, otherwise what do you think it is? Then, time is running out, and this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is. That's because Lin Chen is going to act with me tomorrow, so now is a rare opportunity to expel the poison for me. Bai Ruoyan looked calm and puzzled, as if she was really a pure and flawless fairy, making everyone's mouth twitch wildly. Yes, detox. Lin said that the two were really expelling poison just now. It's just true. That someone Lin's brother is going crazy. Yes. I'm sorry. The junior has offended so much, I hope the senior will forgive me. Su Lan came back to her senses immediately, and took her sister to apologize to Bai Ruoyan. It doesn't matter, I just ask everyone to retreat for a while now. If there is anything, I can wait for Brother Lin Chen to get rid of the poison for me and come back to him. Bai Ruoyan smiled calmly, everyone nodded an apology, and closed the room door. I said, Sister Ruoyan, did you do it on purpose? You didn't make a sound when they didn't come, why did you suddenly? He stretched out his backhand, the delicate jade fingers touched Lin Chen's lips like a dragonfly, Bai Ruoyan said with a smile. Brother Lin Chen, you haven't come to see me for so long, and there are so many beautiful women around you. If my sister doesn't use a little cleverness, I'm afraid my brother won't remember me. The beauty is as beautiful as the smile of a peerless fairy, there is a hint of the cunning of a girl. For a while, Lin Chen was a little crazy. Although the unattainable fairy is spotless, but the fairy who falls into the mundane world and has a little girlish affection is even more beautiful. He stroked the ends of his hair, turned his face away to see Lin Chen's stunned appearance. Bai Ruoyan seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Chen's reaction and pointed at the young man's forehead. Brother Lin Chen, the speed of detoxification has slowed down. Lin Chen was very upset. This aunt is really tormenting. She can't see what she can't eat. 6 hours later. The corrosive rune energy remaining in Bai Ruoyan's body was taken away by Lin Chen again. This time, Lin Chen got a full 150,000 rune energy points, more than any time before. Bai Ruoyan stretched his waist lazily, the soft and boneless waist outlined a perfect curve, making Lin and his brother a little dry. Thinking of what happened just now, Lin Chen got angrier the more he thought about it. Brother Chen, I was so silent after being molested by a girl? No. Must be. Teased back. I saw. Lin Chen suddenly stared at Bai Ruoyan very seriously and solemnly. On the beautiful side face of the beauty, her beautiful eyes were flowing. Looking at him suspiciously. Sister Ruoyan, you already messed up my heart just now, when are you going to mess up my bed? Bai Ruoyan was stunned for a moment, then burst into a smile. The countless beautiful scenery in the world paled. Zhang Xianyu pointed at the tip of Lin Chen's nose, and she said solemnly, which is rare. When you really grow up, my sister will give you another chance. I've grown up. If you don't believe me, ask my brother. Human little devil is big. Bai Ruoyan Bingshui is smart and knows that Lin Chen still has too many things to sort out after this battle. He didn't entangle with Lin Chen too much, but left the rest of his time to himself first. In Lin Chen's room, he sat cross-legged alone, turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 2.0. Host, Lin Chen. Cultivation, Earth Demon Realm, Double Perfection. Ultimate Strength, 447,000 Tiger Forces. Qi and Blood Energy, 19.572 million points. The Essence of Fighting Spirit, 23.195 million points. Mental Strength, 90,500 points. Cultivation Technique Essence, 1,027,000 points. Mind Method, 9 Tribulations of Creation, 6%. Learn the exercises, Daffin Laying Palm, Mysterious Python Split Heart Fist. 8 Wilderness Xuanhua, True Water Returning Yuanjue, 90%, Tian Gang. Fighting Qi, 75%, Taisher Bible, 10%, Shenhuangjio Tricks, 45%. Possess Special Treasure, True Flame Purple Phoenix Wings, 20%. Possess Blood Energy, Qinglong Bloodline, 2,150 points. The bloodline has been automatically upgraded for the host, Zijintong Bloodline, 10,000 points. Feature Runes, Slow Rune Level 2, Corruption Rune Level 1, Upgradable. Charge Rune Level 1, Upgradable. Runic Power, 270,000 points. The energy of each element, 1,382,000 points of fire, 1,106,000 points of earth, 1,095,000 points of wood, 1,650,000 points of gold, 1,487,000 points of water. The thunder system has 784,000 points, the wind system has 712,000 points, the light system has 0 points, and the dark system has 0 points. What Lin Chen gained the most this time was Qi and Blood Energy and Qinglong Bloodline Energy, as well as several high-quality Qing-level combat skills. The Qinglong arm after upgrading the Bloodline Energy, it seems to have become A bottomless vortex, always eager to devour energy, and all the treasures in Lin Chenneling's ring have been absorbed by it. And all this energy was transferred to the white halo in Lin Chen's dantian. Then it was like a mud cow entering the sea without a trace. After absorbing Ling Tianyu's bloodline energy, this azure dragon arm seems to have entered a state similar to that of a beast's promotion. It will actually swallow up a lot of energy stored in the medicinal materials, but why? Hasn't the power of the azure dragon arm itself increased? Lin Chen couldn't figure out the reason for the abnormality of Qinglong's arm. So Lin Chen turned to practice the 9 techniques of God's desolation. The 9 techniques of divine desolation are ranked at the top of the Qing rank, ancient combat skills. It can't help Lin Chen to cultivate to perfection. By relying on this system, it can only assist him in part of his cultivation. The power of this combat technique lies in its creativity. It does not have a fixed form. According to the user's practice, the 9 techniques of Shenhuang can be boxing techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and so on. The magic of it is that it can perfectly control the cultivator's internal battle energy attributes, and it depends on the cultivator's creativity when using it. Another 6 hours passed. Lin Chen had roughly digested the growth and changes brought about by this war. The strength is more advanced. I heard that Sister Ruoyan has something important to discuss with me. Let's see what it is first. Lin Chen quit the cultivation state. When he opened the door, Bai Ruoyan was already in front of the door, admiring the scenery outside the student dormitory. In addition, there are the 2 daughters of the Su Lan sisters, Yu Linlin, Lu Liner, and Ling Yuechi. And some boys from class 66 were also waiting for Lin Chen outside. Are you willing to come out, kid? Ling Yuechi glanced at him and said lukewarmly. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He didn't pick up the conversation, but looked at Bai Ruoyan. Bai Ruoyan saw that he was full of energy and high spirits, and he had finished resting, so he told him directly. I came to you this time, one is to let you help me expel the poison. The other is for the secret realm of the Earth Demon King. Talking about this matter, Bai Ruoyan's expression was solemn. Earth Demon King's secret realm? Yes, this secret realm is one of the top 10 known and unsolved secret realms in Lingzhou. No one can know its origin. It is located in a new void and is a unique space. There are many secrets that have not been passed on. You can even find high-level and even top-level exercises, spiritual practice secrets, high-level alchemy fingerprints, and other secret treasures, as well as many strange treasures. In addition, it is also full of complicated special energy areas. If you can take away a small part of the energy in those special areas, its temptation will also have a fatal attraction to the heavenly astral realm. Bai Ruoyan's remarks made the hearts of the young girls in class 66 beside them burst into flames. They were better than them, and they had never heard of the name of the secret realm of the Earth Demon King. Lin Chen was also shocked by the name of the secret realm of the evil king of Earth, causing ripples in his heart. With his unique ability to discover the attribute light ball, the attribute light ball in the secret realm alone is afraid to make him feel great. Not to mention a lot of top exotic treasures. But when it comes to these things, Bai Ruoyan is always serious and unmoved. As if she doesn't care about the rare treasures she talks about. Immediately, Lin Chen spread his hands in confusion, but with my strength. Going to such a secret realm is also a death sentence, right? In the special energy area in the secret territory, just ingesting a little energy can have a fatal temptation to the Tiangang realm. That's also a side note, a character without the strength of the heavenly astral realm is equivalent to courting death. Now Lin Chen can only use the dragon's supernatural power to threaten the Tiangang realm, and the rest of the methods are just like a child playing some tricks in front of a giant in front of the Tiangang realm powerhouse. There is a world of difference between the earth demon realm and the heavenly astral realm. Lin Chen dared to fight and kill, but it didn't mean he was arrogant. No, you don't want to die when you enter. Because of the secret realm of the Earth Demon King, only the cultivation of the Earth Demon realm can enter. Entering the heavenly astral realm or the battle soul realm will be directly smashed by the ancient ban. Hearing Bai Ruoyan's explanation, Lin Chen's face suddenly became happy. Little guy, don't be too happy. Although your current combat strength is enough to be invincible, and few opponents of the same rank can threaten you, the secret realm of the evil king has been counted by some people. The teacher and the alchemist have cracked part of the secret. In response to the ancient ban, they specially developed a special medicine pill, which can temporarily suppress most of the cultivation bases of warriors, and allow the powerhouses with the cultivation base of the heavenly astral realm to suppress the boundaries of the earthly demon realm. So, this time, there will be a large number of heavenly astral realm who deliberately suppress their cultivation bases to sneak into the secret realm of the Earth Demon King. Although their combat power is greatly reduced, they are still enough to take on more than 10 Earth Demon Realm 9th layers. Although your strength is strong, but if you break in, you will only be in danger and die. Hearing this, Lin Chen completely understood. Emotional by Ruoyan is to let himself deal with those heavenly astral realm powerhouses who have been suppressed and cultivated. Little guy, the right to decide is in your own hands, but with your current cultivation, there are few rivals in the land of the earth, but you can't fight head-to-head in the heavenly realm. If you want to experience this evil King's secret realm will be yours. The best choice. Of course, unless you want to practice step by step to the astral realm. Bai Ruoyan raised her eyebrows slightly, she stared at him with a smile. Lin Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes. You must know that I will not be obedient and quiet to cultivate and say this. Jade hand lightly covered her cherry lips. Bai Ruoyan smiled without saying a word, and stared at him quietly. Lin Chen pondered for a while, but it was not that he had no choice of experience, but this time, Bai Ruoyan proposed the secret realm of the evil King of Earth was indeed the fastest growth route and choice for him. Of course, it is definitely the most dangerous. No one knows how many years those old monsters in the heavenly astral realm have lived and how many cards they have accumulated. Look at life and death, if you don't agree, just do it. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled freely. Brother, we want to go too. The boys next to him blurted out with eagerness. Even the girls were looking forward to it, looking at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes shining with little stars. No, this time is not to go to the Tiando dynasty, you can only die when you go. Lin Chen shook his head, his tone was very firm, he threw his own identity Jade card to the whole class, and then said, here are your credits. They are all divided equally. Remember to leave 70,000 credits to Qinghong. She has contributed greatly to the task of the Tiando dynasty. Everyone was very sorry for Lin Chen's firm answer. They really liked the feeling of taking risks with Lin Chen. I'm also going to the secret realm of the Earth Demon King. Right at this moment, Ling Yueqi speaks amazingly. All the students stared at her in surprise. Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi? What combination is this? Teacher, are you going too? Lin Chen was startled. He had personally experienced the strength of this mentor. It can be said that now Lin Chen can sweep the earth demon realm with the pure power of the Qinglong arm, but only against Ling Yueqi. He has no certainty of winning. It turns out that, no wonder you haven't broken through the heavenly astral realm for a long time. Is it because of this? Bai Ruoyan glanced at Ling Yueqi in surprise, and smiled clearly. Okay, brother Lin Chen, your mentor stopped her cultivation in the realm of the earth for some reason. Her background is already capable of impacting the realm of the heavens. We can be regarded as one more partner on this trip. Bai Ruoyan smiled and said. Lin Chen was stagnant, and said in surprise, we? Sister Ruoyan, do you mean that you also entered the secret realm of the evil king with me? Didn't I tell you at first? From time to time, Bai Ruoyan's fairy-like face revealed the cunning of a young girl. Lin Chen clapped his hands and exclaimed, then what are you afraid of? There are two beautiful women to protect me. My gods block killing gods. Buddha blocks killing. Ah. Teacher, why are you hitting me? Damn, you are still hitting me in the face. Let me tell you, my brother Chen, my old waist. Don't deceive people too much, haven't you heard of it? As long as you are brave, the tutor will be on maternity leave. I'm sorry, teacher, I was wrong. The boys in class 66 held back their laughter, the squad leader even as strong as Lin Chen couldn't handle the legendary devil head. On the occasion of the final farewell, everyone was reluctant to part. The location of the evil king's secret realm was extremely far away, and it was unknown when Lin Chen would be able to return. Especially the reluctant eyes of the female classmates, not even the Sulan sisters. This scene even made Ling Yueqi wonder what Lin Chen had the ability to make these two girls who hate men develop such wonderful feelings and attitudes towards him. Speaking of which, you actually dared to use the names of Old Man Bald and Vice President to ask my disciples to accompany you to perform the most difficult task in the history of the academy. You are not too timid. Ling Yueqi said calmly. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, unable to offend this aunt. That's because I have enough confidence to bring them all back safely. You see, not only did they come back unscathed, but their cultivation became much stronger. Isn't that a good thing? Humph, I won't bother with you about this matter. When will we set off? The time is running out before the secret realm of the Earth Demon King opens. At the end of her words, Ling Yueqi looked at Bai Ruoyan. After tomorrow, leave immediately. Bai Ruoyan saw what Ling Yueqi was thinking, and smiled sweetly. Okay, I'm going to ask the elders of the college to explain the reason. In front of Lin Chen's face, Ling Yueqi jumped up, and she was able to fly in the air, similar to that of the Tiangang realm powerhouse. Lin Chen was stunned. You are a very powerful mentor. It's a half-step Tiangang realm. Your own fighting spirit can be integrated into the world at any time. Breaking through the realm can only be done during one of her retreats. Only a very talented person can achieve this level. Control. When will the self-cultivation break through? Bai Ruoyan smiled and explained to Lin Chen, then he stood in the air, turning into a cloud and floating in the air. I'm waiting for you here, you can come to me when you're ready. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. This Bai Ruoyan was too smart. When you get along with smart people, you have nowhere to use your unparalleled handsome mouth. After leaving his dormitory, Lin Chen still had 120,000 credits left in his hand, plus the victory in the team competition, and the 200,000 credits awarded by the old man were all exchanged by him into a large number of heaven and earth treasures and heaven and earth spirit stones. Lin Chen's blue dragon arm has now entered a state of swallowing the world, and anything with energy cannot escape its absorption, like a bottomless pit. The heaven and earth spirit stones and medicinal materials exchanged by Lin Chen were also absorbed by it. Looking at the white halo in his dantian, Lin Chen had a hunch that when his white halo absorbed enough energy, his blue dragon arm might happen an earth-shattering change. The next day, Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi were fully prepared and reunited with by Ruoyan. Brother Lin Chen. Goodbye, squad leader Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who was hovering above the sky, heard an earth-shattering shout from behind him. I saw that 90% of the old students in the entire inner courtyard stood on the top of each hill and waved goodbye to Lin Chen. After experiencing the previous team match, Lin Chen fought against all the talents in Tianyu. He has left an indelible legendary influence in the academy, and almost no one is convinced. Not only in the wasteland, after a while, Lin Chen's story will spread beyond the 24 regions, because in their generation, Lin Chen is the first person in the 24 regions. Everyone, I will definitely be back. Lin Chen smiled and waved goodbye. For the first time, the inner courtyard was full of people standing on top of every mountain peak. These martial arts geniuses selected from countless people in the wasteland. This is the first time someone is so convincing. This kid may become the best student in the history of our wasteland branch. The deputy dean walked in the air, watching the farewells and cheers of the students around him, and watching Lin Chen, he shook his head in amazement. He is now, isn't he? Have you ever seen these little rascals so united? The old man took a sip of strong wine and smiled happily. At this moment, an illusory shadow appeared beside the two of them without warning, and the vice president and the old bald man were shocked and solemnly clasped their fists. President, why are you here? A weak voice came from the illusory shadow. What this old man is worried about is that girl Han Yin. The belief that this girl is carrying is too heavy. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse in the secret realm of the evil king. Hearing this, the second old man froze and sighed deeply in his heart. Tianqi Island? Sitting on top of a flying cloud, Lin Chen was eating roasted gluten and asked suspiciously. The secret realm of the evil king of earth is located in Tianqi Island. It is said that it is a sea area outside the 24 regions, isolated from the world, and bounded between Lingzhou and the 24 regions. Ling Yueqi explained to Lin Chen. The sea area where Tianqi Island is located is extremely dangerous. Except for the flying Tiangang realm, it is almost impossible for mortals to cross the sea. Next, we may face not only the old Tiangang realm, but also some Peerless people from Lingzhou. Tianjiao, their combat power is by no means comparable to the Ling Tianyu you fought against before. Once you encounter them in the secret territory, try not to conflict with them as much as possible. Then see if they are honest. If they dare to provoke me, and if I don't fight back, won't I be sorry for my handsome face? Lin Chen hiccuped and waved his hand indifferently. Speaking of which, your arm with the azure dragon bloodline seems to be about to reach the power of a dragon. Bai Ruoyan, who was flying with the two of them, looked back at Lin Chen's left arm, and said with a slight smile. One dragon power? Tiger power is a unit that mortals use to calculate pure power. In the field of body refining at a higher level, it is calculated by dragon power. 1 Dragon power is equal to 1 million tiger power. However, this is for body. Refining martial artists. In other words, the difficulty is no less than the difficulty of the earth evil breaking through the sky, and the 4th rank of the beast rising to the 5th rank. Bai Ruoyan stroked the ends of her hair and smiled casually. Lin Chen recited it in his heart, and after asking Bai Ruoyan a few more questions, he sat down and turned on the system. System, I want to upgrade the corrosive rune and charge rune. Received by the system, consuming 140,000 points of rune energy, and is upgrading level 2 corruption runes and level 2 rechargeable runes. Upgrade completed, level 2 corrosive rune, which can make the host's attack with corrosive properties, effective for the 9th level and below of the Heavenly Astral Realm. Level 2 charge rune, it can improve the host's attacking combat skills by 200% to 300%. Level 2 characteristic runes consume the same rune energy, but can bring stronger effects. The upgrade of this characteristic rune will be even more powerful for Lin Chen's next actions. 7 days passed in a flash. As for the 2 beauties, Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi, none of them are easy to provoke. Lin Chen has been surprisingly quiet during these 7 days, and has been silent in the practice of the Great Beginning Bible and 9 Secrets of God's Desolation. I don't know how many thousands of miles they flew, and after rushing through the dangerous and strange sea, the 3 arrived at Tianqi Island. When Lin Chen quit his cultivation state, he happened to be able to see the whole picture of Tianqi Island at a high altitude. Tianqi Island is like a snow-white koi. The island is not large, it is only tens of thousands of feet wide, and the island is permeated with a desolate, ancient atmosphere, as if some ancient civilization had been built here. There is still some hidden aura hidden on the island. Obviously, there are already strong people who have landed on the island one step ahead. Lin Chen and others just logged into Tianqi Island, and more than a dozen streamers fell into Tianqi Island from 4 directions. There are many masters, and we act in a low-key manner. Bai Ruoyan handed both Lin Chen and Ling Yueqi a large black robe, which could remove their breath and make it difficult for people to stare at them. Lin Chen was very curious, put on the black robe, and when he landed on the island and entered the jungle, he immediately found several attribute light balls scattered on the ground. Bend down to pick up the attribute light ball, the light screen of the system pops up. The host gains 120,000 points of battle spirit essence, 21,000 points of fire energy, 3 green spirit fruits, and 9,000 points of rune energy. This is a good start. After Lin Chen absorbed the 3 precious 4th order medicinal materials into the Qinglong arm, he never tired of it, and groped wildly in the jungle. Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi are not surprised, they all know that this is Lin Chen's own personal secret, and it was so weird when they fought with Tianjiao from Tianyu branch before. Lin Chen took the lead in capturing a batch of attribute light balls, and he was in a good mood. He arrived at the central area of Tianqi Island with the steps that he did not recognize. The central area is a large basin. It appears to have been smashed open by a meteorite. Here, the strong are like clouds. Some old people drink from the pot, their eyes are lazy and immortal. Some middle-aged men and women, eyes cold, full of murderous. Some of them are pleasant, and there is a glimmer of light in their eyes from time to time. The hundreds of people present here are all experts from the Heavenly Astral Realm. In the wasteland, the Heavenly Astral Realm is basically the top powerhouse. And there are no more than 2 in a first-class force, and there are less than 20 Heavenly Astral Realm on the bright side of the entire wasteland. The heavenly astral realm here alone has topped 5 barren realms. There are a lot of doubts and suspicions looking at Lin Chen, his heartbeat quietly accelerated, an inexplicable suffocation feeling like the big hand of death strangling his throat. Damn it. All these old guys are suspicious of me. I actually want to compete with these old monsters for a chance in the secret realm. It's just jumping on the tip of a knife. After swallowing hard, Lin Chen was both excited and nervous. Although Bai Ruoyan's black robe can remove Lin Chen's breath, there are still many strong people who perceive Lin Chen's unusualness. Humph. Bai Ruoyan snorted coldly, breaking through the heavenly astral realm, who were trying to unleash his spiritual power or explore Lin Chen's battle aura. She glanced at Lin Chen in surprise and amazement, and Bai Ruoyan stood in front of him. She didn't expect Lin Chen to be able to show no flaws in front of hundreds of heavenly astral realms, and to switch to the rest of the heavenly astral realm, being locked by so many heavenly astral realms, she would be scared to death in an instant. The investigation was interrupted, and many strong men's eyes narrowed. Feeling a little troublesome, this woman is extraordinary. Suddenly, there was a wave of ripples in the space, and a strong hurricane ravaged the entire Tianqi Island. In the very center of the basin, a deep space vortex was opened up. The secret realm of the evil king of Earth has officially opened. At the moment when the space vortex emerged, many strong men jumped up and flew into the vortex. Some strong people are standing still, not planning to take the lead. The entrance to the secret realm is not limited to this one. After entering, we must be ready for battle at any time. Wearing a wide black robe, Bai Ruoyan's tone was solemn. Through the purple-gold pupil, Lin Chen could barely spy out that her cultivation seemed to have dropped by a large part, and she should have taken the kind of secret medicine she said earlier. Hurry up. There may be a strong impact airflow after entering, don't be washed away. Bai Ruoyan grasped Lin Chen tightly. Ling Yueqi hesitated a little, but still stretched out the snow-white soft cat to grasp Lin Chen's palm. When the slender hands of the two stunning beauties were holding tightly, someone Lin was a little confused, and at this moment, Ling Yueqi came into Lin Chen's ear with a murderous voice. If you dare to do anything out of bounds, I can freeze you into an ice sculpture in an instant. Dare to threaten me? Lin Chen smiled playfully. 5 fingers deliberately kneaded the back of Lung Yueqi's delicate hand a few times. The latter's pretty face instantly turned frosty, and she was about to shoot. We're in two. Before Ling Yueqi could get angry, Bai Ruoyan jumped and entered the vortex of space. Entering this kind of space vortex channel connecting other spaces for the first time, Lin Chen's first feeling was that the world was upside down and he lost his center of gravity. What followed was a violent and raging space hurricane. Bai Ruoyan unfolded a faint barrier of war, like a coating, to protect the three from being blown away by the space hurricane. The same is true for the rest of the powerhouses who entered the vortex, unfolding each other's defenses to protect themselves, and letting the flow power that comes with the space vortex push them deeper. However, although Bai Ruoyan's cultivation is extraordinary, at this moment, most of her strength has been suppressed by the secret medicine. She is a little powerless to protect Lin Chen and Li Hanyan in this vortex tunnel at the same time. A bright white space wind blade swept past and slammed into Ling Yueqi's battle aura barrier, cutting the battle air defense into 2 halves. The huge impact knocked her out all of a sudden, and the hand that held Lin Chen was also released. Not good. Bai Ruoyan secretly let out a bad cry, the long whip flowing with bright Golden light spurted out from Lin Chen's palm, trapping Ling Yueqi's slender waist. This golden whip is unusual. Although it is not a high-level weapon, it can reach the destruction of this space hurricane. Teacher Yueqi, start the battle defense. Lin Chen snorted loudly, and the first time Ling Yueqi stabilized her figure. She swiped the void with her hands, the faint cold light condensed into an ice crystal light shield, which resisted all the space hurricanes that came. Lin Chen pulled Ling Yueqi, and Bai Ruoyan defended the space hurricane in front of him. As time went by, the three of them reached the end of the space vortex. Passing through the end of the space vortex, the world reflected in Lin Chen's eyes as a parallel continent, with mountains, oceans, lava volcanoes, ice and snow, dark jungles, everything in this secret territory. Paratrooper number 1 Lin Chen is ready. Lin Chen, who fell from the sky, laughed loudly, and the two women looked at him suspiciously. I saw Lin Chen turned his head and smiled. Don't worry, I have at least 29 kills, and I will take you to eat chicken. Dark clouds covered, dark thunder surging. Inside a dilapidated ancient city, three figures appear. You have such a trick, why didn't you take it out earlier? Lung Yueqian stared at Lin Chen slightly, meaning Lin Chen's golden light whip just now. Lin Chen said solemnly, if I took it out earlier, wouldn't I be able to take advantage of it? Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi were at a loss for words. How can they be so open and honest about taking advantage of it? He was the first. Be careful, there are several strong people nearby. Bai Ruoyan said cautiously. Ling Yueqi glanced at Lin Chen coldly. If it weren't for the different situation now, she would have to give Lin Chen a pain. Damn it, good stuff. Lin Chen had no sense of crisis, and picked up a dozen orbs of attribute light, shrouded in thunder on the ground. The host obtains 18,000, 13,000, 21,000 thunder energy. Motivating Zijin Tong, the turbulent energy threads in this world have become complex and colorful. There's a baby over there. The eyes lit up. Lin Chen took the two beauties' soft weeds, without a word, unfolded the true flame purple phoenix wings, and swept away in the direction of the ancient city. Bai Ruoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that the nearby powerhouses didn't seem to be interested here. There is more than one entrance to the secret realm of the evil king of earth. And no one knows which characters will enter the secret realm this time. Here, no one dares to be arrogant enough to provoke anyone. Lin Chen took the two daughters and flew to the top of a mountain dozens of miles away from the ancient city. The whole mountain was shrouded in dark. Clouds and lightning flashed. On the top of the mountain, an ancient tree with a height of 100 meters was born. The whole body of the ancient tree is blue, and every branch and leaf is flowing with arcs, which is very mysterious. In the ancient thunderbolt tree, 2 fist-sized blue fruits were formed. The whole body of the fruits was surrounded by a crackling and flashing arc, which contained endless lightning energy, like 1,000 thunders moving in unison. It is located on the top of the mountain. There is also a blue-striped python that is more than 20 feet long. The python seemed to sense the arrival of Lin Chen and others, and woke up. Instantly, his whole body entered a state of constriction, ready to launch a surprise attack, and dangerously revealed the snake letter. Its 2 fifth-order thousand thunder origin fruits, and the 4th order peak smelting 3-striped python. It wants to wait for another 1,000 thunder origin fruit, and then use 3 mature 1,000 thunder origin fruit to help in one fell swoop. Forge your body and shed your skin to break through the 5th rank. Bai Ruoyan is well informed. He explained the situation on the top of the mountain in one sentence. Ling Yuichi glanced at Lin Chen in surprise. How could this kid find this place so accurately? How did he find such treasures? Sister Ruoyan, do me a favor and take those 2,000 Thunder Origin fruits, and I'll kill this big guy. Lin Chen licked his lips excitedly. His Qinglong arm was already hungry and thirsty. Looking at him with interest, Bai Ruoyan said with a smile, okay, no problem. The moment Lin Chen leaped to the top of the mountain and put Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yuichi down, the Lianqing three-striped python screamed and suddenly attacked and bit him. Its body strength is no trivial matter. This slaughter is like lightning moving in unison. Blue Dragon Bloodline Liberation. The Qinglong arm was born, and 980,000 tigers pushed the mountains and rivers horizontally, and slapped the palms angrily, beaten violently on the head of the three-striped smelting python. Boom! Lin Chen waved his Qinglong arm for more than a dozen consecutive shots, and the entire mountain crumbled. Unexpectedly, a wild and ferocious python tail swept out under Lin Chen's mad attack. Tiangang fighting spirit. The golden light of war flowed on Lin Chen's body. The python tail bombarded away. Lin Chen was swept away, and there was a crack in the Tiangang war. Lin Chen's strongest defense was smashed by this smelting three-patterned python. As a fierce beast that is about to break through the fifth rank, the strength of this three-patterned python is second only to Ling Tianyu, who Lin Chen has fought against. With a twist of the python's tail, it encircled Lin Chen in mid-air, and kept squeezing his heavenly gang battle aura. A flaming spear pierced the python tail of the three-patterned python. Lin Chen held a spear in his left arm and a spear in his right arm. Lin Chen was about to fight again, and when he looked at it again, at this time, the three-patterned python had turned into an ice sculpture, and the cold air was awe-inspiring. Lin Chen glanced at Ling Yuichi helplessly. The latter only left a glamorous and noble back for him, making him helpless. He still wanted to blow up this smelting three-striped python and lose a little more attribute light ball to replenish its blood. What about energy? The host obtains 310,000 points of qi and blood energy, 380,000 points of qi and blood energy, and 450,000 points of qi and blood energy. Lin Chen picked up the attribute light ball that fell from the body of the smelting three-striped python, and the power of the meat shell rose rapidly. As expected of a beast that is about to break through the fifth rank, this has made me gain 150,000 tiger strength. Lin Chen exclaimed. His flesh shell strength has exceeded the 600,000 tiger power mark, but the Qinglong arm has only slightly increased by a few hundred tiger power. This 980,000 hit the 1 million tiger power mark is not so easy. Lin Chen picked it up wildly, and around this ancient thunder tree, there were lightning balls of light. In one breath, another 300,000 points of lightning energy have been added. The power of his godly desolation 9 techniques has surged again. Little guy, go on. Bai Ruoyan raised her hand and threw the 1,000 Thunder Origin fruit to Lin Chen. His Qinglong left arm rolled up, and the 2,000 Thunder Origin fruit were incorporated into the Qinglong tattoo. They disappeared. It's domineering energy, but my Azure Dragon arm can absorb them all. Lin Chen was startled. The thunder energy in the Qinglong arm was all incorporated into the white halo by the Qinglong arm that swallowed the world. Even Bai Ruoyan was very surprised. Without any auxiliary drugs, even the ordinary heavenly astral realm dare not directly absorb the fifth order 1,000 lightning origin fruit, but his left arm can absorb 2 of them in one go. Individual. It seems that you have a lot of adventures. Ling Yueqi looked at Lin Chen's left arm in amazement. Hey, good luck, compared to your two beauties, they are all tricks. Someone Lin smiled modestly. Before the three of them could survey the surrounding situation, a deafening explosion mixed with a strong hurricane raged from the east. There are a lot of powerhouses fighting, what a fierce battle. Bai Ruoyan and Lin Chen reacted immediately, and the former said in surprise. Should we go? Ling Yueqi asked indifferently, her face was stern, like a blooming ice rose, with a cold edge in its beauty. Of course I'm going, why don't you want to have a baby delivered to your door? Lin Chen laughed proudly, the purple phoenix wings raised a purple flame that filled the sky, and the three of them turned into a streamer of light in the sky, and swept to the east. The Evil King's secret realm, outside Tianlai City, 3,780 miles away. In a lake full of rays of light, 72 oars of flaming white light reflect the unparalleled purity and brilliance of heaven and earth. The incandescent ore is round in shape, crystal clear and brilliant, and each one emits pure and strong energy fluctuations. Thousands of feet high in the sky outside this lake, more than a dozen figures crisscross, and the colorful fighting spirits are sometimes transformed into birds of prey, weapons of magic, or fists and palm prints, and they are unstoppable. These people who are fighting fiercely are all strong people who have cultivated in the heavenly astral realm. Even if they suppress the cultivation base at this moment, with their understanding of the field of battle chi and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, they can still fly in the air, similar to those of the heavenly astral realm, but the speed of flying is far less than that of themselves in their heyday. At this time, these powerhouses have an earth-shattering battle, because of the rare and exotic minerals born under the lake. All the experts in the heavenly astral realm who entered the Evil King's secret realm this time are all below the 5th level of the heavenly astral realm boundaries. Therefore, the cultivation of these powerhouses is very close, and no one can end the battle in a short time. Lin Chen and the two daughters approached quietly, they were hidden in the cliffs 100 miles away from the lake. Sister Ruoyan, are these old monsters in the heavenly astral realm losing their minds? There are so many of these rare and exotic minerals, and they can all get it together. Why do you need to fight here? Lin Chen hid behind the cliff and said very suspiciously. When Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi really saw the treasure in the lake, they exclaimed in unison. Incandescent aurora stone. What's that thing? Lin Chen wondered, he urged Zijintong to take a cursory look, and found that this rare and exotic ore was ranked 5th order. Although the 5th order rare ore was very valuable, it would not let so many old monsters in the heavenly astral realm fight. Little guy, the incandescent aurora stone is a very rare type of ore in the world. It contains the least common light energy attribute in the world. In terms of value, a fist-sized incandescent aurora stone can be comparable to a weapon of the 5th order intermediate level and above, or a top level cultivation technique of the youth level. Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth and chuckled, then added a sentence, now do you know why they fought? 5th level intermediate? Lin Chen was so shocked that his chin almost fell. The value of just one piece is so high. Wouldn't the sum of 72 pieces be as fast as the top green level exercises? For the top level exercises of the green rank, Lin Chen only had one copy of 9 techniques of God's desolation obtained by chance and 9 tribulations of creation whose rank was not determined. There is no doubt that if these 72 incandescent aurora stones are Placed in the outside world, it will set off an earth-shattering storm of blood and rain, and it is not surprising that countless death battles in the heavenly astral realm will be aroused. Wait a minute? The energy attribute of the light system? A horrifying thought suddenly flashed through Lin Chen's heart, but before he could use his purple golden pupil to investigate again, two swords like a sunset rainbow with the overbearing power of swallowing the stars suddenly came from a high altitude thousands of meters away. We've been spotted, watch out. Bai Ruoyan made a move, the needle-like tiny inch light shot out from the slender jade finger, piercing the entire knife light in an instant. Bang! However, the fighting spirit of the explosion of the sword light scattered all over the mountain, turning the cliffs into a hornet's nest. In the void beyond 100 zhang, Lin Chen and the two daughters walked in the air. Where did the guy come from? He also wants to get his hands on the incandescent aurora stone. Huh? The rubbish of the third level of the earth. Evil realm? The three heavenly gang realm powerhouses each took their place and stopped fighting. They were murderous, and at this time they were staring at Lin Chen and others. When it was discovered that Lin Chen, who was in the third level of the earthly evil realm, dared to enter the secret realm of the evil king, he was both stunned and sneered. Earth demon realm triple? Here it is equivalent to cannon fodder. Should we join the fight, or should we just retire? Bai Ruoyan asked Lin Chen indifferently, although the other party has an advantage in numbers, she is not a simple person. Although this incandescent aurora stone is of extraordinary value, it is not very attractive to Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan. They each entered the secret realm of the evil king with their own purposes. Fight. This incandescent aurora stone, I am going to fix it. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with strong fighting intent and excitement. The Qinglong arm was surging with majestic and violent power, because he was worried that the size of the Qinglong arm would be too large. Lin Chen specially shrunk it to Zhangxis's hang. The true flame purple phoenix wings behind him fluttered, and they were actually killing the three heavenly astral realm powerhouses. Huh? Body refiner. The two heavenly gang realm exclaimed in unison, the fighting spirit enveloped Zhou Tian, brewing a killer move, and wanted to attack Lin Chen. Ling Yueqi's slender jade hand held the ice bow lightly, and a half-moon shaped exquisite crystal ice bow appeared on the jade hand, pulling more than a dozen cloud-piercing ice arrows in a row. With a flick of Bai Ruoyan's fingertips, the needle-pointed threads as thin as a gossamer pierced through the void, which was more terrifying than Lung Yueqi's attack. The strength of these two women is no trivial matter. Damn, how can such a powerful enemy appear at this juncture? Before they could react, Lin Chen's mouth twitched into a wicked smirk, and his figure turned down sharply, his true flame purple phoenix wings fluttered and swept away in the direction of the lake. Not good. This kid's goal is the incandescent aurora stone. An old man in black robe had a gloomy expression, and the old palms flowed with the fighting spirit of the ancient black and yellow, which had the potential to suppress the ancients. Bang! The big handprint of Xian Huang was pierced by Bai Ruoyan's ray, and even the old man's expression changed slightly with such a terrifying attack power. The other two heavenly astral realm experts sensed Lin Chen's intentions, and wanted to stop them. Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi's offensive came in an instant, and the temperature in the entire sky dropped suddenly, and it was freezing to the bone. Some of the surrounding heavenly gang realm who were fighting fiercely saw a third-level earth demon realm bypassing the battlefield of the powerhouses and swept under the lake. A flaming goshawk was transformed from a fiery battle and attacked Lin Chen's back. His true flame purple phoenix wings volleyed upside down, causing Lin Chen's figure to take several Z shapes to avoid numerous attacks. What? How can the speed of a 3-level Earth Demon realm be so fast? The wings behind him are weird. It's not like a treasure that can be mastered by the Earth Demon realm. Many powerhouses were so frightened that Lin Chen was less than 20 miles away from the lake. With a thought, the true flame purple phoenix wings behind Lin Chen suddenly nearly doubled, and a line of purple flames passed through the air. The higher his body refining realm is, the stronger the power of the true flame purple phoenix wing will be. With such a surge in speed, even the other heavenly astral realms were unable to react, and Lin Chen plunged into the lake at once. No, this kid has gone to the lake. The expressions of many Tian Gang realm experts suddenly changed, and they hurriedly stopped fighting. When Lin Chen, who had drilled into the lake, took a closer look, the scene presented by the incandescent aurora stone was completely different. The inside of the incandescent aurora stone exudes light similar to the attribute light ball, but its energy fluctuation is the attribute energy that Lin Chen has experienced for the first time. You can't be wrong, the fluctuation of this attribute energy should be the light energy. Lin Chen excitedly waved his left arm, the azure dragon's arm swept up the clouds, and all the incandescent aurora stones were pulled into the azure dragon's arm. Light energy is a brand new elemental energy that Lin Chen can obtain after the 2.0 version of the Tian Dao pickup system is updated. Lin Chen's 9 Tribulations of Creation mental method contains exactly 2 kinds of light and darkness. An extremely rare fighting spirit attribute. Damn. Why can't you take it out? When Lin Chen took all the incandescent aurora stones over, he found that he couldn't absorb the light attribute light ball inside. Boy, get out. An old man in yellow robe waved his sleeve robe lightly, and the majestic energy giant hand engraved with the word kill penetrated the clouds and beat him down. Bang! The lake was shocked by a splash of water that was as high as 100 meters, and all the heavenly astral realm experts spread out almost at the same time. A circle surrounded the entire lake. They were still fighting a moment ago, but after Lin Chen took the incandescent aurora stone, they immediately shared the enemy and aimed at Lin Chen. Don't move. Whoever dares to disturb me will blow up these junk. I saw the startled water splash in the sky. Lin Chen stood in the air, Qinglong's arm holding 72 incandescent aurora stones in one hand. Fried? All the heavenly astral realm powerhouses looked at each other and almost didn't laugh out loud. Why are you willing to blow up? This is an incandescent aurora stone. The real heavyweight treasure. You can't find it, you dare to blow it up? I'm upside down and shit. Several heavenly astral realm experts laughed wildly in the sky, and the corner of Lin's mouth drew a crazy smile. Charging rune, God's wild thunder burst. Lin Chen's palm injected a ray of real fighting spirit into the incandescent aurora stone, and the entire ore suddenly glowed brightly. Throwing it with one hand, Lin Chen decisively threw it at the middle-aged man. Who said handstand shit just now? Bang! The earth-shattering explosion banged, and the incandescent aurora stone really exploded in front of all the powerhouses. The energy white light that bloomed in the sky exploded, and the scattered energy beams spread all over the space within 1,000 feet, beautiful, like a goddess scattered flowers. This kind of power made the strong men who were suppressed and cultivated tremble in fear. The strong man was almost caught in the center of the explosion just now, and He couldn't help sweating madly. This power is not much inferior to the attack of the first layer Tiangang realm. What a nice view. Bai Ruoyan couldn't help but sighed in admiration, and even Ling Yueqi was stunned. What? The 17 heavenly astral realms stared at the white beams of light scattered in the sky, stunned, and almost dropped their jaws. He actually dared to blow up the incandescent aurora stone. The explosion just now was equivalent to destroying a Tier 5 intermediate weapon. Treasures of this rank belong to the treasures of the sect in the top first class forces in the wasteland. How many of these veteran Tiangang realm powerhouses are present? Come on. Please start your performance. You can pull one upside down and show me. Lin Chen smiled domineeringly, holding the second incandescent aurora stone in his hand, looking at this action. It may explode again at any time. The middle-aged Tiangang Jing, who was so domineering and threatened to poop upside down just now, twitched wildly at the corners of his mouth, and suddenly swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect Lin Chen to be so ruthless. Such a rare treasure would explode if it was fried. The other 16 heavenly astral realm powerhouses can't wait to go up and chop a few knives to the middle-aged heavenly astral realm who just uttered mad words. His provocation made this kid blow up such a precious treasure of heaven and earth. But for Lin Chen, under the current situation, he has to explode. If these old monsters are not deterred and besieged by a group, even by Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi, can't stop the 17 Tiangang realm powerhouses who have been suppressed and cultivated. Hi friends over there, how are you? Lin Chen smiled innocently, and waved his arms to greet a few heavenly astral realms in the direction of the mountain peaks and cliffs, scaring them to retreat quickly. Hello brother-in-law. Do you use the incandescent aurora stone as a bomb? I'm afraid it's not as crazy as you are. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. His purple-gold pupil suddenly saw the location where the incandescent aurora stone exploded just now, with 3 dazzling white light balls suspended. Attribute light ball. It is the attribute light ball of light energy. Grandmas, it turns out that you can only get the attribute light balls out by blowing this thing up. Lin Chen was so happy that he almost jumped up. Grandmas, it turns out that you can only get the attribute light balls out by blowing this thing up. At the same time Lin Chen was excited, a crazy thought came out of Lin Chen's heart. Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan had solemn expressions. At this time, the situation was extremely critical, and Lin Chen was surrounded by 17 heavenly astral realms. If they go in, it may cause all the heavenly astral realms to attack. In this crisis situation, someone Lin suddenly shouted. Hey, old ghost over there, the young master asks you, am I handsome? Lin Chen pointed to an old man in gray. He couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this strange question. Grass. How dare you hesitate? Without further ado, Lin Chen mobilized the 9 techniques of divine desolation to inject the thunder element battle chi with another throw, and the second incandescent aurora petrified into a falling meteor, smashed through the sky, and exploded suddenly. Do not. All the heavenly astral realms burst out with heart-piercing screams. Bang! The aftermath of the explosion of the incandescent aurora stone once again swept the sky. It was beautiful, and round after round of incandescent aurora bloomed, and everyone was dumbfounded. That's just a few breaths. It actually blew up the second incandescent aurora stone. This Nima is crazy. Lin Chen confirmed it again, and there are 4 more attribute light balls suspended in the space where the second incandescent aurora stone exploded. Little beast. I killed you. A middle-aged man with red skin all over his body, the scar on his face is hideous and fierce. Are you saying that again? I think 2 flowers are not enough for you. Do you want 3 flowers? Lin Chen held up the 3rd incandescent aurora stone, and in the calm smile on his face, there was a touch of almost crazy excitement. Long Qi, calm down this old man. If you anger this kid again, he'll blow up. Again. All Tian gang suddenly glared at the naked man. Lin Chen's sharpness and madness, they had really seen it. No wonder this kid dares to enter the secret realm of the evil king at the 3rd level of the evil realm. He is a lunatic. Are we going over there? Ling Yueqi was ready to go, and asked by Ruoyan. Wait, the little guy seems to have other plans. Let's see and see what happens. Seeing Lin Chen's eyes, Bai Ruoyan was filled with an inexplicable confidence. Little brother, don't care about these big and rough, let's talk about your conditions. How can you hand over the incandescent aurora stone? Although you have helpers, but we are present in so many heavenly realms, you can't, is it right to swallow these incandescent aurora stones alone? An old man in a white robe, who looked immortal in spirit, stroked his beard and smiled. There was an obscure killing intent in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense and answer my question first. Young master, am I handsome? Lin Chen smiled wickedly. He was playing with 2 incandescent aurora stones in his palms, and the old man in white robe was terrified. The latter hurriedly clasped his fists and smiled. Handsome, little brother. Is of course handsome. In the 1,000 years since the old man has lived, this little friend is the most handsome man I have ever seen. None of them. In the future, I will definitely make great achievements. Dominance. The old man's tone can be said to be quite respectful and nauseous. This caused goosebumps to the Tiangang realm powerhouse next to him. Well, I can see that you are still very sincere. Someone Lin nodded. Very useful. The white-haired old man had a happy expression, and asked politely with a folded fist. Where, the old man is just telling the truth, but then again, the old man wants to ask the little friend about this incandescent aurora stone. Don't ask. Don't ask. If you ask, it will blow you up. It has to be the kind of double-click cannon. I can only ask you now, and I will give you back these junk if you are satisfied with the answer. Lin Chen's face instantly turned very bad. In a word, the other party swallowed the words that were in his throat. It's your turn, big-haired man. That's right, it's you, the one who doesn't wear underwear. What are you looking around for? I ask you, am I handsome? Another Tian gang was picked by someone. Lin, the other party blushed and bit out a few words. Cheeky, handsome, very handsome. So handsome. Well, then I'll ask you, am I handsome or the single player Wang Shui? Lin Chen raised another question that puzzled everyone. Who is the single player king? Of course you are handsome. For fear that he would blow up 2 more incandescent aurora stones, the other party gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. What? You actually think Brother G is not as handsome as me, so you're looking for a bomb, don't you? Unexpectedly, Lin Chen was inexplicably violent again. The incandescent aurora stone in his hand burst into a strong light again. No, no, no. The machine is handsome, the machine is handsome. The other party hurriedly said, sweating profusely. These 2 incandescent aurora stones were blasted, and he would have to lose his skin if he didn't die. Pucci. Even an extraordinary woman like Bai Ruoyan was amused by Lin Chen. He actually used the incandescent aurora stone to play this group of veteran Tiangang realm powerhouses around. These older generation Tiangang realms are usually in the 24 areas. Or in a certain area of Lingzhou, they are all heads, faces, and respected existences. One sentence can be sentenced to death for thousands of people. When have they been humiliated like this? What? But it doesn't work. Everyone can see that this kid is not a soft-footed shrimp, and if he pushes him in a hurry, he might actually blow up all the aurora stones, and then everyone will lose everything. Where did this little devil come from? I'm relying on it. I've asked everyone for a round and it's not over yet? How about we rush up and grab the incandescent aurora stone and talk about it? Then you rush first. He threw 2 or 3 incandescent aurora stones in one breath to see who was blown to pieces. Many Tiangang realms communicated with secret voice transmission in private. Although they are united to lock Lin Chen, they are enemies themselves, and no one wants to believe anyone, let alone take the lead. What's more, there are 2 powerful women by Lin Chen's side, no one dares to take action first in such a chaotic situation. Boom. Another wave of earth-shattering explosions. I don't know which hapless person made someone unhappy again. This time they actually blew up 2 incandescent aurora stones in one go. Damn, I can't help it. This kid has no intention of letting go of these incandescent aurora stones. If you don't go, our brothers will go. The 2 one-eyed swordsmen burst into anger, and the swords in their hands jumped out spiritually. The 2 of them backhanded and slashed out a sword like an angry pong, and the Dapeng spread its wings and fought against the sky. The aftertaste of the sword chi was like a storm destroying the sky, descending from the top of Lin Chen's head. I'll go to your uncle. 2 incandescent aurora stones were injected into the thunder element war energy. Lin Chen threw it in the air, and the vast and hidden light element energy was suddenly released. It doesn't matter. Whoever grabs it is whoever gets it. This kid didn't plan to hand over the incandescent aurora stone from the beginning. 17 heavenly astral realms swarmed up. Lin Chen's eyes were fast, and he threw 10 incandescent aurora stones in a row like an afterimage with one hand, which exploded one after another, and the earth-shattering energy storm swept the entire lake. A stream of purple flames pierced the storm. Lin Chen's laughter resounded all over the sky. Hey, I feel like my life has reached its peak. Detonating 12 incandescent aurora stones, Lin Chen opened a gap for escape from the heavy encirclement of the Tiangang realm powerhouse. You go first and leave the rest to me. Lin Chen secretly voiced a sentence to the 2 women. The purple phoenix wings flew in the air, and the speed was 3 points faster than before. Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi nodded in agreement and immediately retreated. Catch up with him. He is in the 3rd level of the Earth Demon realm, and I don't believe how long he can maintain this speed. In terms of cultivation base, we are 100 times stronger than this kid. The old man doesn't think he can maintain this speed for how long. Chase. His grandma is a bear. She dares to play with me for so long. After I catch this kid, I will personally peel him off. 17 heavenly astral realm experts faced the choice between the 2. No one would choose to chase Bai Ruoyan and the others, but they all chose Lin Chen. There is not only one entrance to the evil king's secret realm, there are also many entrances to the secret realm outside the 24 domains, or in Lingzhou. In the south of the secret realm, in a primitive wasteland full of vitality. At this time, 2 beautiful women were flying in the air. The girl with double ponytails at the head is lively and cheerful, with a Little devil-like smile drawn from the corners of her mouth from time to time. Charming and playful. The girl smiled playfully to the senior sister beside her. Sister, why did you reject the pursuit of Mr. Shaokuan from the Sunflower Palace? The long-haired woman has picturesque eyebrows, delicate facial features, and a slender waist like a willow. She has a gentle and pleasant temperament, and is generous. She gave the girl a charming glance. She was slightly annoyed. Did you ask the girl knowingly that Shaokuan is neither male nor female? He looks like a woman, and he has no masculinity at all. The girl and her senior sister frolicked together, Yingxing Yanyu said with a smile. What type of man does senior sister like? Powerful? Handsome? The beauty stroked the blue silk and smiled sweetly. What about me? The man I like should be both powerful and intelligent, and look down on the world. In the face of crises, he will not be chaotic, he must also be humorous, unique in his actions, and able to stand on his own and compete with others. Deserves to be my sweetheart. Puchi, senior sister, how can there be such a brilliant man? Look at how many men in the whole Lingzhou are as good as you said. You are probably dreaming of spring. The girl with two ponytails smiled like a flower, and the long-haired beauty's pink fist playfully hit her a few times. It's a pity that Lingzhou has never had such an outstanding man among our peers. I still dream that one day he will be able to step on the seven-colored clouds to marry. Take your dog's life. The woman's thoughts of spring were not over yet, and a few thunderous shocks broke the silence of the sky. Pretend to be like the wind, always accompany me. Ha ha ha. If you can't catch up, if you're not angry, come and hit me. You shriveled turtle, you have the ability to steal the incandescent aurora stone, you have the ability to come over and duel. If it's a man, come to fight for 300 rounds, you bastard, dare to steal and dare not fight. Bah. That's a bunch of idiots fighting back and forth, and this handsome guy is just helping you decide who you belong to. Besides, can a handsome thing be called stealing? My brother is called outsmarting, do you understand? Outsmarting. Not educated. The arrogant laughter of the young man resounded through the sky. The two girls were shocked and turned their heads to look. In the sky, the young man dressed in a silver robe, wearing purple flame wings, bathed in flames, the smile hanging from the corner of his mouth is confident and evil, and the speed is as fast as lightning, cutting through the clouds in the sky. What was even more shocking was that the dozen or so experts in the heavenly astral realm behind him flew towards him in a lineup like a web. But the teenager can escape calmly every time, and even throws a meteor-like beam from time to time, rolling up a shocking explosion. This young man was chased and killed by 17 heavenly astral realms? The long-haired beauty lightly covered her red lips. What the hell did she do to get to this point? Senior sister, look. He seems to be holding the legendary incandescent aurora stone in his hand. The girl with two ponytails said excitedly, before the two girls were shocked by the number of incandescent aurora stones in Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen grabbed it with one hand and swung it abruptly at the two heavenly astral realm, blocking him in front of him. You still want to catch up with me, shit you. Bang. Boom. When the incandescent aurora stone exploded completely, the two women were stunned on the spot. That is the fifth order rare mineral treasure, the incandescent aurora stone. Among the sects in their Lingzhou, it is also a top-level treasure that can't be found and can't be found, so it was blown up by this young man? Those who were just about to surround Lin Chen were dizzy, and when They just used their fighting spirit to resist. They were escaped by Lin Chen. And their speed was simply unpredictable. Damn it. If it weren't for the secret realm, the speed of this kid would be equivalent to the level between the first and second levels of the Tian gang realm at most, and the old man could catch up with him in 3 breaths. Don't be a fucking bullshit. Hurry up and figure out how to capture him. This kid has blown up 20 incandescent aurora stones in just a few quarters of an hour. If this goes on like this, it will really blow up. The old seniors, who were usually highly respected and light-hearted by Reed, had no posture at this time, and they were all furious. Hearing their insults, the 2 girls even opened their red lips slightly, staring at the boy who was about to fly towards them in disbelief. This boy has already destroyed 20 incandescent aurora stones? How outrageous this is. The sound of breaking wind came. Lin Chen passed the direction of the 2 beauties, and the distance was only a few feet away. Yo, there are actually girls here. The 2 sides passed by. Lin Chen jokingly laughed, and with a wink at the 2 women's coquettish eyes, a gust of wind blew across the sky immediately. The long-haired beauty trembled slightly like an electric shock, staring at the back of Lin Chen's departure. Regardless of the background of the 2 women, the 17 Heavenly Astral realm ignored the 2 women. They were chasing after Lin Chen like crazy. No matter how hard the 17 Heavenly Astral realms are, because their cultivation base is suppressed, their speed is slower than Lin Chen from beginning to end. He's actually playing with these seniors from the Heavenly Astral realm? The girl with 2 ponytails said inconceivably. Her senior sister reacted immediately after a brief stagnation. Let's go, let's follow along and have a look. Lin Chen spanned almost 1/20th of the secret realm area, bombarding the Tian gang realm, who were chasing him all the way, blasting out all the light energy attribute light balls and the incandescent aurora stone, floating in the void. Middle. At the beginning, there were 17 Heavenly Astral realms who chased and killed Lin Chen. 5 of them were bombed by Lin Chen to the point of being seriously injured and left, and 4 of them gave up because the battle gas consumption was too serious. Because before chasing and killing Lin Chen, they had already gone through a big battle. If they chased further, they would not even have the capital to snatch, but they might risk their lives. In the end, there were only 8 Heavenly Astral realms who were chasing after Lin Chen, and 2 Tianjiao girls. The momentum of their attacks along the way attracted countless powerhouses. When they saw that Lin Chen used the incandescent aurora stone as a disposable consumable, they were all dumbfounded on the spot. This chase lasted for a day and a night. Lin Chen used up most of the medicinal pills he had prepared, and maintained the highest speed of the true flame purple phoenix wing throughout the whole process. In the end, even the 2 Tianjiao girls were lost. After he had blasted 40 incandescent aurora stones, there were still 3 Heavenly Astral realms who insisted on chasing him. He decisively took out 9 incandescent aurora stones and detonated them in a concentrated manner, seriously injuring the other 3. In the end, when no one was chasing Lin Chen anymore, he returned the same way with one move, and began to collect all the light energy attribute light balls that were blasted along the way. The host obtained 6,100 points of light energy, 5,200 points of light energy, and 6,000 points of light energy. During the time when Lin Chen returned from the original road, he madly collected the attribute light ball. The light energy began to soar for the first time. The 9-color battle spirit in Lin Chen's Dantian, the pure light-type battle spirit, began to glow for the first time, showing an unprecedented growth. Trend. Each incandescent aurora stone contains between 2 and 4 light spheres of light. Attribute: Lin Chen returned to the original road and gained 590,000 points of light energy along the way. Mind law has opened up a new field. With the purple phoenix wing in his body, as long as it is not a real Tiangang realm powerhouse, there are not many people who can match Lin Chen in the field of speed. And in this secret realm that has been suppressed and cultivated, there is no real human race heavenly realm. A day later, Lin Chen returned to the lake where the incandescent aurora stone first appeared. This time, his purple-gold pupils motivated the highest realm of purple electricity. The scene presented to Lin Chen's eyes was completely different. The light of Zijintong passes through the deep bottom of the lake. Below the bottom of the lake, it is 10,000 meters deep, and then extends through the bottom of the lake to the next 17,400 meters, aurora. The pure white aurora completely covered up the signs of their existence. Because the energy crystals accumulated at the bottom of the lake were too rich. Sure enough, I was not mistaken at the time, there is a mystery under this lake. Lin Chen's heartbeat accelerated. Before, he had become the target of all heavenly astral realms when he entered the lake. He only had a glimpse of the deeper bottom of the lake, and he didn't have time to investigate it carefully. He is almost certain that there are more incandescent aurora stones deeper under the lake bottom at this time. Do your best to explore the surrounding area. After confirming that there is no strong person within 100 miles, Lin Chen jumped down and ran into the lake. Entering the range of the lake, the characteristics of the purple phoenix wing were suppressed a lot, and the speed could only be less than half of the previous one. Lin Chen dived into the bottom of the lake at full speed, because he was not sure whether there was a strong person who entered the secret realm of the evil king, whether there was an existence more powerful than his treasure. Appraising technique. After going deep into the bottom of the lake, Lin Chen pulled out the Heiyuan gun from the system and stabbed down suddenly. Boom! Lin Chen mobilized the 9 techniques of God's desolation, and his spear skills danced at an extremely fast speed. The colorful spear lights opened like a peacock, piercing the stars and breaking the moon, crushing and shaking the hard rocks under the lake all the way. Lin Chen, who was advancing at full speed, dug a tunnel with a depth of 10,000 meters alive, and a large amount of lake water poured in. If it weren't for Lin Chen's meat shell as strong as a wild beast, he would have been crushed into blood by the water pressure. Lin Chen, who took nearly half an hour, finally dug a tunnel to his destination. The bottom of the lake is down 17,000 kilometers. Against the water pressure of the lake, Lin Chen stepped on the energy crystal ore of Marua gems. These are spiritual stones of heaven and earth, more like a small spiritual vein. Lin Chen was unmoved. It was precisely because of these energy crystals that the existence of a large number of incandescent aurora stones was concealed. Let me see how much stock is here. Actuating the Qinglong arm, turning it into a huge dragon claw, Lin Chen slammed it down with a palm, and the violent force like a galloping horse instantly penetrated the energy crystal mine, breaking it alive. Ka ka ka. Whoa. The water flowed, and Lin Chen was rushed to a deeper level, passing through the energy crystal mine, and the dazzling white Yao aurora rushed into the sky, almost blinding Lin Chen's eyes on the spot. The light penetrated the ground, causing the entire lake to exude a dazzling brilliance, like a miracle. Damn, so many? Don't care, take it all away first. Without caring too much, Lin Chen couldn't open his eyes. He used his mental Power to explore the location of the incandescent aurora stone, put them all into the nailing ring, and filled all the 3 nailing rings with him. There are almost 400 incandescent aurora stones, 7 or 8 times more than before, ha ha ha. Slip away, now I don't have to worry about my light energy. After filling the pot, Lin Chen resolutely withdrew, turning a blind eye to those energy crystals. Maybe those energy crystal mines can be used to forge a large number of third-order weapons, and the value is not extraordinary, but Lin Chen doesn't have the extra space to take them away with the Lingling ring. Time of life. Leaving the lake, Lin Chen spread his wings and flew high, turning into a streamer in the sky and disappearing. 3 days later, Blood Pool Forest. Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan gathered together. Lin Chen had the star jade left by Bai Ruoyan on his body. If the 2 sides wanted to find each other, it would be easy. Brother Lin Chen, you are really bold, you dare to provoke the 17 Heavenly Astral Realm, and the 72 incandescent aurora stones, have you really destroyed them all? Bai Ruoyan looked at Lin Chen with a smile, and found that his fighting spirit attribute seemed to have improved a bit, and couldn't help but be amazed. This brother Lin Chen's behavior is completely unpredictable. This strange transformation may have something to do with him blowing up the incandescent aurora stone. Hey, it's all blown up, this valuable thing, it's really happy to destroy it. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. No matter how expensive the incandescent aurora stone was, it couldn't compare to the 9 tribulations of creation he was going to practice. He was bound to gain the fighting spirit of the light attribute, and nothing else could compare to it. Grow your own cultivation. You really are a weirdo. Ling Yuichi exclaimed. Everyone has their own secrets, and she never planned to investigate Lin Chen's details. She just felt that his style of behavior was probably the only one in Lingzhou. Let's go, using the time you left before, Sister Ling Yuichi and I have already investigated the 2 target locations we are going to next. Bai Ruoyan floated up, and the 3 of them flew into the sky, turning into 3 streams of light in the sky. 7 days later, the evil king's secret realm in the western regions. When the 3 of them traversed the distance between the eastern and southern regions of the secret realm, they collected a lot of treasures from heaven and earth, most of which were absorbed by Lin Chen's azure dragon arm. What they obtained in these 7 days finally made Lin Chen's Qinglong arm in a state of being saturated. Even Lin Chen was very much looking forward to what kind of changes would happen then. The 3 arrived at the edge of the western regions. An ancient temple stood and caught everyone's eyes. It is thousands of feet high, straight into the sky, majestic, like a vast fetish that travels through the sky and latitudes. It cannot be desecrated, and it carries the breath of ancient civilization. The 3 arrived thousands of miles away from the temple. They were resting in a deserted forest. Black and white Chanyuan fruit and 9 hard ice lotus? During the break, after hearing what Bai Ruoyan said, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the 2 girls in surprise. Yes, the black and white Chanyuan fruit is what I need to quickly restore my cultivation. The 9 hard ice lotus is the treasure of heaven and earth that Sister Yuichi needs to use her mind to break through, and its rarity is even more rare than the incandescent aurora stone. Minute. Bai Ruoyan nodded, and turned to look at the ancient temple in the distance, and said solemnly, black and white Qianyuanguo is in the temple, in front, and there are not a few strong people who come to this treasure this time. Only 2 Bai Chanyuan fruits are needed, the extra ones are also hot potatoes. If you don't worry, Sister Yan will definitely get it. After all, I am here. Lin Chen was full of confidence, and one sentence made by Ruoan smile. There is a strong man suddenly attacking us, be careful. Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan reacted almost at the same time. Lin Chen wiped his eyes with one hand, purple gold pupils, glowing with light. What is this? After activating the purple gold pupil, Lin Chen saw the darkness that covered the sky and the sun, like a crack in the void, being torn apart by the sky and the earth, surging with a dark tide that swallowed the sky and devoured the earth. Above 100 meters of void, a flag dancing with a gust of wind swept across the void, sweeping the majestic darkness that enveloped the heavens. Knock it down. Lin Chen snorted loudly, the soles of his feet suddenly stepped on the ground. And the earth element's fighting spirit burst out of the ground, condensing a thick earth wall hundreds of feet high, blocking it in front of the black flag. Huh? The ants of the third level of the earth evil realm dare to enter the secret realm of the evil king? He Feng Xiaoxiao, dare to shoot at my ghost-faced swordsman's prey, can't find death? One old and one young walked in the air. The young man was wearing a black robe, half of his face was wearing a mask of a ferocious ghost, and he was wearing a black and red sword. Before the sword is unsheathed, it has the potential to cut through the void, disrupting the airflow around it and turning it into a saw-shaped, sharp edge. Like the two female geniuses a few days ago, this is a heavenly genius from Ling Zhou, who is more than several times stronger than Ling Tianyu and his like. Another gray-shirted old man looked at Lin Chen and the others sullenly. The war in the palm of his hand turned into a snake-like aura, and he might shoot at any time. Suddenly, Lin Chen said excitedly, you guys help me hold these two guys, I want this flag. Boom. Lin Chen didn't even look at the two of them, the Heiyuan spear flashed in his hand, and the purple phoenix wings unfolded in the air. Dare to ignore us? Find death. The young man who called himself the ghost-faced swordsman sneered angrily. The palm of his hand trembled slightly, and the blade of the sword was unsheathed, making a dragon-like unsheathing sound. A black-red light radiated from the black-red sword, absorbing the stars. The light of the sword is like the waning moon in the night sky. A sword is swung out like a half-moon in the blue sky. This swordsmanship, sword rank, and combat aura are far superior to those geniuses in the Tianyu branch. The so-called Ling Tianyu is really not even worthy to lift shoes in front of this young man of ghost-faced swordsman. The old man pushed out with his sleeves empty, and 10 giant pythons with battle aura were more than 10 feet long, and they volleyed to attack Lin Chen. Ling Yueqi pulled the ice bow, the two girls shot together and fought head-on. Lin Chen on the other side, when the Heiyuan gun was shot, he urged the Tai Sure Bible, and several snow-white spiritual sword lights pierced through the void, causing the pitch-black flag to tremble slightly. The gun wheel turned and smashed over, the whole sky turned into a flaming gun wheel. Smash the black flag to the ground frontally. Sigh. The flag trembled violently a few times, and 3 dark and deep attribute light balls fell out. Black attribute light ball. This is the first time Lin Chen has seen it. Sure enough, this flag is not an extraordinary thing, it already has a certain spiritual awareness, and the most important thing is that its attribute is the rarest dark attribute. Lin Chen was overjoyed, but he still hadn't discovered the transformation that his Heiyuan gun was quietly appearing at this time. After the flag shook violently a few times, it flew again, trying to escape. Want to run? Just stay with me. Lin Chen held the gun in his backhand, urging Zijintong to predict the direction in which the flag would escape in advance. He threw the pure power of his whole body angrily. The black abyss spear slid through the void, and the spear edge shot violently, just in time to stab the jet-black flag that was about to fly. Try my new trick, the 9 secrets of divine desolation light fury. Lin Chen raised his head above his head with one hand, like an overlord. Holding a tripod, countless aurora gathered in his palm, condensing into a huge sphere of light energy, 10 feet tall. Come again, charge runes. When using the 200% charged rune, the sphere of light energy expands by another point. When the charging rune increased, Lin Chen threw it out. At the same time as the bright energy ball flew away at an extreme speed, the surface was dotted with energy ripples. The inner world contained the sun, the moon and the stars. With one move with one hand, the Heiyuan spear flew back to Lin Chen's hand as if spiritually, but the pitch-black flag could not be avoided. The front was bombed and hit. Bang! The violent and ferocious energy storm spiraled up and expanded continuously, like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, and finally affected the 4 people in the other 2 battle circles. What a domineering power! Can this little guy use this kind of combat skills in the 3rd level of the Earth Fiend realm? Wang glanced at Lin Chen in amazement. This move made even her look sideways for the first time. The way he cultivates is probably second only to me in terms of rank. Ling Yueqi secretly compared in her heart. The ghost-faced swordsman and the gray-shirted old man were equally shocked. The 3rd level of the Earth Fiend realm can have this kind of strength. If this son were to let him enter the 9th level of the Earth Fiend realm, wouldn't he be considered a top-ranked person in Lingzhou? Master, we shouldn't fight recklessly today, we have to retain our strength. To enter the temple. The gray-shirted old man secretly transmitted his voice, and the youth of the ghost-faced swordsman gave Lin Chen a deep look and nodded. Well, this kid still has spare strength. These 2 women are no trivial matter, let's retreat. For the time being, now is not the time to fight recklessly. The 2 retreated quietly, but Ling Yueqi and Wang did not pursue, but Lin Chen looked at him. The Yue of light fury gradually dissipated. Lin Chen turned on the Heavenly Gang War Qi and broke into the Yue storm, and controlled the slightly damaged pitch-black flag with one hand. The flag is clearly engraved with the 3 characters Dark Soul Flag, which is full of evil spirits, like a demon. Hey, it's a treasure. You can use it when I have a chance to repair it. Lin Chen checked it again and made sure that there was no attribute light ball of dark energy left in it, and then put it in the nailing ring. Then, Lin Chen bent down and picked up the black attribute light balls scattered on the ground. The host obtains 13,000 dark energy points, 11,000 dark energy points, 17,000 dark energy points. In Lin Chen's 9-color battle spirit, a dark and deep energy circle is derived, and his last attribute, the dark attribute, is also possessed. From the Dark Soul banner, Lin Chen scored 680,000 dark energy attribute points. The value of this treasure has exceeded the scope of the 4th order. And I am afraid it will reach the 5th order. In the realm of Astral Realm, it is a top-grade treasure. As expected of the Earth Demon King's secret realm, it's not long since I entered. The 2 attributes of light and darkness that are hard to find in the outside world are actually collected by me here. Lin Chen said excitedly. The 2 war energy attributes of light and darkness are the strongest war energy attributes in the 9 tribulations of creation. Mental method. Just from the light fury that Lin Chen cast just now, it can be seen that its power is terrifying to the world. Moreover, there are more than 400 incandescent aurora stones left in Lin Chen's nailing ring. If they absorb all of them, his attribute value will increase again. But the explosive power of the incandescent aurora stone is not trivial, and Lin Chen intends to make full use of its value. How many secrets do you still have in your body? The speed of progress is as fast as it is. From entering the secret realm to the present, it is obvious that you are much stronger than before. As arrogant as Ling Yueqi, she couldn't help but marvel at Lin Chen. This student of hers really has infinite potential. Every time you feel that you have seen his limit, you will unconsciously find that it is only the tip of his iceberg. I now wonder if you are a saint or a saint from a certain race. Ling Yueqi shook her head and laughed. Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder. What is the Holy Child and the Holy Maiden? The two women looked at each other. Bai Ruoyan said with a smile. Forget it, let me tell you in advance. With your growth rate, you will know. Sooner or later. Saint Sun and Maiden is the world's honorary title for young talents in certain forces. Young people with this title are the most terrifying existences on the Kyushu continent. Bai Ruoyan seemed to remember something, and smiled sweetly. You should have met the two girls who came to my city lord's mansion to inquire about your situation, and they are most likely saintess of a certain clan. The moment Lin Chen recalled, he blurted out in surprise, is it Ning Qingxian? And Ning Qingxue? Yes, at the beginning of chaos. A group of eternal holy fire was born in heaven and earth. This holy fire has the root power of creating and destroying the world. At that time, the first group of people who could bathe in holy fire and accept holy fire baptism appeared. It is also one of the strongest human forces in the Kyushu continent. The powerhouses who have come out of their clan are all supreme beings who destroy the sky and destroy the earth. Talking about this, Bai Ruoyan's always calm expression showed a complicated expression. Suddenly, Ling Yueqi took over the conversation, and a looming expression of struggle appeared on Ling Yan's cheeks. And the characters who stand out in their clan, the young geniuses who are most suitable for the baptism of the holy fire, will be designated as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Bai Ruoyan glanced at her curiously and nodded. Yes, these saint sons and saintess have the potential to stand on the top of the human race in the Kyushu continent. Of course, the areas outside the Kyushu continent don't. No. It is said that the 9 provinces in addition, there is a whole new human world. In the 9 continents, there are different numbers of hidden sects who can bathe in the sacred fire. They are not born, and they are earth-shattering. When they are born. After listening to the introduction of the second daughter, Lin Chen sincerely sighed at the vastness of this world. It turns out that there are still so many places in these 9 states that the legend of someone talent has not been engraved. No way. This shit, I have to pretend all the way to the 9 major states. It seems that it is not easy for the two of you to know these things. I think I will have the opportunity to know the story of the 2 beauties in the future. Lin Chen grinned. He was referring to the future, of course, when he had enough strength. Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth and smiled. Ling Yueqi just shook her head and laughed. It is said that the temple contains the treasures of heaven and earth that you need, right? Then set a small goal and help you get the black and white Qianyuan fruit and the 9-heart ice lotus. Lin Chen was gearing up. He went to the direction of the temple with the 2 daughters. When he got closer to observe, Lin Chen realized that the grandeur of this temple was far beyond his imagination. Jade pillars are in the sky, and jade tiles are cut and built resplendent and Splendid, the temple materials are cast like black iron, and the light is free. Whether it is from a distance or a close distance, the overall view is like a dragon lying on the ground, and there are even a few stair-like buildings suspended in the void, like a miracle. The gate of the temple, the heroes gather, and the masters are like clouds. There are only more than 20 strong people in the heavenly astral realm on the bright side of the wasteland, but there are nearly 300 heavenly astral realm. At the gate of the temple, there is no doubt that those tyrants, hidden old monsters, and the secret realm of the evil king in this land have all surfaced in the 24 regions. There are also individual top geniuses and sectarian powerhouses from Lingzhou. There are so many strong people, Mom, when the time comes, I will be so cool. Just picking up the attribute light ball. Lin Chen swallowed and rubbed his hands excitedly. Ling Yueqi and Bai Ruoyan beside him had solemn expressions. Sister, look, it's the boy from before. To the southeast of the entrance of the temple, among the two beautiful women. One of them, Ling Ziki, a girl with 2 ponytails, said in surprise. Shoo, I've seen it long ago. But the matter of this temple is more important. Right now. If the master finds out, how do you want me to behave? Senior sister Yun Manqing groaned in a low voice. She looked a little hurriedly away from her master, and was relieved when she found that nothing was different. It turns out that my sister has already discovered it. Are you looking for a fight? As time passed, more than 20 heavenly astral realms arrived at the gate of the temple. Everyone didn't say a word, or secretly talked through voice transmission. In the secret realm of the Earth Demon King, everyone's cultivation base is suppressed. Under normal circumstances, there is no absolute strength difference. Lin Chen noticed a detail. This time, many of the heavenly astral realm powerhouses who walked together were standing on the ground, while the heavenly astral realm of those lone rangers flew in the sky. Bai Ruoyan noticed Lin Chen's doubts, and her ethereal voice secretly transmitted. It's not the first time for some of the people present. They know the mysteries in the temple. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the temple is extremely thin, almost barren to the point of non-existence, so it is impossible to fly in it. All actions must rely on their own fighting spirit. Lin Chen suddenly realized, and there was a touch of ecstasy in his heart. My azure dragon arm and characteristic rune do not need to be motivated by combat energy at all. On the contrary, after these guys enter it, their combat power will be greatly reduced. Entering the temple this time is very advantageous for me. Just as Lin Chen was ecstatic, the 1000 Zhonghai Ongzong gate of the temple, embellished with dense spatial textures, began to vibrate violently and slowly opened. At this moment, all the strong are ready to go. The moment the gate of the temple opened, many strong men poured in. Let's go. Lin Chen and the 2 daughters entered the temple together, and more than 300 people poured into the temple in a few breaths. After everyone entered, the gate of the temple slammed shut. Quiet and silent. As if it were everlasting. Inside the temple, when the gate opened, the strong men arrived in a wide, ancient temple. Huh? What's going on here? This temple has no spiritual energy? How can it be so weird? Some of the heavenly astral realm who entered the temple for the first time were all shocked, and they suddenly felt that the connection between themselves and the heavens and the earth seemed to be completely isolated. In the space without aura, they quickly fell from the void to the ground, unable to fly. In the realm of earthly evil, its own fighting spirit connects the heavens and the earth. In the astral realm, the fighting spirit is integrated into the heaven and the earth. When it is integrated into the heaven and the earth with the energy of war, it can replace the many original sensory functions of the human body. For example, the heavenly astral realm can use the characteristics of the battle aura to be integrated into the heaven and earth to release a wide range of its own battle aura detection, and it does not need to rely too much on the naked eye. But the extreme lack of spiritual energy in this temple is equivalent to cutting off all the advantages of the realm of the Tiangang realm, leaving only its own vigorous fighting spirit. In this case, everyone's fighting strength is greatly reduced. Those powerhouses who knew something about this temple did not show such a gaffe, but they were all extremely cautious. In the ancient hall, the light is bright and the fire is bright. Everyone can clearly see the structure of the entire hall. The terrain is extremely high. At the end of the hall, there are rows of skeleton armored soldiers standing side by side. The bones of these skeleton soldiers shone with a faint sapphire-like light. And their strength was no trivial matter. When the powerhouses who arrived at the ancient temple saw those skeleton soldiers, their expressions were very solemn. On both sides of the ancient temple, there are still many remains lying. The bones of the deceased are crystal clear, as strong as mysterious ore, and the hardness is not trivial. It can be seen that the strength of the master, before his death, was equally extraordinary, but he still fell here. Without the space for spiritual energy, I have to save the consumption of battle energy as much as possible. Lin Chen was thinking in his heart. He suddenly opened his mouth. Near the many remains on both sides of the ancient temple, there are attribute light balls scattered all over the ground. In addition, the feet of the skeleton soldiers are also full of attribute light balls. There are blue, white, red, gold, green, yellow, and many colors of attribute light balls. This is such a treasure trove. This is too much. Grandmas, I'm afraid I'm going to die on the spot. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen licked his lips excitedly, seeing Bai Ruoyan and Ling Yueqi looking at each other suspiciously. Bang bang bang. The smoke billows, the wind howls. The earth shook. I saw the ghostly flames ignited in the hollow eye sockets of those skeleton soldiers break into the temple, die. The two giant skeletons at the end of the back row of the skeleton soldiers made hoarse and obscure voices, as if they had come from ancient times to judge everyone's life and death. All the powerhouses were shocked, and more than 500 skeleton soldiers stepped out neatly, with a fierce momentum, divided into 5 teams, and rushed towards all the Tiangang realm powerhouses. Bang! Sh. Tear. At the moment when many battle gas attacks were triggered, countless powerhouses moved, and afterimages crisscrossed the ancient temple. In the space where the spiritual energy is depleted, the strong men can't fly. And they fight with many skeleton soldiers in an instant. The strength of each skeleton soldier is comparable to that of a master of the 9th level of the Earth Demon realm. In an environment like this, that needs to be guarded against at all times, even the Tiangang realm powerhouses who are suppressed and cultivated will have to spend a lot of time. The ice bows were pulled together, 2 ice arrows froze a skeleton soldier. Ling Yueqi was beside Lin Chen, and she whispered, "It seems that these guys don't plan to join forces. They want to consume each other's strength here first. These heavenly astral realms come from all over the world. Even if it is a joint effort on the surface, it will not be trusted. Everyone would rather fight alone." Bai Ruoyan seemed to have expected something. A strange light flashed in Ying Ying's beautiful eyes. The slender jade fingers flashed a stream of light, quietly pierced the armor of a skeleton soldier, and fell to the ground. You break through first, and I'll be there later. Lin Chen bent down and picked up a few attribute light balls, and said with a smile. It seems that they are used to Lin Chen's unique behavior. The second daughter is not surprised, and nodded very calmly. The Qinglong arm turned into a huge Qinglong claws. Lin Chen turned his hands and slapped angrily, killing 3 skeleton soldiers in a row. With such a terrifying combat power, even many nearby heavenly astral realms cast sideways and fearful eyes. In this space where spiritual energy is depleted, this sun's combat power is still so fierce. It is a formidable enemy. Huh? These skeleton soldiers still have attribute light balls after they die? Lin Chen picked up the 2 white attribute light balls at the back of the heads of the 2 skeleton soldiers. The host gains 4,000 rune energy. The light screen popped up by the system made Lin Chen's eyes bright. An attribute light ball is 2,000 rune energy points, so isn't the 500 odd skeleton warriors another huge amount of rune energy? There are treasures everywhere. My lord, I will kill a wave of these nondescript guys first. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with the ruthlessness of being barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Since there are so many attribute light balls around, let me try the new tricks first. In an instant, Lin Chen stimulated the fighting spirit, raised a pitch-black battle spirit wheel in his palm, and slapped it out with an angry palm. The 9 secrets of God's desolation, dark devour. The 300-meter-long battle aura roulette spins like an abyss, rapidly expanding from the group of skeleton soldiers, and the skeleton soldiers shrouded in the dark attribute battle aura are silently smashed into the dark attribute battle. Energy, energy. Sigh. The creepy voice sounded. Lin Chen's palm frightened 5 or 6 Tian gang realms aside, and Lin Chen's palm directly wiped out 10 skeleton soldiers. What a strange fighting spirit. This son is only at the 3rd level of the evil realm, and he can actually display such fighting skills. No wonder he dares to enter this evil king's secret realm. Even in the outside world, the old man may not have won this kid, unless the suppression of the secret realm's cultivation is lifted. Many powerhouses were terrified. Lin Chen strode into the shooting star, picking up the colorful attribute light balls one after another, and frantically urging the 9 techniques of God's desolation to start attacking the skeleton soldiers. Lin Chen's 9-colored fighting spirit burst out with a lot of fighting spirit, and countless rays of light flashed in the palm of his hand. The wind-type battle aura swept into the sky, the cracking wind swept the air and condensed into 1,000 knives, and the airflow collapsed. The fighting spirit of the water system is like a mad dragon going out to sea, sweeping the 8 wastelands, destroying mountains and breaking veins. Wind crack and water howl. The fighting spirit of the light system rose from the sky, and the radiant energy ball fell from the sky, and the thunder and lightning light turned into Tianwei and angered, and it smashed into the bodies of many skeleton soldiers, blowing up a storm. Light fury thunder explosion. The earth-shattering momentum frightened hundreds of people from the heavenly astral realm to retreat. Lin Chen seemed to be insane.